Naruto women's clothing has cheated Weasel. Why did Sasuke get on top again? By author Hebao Dan Zai Guo Li. Chapter 1-88. Chapter 1. Put on this dress and deceive the Mangekyo. The thick scent of blood, mixed with the smell of rust, flooded savagely into his nostrils. Lin Ye's consciousness was forcibly dragged out of the chaos by this smell. Sharp pain. Didn't I die from overworking 72 hours straight at the company? The wooden floor pressed against his bones, causing them to ache. He was wearing oversized clothing that didn't belong to him, the sleeves were empty and loose. Lin Ye used all his strength to prop up his heavy eyelids as his blurred vision gradually became clear. Then, he saw it. The corpse of a young girl lay quietly in a pool of blood not far away. In those wide-open eyes, the last remnants of despair still lingered. This face. Lin Ye's heart jolted. As a hardcore Naruto fan, there was no way he could mistake her. Uchiha Izumi. A terrifying thought exploded in his mind. Is this the night of the Uchiha Clan Massacre? Cognitive anchor. World coordinates confirmed. Loading current information. A mechanical voice flooded directly into his mind. World. Naruto. Time. Konoha year 49, night of the Uchiha Clan Massacre. Location. Uchiha Izumi's residence. New identity. Lin Ye. Physical age. 5 years old. Warning. High-risk target, Uchiha Itachi, is approaching. Distance. 30 meters, 20 meters. Lin Ye felt his blood run cold from head to toe. It wasn't an illusion. That man who slaughtered his entire clan for the sake of justice and peace, Uchiha Itachi, was about to push open this door. And he was just an unarmed 5-year-old with no official identity. How am I supposed to survive? Survival probability calculation, 0.01%. Activating talent ability, myriad mirror pupils. Hint, the Sharingan perceives reality but can be deceived by cognition. The ultimate disguise is to make the enemy accept your persona from the bottom of their heart. What does that mean? Lin Ye's brain worked at an unprecedented speed. Beg for mercy. Itachi didn't hesitate to kill even his parents and lover, why would he spare an unidentified boy? That's a dead end. Resist. A 5-year-old kid couldn't even cause the slightest trouble for him. The only way out was that hint. Deceive cognition. His gaze swept over Izumi's corpse and then snapped toward the blade of a broken wakizashi nearby. A tender face was reflected on the blade. His skin was fair, his features delicate, and his pure black eyes were strikingly large. This face was a blend of softness and purity. A crazy plan instantly took shape. Lin Ye lunged toward a messy wardrobe and yanked the door open. Inside were girls' clothes. An old-looking light purple dress and a long black ponytail wig stored in a box. Are these Izumi's things from when she was little? No time to think. Warning. High-risk target has arrived outside the door. Lin Ye moved frantically, stripping off his oversized clothes and quickly pulling on the cold dress. The fabric rubbed against his skin. He put on the wig and hurriedly adjusted it, letting a few strands of hair fall beside his cheeks. Lin Ye immediately curled up in the darkest corner of the room, hiding in the shadows, clutching his knees tightly and burying his face in them. Creak. The door was pushed open. A chill more piercing than the cold night outside instantly swept through the room. A figure walked in against the moonlight. The red and white Uchiha crest, the Mangekyo Sharingan slowly spinning. Uchiha Itachi. A drop of blood from the katana in his hand dripped onto the floor with a clear sound. This was the overwhelming pressure of an S-rank rogue ninja. Itachi's gaze first swept across the room. A second later, his gaze snapped toward the small dark figure in the corner. Why is there a child here? His Sharingan had searched before, there clearly shouldn't have been anyone in the room. Who are you? Itachi's voice was soft. Lin Ye's body trembled violently. This wasn't acting, it was the most instinctive physiological reaction of a 5-year-old body. He forced himself to slowly raise his head. Opening his mouth, a strange, crisp, and ethereal child's voice squeezed out of his throat, carrying an irrepressible sob. My name is Yukina. I'm Izumi Ne-chan's younger sister. Sister. Itachi was stunned. Just minutes ago, he had used Tsukuyomi on Izumi, accompanying her through a happy and stable life in that false world before personally ending her life. That sense of helplessness had nearly shattered his resolve. But now, a girl who looked so much like Izumi in her childhood, her younger sister, appeared before him. This reminded him of his own younger brother. That sliver of remaining human emotion was stirred. Is this another mental torture sent by the heavens for someone like me who killed his kin and clan? Itachi looked at Yukina's tear-streaked little face, and the visage slowly transformed into Sasuke's. Inside Itachi, killing intent and an unspeakable wavering were in a frantic battle. Kill her. Cut off all variables. But Itachi seemed to have made a decision and took a step forward. Yukina's heart completely stopped. Did I lose the gamble? At this critical moment, the air in the center of the room distorted without warning, forming a vortex. A man wearing an orange one-eyed mask stepped out from it. He was also covered in blood, and an aura even colder than Itachi's instantly filled the room. Itachi, what are you dawdling for? Outside, it's almost. The masked man's hoarse and mocking voice came to an abrupt halt when he saw the little girl in the corner. The Sharingan in the single hole of the mask instantly widened to its limit. It was a complex gaze mixed with extreme shock and disbelief. Rin. Chapter 2. I am Itachi and Obito's White Moonlight. Rin. A sound so soft it was almost uncatchable, yet it exploded in Yukina's mind. It's coming. Damn, it's really happening. This is my second, and most critical, chance at survival. Stay calm. Lin Ye, you're a 30-year-old corporate slave, not a 5-year-old brat. This is the most important PPT project of your life. The clients are 2S rank rogue ninja who can crush you like a bug. If you mess up the performance, you're dead. I must seize this opportunity. Obito's chakra, which should have been as steady as a deep abyss, was now surging like a tidal wave. Shock, confusion, and a pain that went bone deep. How can she look so much like her? No, it's not just a resemblance, this is exactly how Rin looked when she was a child. Obito suppressed the storm in his heart almost instantly, speaking in his usual raspy tone. Itachi, since when did you become so soft-hearted? To actually leave a survivor. What is your name? Obito's gaze swept over Lin Ye. My name is Yukina, Uchiha Yukina. Lin Ye randomly made up a name. Then, his gaze changed. Yukina's myriad mirror pupils fed back information to him, a feverish gaze mixed with possessiveness. What are you looking at? Keep looking and I'll gouge your eyes out. Yukina complained wildly in her heart. Itachi's face darkened instantly. He keenly sensed Madara's abnormality. This is my business. Itachi's voice was cold as ice. At the same time, he quietly shifted half a step forward, his figure perfectly shielding Yukina behind him. This subtle protective gesture left Yukina's heart hanging in her throat. I gambled right. Itachi wants to save me too. One was out of guilt for his lover and a longing for the bond between siblings. The other was due to an obsession with his first love. Two of the ninja world's top rogue ninjas simultaneously developed selfish motives. Yukina immediately entered Oscar-winning actor mode. She poked half her head out from behind Itachi, her terrified eyes looking timidly at Obito. Big brother, who is he? He's so scary. Her voice was soft and sweet, carrying a natural sense of helplessness. The words, big brother, accurately pierced Itachi's softest spot. Itachi's heart skipped a beat once again. From beneath his mask, Obito let out an ambiguous chuckle, a laugh containing a hint of jealousy he hadn't even noticed himself. Itachi, what are you trying to do? Since you can't bring yourself to do it, let me help you deal with this trouble. Before he finished speaking, Obito's figure vanished from the spot. A gust of strong wind rushed toward the back of Yukina's neck. Itachi's reaction was lightning fast. Without even turning around, he swung his katana backward, the back of the blade precisely parrying Obito's hand as it reached for Yukina. The crisp sound of the impact was exceptionally jarring in the deathly silent room. I said, this is my business. The Uchiha bloodline must be purged by me. Is that so? I just don't want any accidents to happen to our plan. Keep acting. Hiding behind Itachi, Yukina's mind was incredibly clear. One is acting cold and ruthless to keep full control over what happens to me, preventing the other from interfering. The other is acting like he's pulling up weeds by the roots to find an excuse to test the waters, or even to just snatch me away. They both think they've fooled each other, but in reality, they've both been deceived by this ultimate, Rin plus Izumi, hybrid face. Now, it's time for me, the head director, to add some drama. What could trigger both of these men at the same time? Got it. The Sharingan. Yukina suddenly looked up, staring into Itachi's crimson Sharingan as if she were looking at the most terrifying demon in the world. She let out a piercing scream, her small hands frantically covering her eyes. The eyes, those red eyes are so scary. Sister Izumi, she fell down after seeing those. Yukina sobbed intermittently. These words were like a sharp knife, stabbing into the hearts of both Itachi and Obito at once. Itachi's breathing hitched. Izumi. In the world of Tsukuyomi, he had personally ended her happy life. That scene was his nightmare, yet now it was being laid bare by this child's innocent words. Obito's heart also jolted. Rin's death was also related to the Sharingan. Kakashi's Chidori had pierced Rin's chest, and that eye was the very Sharingan he had given him. Two men bearing the weight of their loved ones' deaths were, at this moment, pulled back into their most painful memories. The feigned killing intent surrounding Obito collapsed instantly. It seems this brat is already scared out of her wits. He glanced at the moonlight outside the window. Time is running out, the root members will be here soon. Clean this up yourself, Itachi. With that, his figure began to warp, sucked into an eerie vortex. A second before he vanished completely, his single eye cast a deep look at Yukina. Get lost, you stalker. I'm not some stand-in for her. Yukina raised a middle finger in her heart. Once again, only she and Itachi remained in the room. Itachi slowly lowered his blade, silently watching Yukina as she continued to sob softly. After a long while, Itachi knelt down. He reached out, seemingly wanting to pat Yukina's head reassuringly, but his hand stopped midair. Don't be afraid. Close your eyes and sleep. When you wake up, it will all be over. Yukina lifted her tear-stained face. She saw the three tomo in Itachi's eyes spinning rapidly, finally coalescing into a grim and ornate black shuriken pattern. Mangekyo Sharingan. Are you for real? Seriously, big brother, you're using this on me. That's total overkill. Warning. High-intensity mental attack detected. Beginner mental barrier cannot fully withstand it. Itachi's cold, hollow voice rang in Lin Ye's ears. Look into my eyes. Chapter 3, starting by deceiving Kakashi. Mangekyo Sharingan, spinning within the field of vision. In Yukina's pupils, those lethal patterns were clearly reflected. He knew he absolutely could not be caught by it. The soul of a 30-year-old corporate slave was hidden inside a 5-year-old girl's head. If Itachi were to pry into this secret, it would be eternal damnation. Just as the thought arose, a stream of cold data instantly washed through his brain. Myriad mirror pupils emergency response protocol activated. Simulating low-level genjutsu intrusion effects. Please cooperate immediately. Without the slightest hesitation. The moment Itachi's gaze locked onto him, Yukina's eyes suddenly lost all luster, becoming dull and hollow. Imitating someone under deep hypnosis, his body went limp and he fell forward stiffly. A pair of cold but powerful hands steadily caught him. Itachi pulled the small body into his arms, it was so light it had almost no weight. In the end, he did not use Tsukuyomi. Even for ordinary genjutsu, he only stayed at the shallowest level of hypnosis to make her fall into a deep sleep. He didn't want to use these eyes again to hurt anyone who resembled Izumi. The girl in his arms slowly overlapped with the memory of Izumi's childhood appearance. The coldness and decisiveness in Itachi's eyes melted a corner at this moment, revealing a trace of tenderness that even he hadn't noticed. I'm sorry. A whisper dissipated into the wind. He turned and completely disappeared into the blood-red color of the night of the massacre. Consciousness returned, and the first thing to enter his nostrils was the cold smell of medicine. But this smell could not completely cover the faint scent of blood that still lingered on his body. Yukina slowly opened her eyes. What met his eyes was an unfamiliar ceiling. Konoha Hospital. He moved his fingers, his body was a bit weak, but there was no major problem. Just then, a flood of unfamiliar knowledge surged into his mind without warning. It was the method of how to refine the energy called chakra, from every cell in the body. Chakra refinement technique beginner. At the same time, he gained an unprecedented sense of control over his body. Permanent passive, disguise mastery. He had survived. Yukina let out a long breath, and his tense nerves finally relaxed a little. He sat up and looked around. A single patient room, very quiet. Outside the window, the daylight was bright, and the outline of Konoha village was clearly visible. Everything last night was as real as a nightmare. His gaze finally landed on the neatly folded clothes at the head of the bed. It was a light purple dress. The nerves that had just relaxed instantly tightened again. This damn dress. But in the next second, he used his powerful willpower to suppress this violent emotion. Reason, like a bucket of ice water, extinguished the fire. There's no other way. If I want to survive now, I must wear it. After Yukina clumsily put on the dress again, a figure slowly pushed open the wooden door. A white-haired ninja leaned against the wall, wearing a mask, his forehead protector tilted to cover his left eye. Kakashi Hatake. Yukina's heart suddenly contracted. This man also possessed the Sharingan. Kakashi walked over slowly. His exposed eye was not lazy and lifeless as rumored, instead, it was like a bottomless ancient well, reflecting no emotion. Yet beneath the calm surface, waves were already surging. How can she look so similar? It was that figure he could never shake off, Rin. Kakashi thought he had seen wrong. But after blinking, he found he wasn't seeing things. Kakashi looked at Yukina's face and had to calm his emotions first. How are you feeling? I'm fine. Yukina lowered her head as she spoke, curling up her body. This was the most instinctive reaction of a child who had been overly frightened. It's safe now. The Anbu found you unconscious at the Uchiha compound. Besides you and Sasuke, there was no one else. Sasuke. Yukina's feelings became complicated. Kakashi looked at the little girl in front of him, that face reminded him of many people. What is your name? Yukina. Uchiha Yukina. Yukina. Kakashi nodded. The Sandaime-sama will be coming later. Get some rest. As the words fell, his figure turned into a leaf and disappeared from the spot. Yukina was once again left alone in the room. His life, from today onward, had completely turned. No longer Lin Ye, but Uchiha Yukina. A survivor carrying the hatred of a massacred clan, who must live on in the identity of a girl. Not long after, the ward door was pushed open. An old man wearing the Hokage's ceremonial robes and holding a pipe in his mouth walked in. Behind him followed several Anbu with chilling auras. The Sandaime Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi. Hiruzen Sarutobi's gaze fell upon the thin and small figure on the hospital bed, his eyes filled with political pity and perfectly measured sorrow. Child, you're awake. I am the Hokage of Konoha village. You can call me Grandpa Sarutobi. Yukina looked up. He looked at this Hokage, who was hailed as the god of shinobi. Grandpa Hokage. Yukina looked up, and her eyes instantly filled with tears. I don't have a home anymore. Chapter 4 Sarutobi. From today on, Konoha is my home. The small hand clutching the Hokage robe was thin and weak. I don't have a home anymore. The child's words, spoken with a sob, were like a thorn piercing Hiruzen Sarutobi's heart. All that remained was an old man's bitterness and guilt. Not a bad performance, I deserve an award. Cry. Just keep crying. Think about the Huabe bills from my past life, and think about the skirts and wigs from this one. Sadness. I am sadness itself. This act had to fool everyone. Hiruzen Sarutobi's Adam's apple bobbed. His aged hand rose, paused in midair, and finally came to rest on Yukina's head, clumsily stroking her smooth, long hair. Child, don't be afraid. His voice was raspy, as if worn down by cigarette ash. From today on, Konoha is your home. Yukina complained inwardly. Konoha is my home, and then you lead the raid to seize my house. He submissively buried his face in Hiruzen Sarutobi's robe, letting out intermittent sobs. Your name is Yukina, right? Hiruzen Sarutobi's voice was soothing. Uchiha Yukina. Good child. Yukina, tell Grandpa what you still remember. Here it comes. The interrogation phase. Yukina was immediately overcome by an even greater fear, as if the memory itself was a form of torture. Red, so much red. Blood. Brother, a big brother, his eyes were red too, it was so scary. As he spoke, he subconsciously pointed a small hand toward his own eyes. He told me to close my eyes and sleep, and then I didn't know anything else. 7 parts truth, 3 parts acting. Enough, child, don't think about it anymore. Hiruzen Sarutobi immediately interrupted. He held Yukina's shoulders, his aged eyes filled with guilt. He knew who that big brother was. Itachi had shown mercy after all. Knocking her unconscious, that was the last shred of humanity Itachi had left behind during that bloody mission. It's all in the past, Yukina. It's over. He untied his Hokage robe and draped it over Yukina's small frame, wrapping him up completely. The bad guys have been driven away. You and Sasuke, you're safe now. Sasuke. A precisely calculated look of confusion appeared in Yukina's eyes. Your fellow clansman, Uchiha Sasuke. He survived as well. Hiruzen Sarutobi explained. The two of you are the Uchiha's last hope. Last hope. Yukina sneered in his heart. Translation. A mascot and a high-priority surveillance target. One to put on a show of Konoha's mercy, the other to bait Itachi and serve as a backup Sharingan library. This old man's heart is blacker than the bottom of a pot. But aloud, he only murmured Sasuke's name repeatedly. Seeing him like this, the scales in Hiruzen Sarutobi's heart tipped completely toward making amends. You all, step down. Yes, Hokage-sama. Several presences vanished instantly. Only he and Yukina remained in the hospital room. Yukina, from today on, the village will arrange the best residence for you and provide for your well-being. We won't let anyone hurt you again. The promise of a cage. Yukina knew that his first move had been the right one. Thank you, Hokage Grandpa. As Yukina spoke, he vigorously wiped away his tears. Hiruzen Sarutobi thought of his own grandson, Konohamaru Sarutobi, who was the same age and still running around playing pranks. Yet the child before him already bore the burden of his clan's extinction. From now on, just call me Grandpa Sarutobi. The village owes you. Yukina nodded heavily. Hey, you said it yourself. You'd better remember it well. Otherwise, when I've grown up and the day comes that I take off this skirt, the first thing I'll do is overturn your Hokage office. He roared fiercely in his mind, while his hands pulled the oversized Hokage robe even tighter around him. Hiruzen Sarutobi offered a few more words of comfort before leaving. Yukina clearly remembered the final look in Hiruzen Sarutobi's eyes as he departed. There was pity, guilt, and a sense of responsibility. Yukina knew very well that the protection he had gained was only temporary. This protection was built upon his disguise as a frail and harmless 5-year-old girl. If any part of it collapsed, he would go from being an orphan to being a threat. There's still a long way to go. But at least I've passed the first hurdle. Next, I'll have to fool that Nizuzi. He could already envision himself wearing skirts for a long time to come. A surge of shame and anger washed over him. Damn it, this cursed skirt. Just you wait. Wait for me. One day, I will take off this skirt once and for all and beat every single one of you to a pulp. Chapter 5. An unexpected meeting with Sasuke. The dismissal bell rang at the Ninja Academy, and a clamor instantly erupted. Children poured out of the school gates in small groups, laughing and joking. Uchiha Sasuke was not among them. Carrying his small school bag, he walked through the crowd with an expressionless face. The surrounding liveliness was completely out of place with him. Any classmates who tried to strike up a conversation were frozen in place by his cold, unapproachable aura. He didn't go home. That apartment arranged by the Hokage couldn't be called a home. His steps uncontrollably turned toward that cordoned-off area, the Uchiha clan's vacant grounds. He passed through the security perimeter. The once bustling streets were empty and deserted. Sasuke had long since grown accustomed to this. He walked straight into the depths of the clan grounds, toward a secluded little grove. This had once been a place where the clan's children practiced their shuriken techniques. Now, only solitary targets remained. He put down his bag, took several shuriken from his ninja tool pouch, and held them between his fingers. Without hesitation, swish, 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 sharp sounds of whistling air rang out one after another, as they were precisely pinned into the bullseye of the distant wooden target. This talent far exceeded that of his peers. Yet, Sasuke frowned. He walked up to the target, looking at the shuriken that were almost overlapping. One of them had deviated from the tiniest point in the very center of the bullseye by just a single millimeter. Not enough. At this level, I can't even see that man's back. The figure under that moonlit night occupied his mind once again. He pulled out the shuriken, preparing to go again. Just then, a rhythmic sound of tearing through the air came from deeper within the grove. Sasuke's movements paused. Is there someone else here besides me? His alertness as a ninja made him immediately suppress his presence. Pushing aside the last clump of bushes, the sight before him startled him. In the clearing among the trees, a figure stood with their back to him. Long black hair was tied back with a cloth ribbon, and she wore a faded light purple dress. The figure was very small and thin, about the same size as him. It was a girl. In her hand, she held a well-proportioned tree branch, using it as a sword. A standard thrust brought forth a gust of wind. A clean downward strike kicked up a few fallen leaves. Her movements weren't exactly sophisticated, one could even call them clumsy. They were just the most basic thrusts, cleaves, parries, and slashes, over and over again. No. Sasuke's brow furrowed even tighter. He recognized her. Hiruzen Sarutobi had taken him to see her once, the other survivor of the Uchiha Yukina. A girl who was said to have been scared out of her wits on the night of the massacre, only capable of hiding in a corner and crying. The scene before him didn't match the rumors in the slightest. That level of focus simply didn't belong to a girl who had been traumatized. Sasuke didn't make a sound, just watched quietly. This damn dress. Yukina roared in her heart for the umpteenth time. Whenever he made a slashing motion, the hem of the dress acted like a burden, tightly entangling his thighs. Endure it. It's all for the sake of survival. Gritting his teeth, he forced himself to calm down and continued the tedious sword swings. Since moving into the apartment arranged by Konoha, he had been sneaking here every day after school. He had already mastered the basics of the chakra extraction technique, but he knew better than anyone that the body was the foundation. Any flashy techniques were not as reliable as solid basic skills. Without a weapon, he carved a tree branch. Having no master, he recalled the kendo videos he had watched in his previous life and started from the most basic movements. His physical strength was depleting rapidly, and his arms were as sore as if they were filled with lead. He knew clearly how fragile his protection was. Hiruzen Sarutobi's pity and Kakashi's attention were all built upon his disguise as a weak and harmless little Uchiha orphan girl. Once exposed, he would lose everything. Without exposing the myriad mirror pupils, he would grow stronger in the most primitive and arduous way. "Who's there?" A cold voice came from behind. Yukina's body instantly froze. That young boy stood at the end of the shadows. With black hair and black eyes, his delicate face was filled with a coldness and gloom that did not match his age. Uchiha Sasuke. Yukina's brain instantly short-circuited. He had imagined meeting Sasuke countless times. In the apartment hallway, on the village streets, in the ninja academy classroom. He had prepared a perfect script for every possibility, designing the right expressions and lines to ensure he could play the role of a weak younger clanswoman sharing the same fate. But for all his calculations, he never expected it would be under these circumstances. All the scripts and plans went down the drain the moment he saw Sasuke's face. Sasuke looked at the girl before him. "My name is Uchiha Sasuke." Sasuke gave his name. It was a test. He wanted to see how this strange girl would react. Then, he heard it. From the girl's mouth came a few syllables with a strange pronunciation that he had never heard before. "Wo Nima, Sasuke. Welcome to Fanfic Audiobook, your go-to place for immersive audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, don't forget to like the video and subscribe to our channel for more amazing stories. And please support the author by link in description." Chapter 6. What to do after blurting out profanity in front of Sasuke. Sasuke returned to that empty apartment. He took off his shoes. He didn't turn on the light. He walked straight to the window. In his mind, the girl's figure lingered. Her clumsy sword-swinging movements. The way her back stiffened instantly when she was caught. And those 3 words she blurted out. "What the F?" Sasuke repeated it silently, his brow furrowed. Is that a curse? The vigilance that had initially risen in him was now wavering. A well-trained Uchiha clan member would never show such pure panic after being exposed. Let alone trip over their own skirt and run away so pathetically. That uncoordinated appearance seemed quite authentically stupid instead. Sasuke remembered when the 3rd Hokage had taken him outside a hospital room. The girl was lying in bed then, looking so weak and small. She was a completely different person from the figure sweating profusely in the forest today. Could it be that the rumors and appearances are all fake? Like me, she's desperately trying to get stronger in her own way. This realization caused a strange feeling to well up in his heart. They were the last 2 members of the Uchiha clan. Perhaps only they could understand this loneliness. Did I scare her? Sasuke was used to isolating himself from the world with coldness, perhaps his sudden appearance just now was too abrupt. That, "Who's there?" had been full of scrutiny and ice. A trace of chagrin, which he himself hadn't even noticed, had already surfaced. Tomorrow, He would go there again to take a look. Sasuke made a decision. If she's still there, I'll apologize to her. The thought felt foreign to him, but he didn't reject it. He just felt that such a lonely figure shouldn't be scared away by him. Bang! The apartment door was slammed shut. Yukina slid down against the door panel to the floor, as if all her strength had been drained. Safe. Lin Ye gasped for air. Cold sweat soaked his back, and the faded light purple dress clung to his body. It's over. It's all over. Yukina buried her face in her palms. All my scripts, the expressions, lines, and psychological activities I designed for every kind of encounter. The perfect first meeting I rehearsed no less than 800 times in my head. It's all gone just like that. I actually blurted out a national quintessence, a string of profanities from my past life, right in front of Uchiha Sasuke. What was wrong with my brain just now? Or did the crybaby attribute left in this body backstab my CPU at the critical moment? Lin Ye stood up abruptly and rushed into the bathroom. He took off the wig, then the dress along with the lace lining, and then submerged himself in the bathtub. Turning on the faucet, the cold water washed over his body, as if washing away today's great humiliation. Naked, looking at the incredibly beautiful, androgynous youth in the mirror, Yukina's gaze gradually calmed. He habitually tapped his thigh with his finger. This was a habit from his previous life that helped him force himself into a rational thinking mode. Panic doesn't solve anything. His trump card, and the foundation of his survival, was the myriad mirror pupils Chi had brought with him when he transmigrated. Core abilities: replicate, and fusion. Replicate sounds powerful, but the prerequisite of reaching 100% bond value is practically hell-level difficulty. What the hell is bond value? Likability, trust, or a friendship where you'd take a bullet for someone. The system didn't provide a manual, it's all just blind guessing. Lin Ye wanted to copy Sasuke's Sharingan because Lin Ye's biggest exposure point right now was not having a Sharingan. Building a bond with an edgy teenager who's full of revenge and trusts no one is harder than doing the Subject 3 dance in the Hokage office. Besides, I'm a girl now. How am I supposed to build a bond with Sasuke? He's not a girl. If he were, we could discuss which shop has the best dresses or exchange hair care tips. But there's no other choice. Yukina muttered to herself. His goal was clear: to survive. In this world where gods fought each other, one must have power to survive. No, I have to overcome it no matter how hard it is. As long as I can max out the bond value with Sasuke, I'll be able to have the Sharingan. This was the only way to shed the disguise of Uchiha Yukina and truly master his own fate. He had to conquer this max difficulty NPC. Today's encounter was a disaster, but it wasn't without gain. He had seen a side of Sasuke that others didn't know, the lonely boy training by himself. He saw me training, which broke my weak and pitiful persona. It's a crisis. But looking at it from another perspective, it also let him understand that I'm like him. This is an opportunity. But the problem is, my performance was too pathetic. He thought back to his clumsy sword swinging. It was simply unbearable to look at. The Uchiha clan are all geniuses. With my amateur skills, let alone Sasuke, even a random genin could see the flaws. He's definitely thinking right now, is this person really an Uchiha? How can she be as weak as a chick? Once this kind of doubt arose, it would be fatal to his subsequent plans. He couldn't let Sasuke treat him as a waste of unknown origin. No. Yukina turned off the faucet and looked at himself in the mirror across from the bathtub, his gaze becoming firm. Today's encounter is a wake-up call. Without enough acting skills to back it up, any improvisation is playing with fire. My acting is my physical fitness and basic skills. Before the next accidental encounter, he had to get his taijutsu level to at least a point where it looked somewhat decent. I can't go to that training ground anymore. Given Sasuke's personality, he might go back there tomorrow. Yukina quickly planned in his mind. Konoha was large, and there was more than one abandoned training ground. He needed a more hidden and safer place to practice physical conditioning, taijutsu, and shuriken throwing. Only with basic strength would he have the confidence to not be so easily exposed in front of Sasuke. Yukina fished the soaking wet dress out of the bathtub, wrung it dry, and skillfully hung it up in the bathroom. Chapter 7. Nizu Z's Apology. In the empty room, Sasuke opened his eyes. He didn't move. Instead, he frowned deeply. Apologize. This thought had tormented him all night. How should I say it? Just walk up and say sorry. Or pretend to run into her and apologize then. That sincerity shining through her clumsiness was something he couldn't ignore. He didn't want to be the reason for scaring away the only other Uchiha left in this world like him. Sasuke realized that perhaps she was just like him. Both were clumsily fighting against loneliness and powerlessness in their own ways. This thought made Sasuke's heart feel as if it had been lightly stung. He walked out of the apartment, and instead of going to the ninja academy, he headed straight for the woods from yesterday. He told himself he was just going for morning practice. But his pace was a bit faster than usual, and his gaze uncontrollably scanned every corner. However, there was no one there. Only the morning mist and the trampled grass proved that everything yesterday wasn't an illusion. An indescribable sense of emptiness surged in his heart. Was she scared away? Sasuke stood there for a moment before walking aimlessly deeper into the forest. He needed a high-intensity training session to suppress these chaotic thoughts. Meanwhile, at an even more remote abandoned training ground on the edge of Konoha village. Swoosh! A kunai spun through the air and, following a wobbly trajectory, thudded into the trunk of a large tree next to the target. It was a full 2 meters away from the bullseye. A perfect case of outlining the body. Lin Ye was expressionless. He struggled to pull out the kunai that was deeply embedded in the tree trunk. This body's talent was practically a public execution of the Uchiha name. His soul could understand the principles of mechanics and calculate parabolas. But with this 5-year-old's body, its strength, coordination, and neural reaction speed, none of it could keep up with his brain. His mind had a top-tier CPU. But his body was like a 10-year-old mainframe that couldn't even keep up with the power supply. Again, Yukina adjusted her breathing, took a throwing stance, and tried to mimic the effortless movements of the geniuses in her memory. 3 kunai flew out in a triangular formation. One missed the target, one hit the edge, and the last one finally hit the 7 ring. Phew. Finally, some progress. Lin Ye didn't stop. He pulled out the kunai and began practicing basic slashing and parrying. Sweat soon soaked his bangs, and the girl's culottes he had specifically changed into for ease of movement clung to his body uncomfortably. The soreness in his arms surged in layers. I can't go on, this crappy body. Yukina finally couldn't hold on any longer and slumped to the ground, her chest heaving violently. At the moment when his awareness was most relaxed. Snap! Asterisk. A soft sound came from the nearby bushes. A dry branch had been stepped on. Yukina's muscles instantly tensed to the limit. Someone's there. I've checked this training ground many times, it's definitely remote. Who could it be? Anbu. Or Root? No matter which one it is, it's a disaster for me. As an Uchiha, if my clumsy movements were seen by someone with ulterior motives. No, I absolutely cannot be exposed. Following her instinct, Yukina grabbed the kunai beside her and crouched low, staring intently in the direction of the sound. Her brain was racing, and her adrenaline was surging. What should I do? If I'm discovered, I'll have to silence them. This crazy thought flashed through his mind, but he immediately dismissed it. Are you kidding? With my current amateur skills, trying to kill a ninja who could sneak up on me silently. They could probably poke me to death with a single finger. But waiting for death wasn't his style either. The bushes rustled, and a dark figure stepped out from the shadows. When she saw that face clearly, Yukina's pupils shrank. Uchiha Sasuke. Her brain stalled for 1/10 of a second, then was submerged in even greater fear. How did he find this place? He's tailing me. Did he really get suspicious? Yukina's fingers gripping the kunai turned white from the force, and her palms were covered in cold sweat. Sasuke also stopped. He looked at the girl leaning against the tree, her face full of wariness, drenched in sweat, hair messily stuck to her cheeks, and a kunai tightly gripped in her hand. She looked even more disheveled than yesterday. Sasuke's heart tightened for some reason. He naturally hadn't come to fight. In the forest clearing, the two faced each other in silence. Finally, it was Sasuke who broke the silence. He looked at Yukina, his gaze sweeping over the kunai she held tightly before looking away. About yesterday, sorry. In an instant, all the defenses in Yukina's mind crashed. What is he saying? An apology? Uchiha Sasuke, the future Nizuzi, the poster boy for Chunobu, is standing here saying sorry to me. Yukina's mind went blank. He had expected questioning and probing, but he had never expected this. Seeing her lack of reaction, Sasuke also felt a bit uneasy. It was the first time in his life he had apologized, and the effect didn't seem very good. Sasuke took a step forward. Yukina's body instinctively took a step back, her back hitting the tree trunk hard. Sasuke's steps immediately halted. He saw the girl's eyes instantly cloud over with moisture, not from crying, but as a purely physiological reaction to being terrified. The kunai in Yukina's hand dropped to the ground. At this moment, behind the extreme panic was actually extreme clarity. A bold plan instantly formed like a flash of lightning in his 30-year-old corporate slave brain. An opportunity. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity delivered right to my door. Chapter 8. Deceiving Sasuke. Bond value 10%. Sasuke, of course, didn't just happen to be passing by. Konoha was huge. Trying to find someone who was intentionally hiding was like looking for a needle in a haystack. After coming to the woods, Sasuke had originally intended to practice taijutsu on his own, but he simply couldn't convince himself to do so. So, he forced himself to calm down. He analyzed that when Yukina appeared yesterday, the hem of her skirt was wet, covered in dew and fresh grass clippings. Those weren't the kind of marks found on the packed dirt of a training ground. This indicated she had come through the dense vegetation of the wilderness. Her sword-swinging movements were imitations. Someone who had never received formal training would only go to the most remote and least likely places to be disturbed. Sasuke laid out a map of Konoha in his mind, marking all the areas that fit the criteria of being abandoned and remote. 7 locations. The first location, no. The second location, not it either. When he reached the third location, situated on the edge of the village and consisting of almost nothing but empty space, he stopped in his tracks. There were traces of disturbance in the air that didn't belong to nature. So, he activated his Sharingan. A single tomo spun slowly in his eye sockets. In the air, there was a faint, almost negligible residue of chakra. He analyzed that this chakra was very weak, so weak that it didn't seem like a ninja's, but rather like that of a beginner apprentice. It's her. Sasuke followed the traces and pushed aside the bushes. He had thought of countless opening lines, such as, "Are you here for morning practice too?" Or simply saying nothing and waiting for the other person to speak first. But when he saw that figure, all his rehearsals became worthless. The girl was covered in sweat, her damp black hair clinging to her cheeks and neck, looking even more disheveled than yesterday. Sasuke's heart gave a sudden twitch. He just wanted to come and apologize. Yukina's mind completely exploded at this moment. An opportunity. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity delivered right to her doorstep. Looking at Sasuke's guilt and a hint of something even he hadn't noticed. Longing for a companion. He doesn't look like he's here to expose me, he looks more like he's here to reclaim one of his own kind. In that case, don't blame me. The Oscar gold statue they owe me, I'll be taking it back from you today. A plan was instantly decided, to retreat in order to advance, turning the passive into the active. Yukina didn't go to pick up the kunai that had fallen on the ground. Instead, she slowly slid down the tree trunk to sit on the ground. She hugged her knees and buried her face deep within them. Her shoulders began to tremble very slightly. But this silent trembling, in the quiet of the woods, was more heart-wrenching than any loud sobbing. Sasuke panicked completely. He would rather fight a bear than deal with this. I didn't. He wanted to explain that he had no ill intent, but the words got stuck in his throat, and he couldn't say a single word. Sasuke stood rooted to the spot, not knowing what to do with his hands and feet. In the clearing of the woods, one stood while the other sat. I just don't want to be alone anymore. Yukina slowly raised her head. I thought you were the same as me. Sasuke's lips moved. The prepared lie of, I was just passing by, could no longer be spoken. He seemed to have made a certain decision. I need power. I lost everything, and I want to take back everything that belongs to me from that man with my own hands. Yukina's gaze moved away from Sasuke, looking toward the distant forest shrouded in morning mist. That's nice, you're very clear about what you want to do. Sasuke frowned. You, me. Yukina laughed self-deprecatingly. I don't even know why I'm still alive. I just don't want to simply disappear. I want to get a little stronger, at least enough to protect myself and not be a burden to anyone. In her words, there was only the humblest and most real thing, survival. The scrutiny and wariness that originally remained in Sasuke's eyes began to melt away bit by bit. Looking at the girl before him who was even thinner and weaker than himself, that inexplicable sense of guilt reached its peak. Perhaps his behavior yesterday really had frightened her. Yukina keenly captured the change in the atmosphere. She leaned against the tree trunk and slowly stood up, patting the dust off her skirt. This action made her look no longer so fragile, adding a hint of resilience. She took the initiative to walk toward Sasuke. Sasuke subconsciously tensed his body, but he didn't retreat. Yukina stopped 2 steps away from him. Then, she gave him a solemn bow. My name is Uchiha Yukina. Sasuke looked at her without speaking. Yukina raised her head and looked directly into Sasuke's eyes. Can we be together? Work hard together. Sasuke fell silent. He looked at the Uchiha Yukina before him. Thin, timid, and lacking in strength. But at the same time, she was very stubborn, running off to a place like this all by herself and trying to get stronger in the most clumsy way. She needed a companion, or rather, a guardian. And he, as it happened, also needed a reason not to be so lonely. But he still carried that unique pride of his. HMPH. Do as you wish. Although his tone was still cold, Yukina knew she had succeeded. In Yukina's mind, a cold, mechanical voice rang out. Detected emotional fluctuations from the bond target, Uchiha Sasuke. Trust established. Bond value updated. Uchiha Sasuke, 10%. Chapter 9, Root Surveillance. 3 weeks was enough time for the two of them to build a certain level of trust. This abandoned training ground on the outskirts of Konoha became a tacitly understood secret base for Yukina and Sasuke. Every day after school, Sasuke would appear here on time. He no longer looked at her with scrutiny. Instead, he accepted Yukina's presence and even took the initiative to correct her disastrous taijutsu movements. Keep your wrists tight, use your waist and abdomen to drive the power of your whole body, don't just swing your arms. Yukina. He naturally knew to use his core for power. The problem was, this 5-year-old body simply wouldn't follow his brain's commands. Core strength. What was that? Was it edible? On the surface, she just lowered her head in frustration, putting on a dejected, I messed up again, look, appearing extremely pitiful. Sasuke's brow furrowed, but in the end, he didn't say anything harsher. He had already gotten used to it. He felt that Yukina's taijutsu talent simply didn't seem like that of an Uchiha. Several times, Sasuke had wondered why her physical coordination was so poor. Ultimately, he could only find excuses for Yukina himself. Perhaps the shock of the night of the massacre was too great, damaging her body's foundation. Or perhaps she was the descendant of those non-ninja clan members who weren't good at fighting. All his doubts would be forcibly suppressed by himself. After all, she was Uchiha Yukina. She was the last family member in this world besides himself. Again, Sasuke took another kunai out of his ninja tool pouch. He could clearly feel that Sasuke's reliance on him was deepening. Bond value. 12%. While Yukina calculated her KPIs in her head, after Sasuke's figure completely vanished into the depths of the forest. The weakness and exhaustion on Yukina's face receded like a tide, replaced by a sharpness and calmness that was completely inconsistent with her age. The next day, Sasuke had to go to the ninja academy. She was the only one in this open space. However, the moment Lin Ye prepared to straighten up, at the edge of the myriad mirror pupil's field of vision, a trace of extremely unnatural light distortion was captured. It wasn't something seen with the naked eye, but rather a deeper level of perception. They're here. Yukina's heart jolted. She remained that clumsy Uchiha. As she bent down to pick up another kunai, her body swayed violently due to exhaustion, and she leaned against a nearby tree trunk, panting heavily. Damn, they really think highly of me. This level of concealment, almost blending into the environment, is definitely not from an ordinary Anbu. Then there's only one possibility, Danzo Shimura. The man who would use any means necessary for the position of Hokage, treating the entire Uchiha clan as pawns. As a fish that escaped the net, she was undoubtedly a glaring anomaly on his chessboard. Being targeted by Danzo was even more dangerous than being coveted by Orochimaru as a vessel. Orochimaru at least cared about scientific value, that old geezer Danzo was a pure political madman. What does he want? To evaluate my threat level? Or does he want to see if Itachi left any contingency plans on me? Or maybe he simply wants to turn me into a new specimen to study the anatomy of an Uchiha survivor. Thoughts flashed through his mind, making Lin Ye feel a chill down his spine. No, I must stay calm. I must not become the prey. The only weapon I have now is the information gap. Danzo didn't know his background, while he knew Danzo's style of operation like the back of his hand. Let's gamble. I'll bet on your bone-deep suspicious nature. A meticulous acting plan took shape in his mind. Yukina stood up straight again, a stubborn refusal to lose squeezed onto her face, and she gripped the kunai tightly once more. Act 2. I may be stupid, but I'm obedient. He began to repeat the movements Sasuke had taught him, still stiff but showing a microscopic improvement over before. He wanted the observers to see that Sasuke's teaching was effective. This would minimize the risk of being suspected. The kunai left his hand. This time it didn't miss the target, but instead pinned itself tremulously to the outermost ring of the target. Act 2. Eager for success, lacking talent. He began trying to speed up, but as a result, his movements immediately deformed, and the kunai flew off into some unknown corner again. Immediately after, he showed a frustrated and impatient expression. Yukina monologued internally. See, I'm just such an impatient rookie. I want to get stronger, but my brain and body are completely different species. What threat could someone like this pose? At most, just a burden who holds others back. To make the performance more realistic, he even accidentally sprained his ankle during a turning exercise and fell flat on his butt. In the shadows, two root ninjas wearing faceless masks were recording everything on the open ground through special telescopes. Target confirmed, Uchiha Yukina. Taijutsu level, below Genin, chakra perception, none, has not displayed any ninja talent. Repeating Uchiha Sasuke's basic training, slight progress but impatient mindset and unstable foundation. Judged as someone with no systematic training experience. Consistent with intelligence descriptions, weak body, unstable mental state, possible post-traumatic stress disorder. One ninja was recording while the other maintained a constant surveillance posture. Lord Danzo wants an anomaly, but she is too mediocre. Mediocrity itself might be an anomaly. The older ninja's voice was even colder. Continue observing. Yukina couldn't hear their conversation, but he could guess it. Still haven't left. It seems my acting isn't exaggerated enough. You think I'm too mediocre, huh? Fine, I'll add a little something extra for you. Yukina sat on the ground, rubbing her ankle, while her gaze drifted toward the depths of the forest. Those pure black eyes first flashed with a trace of confusion, then pain. Then came a fit of impotent rage. After finishing the act, he pushed himself up from the ground and limped away, preparing to go home. Every movement seemed so laborious. 1 step, 2 steps, the sense of surveillance was still firmly pinned to his back. Still not withdrawing. Did my performance get exposed? It shouldn't have. Or are they waiting for me to return to my residence to see if I'll contact anyone? He forced himself not to look back. Just as he was about to leave the open ground and step onto the path leading to the village. The suffocating sense of surveillance behind him vanished without warning. Yukina's footsteps came to an abrupt halt. What's going on? Was it a success? Chapter 10. Danzo's Fangs. The Hokage office. Hiruzen Sarutobi's voice was not loud, but it was firm. Danzo, withdraw your men. Standing before the desk, half of Danzo Shimura's face was sunken in shadow. Hiruzen, this is merely routine observation. Unplanned variables have appeared in the village, it is my duty to investigate them clearly. Variables. Hiruzen Sarutobi tapped his pipe heavily against the ashtray. Those 2 children are under my personal orders for protection. The protection I speak of is letting them grow up like normal children, not having them live under your microscope. Normal children. The corner of Danzo's mouth twitched, not a smile, but a cold muscular movement. The Uchiha bloodline can never be normal from the moment of birth. Especially that girl, Uchiha Yukina. He took a step forward, the shadows receding from his body. Why did Itachi leave her alive? Someone who is neither from the direct line nor possesses any talent. It's illogical. Hiruzen Sarutobi's gaze darkened. This was also a thorn in his own heart. But he preferred to believe that at the final moment, Itachi had left a small memento for his former lover, an utterly twisted form of compensation. Regardless of who she is currently just a 5-year-old child. A poor soul who suffered a massive shock on the night of the massacre, whose body is weak, and who can't even learn taijutsu properly. Danzo, your suspicion has turned into paranoia. Paranoia is a necessary quality for a ninja's survival. Danzo did not yield an inch. My men report that she was alone at the training ground today, imitating Sasuke's movements. This in itself is very suspicious. How could an Uchiha seeking power be so weak? Hearing this, Hiruzen Sarutobi actually felt a sense of relief in his heart. Wanting to become stronger is human instinct. This precisely shows she is trying to step out of the shadows and integrate into the village. This is not a reason for you to monitor her. My reason is for the sake of Konoha. Danzo's voice suddenly rose. The Sharingan is the most ominous eye in the world, its evolution is accompanied by hatred. Itachi awakened the Mangekyo, and Sasuke witnessed it all with his own eyes. They are both bombs. Rather than waiting for them to become threats in the future, it's better for me to guide them now. Guide. Hiruzen Sarutobi's gaze turned icy cold. Like how you guided Itachi. Turning them into tools without emotions who only know how to carry out orders. That is the most efficient method. Danzo admitted it frankly. Bring them into root, isolate them from the outside world, and perform the most thorough brainwashing and training. Their power will be used entirely for Konoha instead of being driven by hatred. This is the best protection for them and for the village. Enough. Hiruzen slammed his hand on the desk. Danzo, I will never allow you to lay a hand on those two children. This is my bottom line. Danzo fell silent. He looked at the enraged Hiruzen Sarutobi, his single eye devoid of any emotion. He knew that regarding the Uchiha matter, Hiruzen's guilt had become his weakness. Forcing the issue wouldn't work. Fine, I understand. After a long while, Danzo spoke slowly, his tone returning to a mechanical calm. Since it is an order from Hokage-sama, I will withdraw the special attention on them. He bowed slightly, a standard subordinate's gesture, yet filled with perfunctoriness and mockery. However, Hiruzen, there is only a fine line between mercy and weakness. I hope your choice does not become a disaster for Konoha's future. The door was gently closed. Hiruzen Sarutobi sat back in his chair, picked up the crystal ball, and channeled chakra into it. The image shifted, eventually settling on a street in the village. That limping figure, carefully walking home, looked so lonely. Sigh. On the other side, Yukina naturally didn't know everything that had happened in the Hokage office. He only knew that he had successfully fooled that group of peeping toms hiding in the shadows. Phew, I'm exhausted. The moment he returned to the small apartment and closed the door, the fragility and stubbornness on Yukina's face evaporated instantly, replaced by the fatigue of a 30-year-old corporate slave after working overtime all night. This body is really trash, running 5 kilometers nearly killed me. Why is this different from the Naruto I saw on TV before? That old man Danzo has as many suspicions as he has wrinkles. So I must add some realistic details to the mediocrity, like imitating Sasuke, it's called a behavioral logic loop. In any case, I've managed to pass for now. Yukina lay on the floor for a full 10 minutes before feeling like control over his body had returned. This 5-year-old body's stamina bar was more fragile than a Nokia's signal, a little bit of exertion required returning to base to recover health. Rubbing the ankle that was still faintly aching, he walked to the kitchen to pour himself a glass of water. I must increase my strength as soon as possible. Right now, the bond value with Sasuke is only 12%, and 100% is nowhere in sight. A long way to go. Yukina sighed, and his stomach let out an untimely growl. The high-intensity performance had consumed a lot of energy, he was now starving. Checking the fridge, it was empty except for some milk and a few eggs. Forget it, I'll go out and eat something. He decided to give himself a little reward. The target was the most famous Sanshoku Dango shop on the commercial street. This was Lin Ye's favorite food. Lin Ye changed into a clean, plain-colored dress and recombed the wig's ponytail neatly. The mirror once again reflected that quiet and well-behaved Uchiha girl. Walking out of the apartment, he merged into the bustling evening crowd. Konoha's streets were full of the atmosphere of daily life, with ninjas in a hurry, villagers shopping leisurely, and the constant sound of children's laughter. All of this was a world apart from the deathly silence of the Uchiha compound. Yukina kept his head down, trying to pass through the crowd without drawing attention. Soon, the dango shop's iconic red lanterns were in sight, and a sweet, glutinous fragrance wafted over. "Boss, one order of Sanshoku dango, to go." Yukina's voice was thin and soft. "Coming right up. Just a moment, little girl." The boss responded warmly and soon handed over a skewer wrapped in a paper bag. He paid the money and turned to leave. However, the instant he turned around, two boys wearing Ninja Academy uniforms were grinning maliciously as they charged toward a blonde boy. "Stop right there. You dead last. You monster. You're the monster. Catch me if you can." The blonde boy made a face as he ran. Yukina's pupils suddenly constricted. He wanted to dodge, but this body's reaction speed couldn't keep up with his thoughts. Thud! A force slammed into his shoulder. Yukina felt his body go light, and he fell backward uncontrollably. The paper bag flew out of his hand. The Sanshoku dango fell onto the ground together. Lin Ye's buttocks hit the hard stone road heavily, sending a surge of sharp pain. The several boys saw the red and white fan crest on the back of the plain dress. Their expressions froze for a moment. Then they reacted. TCH. Just another Uchiha brat. Watch where you're going. Chapter 11. Sasuke's Sanshoku dango. Several youths looked down at her from above, the leader's face carrying the precocious air of a street thug. He glanced at the dust-covered skewer of Sanshoku dango on the ground, then turned to lead his companions away. "Stop. You guys, knocked down my dango." "Huh, so. It's just a crappy dango, do you think you can fly to the heavens or something? Compensate me." There was no emotion in Yukina's eyes. "Compensate you? I say, are you Uchihas all mentally ill? It's already good enough that I'm not looking for trouble with you." "Exactly. Your whole clan is dead, so who are you putting on that stinking act for?" As soon as these words were spoken, the expressions of several nearby onlookers changed, and they subconsciously took a few steps back, fearing they would be caught up in the trouble. Here it comes, the classic villain speech. But it's fine. The bigger the scene you make, the more solid my persona as a weakling becomes. But this fall on my butt, it really hurts. Seeing that Yukina didn't speak, the leading youth felt inexplicably uneasy under that constant gaze. "What are you looking at? Let me tell you, don't think you're special just because you're carrying that crappy fan symbol. You Uchihas are finished. Just like that guy Sasuke in our school, putting on a dead man's face all day long as if everyone owes him money. What's he so arrogant about? Yeah, last time I just accidentally bumped into him, and he looked at me with those murderous eyes. It was terrifying. They're all the same." The youth grew bolder as he spoke, reaching out and shoving Yukina's shoulder once again. "What?" Not satisfied. Yukina was already unsteady on her feet, and with this push, she landed on her butt on the ground again. "Damn it!" Lin Ye cursed inwardly. The youths let out a burst of harsh laughter. The leader seemed to feel it wasn't enough and raised his foot, about to stomp hard on the dirty skewer of dango. "What are you doing?" Just then, a cold voice came from the shadows of the street. In the shadows of the street, a black-haired, black-eyed boy stood quietly, his hands in his pockets. Saw Sasuke. The youth, who had been incredibly arrogant just a moment ago, suddenly stammered. Sasuke ignored them. His gaze passed over the several people and fell straight on Yukina sitting on the ground. The atmospheric pressure around him seemed to drop a few more degrees. Scram. Only one word. The leader's face turned pale and then flushed. "We didn't do anything. She's the one who didn't have eyes and bumped into us." Sasuke didn't speak again. He simply stepped out from the shadows. His steps were light, yet one could clearly feel that sense of oppression. "Run!" Someone was the first to shout, and the group scrambled and fled in all directions. Yukina was still sitting on the ground, looking up. "Thank goodness. I just finished training, so this body doesn't have much strength." Luckily, there was a bodyguard. This entrance, this presence, not bad. But then again, I'm a 30-year-old male soul, and now I'm in the form of a 5-year-old girl being rescued by a brat the same age who's in the latent stage of chunibyo. Why does it always feel weird? If the day ever comes when I take off my skirt, will Sasuke get so angry he immediately awakens his Mangekyo? "Get up." Sasuke reached out his hand. Thank you, Sasuke-kun. Sasuke did not respond. His gaze fell on Yukina's still trembling legs, then glanced at the crushed dango on the ground. You don't look like an Uchiha should at all. His voice was very low, as if talking about those bullies, or perhaps something else. Yukina lowered her head even further. I'm sorry. You're not wrong. What's wrong is that you are too weak. Yukina, as an Uchiha, you shouldn't be bullied like this. Sasuke stared at her, his eyes carrying a paranoia that Yukina was very familiar with. That was the standard Sasuke held for himself. Now, he seemed to want to force this standard onto Yukina as well. I saw your training today. Yukina's heart skipped a beat. He saw it. When? Could it be that after Danzo's people left, he went to monitor me? What's with this kid? Does he want to inherit the leadership of Root? Even the most basic taijutsu movements weren't up to standard. With such weak and powerless fists, you couldn't even knock down a cat. Yukina continued to maintain her silence. You must become stronger. Only by becoming strong will you not be bullied by anyone, and will you be able to take back what belongs to M. Sasuke paused for a moment. To take back everything that belongs to us. Become stronger. But my talent, it seems I can't do it. There is no such thing as, can't. From tomorrow on, I will help you with special training. After school every day, wait for me at the back mountain. Yukina froze in place, her brain rapidly weighing the pros and cons. Damn, a bond value gift pack delivered right to my door. Doesn't this mean my bond value will definitely skyrocket? 100% is just around the corner. But the risk is also huge. The more time I spend with him, the higher the risk of exposure. This guy's observation skills are no joke. What if one day he finds out I stand up to P? Yukina didn't dare think about it. However, wealth is found in danger. For the myriad mirror pupils and to survive, this little risk is worth taking. Let's do it. Yukina nodded timidly. Okay. Sasuke seemed satisfied with her answer, and his tightly furrowed brows relaxed slightly. He turned and walked a few steps, then stopped and looked back at Yukina, who was still standing there blankly. Keep up. It was still a commanding tone, but it was slightly softer than before. Yukina hurriedly jogged to catch up. Sasuke remained silent the whole time, and Yukina walked quietly as well. When passing a new snack shop, Sasuke's steps suddenly stopped. Yukina wasn't paying attention and bumped right into his back. Sasuke turned his head, looked at her expressionlessly, and then walked into the shop without a word. Yukina was puzzled and could only wait at the door. Soon, Sasuke came out with a paper bag in his hand. He shoved the paper bag into Yukina's arms. Take it. Yukina looked down. The paper bag contained a skewer of steaming sanshoku dango. Lin Ye looked at Sasuke in surprise. Sasuke had already turned around, leaving her with only a cold, stiff back. This kid is still such a tsunere. Lin Ye took a bite of the dango, the sweet and chewy texture melting in his mouth. So delicious. Chapter 12. Sasuke's Special Training. A training ground in the mountains behind Konoha, with a patch of packed earth cleared out. Watch closely. Sasuke's voice was as cold and aloof as ever. 3 silver lines almost overlapped, embedding themselves perfectly into the bullseye of a tree trunk in the distance. Yukina stood to the side, her eyelids twitching uncontrollably. Is this the Uchiha gene? I couldn't even hit a target with a dart in my past life, and he's doing tricks with them at 5 years old. Your turn. Sasuke handed her a handful of cold iron tools. Yukina took the shuriken, trying to recall Sasuke's movements, and threw it with a flick of her wrist. With a clang, it hit a rock next to the target, just like before. Sasuke looked at the rock and fell silent. Because it wasn't even close. Sorry, your posture is wrong. Sasuke interrupted her. Weak wrists, stiff shoulders, and an unstable center of gravity. What did I do in my past life to be trained like a raw recruit by a 5-year-old brat? Yukina grumbled internally. Got it, I'll try again. The next half hour became the scene of Yukina's personal suffering. Her shuriken ended up hanging from branches, stuck in the mud, and her best result was only grazing the edge of the target. Every time she threw one, Sasuke's scrutinizing gaze would sweep over, precisely calling out a series of errors. Waist, release angle, center of gravity, Yukina felt like she wasn't training, but rather undergoing a KPI evaluation from a devil boss. This bond value is increasing way too slowly. It only jumped 0.5% after all this time. Is my performance so pathetic that this young master thinks I'm not an Uchiha? Taijutsu. Just as Yukina's mind was wandering, Sasuke spoke up abruptly. Shuriken are the basics, Taijutsu is the foundation. As Sasuke spoke, he had already taken a fighting stance. Attack me. Yukina saw that Sasuke wasn't joking at all. A trace of panic inevitably rose in her heart. No way, again. With my small frame sparring against you, aren't you trying to send me to the afterlife? Is it because I ate your Sanshoku dango and didn't pay? Is it too late to spit it out now? But her survival instinct told her that resisting would only lead to a more miserable fate. She could only brace herself, take a fighting stance, and rush forward. Her fists were weak, and her speed was laughably slow. Sasuke didn't even move. He just shifted his body slightly to dodge Yukina's attack and simultaneously extended his foot for a light trip. Thud. Yukina made close contact with the earth again, getting a mouthful of grass. Too slow. Your attack intention is too obvious, your whole body is full of openings. Again. Without giving her a chance to catch her breath, Sasuke issued the command again. Yukina gritted her teeth and rushed up once more. This time she was a bit smarter. She feinted a punch and then ducked low, preparing to attack Sasuke's lower body. However, all her movements looked like slow motion to Sasuke. Sasuke took a simple step back, letting Yukina's sweep kick miss. Then he closed in, his palm striking like a blade, precisely hitting the back of Yukina's neck. But Yukina still felt a wave of numbness and tumbled forward. Sasuke, you heartless guy, can't you be a little gentler? I'm a girl, you know. Yukina roared in her heart. On her face, however, she squeezed out a perfectly timed expression of pain. When dealing with a guy like Sasuke who responded to softness rather than force, holding out was for fools, showing weakness was the law of survival. Sasuke-kun, I can't go on. Yukina lay on the ground, her voice carrying a hint of a sob. It hurts. Sasuke's movements paused. He looked at Yukina curled up on the ground, her long black hair scattered messily and her plain dress covered in dust. His furrowed brows relaxed slightly, unconsciously. Get up. I can't. Yukina buried her face in the crook of her arm. My leg. I think I twisted my leg. Sasuke stood there, seemingly judging the truth of her words. Yukina could feel that gaze, her heart pounding with uncertainty. Did I overact? I shouldn't have. With this physical condition, isn't it normal to get a sprain? It'll be bad if he comes over to check. Just as Yukina's brain was racing, Sasuke finally moved. He walked over and knelt beside Yukina, but instead of touching her ankle, he reached out his hand. HMPH, your foundation is too weak. Yukina looked at Sasuke's small face. It wasn't simple disdain, but more like a flustered irritation. Let's stop here for today. We'll continue tomorrow. Saved. Yukina breathed a long sigh of relief in her heart. Sasuke-kun, thank you. Sasuke didn't respond. He took a small water bottle from his ninja tool pouch and tossed it over. Drink some water. Still in that commanding tone. Yukina caught the water bottle, her heart blooming with joy. Success. Bond value plus 1%. Tsuneres really fall for this. Getting beaten up just for a sip of water, this deal seems a bit of a loss. The two of them, one sitting and one standing, remained silent under the setting sun. For a moment, Lin Ye didn't know what to say either. Rustle, rustle. An untimely sound came from the bushes behind them, as if something was slowly approaching, parting the leaves. Yukina's body tensed instantly, her drinking motion stopping. Sasuke's reaction was even faster than hers. His right hand had already reached for the ninja tool pouch at his waist. Who's there? Chapter 13. The genius taking a detour, the ramen idiot. Sasuke's body tensed like a full moon bow. Lin Ye also held his breath. I'm not anyone suspicious. A tuft of blonde hair suddenly popped out from between the branches and leaves. It was Uzumaki Naruto. The alarm in Yukina's mind was instantly deactivated. Good grief, I thought it was a wild boar coming down the mountain, but it's the prince arriving. This kind of entrance is just like Naruto, isn't it? Naruto crawled out using both hands and feet, haphazardly brushing the dust off his body. His gaze went straight past Sasuke and landed on Yukina. Naruto scratched the back of his head. I've been looking for you for a long time. About what happened before, thank you. Before, Yukina immediately realized that Naruto was referring to the incident where those bratty kids cornered him. It was nothing, really. Yukina's voice was soft, carefully maintaining her quiet persona. It wasn't nothing, Naruto countered excitedly. If it weren't for you, I definitely would have been beaten up again. You're a really good person. Yukina was somewhat at a loss for words. Dead last. A cold voice struck them. Sasuke displayed the signature arrogance of the Uchiha clan. What are you doing here? Scurrying around like a headless fly, you're an eyesore. Naruto instantly bristled at being called the dead last. Who are you calling dead last? You annoying jerk. Who else but you? A loser who can't even throw a shuriken properly has no right to be shouting here. You. The veins on Naruto's forehead throbbed. Seeing that the situation was about to spiral out of control, Yukina immediately stepped forward and stood between the two. Please don't fight. Her voice was very light. Naruto looked down and saw a hint of pleading in Yukina's pure black eyes, and his anger dissipated by half. I won't stoop to the level of someone like him. Naruto snapped his head away. Sasuke gave a cold snort. Yukina felt as if she were standing in a border zone between fire and ice. Damn, are these two like magnets with opposing poles? Incompatible signs. The Ninja Academy hasn't even started yet, and they're already rehearsing the battle at the Valley of the End. I just want to quietly farm some bond value. Why am I being forced into your childhood love-hate drama script? After a moment of stalemate, Naruto finally remembered his purpose for coming. Oh right. To thank you, let me treat you to Ichiraku ramen. It's the best thing in Konoha, I'm telling you. Ichiraku ramen. Yukina's heart tightened. That's the spiritual landmark that runs through the entire Naruto story, Naruto's lifelong soul food. As a transmigrator, Lin Ye naturally wanted to taste what that legendary flavor was like. Sure. Yukina nodded gently without much hesitation. Great. Let's go right now. Having received an affirmative answer, Naruto was so happy he almost jumped for joy. Yukina turned her gaze to the silent Sasuke. Sasuke-kun, do you want to come along? This was purely a formality to maintain her persona as a kind and quiet little angel. He was 100% certain that Sasuke would never agree. Sure enough, Sasuke's brow furrowed into a tight knot. I'm not going. Boring. Naruto looked completely disdainful upon hearing this. We wouldn't want to welcome an annoying jerk like you anyway. Then, we'll be going now, Sasuke-kun. Yukina took her leave politely and then followed the impatient Naruto. I'm telling you, the tonkatsu ramen old man Ichiraku makes is a masterpiece. The broth is super rich, and the chashu slices are huge. Naruto walked ahead, his mouth going off like a machine gun. Yukina listened quietly, occasionally responding with an, He could clearly feel that cold gaze from behind. The two walked about 100 meters, one after the other. Those footsteps following at a distance finally couldn't hold back anymore and caught up. Naruto noticed as well. He abruptly stopped and turned around, seeing that cool little face as expected. What are you following us for? Sasuke's expression didn't change as he walked straight past them without looking aside. My home is this way too. Liar. The Uchiha clan estate is clearly in the other direction. Naruto called him out on the spot. I'm taking a detour, is that a problem? Naruto jumped in frustration but couldn't think of a single word to argue back. Yukina, following behind, almost choked on her own spit. What a god-tier detour. Young Master Uchiha, did you make a whole batch of dumplings just for this bit of vinegar? Looking at Sasuke's stubborn and lonely back, it suddenly felt a bit funny and a bit sad. Children of this age are so clumsy that they can't even say, I want to be with you, directly. And so, the three of them formed an extremely bizarre formation. Naruto led the way huffily, occasionally turning back to glare at Sasuke. Sasuke walked in the middle with his hands in his pockets, maintaining a cool, do not approach, aura. While Yukina became that delicate point of balance. Speaking of which, on the myriad mirror pupils panel, Sasuke's bond value jumped another 0.5%. Can he really gain bond just by following me? What is this? A line of sight lock buff. Chapter 14. the ghost reflected in the Sharingan. The curtains of Ichiraku Ramen swayed in the evening breeze. Naruto felt as if he had returned to his own home. Old man, I brought friends. Behind the counter, old man Kyuki looked up, his face full of smiles. Oh, it's Naruto. Welcome. Sasuke, however, stopped at the entrance to scrutinize the small shop. The nobility of his Uchiha clan seemed to be tainted here. Yukina followed behind, her inner monologue already flooding her mind. Here it comes, the 5A rated tourist spot of the Hokage world, the Crown Prince's Imperial Kitchen. Am I on a company-funded vacation? It's just that the atmosphere between these two bodyguards is a bit off. One looks like a debt collector, and the other looks like the one in debt. Naruto sat down at the bar and pulled out his faded frog wallet from his robes. The wallet was shriveled, but his momentum was strong. Yukina, order whatever you want. My treat. Old man, give my friend here a bowl of the most expensive special miso chashu ramen. Double the chashu in Naruto Maki. After shouting, he lowered his voice to add for himself. I just want a bowl of the most basic tonkatsu ramen. Old man Kyuki replied with a chuckle and turned back to get busy. Just as Yukina was about to say thanks, a cold voice cut in. The dead last's money comes from an unknown source. Sasuke had sat down on Yukina's other side at some point, sandwiching her in the middle. He took out a rice ball wrapped in an exquisite cloth from his ninja tool pouch and pushed it in front of Yukina. Eat this. What do you mean? This is money I saved up from working hard on missions. HMPH, just you. You don't even have the qualifications to take on missions, so where would you get money? You. Where I get my money is none of your business. Naruto's face turned beet red. I helped the old ladies pull weeds all afternoon. I even repaired the fences for 3 houses. Odd jobs count as missions. The air suddenly grew tense. To Yukina's left ear was the steaming ramen, to her right was the ice-cold rice ball. Yukina felt like she wasn't sitting in a ramen shop, but on top of the statues at the Valley of the End, making a life or death choice. If I choose the ramen, will Sasuke's favorability drop to 0? If I choose the rice ball, will Naruto perform a tailed beast transformation on the spot? Does eating a rice ball have to be this complicated nowadays? Old man Kyuki served 2 bowls of ramen. Yukina made a decision. She pushed the rice ball in front of Naruto and pushed a bowl of ramen in front of Sasuke. Before Naruto and Sasuke could react, they heard Yukina's voice. Old man, please give me another large portion. I'll pay for it. Coming right up. Naruto, since you're treating me to a bowl, I'll treat you to one too. Otherwise, I'd feel bad. After saying that, Yukina turned to look at Sasuke. This bowl is Naruto's treat for you. Sasuke instinctively wanted to refuse eating such a thing. He didn't want to eat anything the dead last ate at all. But since Yukina was the one who pushed it over, logically it should be considered Yukina's treat. If he refused, he would be refusing Yukina. He had to swallow the words that were at the tip of his tongue. Naruto was still a bit dazed about how his ramen ended up in front of Sasuke. But hearing Yukina order a large portion, his expression instantly changed. Naruto-kun, thank you for treating me to noodles. Joy washed away Naruto's previous anger, that was a large portion. Yeah, Yukina picked up a slice of chashu soaked in broth and put it in her mouth. This is the taste. As a corporate slave whose passion had been worn away by cold takeout and endless overtime, Lin Ye hadn't tasted something so pure in a long time. A warm current rose from her stomach and rushed to her heart. The facial muscles she had been keeping tense to maintain Yukina's persona unconsciously relaxed. The corners of her mouth curled upward very slightly. A genuine smile. The smile was faint, but enough to melt snow. Naruto stared blankly, scratching the back of his head and chuckling foolishly. On the other side, Sasuke was completely stunned. His heart gave a sudden jolt. It was the first time he had seen Yukina with such an expression. An indescribable irritability surged inexplicably in his heart. Why did this smile appear when she was with this dead last? Why? Just then, a cold voice rang out in Yukina's mind. Ding! Strong emotional fluctuations detected. Bond value with Uzumaki Naruto increased by 10%. Current total bond value, 15%. Bond value with Uchiha Sasuke increased by 5%. Current total bond value, 17%. Yukina almost choked on a mouthful of soup. What's going on? You can gain bond just by smiling. Sasuke, this guy, is clearly sulking, yet his bond value actually went up. Are there favorability switches installed backward? In this eerie atmosphere, Yukina's movement of picking up noodles suddenly paused. Through the myriad mirror pupils, she felt a bone-chilling gaze. That gaze, devoid of any emotion, flashed through the crowd at the street corner and landed precisely on her. She abruptly turned her head to look. People were coming and going at the street corner, and the lights were bright. There was nothing there. Am I being watched? The ramen meal was finished quickly. Yukina, let me take you to the Naka River to see the night view. Skipping stones there is super fun. Before the words could finish, a hand grabbed Yukina's wrist. It was Sasuke. It's dark. Go home. His tone was more like a command, and his grip was so strong that Yukina's wrist hurt. Naruto was exceptionally dissatisfied, but since they were both Uchihas, he ultimately said nothing more. At the fork in the road, Naruto reluctantly waved goodbye to Yukina. Yukina, next time I'll treat you to ramen again. Yukina nodded, watching Naruto's lonely back disappear around the corner. Sasuke kept a cold face the whole way, walking straight toward the apartment they were assigned. It wasn't until Naruto's figure had completely disappeared that he let go of her hand. The deserted Uchiha street was terrifyingly silent. As they neared the entrance to their home, Sasuke suddenly stopped. Stay away from that dead last. Huh, he's dangerous. Yukina hadn't even had time to process those words. She saw it. In Sasuke's eyes, a blood-red light flashed by. A pitch-black tomo slowly rotated within the blood-red pupil before vanishing. Sharingan. Sasuke only activated it for an instant. But Yukina saw it clearly. In that instant, it wasn't Yukina's face, but behind her, on the roof of a house in the distance, a dark figure wearing a white mask flashed by. Chapter 15, Danzo in the Shadows. After Sasuke's figure disappeared around the street corner, Yukina walked back to the apartment alone. Just now, Yukina was certain that the dark shadow reflected in Sasuke's Sharingan was not an illusion. He was being watched. Upon returning to the apartment assigned to him, the first thing Lin Ye did was lock the wooden door tightly from the inside. He didn't turn on the lights. He confirmed everything was locked tight. Then, he pulled out a roll of the finest metal wire from his ninja tool bag. This was something he had bought secretly with his saved pocket money, and it had never come in handy until now. Kneeling on the cold floor, he carefully set up 2 crude tripwires close to the ground. If anyone touched them, they would make a crisp sound. This was the only early warning method he could think of. Good grief, wolves in front, tigers behind, and I'm stuck in the middle with Nizuzi. What kind of ninja life is this? It's clearly ASB War's 24-hour live reality show, the kind with no script where you're offline for good if you die. The one on the roof is 99% a member of Root. Danzo, you old fossil, have you turned your searchlight on me again? Why? Because Itachi spared me, or because I had a meal with the future Crown Prince, Naruto today. If I knew transmigrating would be this thrilling, I should have framed The Art of War and The Prince and memorized them every day. Yukina prepared to return to the bedroom. At least in that tiny space, she could gain a sliver of security. Just as he stood up and turned to face the living room, a voice rang out from the shadows behind him. Your vigilance seems to be a bit higher than what was written in the report, little girl of the Uchiha clan. Boom. Yukina's mind went blank instantly. From the darkness of the living room, a figure leaning on a cane walked out. His right eye was wrapped in thick bandages. Danzo Shimura. Yukina's legs went weak, and she slumped backward onto the floor. It perfectly fit the persona of a terrified little girl. Who are you? Why are you in my house? Meanwhile, in his inner world, a roar had already erupted. He's here. He's here. The Thanos of the starter village has come to deliver, warmth. How is this reasonable? Which bastard is the designer? Shouldn't I fight slimes first, then farm goblins, and only after painstakingly gathering enough experience and gear, tremblingly challenge the Demon King? Throwing the final boss at me right at the start. Is this even something a human would do? Danzo remained indifferent to Yukina's performance of fear. Uchiha Itachi, why did he leave you alive? What deal did you make with him? Do you hide the final secrets of the Uchiha clan within you? Each question was more ruthless than the last. Yukina's brain worked frantically on the edge of overload. On one side was the physiological fear of a 5-year-old body on the verge of collapse, on the other was the survival instinct of a 30-year-old soul pushed into a corner. I don't know. That night, it was so dark. I heard Mom scream, I was so scared. I hid in the closet in Mom's room. He deliberately changed the way he addressed Uchiha Izumi to, Mom. This would better highlight the muddled memories of a 5-year-old girl on the night of the massacre. It was so dark inside, I didn't dare come out. Then there was no sound at all, until I opened my eyes in the hospital. Danzo listened quietly, his old face showing no emotional fluctuation. It wasn't until Yukina finished speaking that he let out a cold sneer. Weakness is the greatest lie. He didn't believe her. How could a monster like Uchiha Itachi leave behind a worthless piece of trash out of a momentary lapse of heart? In his view, the extreme frailty Yukina displayed now was bound to be some kind of more sophisticated disguise. Danzo's figure vanished from where he stood. In the next second, a violent palm wind mixed with wind blades struck straight at Yukina's face. A test. Alarm bells rang wildly in Yukina's heart. He wanted to roll away, but it was useless. This 5-year-old body, which hadn't undergone any systematic training, simply couldn't keep up with the neural reaction speed of his adult self. The wind from the palm made his cheeks sting with pain. After all that, my greatest disguise is that I'm actually this weak. This is truly a hell of a joke. A thought of despair flashed through his mind. Is this where it ends? Yukina closed her eyes as if resigning to fate. However, it stopped less than a centimeter from the tip of her nose. Instead, an even more juvenile yet equally sharp killing intent erupted suddenly from the direction of the door. Bang! A loud crash. The wooden door was kicked open directly from the outside with brute force. Immediately after, a kunai flew past. Danzo's eyes narrowed, and he took 2 steps back to dodge it. A black figure stood in front of Yukina, shielding her. Stop. Get away from her. It was Sasuke. Chapter 16. Hiruzen Sarutobi and Danzo's standoff. Don't you dare touch him. Danzo's single visible eye narrowed slightly. Uchiha brat, you overestimate yourself. As the words fell, Sasuke had already moved. With the most concise movements, he drew 3 shuriken from his ninja pouch. 3 cold glints formed a triangle, sealing off Danzo's upper, middle, and lower approaches. However, Danzo didn't even move his feet. Casually lifting the cane in his hand, he tapped the ground 3 times in front of him. With 3 crisp metallic collisions, the 3 shuriken were accurately knocked away. Sasuke's pupils constricted. Yukina's heart also clenched. Nizu Z, stop throwing your life away. You aren't fighting a minion, you're fighting a hidden final boss. No matter how accurately you throw those shuriken, you can't break his defense. This old guy's cane must be A+10 purple rarity item. Sasuke showed no hesitation. Rushing straight at Danzo, he chose the taijutsu he was best at. He aimed a straight punch toward Danzo's bandaged right eye. He knew that must be the weak spot. Facing this all-out strike, Danzo finally made a move. But he did not dodge. In front of him, an invisible pressure wave appeared out of thin air. Sasuke's fist felt like it struck a wall of air. That powerful force coiled back along his arm. Bang! A muffled thud sounded. Sasuke was sent flying backward. PFF'd. A mouthful of blood sprayed out. He struggled to stand up but found himself completely unable to exert any strength. Too strong. Not even on the same dimensional level of opponent. Yukina's pupils contracted. Sasuke's defeat brought her a despair even greater than if she herself had been attacked. It's over. This old guy is seriously breaking the rules, bringing his max-level character into the beginner village to clear the area. Uchiha brat, do not test my patience. Yukina looked up, her delicate little face already brimming with tears. Cry. Cry even harder. Make him think I'm just useless. Cannot beg for mercy. Begging implies room for negotiation, which he will exploit. I must act completely stunned with fear. Help. Someone save me. Old man Sandame, is your crystal ball not charged today? Look over here. Danzo slowly extended the hand not holding the cane, reaching for the top of Yukina's head. He wanted to personally confirm if some secret was hidden within this body. Yukina closed her eyes in despair. Just as Danzo's fingers were about to touch Yukina's hair. A deafening, earth-shattering crash. It wasn't the door, but the living room window. The entire frame, glass included, was shattered by a powerful force from outside. Wood chips and shards of glass flew everywhere. A figure moved so fast it was merely an afterimage. The newcomer delivered a sharp hand chop directly onto Danzo's extended arm. Danzo's expression shook. The immense force transmitted through his arm forced him to retract his hand and take 3 steps back before stabilizing himself. The scent of pipe tobacco and a dense killing intent simultaneously permeated the small apartment. The person who arrived was none other than the third Hokage. Hiruzen Sarutobi. Danzo, what are you doing? Hokage-sama. Sasuke, who was lying on the ground, saw Hiruzen Sarutobi's figure and a flicker of light flashed in his eyes. Gritting his teeth, using the last bit of strength he had, he struggled to crawl over to Yukina's side. Even facing the village's cage, his first reaction was still to protect. After being forced back, Danzo showed no sign of panic. Hiruzen, you arrived at the perfect time. I am eliminating unstable factors for the village. This girl's origins are unknown. Itachi specifically spared her on the night of the massacre. There must be a transaction we don't know about behind it. Eliminating factors. Hiruzen Sarutobi trembled with anger. Is this your method of elimination? Attacking 2 children who just lost all their family and are still in pain? Is this how you protect Konoha? Womanly kindness. It is precisely your pointless compassion that allowed the Uchiha clan to grow so large that they became unmanageable. Now, are you going to repeat the same mistake? This girl's existence is itself a huge hidden danger. They are the future of the village. I personally promised to protect these children with the name of the Hokage. Future. A survivor specially treated by Itachi, and an avenger filled with hatred, is this the future you speak of? The 2 elders at the pinnacle of Konoha unleashed fiercely opposing auras in the small apartment. The invisible pressure made the 2 observers on the side feel breathless. At this moment of tense confrontation, a faint, choked cry sounded from behind Sasuke. Yukina poked half of her small head out from behind Sasuke. Grandpa, I'm scared. This single address, Grandpa, instantly ignited all the guilt in Hiruzen Sarutobi's heart. Grandpa. He recalled the entrustment given by that man who bore everything before leaving. He recalled the promise he made to that deceased couple. All political calculations collapsed in the face of this fragile call. Shimura Danzo. Recall your route. From today onward, I will personally watch over these 2 children. Until they come of age, I do not wish to see your subordinates within 100 meters of them. Hiruzen, you. A terrifying murderous glare erupted from Danzo's single eye. This is an order. If you insist on making mistake after mistake, I won't hesitate to use special measures. Yukina felt that gaze and her body trembled even harder, but he knew he had won his gamble. He had successfully shifted the threat of Danzo, a time bomb, away from himself and Sasuke, placing them temporarily under the Hokage's protection. In the silent confrontation, Danzo finally lowered his gaze slowly. He knew that with Hiruzen present today, there was no way he could do anything more. Without saying another word, he leaned on his cane and disappeared into the deep night. The fierce aura around Hiruzen Sarutobi slowly receded. He walked over to Sasuke's side. Sasuke, Yukina, you guys. However, before he could finish speaking, Yukina suddenly collapsed to the side. Yukina, Sasuke exclaimed. Chapter 17, Going to School with Sasuke. Sasuke's startled cry was steady as he caught Yukina, who was collapsing sideways. Her soft body fell into his arms, almost weightless. Sasuke's arms tightened involuntarily. This was the second time he had so clearly felt his own weakness. If the third Hokage hadn't arrived in time, what would the consequences have been? Sasuke's chest felt suffocated and panicked. I must become stronger. No matter the cost. I will become stronger than anyone. Don't worry, she merely fainted due to excessive mental stress and shock. She's fine. Hiruzen Sarutobi's voice rang out beside them. A flicker of genuine coldness flashed in his eyes. His indulgence of Danzo was based on considerations of political balance. But this indulgence absolutely did not include harming these 2 children. Someone. 2 masked Anbu instantly appeared behind him. Take them immediately to Konoha Hospital. Arrange the best private rooms, guarded by my direct Anbu 24 hours a day. No unrelated personnel are permitted to visit. Yes. Also. Hiruzen Sarutobi stood up, gazing toward the night outside the window where Danzo had disappeared. Pass on my order. Assemble all advisor elders. Tomorrow morning, Hokage building, emergency meeting. The Anbu figures disappeared again. Hiruzen Sarutobi took one last look at Yukina, who was tightly protected in Sasuke's arms. This is all my fault. The next day, early morning. Hokage office. Hiruzen, what are you trying to do? Danzo Shimura stood in the center of the office, leaning on his cane. Danzo, you personally led people to break into a villager's home and attacked 2 children who had lost their families, and now you turn around and question me. I am eliminating hidden dangers for the village. Would a meticulous monster like Uchiha Itachi leave behind a worthless person for no reason? There must be a conspiracy behind this. That girl is a bomb planted by the Uchiha. So you chose that method for investigation. You used wind release on a 5-year-old girl, forcing the other child to vomit blood. Is that what you call eliminating hidden dangers? Or rather, you just wanted to dig out what you wanted from them. Danzo's expression stiffened, and he immediately let out a cold snort. Nonsense. Everything I do is for Konoha. It was your inaction that allowed the Uchiha to grow too powerful to handle. Now, are you going to repeat the same mistake with 2 brats? They are not mistakes, they are the future of the village. They are the children I personally promised to protect in the name of the Hokage. The future. An unknown survivor and a vengeful person filled with hatred. Danzo let out a sneer. Hiruzen, don't be naive. Hiding them in the shadows and using Root's methods for surveillance and screening is the safest approach. If that girl truly poses a problem, I can make her disappear silently. Enough. I will not allow you to act recklessly anymore. I want them to live in the sunlight. I have decided to enroll Yukina into the ninja academy as well. Danzo's single eye suddenly narrowed. What? Letting that child go to school, interact with peers, and learn the will of fire, this will both integrate them into the collective and serve as the best protection. Hiruzen Sarutobi turned around and stared intently at Danzo. Of course, it is also the best form of surveillance. In the eyes of all the teachers and students at the entire ninja academy, their every action will be recorded. This is far more open and effective than your methods of hiding things in the dark. Danzo fell silent. He understood Hiruzen's meaning. Public exposure was the most sophisticated surveillance. Placing Yukina and Sasuke under the public eye meant any anomaly would be infinitely magnified. Furthermore, he couldn't find any reason to object. Hiruzen, you will regret this. Finally, Danzo left only that one sentence before turning and walking out of the Hokage office. Regret? Perhaps. Konoha Hospital. Yukina opened his eyes, and the pure white ceiling greeted him. He had, of course, fainted intentionally to fit his persona. Yukina, now awake, didn't move, first spending 3 seconds checking his physical condition. Excellent, no missing arms or legs, and my chakra has recovered. It seems the third old man is reliable after all. He didn't let that old bastard Danzo package me up and take me away for dissection. After an internal complaint, he finally put on the act of someone who had just woken up. The hospital room door was gently pushed open. Hiruzen Sarutobi walked in, carrying a fruit basket. You're awake. How do you feel? Hokage-sama. Just call me Grandpa Sarutobi. Hiruzen Sarutobi placed the fruit basket on the bedside table, his tone gentle. You must have been terrified yesterday. It's all over now, nothing like that will happen again. Yukina lowered his head and remained silent. Yukina, Grandpa wants to discuss something with you. You can't stay at home alone forever. I hope you can go to the ninja academy, just like the other children in the village. You can learn knowledge there and make many friends. What do you think? School. Yukina's internal alarm bells went off. Oh wow. Oh wow. What kind of move is this? From private room surveillance, I'm being upgraded directly to 360-degree, dead-angle free campus panoramic live streaming. From one-on-one focused care to casting a wide net for public supervision. Old man, you're really good at playing the overt conspiracy card. And talking about making friends. Me, a 30-year-old soul, making friends with a bunch of snot-nosed kids playing in the mud. For what? Their lollipops. Or for them to laugh at me because they see I have absolutely no Uchiha talent. While internal comments were flying, Yukina's face revealed a well-timed trace of confusion. School. Immediately after. His gaze drifted to the corner of the room, where Sasuke had been sitting silently since he woke up. As if gathering immense courage. Will it be with Sasuke? Of course. Hiruzen Sarutobi immediately nodded. You will be assigned to the same class, so you can look out for each other. Hearing this, a faint light instantly shone in Yukina's eyes. His expression suggested that being with Sasuke was the only thing in the world that could make him feel safe. Lin Ye lowered his head, his small face slightly flushed. He nodded softly. A perfect performance. Hiruzen Sarutobi looked at his appearance, and the last shred of doubt in his heart vanished. See, this was just a poor child who severely lacked a sense of security and regarded his companion as his sole reliance. That old man Danzo is truly becoming more and more paranoid. Good child. Then rest well. I will arrange your enrollment in a couple of days. Having said that, he left the room. The moment the door closed, the expression on Yukina's face returned to calm. He looked towards Sasuke in the corner, and Sasuke was looking back at him. We're going to school. Sasuke frowned. Boring. In Sasuke's view, the things taught in school were too simple. Yukina didn't refute him, just watched him quietly. Sasuke felt a bit uncomfortable under his gaze. Going to school might be boring, but at least I can keep an eye on this guy at all times. I won't let her face danger alone again. Thinking this, Sasuke turned his head away. HMPH. This counted as tacit agreement. Just then, a long unheard mechanical voice echoed in Yukina's mind. Detected host and Uchiha Sasuke jointly experienced a life and death crisis. The will to protect and the will to be protected reached resonance, and bond value has greatly increased. Current bond value, 20%. Associated entry unlocked, protection. Damn, 20%. From the night of the clan massacre until now, after so much effort, I finally have a substantial breakthrough. It seems that going to the Ninja Academy, this dead-angle-free surveillance center, isn't entirely a bad thing. At least, there will be plenty of opportunities to grind bond value. Chapter 18, Shuriken Test. The smell of disinfectant in Konoha Hospital was finally replaced by the morning sunlight. Yukina followed Sasuke, walking one after the other toward the Ninja Academy. Well, this is my first time experiencing life at the Ninja Academy, even if it's as a 5-year-old girl. He looked at the other children around him, also dressed in new clothes and holding their parents' hands as they went to school, their faces filled with excitement and anticipation. And my guardian is currently walking right in front of me. Entering the classroom, many people were already seated. A kid in orange clothes was standing on a desk loudly announcing something, drawing a round of laughter and boos. Oh ho! Yukina's gaze lingered on him for half a second before immediately looking away. Sasuke's appearance made the classroom fall silent for half a second. Wow, he's still so handsome. A pink-haired girl had a total fangirl look on her face. HMPH, what's so great about him? A blonde girl curled her lip in disdain, but her eyes were honestly glued to Sasuke. Sasuke walked straight to an empty seat by the window. Then he gestured with his chin toward the seat next to him. The meaning was clear. Sit here. Yukina obediently sat down. This action completely triggered the whispering in the classroom. Oh my god, who is that girl? She actually gets to sit next to Sasuke-kun. She's so pretty, like a porcelain doll. She's another survivor of the Uchiha, right? Her name is Yukina. She looks so fragile. Yukina could feel gazes coming from all directions, some of which were scrutinizing. Lin Ye immediately put on a quiet and well-behaved appearance while calculating frantically in his mind. Sitting next to Sasuke. Pros. I can grind the bond value at close range and observe his status at any time. Cons. I've immediately become the public enemy of every girl in class. Just then, Naruto jumped in front of Yukina. Hey, how come you're here? Yukina gave a somewhat embarrassed smile and replied. It was arranged by Hokage-sama. Oh, really? That's great. Let me tell you, Just as Naruto was about to say more, a teacher with a scar across his nose walked in. Alright, everyone back to your seats. Ruruka's voice quickly brought the room to order. Naruto had no choice but to return to his seat first. To test everyone's basic level from recently, we are going to the training ground now for a baseline test. On the training ground, rows of wooden target posts stood there. Ruruka held a clipboard. 10 shuriken for each person. I will grade you based on hit rate and accuracy. First up, Uchiha Sasuke. As soon as Sasuke stepped out, he immediately drew everyone's attention. Sasuke-kun, good luck. Sakura Haruno shouted. Ino, standing next to her, immediately rolled her eyes. Sasuke picked up 10 shuriken and flicked his wrist. A series of dense thuds against wood rang out. 10 shuriken, without exception, were all pinned exactly in the bullseye of the target 10 meters away. A genius. 10 out of 10 in the bullseye. That's amazing. As expected of someone from the Uchiha clan. The girl's screams almost blew the roof off the training ground. Naruto's mouth hung wide open. Damn it. This guy. Seeing this result, Haruka also nodded inwardly and wrote a large, excellent, on the clipboard. Yukina watched this scene with zero inner turmoil. If a member of the main cast didn't have this much skill, how would the story even continue? But this accuracy, this power. I'm really jealous. Next, Uchiha Yukina. Haruka called out his name. Instantly, all eyes shifted from Sasuke to Yukina. It's that girl. She's an Uchiha too, so she should be really good, right? I don't know, she looks so frail and weak. Under everyone's gaze, Yukina walked out slowly. Imitating Sasuke, he picked up 10 shuriken. Quote. He took a deep breath. He mimicked the posture of a ninja throwing shuriken from his memory, but his body completely refused to cooperate. Whoosh! The first shuriken flew straight into the sky, landing who knows where. PFF'd. Someone in the crowd was the first to laugh out loud. Yukina's cheeks flushed slightly as he threw the second one. Clatter. This time it was even more ridiculous. The shuriken slipped from his hand and fell right at his feet. Now, the whole class couldn't hold it back anymore. Ha 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 ha. What is she doing? This is killing me. Is she throwing rocks? Uchiha. This is it. Sakura Haruno and Ino looked at each other. Just a pretty face after all, useless for anything else. Exactly, what a waste of the Uchiha name, and she's even taking the seat next to Sasuke-kun. Only Naruto laughed the loudest and most sincerely. Ha 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 ha. You're even worse than me. He pointed at Yukina, feeling like he had finally found a kindred spirit. Sasuke's face was already so dark it could drip ink. The surrounding laughter made him feel incredibly uncomfortable. This wasn't just mocking Yukina, it was mocking the surname Uchiha. Disgraceful. So embarrassing. Just as he was about to speak up and scold her, Yukina threw the third and fourth ones. One pinned itself to the outermost wood of the target. One hit a nearby tree trunk. After a flurry of random throwing, all 10 shuriken were finally spent. Haruka walked forward helplessly to check the target. Of the 10 shuriken, 7 were missing, completely off target. 2 were crookedly pinned to the edge of the target, barely counting as hits. And there was one last one. Haruka looked at the target and froze for a moment. The last shuriken had actually grazed the edge of the bullseye, leaving a shallow scratch. Good luck, I suppose. Haruka cleared his throat. The class erupted in another round of laughter. Good luck. Haha, does that even count as a score? The next dead last has been decided. Haruka returned to his clipboard and sighed. Overall assessment, poor. This score was only slightly higher than Naruto's, who hadn't hit a single one. Yukina lowered his head and slowly walked back to the group. He could feel the low pressure radiating from Sasuke. Walking to Sasuke's side, he didn't dare look at him. Sasuke's face was so tense it looked like it might explode. Yukina's heart skipped a beat, knowing the real drama was coming. He immediately mobilized his acting skills. His black hair hung down, covering most of his face and revealing only a pale chin. He didn't cry, but that look was more heartbreaking than if he had. His eyes quickly turned red. The words, "You're a disgrace," were at the tip of Sasuke's tongue, but they got stuck in his throat. Maybe she just isn't cut out for fighting. Making her pick up a shuriken might be a form of cruelty in itself. The anger in his chest was eventually suppressed. Sasuke turned his head away. Yukina secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Pass. Acting is so tiring. The premise of playing the pig to eat the tiger is that you have to actually be a tiger. What is this? This is playing the pig and being treated like a real pig. No, I'm even worse than a pig. At least a pig has some strength to root around the dirt. My strength in throwing shuriken couldn't even scare off a chicken. He could feel that Sasuke's bond value hadn't changed at all. Clearly, this level of showing weakness was far from enough. No, I'm too weak. This feeling of being at someone's mercy is exactly like being scolded by the boss in the conference room in my past life. If it's like this for a simple shuriken test, what about the combat practice later? I can't rely on acting and playing the victim every time. Strength. Everything requires strength. And right now, my only source of strength is Sasuke. Myriad mirror pupils. Sharingan. I must get them as soon as possible. No matter what method I use, I have to grind that bond value up quickly. Chapter 19. The Daily Life of a Dead Last. The commotion from the shuriken test was quickly swallowed by the boring theoretical lessons of the Ninja Academy. Yukina ushered in her true student life after transmigrating. As it turned out, having the soul of a 30-year-old corporate slave didn't make her invincible in a classroom of 5-year-olds. When Iruka stood on the podium lecturing about the century-long grievances between the Land of Fire and the Land of Wind, or the famous battles of the First Shinobi World War, Yukina could still rely on her adult memory and comprehension to scrape by with average scores in class quizzes. But once the curriculum touched upon abstract concepts like nature transformation of chakra or the theoretical foundations of hand seals, she was completely lost. So, combining shape transformation with nature transformation is the basis of high-level ninjutsu. Iruka lectured with spit flying everywhere, while Yukina sat below with a dazed look in her eyes. Why does this sound so much like the things my product manager used to tell me in my previous life? In her previous life, the product manager would say, "We need to create an ecological chemical reaction empowerment lever that connects the online and offline closed loops." Lin Ye's thoughts began to drift aimlessly. The bond value is still at 20%. It seems I still have to start with shared experiences, but I can't exactly hope for enemies to attack every day, can I? But what should I do? Uchiha Yukina. Iruka's voice suddenly gave Lin Ye a start. The entire class's gaze focused on her. You come and answer this. Why does water release counter fire release, yet get countered by earth release? Yukina. Why? How should I know why? Isn't this just something the author set up? How would I know why? Go ask Kishimoto. She opened her mouth, and under the watchful eyes of all her classmates, she could only summon her best acting skills. I don't know. PFF'd, ha 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 ha. Naruto, sitting at the other end of the classroom, was the first to burst into laughter. Iruka-sensei. Look, she doesn't know either. Just like me. Naruto laughed without any malice, it was purely the joy of finding a kindred spirit. Iruka accurately flicked a piece of chalk at Naruto's head. Uzumaki Naruto. You have the nerve to laugh. You don't know either, do you? Naruto clutched his head, sounding perfectly justified. That's right, I just don't know. Both of you, go stand in the back of the classroom. Yukina held her books, lowered her head, and silently walked toward the corner. As she passed Sakura's seat, she clearly heard her whispering with Ino. TCH, she really is an idiot. What a waste of such a pretty face. Exactly. Aside from acting pitiful, she can't do anything. I really don't know why Sasuke-kun lets her sit next to him. Little girl, you'll understand later. A face and acting pitiful can sometimes be much more useful than a brain. Yukina held her books and stood side by side with Naruto. Naruto didn't seem at all bothered by being punished, instead, he leaned in cheerfully. Hey, Yukina, you're really stupid, just like me. Yukina. Yukina thought to herself, thank you, you really are a blunt, good kid. Next to Sasuke, Sakura plucked up her courage and lightly poked Sasuke's arm. Sasuke-kun, that part the teacher just talked about, I think it makes a lot of sense, you. Shut up. Sasuke didn't even turn his head, squeezing the two words out through his teeth. Sakura Haruno's face instantly turned pale. She glared venomously at Yukina in the corner, as if everything were her fault. Yukina sighed inwardly. Girl, don't glare at me, it's not my fault. The class soon ended in a strange atmosphere. As soon as the bell rang, Naruto's face immediately lit up with his signature smile. Yukina, let's go eat Ichiraku ramen. I heard old man Ichiraku has some new items. My treat. Just as Yukina was about to say something, a cold voice rang out first. She's not going. Sasuke had appeared next to Yukina at some unknown point. Naruto immediately bristled. Hey, you bastard. I was asking her, not you. What right do you have to decide for her? Because she's an Uchiha, she's one of mine. Yukina. Hey, Nizu Z, isn't this line a bit over the top? Naruto was clearly choked up by these words as well. He froze for a moment, then became even more furious. What do you mean, yours? Yukina is her own person. She's not your property. You cool acting bastard. Dead last, do you want to fight? Bring it on. Who's afraid of you? Just as Yukina was about to smooth things over, she was forcibly yanked by a surge of strength. Sasuke grabbed Yukina's slender wrist and pulled her behind him. Let's go. Training. Lin Ye was dragged along by Sasuke, stumbling behind him, and gave Naruto a look that said, "Sorry, I can't help you." Naruto shouted in anger from behind. Bastard Sasuke. You stop right there. I won't let you bully Yukina. However, it was of no use. At a Konoha training ground, Sasuke let go of Yukina's wrist and took out a row of brand new shuriken, sticking them into the ground in front of them. What you threw yesterday was trash. Watch closely. Sasuke picked up a shuriken and slowed down his movements countless times, showing every detail clearly to Yukina. Your problems? First, no strength. He poked Yukina's thin arm. Here, it's empty. Yukina complained wildly in her mind. Nonsense. I'm in the body of a 5-year-old girl, do you expect me to have Schwarzenegger's muscles? Second, incorrect posture. Your center of gravity is unstable, and your whole body shakes when you throw. Third, no brain. Quote. I'll accept the first two, but isn't the third one a bit of a personal attack? Throwing shuriken isn't just about brute force, you have to calculate the angle, wind speed, and distance to the target. And you're just tossing it. Now, pick them up and throw. He pointed to the shuriken on the ground. Yukina silently squatted down and picked up a shuriken. She mimicked Sasuke's actions from just now. Raise your hand a bit higher. Keep your back straight. Press your center of gravity down. Sasuke's voice kept ringing in her ears. Clang. Asterisk. The shuriken traced a weak arc and fell to the ground less than 3 meters away from her. Again. Yukina silently picked up the second one. Clang. Asterisk. The third one. Clang. Asterisk. ... After repeating this an unknown number of times, Yukina felt like her arm no longer belonged to her. Every time she threw, she was met with the crisp sound of the shuriken hitting the ground and Sasuke's, again. Finally, after another failed throw, her center of gravity gave way, and she tumbled to the ground. Nizu Z, are you a demon? I'm just an ordinary person. If I'd known, I wouldn't have pretended to be an Uchiha. Despite her internal complaints, she knew. This kind of supervision and teaching was the best way to deepen their bond. Yukina propped herself up and stood up shakily. A hand was extended in front of her. It was Sasuke. But Yukina didn't take that hand. Relying on her own strength, she stood up bit by bit. Readjusting her stance, she used the last ounce of her strength to throw the shuriken. This time, the shuriken didn't fall to the ground. Thud. Asterisk. With a soft sound, the shuriken landed crookedly on the outermost wooden board of the target. Although it was miles away from the bullseye, it had finally hit the target. Yukina's vision went dark. She could no longer hold herself up and her body fell backward. The expected pain didn't come. Sasuke caught her, detected that the host is training with Uchiha Sasuke, achieving resonance through supervision and persistence. Bond value increased. Current bond value, 25%. Related tags updated. Protection, supervision. Chapter 20, the two figures most familiar to Kakashi. His arms felt heavy. Hey, don't play dead. Sasuke's heart tightened. A panic he had never felt before spread through his heart. He reached out, his movements stiff, to check for Yukina's breath under her nose. She just fainted from exhaustion. Useless. He muttered a low curse, though it was unclear if he was cursing Yukina or his former self. He clumsily adjusted his posture, trying to let Yukina lean more comfortably. Behind them, on a tree not far away, a figure blended perfectly with the shadows. Kakashi revealed his signature dead fish eye. He had just come out of the Hokage building and happened to be passing by, witnessing the entire process. Uchiha Yukina. Kakashi's gaze followed the back of the girl being carried away by Sasuke, his expression becoming incredibly complex. Just now, the moment before the girl collapsed from exhaustion. That stubbornness, as if burning her very life, and the flash of persistence in those clear eyes. In his eyes, it was so similar. Rin. The name popped into his mind uncontrollably. A familiar throbbing pain came from the position of his heart. He seemed to feel the resistance of Chidori piercing through a warm body again. Impossible. Rin is already dead, she died at my hands. This girl is just an Uchiha survivor. But why? Why is she so similar? The glimpse he caught at the hospital last time could still be dismissed as a coincidence. But today, seeing the girl fall and pick herself up again and again, that clumsy and stubborn refusal to give in, it was as if time had reversed, and he saw that figure from years ago. How can an Uchiha girl be so much like Rin? In the following days, life at the Ninja Academy returned to tranquility. At least, on the surface. Yukina could clearly feel a gaze falling on her inadvertently. This gaze held no malice, unlike the rejection the villagers showed Naruto, nor was it cold like root. It was more like a scrutiny, filled with inquiry. Here it comes again. During taijutsu class, Uruka was guiding everyone in sparring. Yukina caught an opening and, pretending to be exhausted, stumbled and slumped to the ground. From the corner of her eye, she precisely locked onto the rooftop of the teaching building. No one was there, but that feeling of being observed was unmistakable. This gaze is very professional and extremely patient. Just like that balding middle-aged man from the auditing department in my previous life, checking your reimbursement forms frame by frame. Who could it be? Could it be some kid with a crush on me? Could it be Danzo? Has the old fox changed his tactics? Giving up on forceful methods to use warm observation to evaluate my residual value. While Yukina's mind raced, she maintained her weak persona to the end. Yukina, are you okay? A voice rang out above her, and Naruto, with his shock of blonde hair, leaned in. Uruka-sensei is really something. Your health is so poor, how can he let you train with us? Yukina squeezed out a weak smile. I'm fine, thank you, Naruto-kun. Don't call me Naruto-kun, just call me Naruto. Naruto scratched his head and offered his water bottle like a treasure. Here, have some water. Yukina didn't refuse. Not far away, Sasuke, who was sparring with Inuzuka Kiba, took Kiba down with a sweeping kick. Then he walked over with a cold face. He grabbed Yukina's arm and pulled her up from the ground. If you've rested enough, get up. The training isn't over yet. Hey, Sasuke. You bastard. Yukina just caught her breath. Can't you see how pale she looks? Sasuke didn't even spare Naruto a glance, staring intently at Yukina. You can't even handle this much. I understand. Naruto was so angry he jumped in place, but he was helpless. He could only watch as Sasuke dragged Yukina back to the training field. On the rooftop of the teaching building, Kakashi put down his copy of Icha Paradise. These past few days, he would come here whenever he had free time. He saw Yukina knowing nothing during theory classes and secretly yawning while standing in punishment next to Naruto. He saw her clumsily forming seals, getting 8 out of 10 wrong, with Sasuke correcting her finger positions over and over with a dark face. She's very weak, so weak she doesn't seem like an Uchiha. This feeling even reminded him of someone else. Uchiha Obito. Two figures constantly overlapped in Kakashi's mind, finally converging on the girl named Uchiha Yukina. The way the child felt clumsily in taijutsu class was just like Obito back then. But when she stood quietly by Sasuke's side, that weak yet resilient temperament was clearly Rin. Obito and Rin, the two people he owed the most in his life, how could they both appear in one Uchiha descendant? Ridiculous. Kakashi whispered to himself, his eyes slightly dazed. He decided not to think about it for the time being. However, once the gears of fate begin to turn, they do not stop easily. Chapter 21. Enko's Intuition. A few days later, Uruka stood at the podium. Quiet down, everyone. To test your recent learning progress, the school has decided to organize a small-scale wilderness survival exercise. The classroom exploded in an instant. A wilderness exercise. Naruto was the first to jump up. Finally, a chance to show off my skills. Idiot, it's just an exercise. Sasuke glanced at him coldly. What did you say, you bastard Sasuke? Uruka felt a bit of a headache coming on. Everyone sit down. The location for this exercise is the third training forest behind the village's mountain. A special Jonin will serve as your head instructor. A special Jonin. Sakura's eyes lit up. Will it be a handsome ninja? Iruka cleared his throat, his expression looking a bit strange. Anyway, you must absolutely obey the instructor's orders. Now, everyone stand up, let's head out. Konoha's back mountain, the third training forest. At the edge of the woods, the students stood in a row, chattering away. Yukina stood beside Sasuke, looking timid and shy. At this moment, he was calculating in his mind. A wilderness exercise. Collective activities like this are the easiest for problems to be exposed. I have to be even more careful. Just then, a figure appeared without warning on a tree trunk in front of everyone. The newcomer wore a beige trench coat with a mesh shirt underneath, and her short purple hair was very eye-catching. One of her hands held a half-eaten stick of sanshoku dango, and she sized up the group of little brats while eating. Yo, good morning, future little heroes. My name is Anko Mitarashi, and I'm the head instructor for this exercise. Anko bit off a dango. The rules of the exercise are simple. See that forest over there? Go in and find the 5 types of medicinal herbs I've specified. Those who aren't back by dark can stay inside and feed the wolves. Oh, right. There aren't just wolves in the forest, there are also some of my cute little pets. I hope you can coexist peacefully with them. Naruto's interest was piqued immediately. Teacher, what are your pets? Are they ninja hounds? Anko tilted her head, the smile on her face deepening. Something like that, except they don't have fur, they're slippery, and they like to coil around people to act spoiled. As she spoke, she stuck out her tongue and nimbly licked her lips. The movement looked exactly like a snake flicking its tongue. It scared Sakura and the others so much they couldn't help but shudder. Alright, enough talk. The group list is here. 2 people per group. Take your map and herb guide, and set off immediately. Yukina's eyelid twitched. This woman is that Orochimaru's disciple, she's no simple character. Unsurprisingly, his name and Sasuke's were grouped together. Sasuke took the map from Anko's hand without even glancing at Yukina. Follow me, and don't wander off. The 2 of them walked into the woods, one after the other. Anko stood in place, watching all the students disappear into the woods, the smile on her face gradually fading. Hidden shadow snake hands. Dozens of small green snakes slithered out from her sleeves and disappeared into various corners of the forest. Come, let me see if there are any interesting brats. Saying this, Anko pulled out a new stick of sanshoku dango from her ninja tool pouch. Inside the forest, Sasuke walked in front, with Yukina following behind him. Sasuke-kun, the guide says that blood-clotting grass usually grows in damp rock crevices. Sasuke stopped, looked at the map, then looked up at a spot not far ahead. Over there, let's go. They had only walked a few steps when a rustling sound suddenly came from the bushes ahead. Sasuke immediately shielded Yukina behind him. Yukina also grabbed Sasuke's hem at just the right moment. Don't be afraid. The bushes shook even more violently. The next second, a dark green snake as thick as an adult's arm lunged out. Ah! Yukina hid entirely behind Sasuke. Sasuke's brow furrowed even tighter. But his grip on the kunai didn't loosen. Just as Sasuke was about to rush forward, Yukina seemed scared out of his wits, but his center of gravity silently dropped an inch. The tips of his feet pointed toward the left, the most suitable angle for exerting force to perform a lateral dodge. This was the standard movement of a snake catcher. It was something Lin Ye had seen on TV before. However, Sasuke, focused on the large snake ahead, didn't notice at all. The moment after Yukina made the reaction, he realized something was wrong. Oops. Yukina's heart skipped a beat, and he immediately forced his tensed muscles to relax, turning back into that trembling burden. The kunai sliced through the air. Sasuke's movements were clean and efficient, accurately pinning the large snake's vital spot 7 inches down. The massive snake struggled for a few moments before it stopped moving. Alright, it's just a non-venomous grass snake, and you're scared like this. Yukina didn't speak, just looked at him with those watery eyes. Sasuke's heart inexplicably softened, and he swallowed his scolding, finally only squeezing out 2 words. Let's go. After saying that, Sasuke turned around to continue searching for herbs. Yukina followed with his head down. With that movement just now, Sasuke's attention was entirely on the snake, so there shouldn't be a problem. However, what Yukina didn't know was that everything that had just happened was seen clearly by another pair of eyes. Outside the training forest, Enko leaned against a tree trunk with her eyes closed. But her consciousness was sharing the vision through a small snake lurking near Sasuke and Yukina. When Yukina made that preparatory dodging movement, it was captured perfectly by Enko. Enko opened her eyes. She revealed a playful smile. Oh, this Uchiha girl is quite interesting. The body's reactions don't lie. Hiding in the back and trembling. Hey, nice acting. The exercise ended, and all the students returned to the assembly point with more or less of a harvest. Enko lazily gave a summary, praising a few students who performed exceptionally well and calling out a few idiots who almost got lost in the woods. Naruto was among them. When it was Sasuke and Yukina's turn, she only lightly said, performance was acceptable. But when they finally dismissed, her gaze lingered on Yukina for an extra 2 seconds. That look was full of mockery. Yukina glanced over unintentionally, and their eyes met. He clearly felt the playful intent in Enko's eyes. Crap, this woman doesn't look like a good person. What does she want? This woman is Orochimaru's disciple. Her intuition is definitely beyond that of normal people. What did she mean by looking at me like that just now? No, I have to find a way. I must weld the weak and easily bullied persona onto myself. Yukina lowered his head and followed Sasuke out of the training forest. He could feel that gaze full of interest on his back. And at this moment, Enko was in a great mood. It seems the days ahead won't be boring. Enko chewed on her Sanshoku Dango while staring at Yukina's back. It was as if she were planning something. Chapter 22. A chance encounter with Kakashi. Yukina walked beside Sasuke. The two walked back to the apartment in silence. This was the way they were used to interacting, needing no words. Sasuke's pace was fast, but he kept it at a frequency Yukina could follow. Hey! A lazy voice suddenly came from behind. The two turned around and saw a man with silver-white hair leaning against the trunk of a large tree. Kakashi. Yukina muttered the name in her heart. Sasuke's first reaction was to tense up, subtly shielding Yukina behind him. Kakashi walked toward them with his hands in his pockets. Don't be nervous. Kakashi's gaze went past Sasuke and landed directly on Yukina. We meet again, Uchiha Yukina. Sasuke's brow furrowed even deeper. Who are you? I am Kakashi Hatake, a Jonin of Konoha. Yukina poked half her head out from behind Sasuke, a look of just the right amount of surprise on her face. Ah, it's you, uncle. She looked up at Kakashi, her large, clear eyes full of curiosity. Yukina's inner thoughts, calling him uncle, is definitely right. It bridges the distance without being overly familiar, and it accurately hits his age-related sore spot. Kakashi was clearly taken aback by the title, uncle, then gave a helpless smile. Just call me Kakashi. Okay, uncle. Kakashi. I heard from Iruka-sensei that you've been working very hard in taijutsu class lately. Kakashi crouched down to look Yukina in the eye. Yukina nodded vigorously. Because Sasuke-kun trains with me every day. As she spoke, she glanced back at Sasuke. Sasuke felt a bit awkward under her gaze and gave a cold HMPH, but his tense shoulders relaxed slightly. Effort is a good thing, but you also need to pay attention to your methods. I've seen your shuriken throwing, your form is a bit off, and your wrist is too stiff. Not only does this lead to poor accuracy, but it's also easy to get injured. You saw it too, uncle. Yukina covered her mouth in feigned surprise. But internally, she was dissing him. What does that mean? Were you watching me in secret? Wait, could that feeling of being watched from a few days ago have been him? Yukina calculated in her mind. The more she thought about it, the more likely it seemed. Yeah, I was just passing by. Kakashi lied without batting an eye. Iruka also mentioned to me that he's very worried about your health. Iruka-sensei is such a nice person. Yukina could only follow along with Kakashi's words. Your training shouldn't rely on brute force alone. If you don't have a physical advantage, you should focus even more on technique. For example, with shuriken, you can try changing your grip and using centrifugal force. As Kakashi spoke, he gestured with his hands, explaining in great detail. Although Sasuke still looked cold, his ears perked up. Many of the details Kakashi mentioned were things he had never noticed while figuring things out on his own. And for taijutsu, your lower body is unstable, making it easy for an opponent to find openings during a fight. You can practice the horse stance more when you get back. Starting from the basics will be good for you. Thank you, uncle. I'll remember that. Yukina took out a small notebook she carried and began to seriously record the advice. Seeing the girl's serious profile, a soft spot deep in Kakashi's heart was touched. Your sister is Uchiha Izumi, right? The air seemed to freeze the moment Kakashi asked this. Sasuke's body tensed up again, and a hint of hostility appeared in his eyes as he looked at Kakashi. Any old matters related to the name, Uchiha, were a scar to him. The smile on Yukina's face also seemed to vanish. Because she knew she had to cooperate. That way, she wouldn't be suspected. Seeing Yukina's eyes gradually redden, Kakashi immediately realized his impulsiveness. Sorry. I didn't mean to. Yukina sniffled, her voice very soft. It's okay. My sister, she was a very gentle person. Every word seemed to take all her strength. Kakashi's heart was completely overtaken by a feeling of pity. He wanted to protect Yukina. This thought also stemmed from his debt to Rin from back then. Yukina, you look very much like an old friend of mine. Sasuke was stunned, and Yukina's heart tightened. Yukina's inner thoughts. Alert. Alert. Is the final boss question coming? Do you know a sister named Arin? Yukina could clearly hear her own heartbeat at this moment. She knew this was the most critical step. One wrong move, and everything would be lost. 2 streams of tears slid down from the corners of her eyes at just the right moment. Rin. Yukina's tone sounded as if she were hearing a word she had never heard before. Seeing Yukina like this, Kakashi's heart wrenched. Right, how could Yukina know Rin? What am I doing? Rin is already dead, and she is just a child. Kakashi stood up. It's nothing, I just misread the situation. I was mistaken, I'm sorry. Let's go. Sasuke could no longer stand the presence of this strange Jonin. He grabbed Yukina's wrist. The moment they turned, Yukina caught one last glimpse of Kakashi out of the corner of her eye. Kakashi remained standing there, not moving for a long time. Much later, only after their figures had disappeared around the corner. Did he take out that copy of Icha Paradise again, but he couldn't read a single word. In his mind, he replayed the image of the girl's tear-filled eyes over and over again. Rin. Chapter 23, A Message from an Uninvited Guest. Night enveloped the entirety of Konoha. The lights were off in Yukina's apartment. He sat cross-legged on the bed, his mind rapidly replaying everything that had happened during the day. Enko Midarashi's playful, prying eyes. That woman is definitely not easy to fool. Could it be that subconscious movement in the forest today was noticed by her? What a pain. Yukina mentally slapped a high-risk label on Enko. Then there was Kakashi. That man is even more of a variable. He took the initiative to approach me under the guise of guiding my training, yet he asked questions about Uchiha Izumi and Rin. Is he testing me? Or has he developed suspicions about my identity? A ninja of Kakashi's caliber is extremely suspicious by nature. As long as I remain in Konoha and stay by Sasuke's side, Kakashi's eyes will never leave me. Enko, Kakashi, plus a Danzo who might be watching from the shadows. Phew. Lin Ye took a deep breath. The disguise must continue, and it must be even more seamless. Just as he was lost in thought, a very faint tapping sound came from the window. The sound was tiny, like the patter of the night wind, almost negligible. The moment Yukina's body turned, his body froze. A crow was standing prominently on the windowsill. What was most startling were its eyes. A pair of crimson eyes with 3 rotating tomo, the Sharingan. A crow with the Sharingan. An existence that can control crows with genjutsu and possesses a 3 tomo Sharingan. In the entire ninja world, one can guess who it is with their toes. Uchiha Itachi. What is he doing here? Why would he come looking for me? What did he discover? Or, he looked at the crow, and the crow looked at him with its Sharingan. Yukina knew that Itachi was scrutinizing him through the eyes of this crow. Ka. The crow suddenly opened its beak. A small scroll dropped out of its mouth. Yukina seemed to be startled awake by the sound, his body flinching slightly. Finally, putting on an expression of having made up his mind, he picked up the scroll. Take care of yourself, and take care of Sasuke. If you encounter an insurmountable crisis, you may shatter this object. Below the writing, a teardrop-shaped red jade pendant was tied with a thin red string. Just as Yukina finished reading, the scroll in his hand burst into a small flame out of thin air. Within a few breaths, it turned to ash. The crow on the windowsill then melted into the night. Yukina looked down at the warm red pendant in his hand and stood dazed for a long time. Holy crap! Yukina's mind was having a breakdown. Big brother Uchiha Itachi. Are you playing a spy game? Or do you think my life is too comfortable and you're specifically here to add some excitement? Sending a crow with a Sharingan into Konoha village in the middle of the night and having it land so blatantly on my windowsill, are you afraid those blind idiots in Donzo's route won't see it? If you're sending chicken soup for the soul, just send that. Why include an emergency pager? Are you caring for me, or do you want me to occupy a VIP seat on the route's dissection table tomorrow? Yukina's internal roasting was unstoppable. He knew Itachi felt a massive debt toward him, or rather, toward Uchiha Izumi's younger sister, and that was his motivation for protecting him. But this method is way too crude. He's practically a pig teammate. Yukina complained weakly, but then felt the term wasn't quite right for Itachi. Itachi's IQ is definitely high. Could it be that he has deeper considerations for doing this? Yukina forced himself to calm down. Anger and complaints wouldn't solve any problems. I'm like a special piece on a chessboard where multiple powers are gaming, everyone is watching me. Kakashi, Obito, Itachi. These people are all protecting me in their own ways, but this protection is pushing me further into the eye of the storm. I can't go on like this. Yukina opened his palm, looking at the red pendant lying quietly there. Replicate. In Yukina's mind, a clear panel emerged. Replication target, Uchiha Sasuke. Current bond value, 25%. How can I quickly raise the bond value from 25% to 100%? Simple companionship and training are too inefficient. But that guy Sasuke is such a brooding, silent type. The Sharingan, what should I do? Yukina's gaze darkened. No matter how difficult, he had to speed things up. Sasuke. Yukina whispered the name, and a plan began to take shape in his mind. The next day, the Ninja Academy's midterm sparring assessment. Yukina stood in the crowd, still quiet. The aftereffects of Uchiha Itachi's Sharingan crow from last night had not yet dissipated. If I deliberately hold back like I did in the last spar, it will only look more suspicious. Excessive weakness itself might be a flaw. Maybe I should switch to a different script. He had already thought of another Persona script. Next group. Uchiha Yukina vs Inuzuka Kiba. As Iruka Yumino's voice rang out, the crowd below instantly grew lively. It's Kiba. That Uchiha girl is in for it now. Kiba's beast-human clone is super fast, she definitely won't be able to react. It'll be over in one move. Inuzuka Kiba jumped onto the field boisterously, and Akamaru beside him gave a bark. Hey, Uchiha girl. Don't worry, I'll go easy on you. I'll try not to make you cry. Yukina showed a pair of watery black eyes. Please guide me. Yukina thought to herself. Guide my foot, you brat. Your ego is as big as your mouth, just don't go crying to your mother in a moment. Sasuke stood below the stage, expressionless. He felt that today's Yukina was somewhat different from usual. Naruto, on the other hand, clenched his fists and shouted loudly. Yukina. Good luck. Don't be afraid of him. Let's go, Akamaru. Woof. The boy and dog instantly entered their combat state. Ninjutsu. Beast-human clone. With a poof, Akamaru transformed into a clone identical to Kiba. Fang over fang. The two Kibas went on all fours, charging straight at Yukina like two power drills. That momentum caused many students below the stage to change their expressions. Yukina's body instinctively took 2 steps back, looking completely paralyzed with fear. It's over, she can't even move. She's definitely going to be seriously injured. Just as everyone thought Yukina was about to be hit head-on. Her left foot seemed to be tripped by something, and her whole body fell straight backward. She slammed hard onto the ground. But the timing and position were incredibly precise. What? The spinning Inuzuka Kiba and Akamaru couldn't break in time. The massive inertia from the high-speed rotation prevented them from immediately changing direction. Thus, under the dumbfounded gaze of all the students and teachers, the two white tornadoes collided violently. Boom! The boy and dog tumbled through the air before slamming heavily into the ground, knocked unconscious. Everyone was speechless. Quote. Only then did Yukina slowly crawl up from the ground, looking at the unconscious Kiba and Akamaru not far away with a perfectly timed look of bewilderment. What happened? Uruka rubbed his eyes, confirming he hadn't seen wrongly. A few seconds later, he finally raised his hand with difficulty. The winner is Uchiha Yukina. Did I see that right? Kiba knocked himself out. That Yukina just tripped. That luck is way too good. She's practically the chosen one. Ha ha ha, that's hilarious. Kiba is so stupid, losing in such a ridiculous way. Most people attributed this victory to absurd luck. Naruto was wide-eyed. He stammered to Sasuke beside him. Hey, did you see that? She just fell like that, and then she won. Sasuke didn't answer. The corner of Naruto's mouth couldn't help but twitch. There was a hint of strangeness in Sasuke's eyes. In the shade of a tree at the corner of the training ground, a figure was also silently observing everything. Kakashi's lone eye narrowed. This coincidence seems a bit too perfect. Enko, not far away, was also watching. Far from being surprised, she smiled even more happily. Interesting, truly interesting. This little kid isn't some frail little rabbit at all, she's clearly a little fox in sheep's clothing. At the moment the enemy's momentum was at its peak, using the smallest cost and the most inconspicuous movement to create the most favorable chaotic situation. That wasn't luck, that was top-tier combat instinct. This little kid is a natural tactician. On the field, amidst the discussions of the crowd, Yukina returned to Sasuke's side. Her face still wore that seemingly pitiable expression. Sasuke-kun, did I cause trouble? Is Kiba okay? However, Sasuke didn't answer her. Because Sasuke didn't know what to say either. He was also speechless. Just then, Uruka picked up the list again. Alright, everyone quiet. The assessment continues. Next match, Hyuga Hinata vs. Uchiha Sasuke. Chapter 24, Clumsy Protection and Soaring Bond Value. Next up, Hyuga Hinata vs. Uchiha Sasuke. The atmosphere in the stands instantly grew heavy again. If the duel between Yukina and Kiba was a comedy full of uncertainty, then Sasuke's fight, in everyone's eyes, already had a predetermined outcome. Hinata's little face turned pale, and she dared not look directly at Sasuke. Please guide me. Sasuke remained silent. That coldness surpassing his age had actually become a positive point that attracted women. Damn it, Sasuke. Go easy on her. Naruto had already started shouting. Begin. As soon as Iruka finished speaking, Sasuke's figure vanished from his spot. Hinata was startled and subconsciously tried to activate her Byakugan, but her movement was more than a beat too slow compared to Sasuke. Hinata only felt a gust of strong wind approaching, and her body's instinct made her raise her arm to block. A crisp, light sound followed. Sasuke's hand chop landed precisely on the inner side of Hinata's wrist. Immediately after, Sasuke's other hand pressed down on the back of her neck. The entire process was as fast as lightning. Hinata's body froze. That was a force capable of making her lose consciousness. She lost, in just an instant. Silence fell over the audience. All the students were stunned. Too strong. They aren't even on the same level. So cool. But also terrifying. Naruto's face turned completely red with anger. You jerk. Attacking a girl so hard. Sasuke withdrew his hand, ignoring all the gazes around him. He walked straight over to Yukina. Let's go. He didn't mention Yukina's luck-blessed victory at all. His tightly furrowed brow already conveyed his thoughts. Yukina rolled her eyes internally. Yes, young master, you're the best, you're the coolest, happy now. But outwardly, she maintained her soft and weak appearance, following behind Sasuke, back to the eerily empty Uchiha compound. Sasuke stopped walking. Your taijutsu and reaction time are too poor. You can't rely on that ridiculous luck every time. Yukina lowered her head, appearing receptive to the teaching. In her heart, however, she was furiously thinking, Big brother, that wasn't luck, that was tactical calculation precise to the millisecond. It's a realm that a brute like you, who fights purely on talent and intuition, cannot comprehend. Sasuke didn't give her time for further internal complaints. He pointed a finger at a nearby tree that was at least 10 meters tall. Climb it, using chakra. Huh. Yukina was stunned and subconsciously glanced at the plain-colored dress she was wearing. Climb a tree. Wearing a dress. Are you trying to make me flash everyone right here? Yukina stammered out. Sasuke-kun, my clothes, aren't they a bit inconvenient? It seemed Sasuke had anticipated her saying this. He pulled out a neatly folded set of clothes from his ninja tool pouch on his back. It was a set of women's short-sleeved, short-pant training clothes, with the Uchiha clan's iconic flame fan insignia printed on the back. Go change first. Yukina clutched the clothes, completely dumbfounded. Holy crap, you little brat planned this all along, didn't you? You were waiting for me here. An even more outrageous thought suddenly popped into Yukina's mind. Wait, this brat, could he be looking for an excuse to sneak a peek while I change? But this thought lasted less than a second before Yukina dismissed it herself. Forget it, what am I thinking? He's just a blockhead whose brain only processes revenge and getting stronger. He probably hasn't even figured out the difference between male and female yet. He probably just genuinely thinks I'm too weak and dragging him down. Yukina sighed in resignation, hugging the clothes and shuffling behind the large tree, taking 3 steps for every glance back, while nervously peeking out from behind it, afraid that Sasuke, the pure-hearted little virgin, might suddenly open his eyes. In reality, she was overthinking it. Sasuke stood rigidly in place like a statue. A few minutes later, Yukina emerged after changing. The moment she appeared from behind the tree, Sasuke, who had been expressionless, clearly paused his gaze. Unlike the soft fragility displayed while wearing the dress, without the skirt concealing them, the lines of her slender limbs were fully revealed. That face, already beyond gender norms, combined with the Uchiha family's iconic fan crest, surprisingly generated an androgynous, dashing beauty. It possessed the heroic spirit of a youth while retaining the refinement of a young girl. Beautiful, yet possessing a unique charm. Sasuke's Adam's apple involuntarily bobbed. Yukina noticed Sasuke's momentary distraction. Suddenly, her desire to play flared up. She deliberately moved a step closer. Is it nice to look at? Sasuke's face flushed hot. He stiffly turned his head away, not daring to respond to the question at all. Stop talking nonsense. Let's start training quickly. He wanted to use the reprimand to cover up his awkwardness. Seeing his pure and innocent appearance, Lin Ye decided to struggle a bit more. Changing to a softer tone. But Sasuke-kun, climbing trees is really hard, I definitely can't do it. If you must, you must. This is a required course. Sasuke's attitude clearly left no room for negotiation. Yukina knew this hurdle couldn't be avoided. Sasuke first demonstrated it once for her. Having no choice, Yukina imitated Sasuke, gathering chakra to the soles of her feet, and stepped onto the tree trunk. Screech. Without any surprise, Yukina landed directly with a hard thud on her backside. Ouch 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 ouch. Help. The balance of this broken body is hopeless. Nizu Z, you are abusing a child. I seriously suspect you want to beat me to death so you can inherit my 2-bedroom apartment. However, Sasuke didn't give Yukina a chance to catch her breath, and continued to urge her on. The second time, she successfully left 2 footprints on the tree before sliding down again. The third time, the fourth time, the final result was the same, falling down dizzily again and again. Just as her feet slipped again, and she was about to land on the back of her head, a dark shadow flashed past. Sasuke grabbed the back of Yukina's collar, forcefully lifting her falling body up. Yukina hung suspended in midair, only a few centimeters from the ground. Idiot. Concentrate. Sasuke let go, and Yukina fell onto her backside again. But just as Yukina was rubbing her bottom, preparing to continue complaining, a familiar mechanical voice sounded in her mind. Detected. Clumsy protection. Behavior from Uchiha Sasuke. The target shows extremely strong concern for your safety. Bond value plus 8%. Nani? Yukina froze. She looked at Sasuke's face, which was full of disdain, and then looked at his slightly reddened earlobes. Suddenly, she had an epiphany. This guy. He curses me as an idiot, but his body rushes over to save me the first second. Isn't this the textbook definition of tsundere? Behavior like this actually grants so much bond value. Yukina looked at Sasuke, and her gaze instantly changed. This tsundere sparring partner is basically a cheat code for me. Over the next few days, the same cycle began to play out repeatedly in this open space within the Uchiha clan compound. Yukina would always, accidentally, fall from a height of 2 or 3 meters. And Sasuke's figure would arrive on time every single time. Of course, the scolding never stopped. Are you a pig? The output of your chakra needs to be stable. Can't you pay a little more attention? How many times have I told you, watch your footing? Quote. Bond value plus 6%. Bond value plus 7%. While silently complaining in her mind, Yukina gritted her teeth and made mistakes, even more diligently. She even started intentionally creating seemingly more dangerous errors. For example, suddenly losing strength when almost reaching the top, or stepping wrong during horizontal movement. And Sasuke's words grew harsher. But the speed at which he rushed to save her grew faster each time. From grabbing her collar initially, to wrapping his arms around her waist, and now to carrying her in a princess hold. Perhaps he himself didn't realize how natural his physical contact with Yukina had become. Current bond value, 55%. Dusk settled in. The day's training finally concluded. Yukina was covered in bruises and contusions. Sasuke stood to the side, frowning as he looked at her miserable state. A small white ointment bottle was tossed over. Sasuke turned and left, uttering only one sentence. We continue tomorrow. Current bond value, 68%. Soon, soon. It's finally coming. Sasuke, your most precious thing will soon become mine. Ha 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 ha. In the distance, in the shadows of a corner of the training ground, a crow quietly perched on a tree branch, taking in everything it witnessed. A moment later, the crow silently melted into the deepening night. Chapter 25. Breakdown and Redemption on a Thunderstorm Night. Returning to the apartment. The night slowly deepened. In the middle of the night, the apartment windows rattled from the fierce wind. Suddenly, it began to rain. A pale flash of lightning tore through the night sky, followed immediately by a clap of thunder exploding over Konoha village. Yukina sat up from her bed. By the fleeting light of the lightning outside the window, she looked at her empty room. This kind of weather always reminded her of her past life, working overtime late into the night and walking alone on empty streets. Meanwhile, in Sasuke's room in the distance, it was a different scene entirely. Endless blood red stained the horizon. The silhouettes of his father and mother lying on the ground. Uchiha Itachi stood in the shadows. Those scarlet eyes formed his nightmare. Ah! A roar of extreme agony. Sasuke suddenly bolted upright from his bed. His chest heaved violently, and his forehead was already covered in cold sweat. That dream again. No matter how hard I train or how much I exhaust myself, this dream always returns. Why? Why? He could no longer endure the feeling of being trapped in place. He threw off the covers and plunged barefoot into the curtain of rain. The rain soaked through his thin pajamas but could not extinguish the fire in his heart. Uchiha Itachi. He roared at the empty street. Why? Why am I still so weak? Why don't I even have the right to resist in my dreams? Yukina was drawn to the window by that roar and the continuous sound of striking. Pushing open the window, she immediately saw that near-frenzied figure in the rain. Lightning flashed, illuminating Sasuke's distorted face. At this moment, Yukina's habitual sarcasm did not appear. She seemed to see another version of herself. That Lin Ye from her past life, in the cold city, being scolded by bosses, being made difficult by clients, and crushed by life until he couldn't breathe, only able to hide in a rented room. The same loneliness, the same helplessness. Only, the pain Sasuke carried was 10,000 times heavier than what she once bore. The rain grew heavier, Sasuke's movements began to slow, and his fists were already raw. His consciousness gradually blurred, and his body's energy was rapidly drained under the intense emotional fluctuations. Finally, his body swayed and he collapsed straight down. Sasuke! Yukina shouted, but the sound was minuscule amidst the curtain of rain. Without hesitation, she rushed into the rain. This was the first time since arriving in this world. For the first time, it was entirely out of Yukina's instinct, rather than executing Lin Ye's script. She crouched down, trying to help Sasuke up. But Sasuke's body was much heavier than she imagined, and her frail body couldn't exert any strength. Get up, you bastard! Gritting her teeth, Yukina barely managed to drape one of Sasuke's arms over her shoulder. From the street to the door was only a short distance of over 100 meters, but it felt like she had walked for 100 years. With great difficulty, she dragged Sasuke back to his room. She was also exhausted to the point of collapse, and not a single spot on her body was dry. At this moment, Sasuke's lips were purple. Without even pausing to catch her breath, she began to take care of him in a flurry. For Lin Ye, who couldn't even take care of himself in his previous life, this was undoubtedly another challenge. She had no choice but to clumsily unbutton his pajamas first, wiping away the mud on his body bit by bit. Phew. Yukina sat down on the floor by the bed and let out a long sigh. She was now cold and tired, and only wanted to go back immediately to take a hot bath and crawl into a warm bed. Just as she was about to stand up and leave, a hand suddenly grabbed her wrist. The strength was startlingly large, as if it were going to crush her bones. Yukina was startled by this sudden movement. Sasuke's eyes remained tightly closed, as if he had fallen back into that blood-red nightmare. But his lips seemed to be murmuring, "Don't leave, Yukina." Yukina froze. So, is this guy this afraid of being alone? Or is he afraid of thunder? After all, Sasuke was unconscious at this moment. She reached out her other hand and placed it over Sasuke's hand that was gripping her. Then she leaned close to his ear and made a promise in a voice only the two of them could hear. "I won't leave." The moment the words fell, Yukina felt a violent surge of chakra suddenly erupt from within Sasuke. It all rushed towards his eyes. The extreme stimulation of the night of the massacre, the day-after-day obsessive desire for power, and the obsession of grasping the only light in his heart at this moment. Everything, at this moment, intertwined to become the final spark that ignited the fuse. Beneath Sasuke's tightly closed eyelids, Tsutomu spun back and forth. Chapter 26, Successfully Replicating the Sharingan. Suddenly, Sasuke snapped his eyes open. Two pitch-black tomo spun within his eye sockets. Sharingan, Tsutomu. In a split second that Sasuke himself hadn't even noticed, the exclusive evolution of the Uchiha was complete. Almost at the exact same moment, a mechanical voice rang out in Yukina's mind. Detected target, Uchiha Sasuke, awakening a bloodline limit in front of the host. Emotional fluctuations have reached a historic peak. His trust and reliance on the host have completely transformed into survival instinct. Comprehensive evaluation. Bond value, 100%. Yukina's heart gave a violent jolt. It worked. It worked. Months of hard work have finally paid off. Ultimate replication conditions met. Initiate, myriad mirror pupils core ability replication immediately. Replicate. Yukina roared internally without the slightest hesitation. In the next second, a scorching warm current surged into his body from the palm where he held Sasuke's hand. It traveled up his arm and finally converged in his eyes. All the data from the moment the Sharingan awakened. The qualitative transformation process of chakra, the underlying principles of ocular power composition, and the essential information of insight and replication abilities were all analyzed and then branded into him. A sharp pain came from his eyeballs. Yukina clenched his jaw hard. The process lasted only a few short seconds. Sasuke, on the bed, let out an unconscious groan. The awakening of his eyes and the intense emotional shock had exhausted all of his energy and chakra. He fell back into a deep slumber. The strength in his hand also loosened. Ignoring his physical fatigue, Yukina scrambled over to the dressing mirror in the room. He pried his own eyelids open. In the mirror, those eyes were still black, without any change. Huh. Did it fail? With such a big commotion, there's no change. System, are you messing with me? System prompt. Replication, successful. Acquired. Bloodline limit Sharingan Tsutomu. Myriad mirror pupils trait, fusion, has been activated. Based on the host's core personality, prudence, and highest priority, survival, the replicated ability has been automatically adjusted to camouflage mode. Camouflage mode. What on earth is that? Camouflage mode. When activating the ability, the pupil color and appearance do not undergo any changes. However, it perfectly possesses all abilities of the Sharingan at the same level, including insight, replication, and even genjutsu. This mode is extremely covert and cannot be detected by any conventional means. Yukina was suddenly startled after reading it. It can even do that. With a thought, he tried to mobilize that sliver of special ocular power within his body. Buzz. His field of vision changed instantly. It was no longer just simple visual images. He could clearly see the trajectory of the chakra in his body flowing slowly like a blue stream. He could capture the minute movement of every floating dust particle in the air outside the window. He could even see clearly the shape of every tiny water droplet splashing when rain falling from the distant eaves hit the leaves below. This feeling is like eyes that were originally watching a blurry 360p video suddenly upgrading to 8K ultra high definition, with slow motion playback and data X-ray functions included. The system's prompts were still not finished. Myriad mirror pupils confuse any ability. Each time a new bloodline limit is successfully replicated, the ocular power level will automatically evolve. Current replication count: 1/3 required to evolve to 3 tomo. This is the real cheat code. Yukina's heart was flooded with immense joy. If he weren't afraid of waking Sasuke, he would definitely be laughing wildly. This is practically the strongest trump card tailor-made for a corporate slave spy like him. System prompt: the number of characters with 100% bond value has reached 1/6. When 6 characters with 100% bond are collected, the ultimate space-time ability, Kamui Intangibility, will be unlocked. Warning: the host does not possess Uchiha bloodline. The chakra consumption for using the camouflaged Sharingan is much higher than that of an Uchiha clansman. With the current chakra amount, the 2-tomo state can be maintained for a maximum of 5 minutes. The joy on Yukina's face stiffened. 5 minutes. Real men last longer than that. He tried to maintain it for a little while and indeed felt the chakra in his body draining rapidly, and a faint sense of fatigue came from his brain. Is there a solution? Solution: replicate the massive chakra and vitality of the Uzumaki clan, or replicate the tailed beast chakra of a Jinchuriki. Suggested target: Uzumaki Naruto's 9-tailed power. After replicating his 9-tailed yin chakra, it can support the camouflaged Sharingan for long periods. Naruto, huh? A sharp glint flashed in Yukina's eyes. Alright, the next target is decided to be you, Crown Prince. Suddenly, the fusion function of the myriad mirror pupils sent another prompt. Based on the camouflage mode and the characteristics of the 2-tomo Sharingan, a new ability has been automatically developed: sensory theft. Sensory theft: no need to create complex illusions, it can briefly strip away or interfere with a single sense of the opponent's sight, hearing, touch, etc. for 0.5-1 second. Restriction: the effective time is extremely short, and continuous use on the same target will produce resistance. Must look directly into the opponent's eyes to activate. The effect will be weakened against opponents with powerful chakra, such as tailed beasts, or those with strong mental power. This is good. This is practically tailor-made for someone like me whose taijutsu isn't great. When fighting someone, suddenly making them go blind for 0.5 seconds or lose their sense of balance is enough to decide the victory or make a getaway. Unable to suppress his internal excitement, he turned to look at the sleeping Sasuke on the bed. Just right, I'll use you to test it out. Yukina activated the camouflaged Sharingan. His eyes were pitch black, but he knew the tomo inside were slowly spinning. Sensory theft touch. Activate. The moment the theft took effect, an extremely uncomfortable feeling surged into Yukina's mind. His head felt heavy and buzzed, the world spun, his body felt a wave of cold followed by a wave of heat, and his limbs felt weak and limp. He stumbled and almost fell face first onto the ground. What's going on? Is the backlash this big? That uncomfortable feeling came quickly and left just as quickly, disappearing the moment he ended the theft. Yukina shook his still somewhat groggy head, looking puzzled. What I stole was Sasuke's physical sensations, why would it be so uncomfortable? He reached out his hand towards Sasuke's forehead in confusion. Only then did Yukina realize. He was acting crazy in the rain, then I dragged him back and messed around for a long time, he has a fever. What I just stole was the feeling he had while having a high fever. I'm a freaking genius. Using sensory theft on a sick person. He had no choice but to take care of Sasuke first. He found a towel, soaked it, and placed it on Sasuke's forehead. Then he rummaged through the cabinets to find the spare cold and fever medicine from before. Sasuke is unconscious now, how am I supposed to give him medicine? Looking at the tablets in his hand, Yukina fell into deep thought. A few minutes later, he came up with a plan. He brought a cup of water, crushed the tablets in the water and stirred them evenly, then carefully pried open Sasuke's mouth and poured the medicine in bit by bit. Most of it flowed out from the corner of his mouth, but at least some was fed in. After all the tossing and turning, Yukina himself was exhausted, his body wet and then dry, plus the rainwater. Looking at the sleeping Sasuke on the bed, his gaze became incredibly complex. There was the pleasure of successful exploitation, the calculation within his plans, but also a trace of guilt he was unwilling to admit. Regardless, thank you. He had to go take a shower. Returning to his own room, Yukina double-locked the door. He took off the black wig tied in a high ponytail. The strands of the wig seemed to have become a bit frizzy and knotted because they were stained with rainwater. What a pain. A thought flashed through Yukina's mind. How about I just grow my own hair long? It's black anyway, and taking care of it would be easier than tending to a wig. But he quickly extinguished this thought himself. Are you kidding? I'm a real man, why would I grow long hair? He muttered to himself while soaking in the bathtub, using this emphasis to firm up his final gender bottom line. After soaking, he changed into a clean pair of pajamas, still women's ones. He had no choice, he was afraid that if Sasuke woke up, he would suspect something. It looks like tonight has to be like this. Yukina moved a chair and sat by Sasuke's bed. Tonight, he could only keep watch here. His finger gently wiped Sasuke's still slightly sweaty cheek. He said something almost too quiet to hear. Sasuke, thank you for the gift. In return, I will let you live safely until you can personally challenge that man. And then I'll take off this skirt and beat the crap out of you. Chapter 27, Differences in Perspectives. The morning light peeked through the gaps in the curtains. Sasuke slowly woke up. The grogginess from the high fever had receded, he only remembered going mad in the rain before his memory cut out. Propping himself up, his gaze swept across the room and finally fixed on the bedside. Yukina was slumped against the edge of his bed, her body curled up, asleep just like that. She was wearing a thin women's nightgown, because the fabric wasn't completely dry, it clung to her, outlining the slender contour of her back. Her dark ponytail was loose, with a few strands of hair sticking to her pale little face. Did she drag me back herself? But how did this person, who is even thinner and weaker than me, manage to do it? Looking at her sleeping face, that face that was always quiet, it was now filled with exhaustion. Sasuke's gaze became complicated. His outstretched hand stopped midair. Ultimately, he pulled his own blanket over and covered Yukina with it. After finishing this, Sasuke's heart skipped a beat for some reason. The movement of the blanket woke Yukina. Dazedly raising her head, she met Sasuke's gaze. Their eyes met, and the air froze instantly. Sasuke was the first to look away, turning coldly to the side. Why are you dressed like that? Huh? Yukina was stunned for a moment. With the disguise of a corporate drone, she immediately slipped into character. The rain was too heavy last night, and all my clothes were soaked through. This was the only thing I could wear. With a hint of grievance, she sounded quite pitiful. Sasuke fell silent. He naturally knew how heavy the rain had been last night, and he knew Yukina had ended up in such a mess for his sake. Thinking of this, the tips of his ears turned slightly red involuntarily. I remember passing out. Was it you who carried me back on your back? Yeah, Yukina nodded. Sasuke's expression became somewhat unnatural, he glanced at Yukina and then quickly turned his head away again. Nosy. Yukina. Good grief, Nizuzi. You're really pulling up your pants and not recognizing. Bah. Covering up with the blanket and not recognizing the person. I worked so hard to drag you back, fed you medicine, and watched over you for half the night, and all I get is nosy. If it weren't for your Tomo, I wouldn't care if you were struck dead by lightning outside. On the surface, however, she looked as if she had been frightened by Sasuke's cold words. Her body shrank back, clutching the blanket with a look of grievance. Seeing her like this, Sasuke felt even more irritable. He didn't mean it that way, but he didn't know how to explain. Words of concern reached his lips but automatically turned into hurtful blades. I'm hungry. Sasuke had no choice but to stiffly change the subject, throwing off the blanket and getting out of bed. I'll go get something to eat. Let me do it. Yukina immediately stood up. Your fever just broke. You. Sasuke looked her up and down. Do you even know how? Yukina was speechless. Who are you looking down on? Back in the day, I was a man who prepared fruit platters for the boss. I can make some simple things. Stay there. Leaving those words behind, Sasuke walked straight to the kitchen. He didn't want to let this person be busy for him anymore. He just wanted to do something to make up for it. Yukina looked at his back and shrugged helplessly. Fine, the patient is the boss. Walking to the dressing mirror, she looked at her own face in the mirror, a face that was androgynous. With a thought, Sharingan, activate. Her vision changed instantly, and Sasuke's movements in the kitchen were infinitely slowed down in her eyes. As he picked up an egg, she could even see the tiny droplets of egg liquid splashing into the bowl. This ability really gets easier to use the more I use it. Yukina deactivated the ability, and the consumption of chakra left her feeling a wave of emptiness. 5 minutes is still too short. It seems the plan to win over Naruto needs to be put on the agenda. Meanwhile, in the Hokage office, third Hokage Hiruzen Sarutobi was puffing on his pipe, listening to the report from the Anbu. Hokage-sama, according to the surveillance report, Uchiha Sasuke successfully awakened his Sharingan late last night under extreme emotional fluctuations, at the level of 2 tomo. Hiruzen Sarutobi exhaled a smoke ring. As expected, the stimulus of the night of the massacre was enough for him to awaken the Sharingan. How is he now? He has stabilized. He had a high fever last night, but it has now subsided. Uchiha Yukina was by his side the entire time. Yukina. Hiruzen Sarutobi muttered the name. Yes, Hokage-sama. The Anbu continued the report. There is one anomaly. After Sasuke fell asleep, Yukina stood alone in front of the mirror for a long time. Based on lip-reading analysis and micro-expression judgment, her emotions at the time seemed to be extreme excitement. Excitement. Hiruzen Sarutobi's brow furrowed. Why? The reason is unknown. We performed a full-body chakra scan on her and found no abnormalities, nor any signs of awakening the Sharingan. The Anbu paused for a moment. However, Hokage-sama, this girl is not simple. Facing Sasuke's awakening, she didn't show any of the surprise or fear a child should have. Instead, she was exceptionally calm. Her influence over Sasuke has already exceeded our estimates. Sasuke's dependence on her is almost instinctive. Hiruzen Sarutobi fell silent. Continue observing. After a long while, Hiruzen Sarutobi issued the order. Do not alert her. Everything must be done in secret. Also, keep an eye on the movements over at Danzo's side, understood? Yes. The Anbu's figure instantly vanished into the shadows. In a dark corner beneath Konoha village, the base of Root. Danzo Shimura looked at the secret report in his hand with an expressionless face. The 2-tomo Uchiha brat, he awakened his eyes after all. The Root ninja standing before him lowered his head, not daring to make a sound. Uchiha Yukina, a bastard of unknown origin, can actually influence Sasuke. Does that old fellow Hiruzen want to use her to influence Sasuke with kindness? Naive. Pass down the order. Continue surveillance. Also, find an opportunity to test that girl again without leaving a trace. I need to know whether she is a supplement that will make Sasuke stronger, or a bottle of poison that will destroy everything. Yes, Danzo-sama. In a megacure, the towering towers were hidden from sunlight year-round. Inside the Akatsuki organization's base, it was dimly lit. Uchiha Itachi stood quietly. A pitch-black crow landed on his arm, its blood-red eyes reflecting a corner of the Uchiha clan grounds in Konoha village. The scene of Yukina and Sasuke. He gently stroked the crow's feathers. Sasuke, have you awakened your eyes? A head that was half black and half white emerged from the ground beneath his feet. It was Zetsu. That's right, Itachi. Your precious little brother cried quite miserably last night, and then he awakened the 2-tomo Sharingan. That little girl named Yukina has been with him all along. How touching. On the other side, the masked man sitting in the shadows suddenly spoke up too. Oh my, this child actually isn't dead yet, Itachi-san. Is it really okay for your brother to have such a weakness by his side? Should I go and help you protect her? As soon as he finished speaking, a bone-chilling coldness instantly enveloped the entire space. Uchiha Itachi slowly turned his head, his Mangekyo Sharingan facing directly toward Toba's direction. I will watch over her. If you dare to touch her, you'll have to step over my corpse first. Chapter 28. planned progress. The air after the rain was exceptionally fresh. Yukina and Sasuke walked one after the other on the way to the ninja academy. The atmosphere had returned to its usual dullness. It was as if nothing had happened. Because Sasuke walked fast, he would always slow his pace, intentionally or not. Yukina followed behind, looking like she hadn't woken up yet. "Hey," Sasuke suddenly spoke. Keep up." Okay." Yukina rolled her eyes inwardly. Nizu Z is really getting more and more of that overbearing CEO vibe. Yukina quietly channeled a sliver of chakra. Camouflage Sharingan, activate. In an instant, the world in her eyes completely changed. Ever since she had copied the Sharingan, Yukina always wanted to keep the Sharingan active to look at things. Because it felt like being a Superman, as long as she wanted to, everyone looked like they were in slow motion. Looking at Sasuke walking in front of her, the flow of chakra within his body was clearly visible. The anti-hawking breakfast by the roadside had a weak and steady chakra halo, while the anbu flickering on the distant rooftops had condensed chakra. So this is the world of the Sharingan. Yukina observed everything. These eyes were not just weapons for combat, but the ultimate reconnaissance and analysis tool. She had to adapt as quickly as possible and turn it into her instinct. Ninja Academy, Taijutsu Training Ground. Iruka was explaining loudly. "Today we are practicing the basic Taijutsu triple strike. Watch my movements clearly." Iruka's body moved. A standard side kick, followed by a swift low sweep, and finally finishing with a crisp and neat elbow strike. In the past, when Yukina watched such demonstrations, she could only see a blur and then relied on her memory as a corporate drone to memorize it by rote. But now, everything was different. Under the insight of the Sharingan, every one of Iruka's movements was exceptionally clear. How the center of gravity sank during the sweep, even the subtle angle of the joint rotation during the elbow strike. "I see, the key to the power is the instantaneous rotation of the waist and abdomen, not just leg strength. The lower body must be stable, the direction of the toes determines the stability of the center of gravity." Yukina was analyzing in her heart, but on the surface, she remained that girl, with a dazed look. "All right, pair up and start sparring." Unsurprisingly, Sasuke stood in front of Yukina once again. Sasuke frowned. "Watch closely. First step, lift your leg." Yukina lifted her leg, mimicking Sasuke, but swayed because of an unstable center of gravity. "Idiot, straighten your back." Oh. On the second try, she barely managed to kick out, but the force was weak. When it was Sasuke's turn to attack, she was still clumsy. But this time, it was different from her previous pathetic state. Her falling posture seemed much more standard. No longer landing on her butt defenselessly, she used her hands to touch the ground first the moment she fell, shedding most of the impact. Sasuke's attack stopped, and his brow furrowed. Is there something different about Yukina today? Her movements are still clumsy, but in that clumsiness, there seems to be a bit more logic. "Get up." Sasuke reached out his hand. Yukina was stunned for a moment before being pulled up by Sasuke. Again. In the following practice, Yukina perfectly controlled the rate of her progress. She could barely keep up with Sasuke's slow-motion guidance. But she would still fall. This progress was so small that it was impossible to notice without staring constantly. Yukina calculated in her heart. Control the progress at about 3%, fitting the persona of mediocre talent but very hardworking. When falling, the completion rate of the break-fall movement increased from 20% to 25%. It can't be any higher, or it will cause suspicion. Sasuke's guidance is key. Every bit of my progress must happen after he teaches me, so the credit can be attributed to him. Let him have the illusion that, it's all because I taught her well. Sasuke indeed had this illusion. Seeing that although Yukina was still struggling, she could finally keep up with the rhythm a bit, a complex emotion welled up in his heart. All those days of sparring finally didn't go to waste. But she's still too weak. With this level of progress, facing a real enemy, she wouldn't last even a second. I must become stronger, strong enough to fully protect her behind me. The emotion of revenge and the desire to protect intertwined in his heart once more, causing his newly awakened Sharingan to faintly glow with a red light. Konoha village, in front of the memorial stone. Kakashi Hatake was using a clean white cloth to gently wipe the stone monument engraved with the name, Rin. In his mind, however, the scene of Sasuke and Yukina's sparring that he had just secretly observed flashed by. Has that child finally had an epiphany? Kakashi's movements paused for a moment. He had seen countless geniuses and countless mediocre people. A genius's progress is explosive and unstoppable, while the progress of a mediocre person is, without exception, slow and arduous. This girl is clearly the latter. Konoha village, Dango shop. Did you see that little girl from the Uchiha family? Enko Mitarashi took a bite of a Sanshoku dango and spoke indistinctly to a junior in an Anbu uniform beside her. Enko-senpai, are you talking about Sasuke's companion? Enko swallowed the dango and pointed her skewer toward Yukina and Sasuke, who had just finished school nearby. Her progress isn't linear. What do you mean? It means her progress isn't adding a little bit every day, but suddenly jumping up at specific nodes. Enko's gaze became sharp. This shows she isn't just simply learning movements. When she figures out a key point, her level leaps up a stage. Before that, she will stay in place, repeatedly trial and erroring. Enko narrowed her eyes. Either she's a peerless genius who knows how to hide herself, or she's a monster more terrifying than a genius. The junior was completely confused, only feeling that their senior was saying something profound and mysterious again. Enko didn't explain further, just stuffed the last dango into her mouth. How interesting, this year's freshman. Yukina naturally felt that those faint gazes seemed hotter than before. If it were before, she would only feel like she was walking on thin ice. But now, she had the Sharingan copied from the myriad mirror pupils. This confidence allowed her to walk calmly under those gazes. In the dead of night, Yukina went alone to a secluded training ground in the back mountains of the Uchiha clan estate. Recalling the hand seal sequence copied from Sasuke during the day. Snake, ram, monkey, boar, horse, tiger. This was the hand seal for the great fireball technique. Yukina's hand seal speed was fast, even more standard and smooth than Sasuke's. Fire release, great fireball technique. She suddenly exhaled chakra mixed with air. The expected giant fireball did not appear. Puff! A small cluster of flame emerged from her mouth, about the size of a lighter, flickering twice in the air before going out. After a long while, she wiped her mouth. Forgot to add fuel. Yukina was speechless. The Sharingan could perfectly copy the software system. But the hardware configuration of this body, the chakra capacity, was really too poor. It was like installing the latest operating system on an old clunker, just turning it on was a struggle. It seemed that increasing chakra capacity was the most urgent task. Yukina's gaze involuntarily turned toward a certain direction in the village. There lived a person known as the Crown Prince. Chapter 29, Graduation Exam. A few days later, in the Ninja Academy classroom, Haruka stood at the podium, his expression more serious than ever before. Everyone, quiet. Today, the graduation assessment for the Ninja Academy will take place. The assessment is divided into 3 parts, a written exam, shuriken throwing, and the clone technique from the 3 basic jutsu. Those who pass all assessments will receive a Konoha headband and officially become a genin. Those who fail will need to stay back and repeat the year. As Haruka finished speaking, a collective gasp echoed through the classroom. Some were excited, others were anxious, and in the corner, Uzumaki Naruto buried his head even lower. Yukina sat next to Sasuke, appearing just as nervous as everyone else on the surface. Internally, however, she was calculating. The graduation exam, it's finally here. Written exam. When the exam papers were handed out, Yukina glanced at the questions. What is the name of the Land of Fire's daimyo? Which clan did the first Hokage's wife belong to? Discuss the core ideology of the Will of Fire. To her, a person with the soul of a 30-year-old corporate worker, these questions were as simple as elementary school rules. She could even write a 3,000-word in-depth report on the Will of Fire, from 3 perspectives and 5 basic points, complete with historical cases. But she couldn't. My persona is a mediocre but hard-working dead last. A perfect score won't do, it would expose me. A 0 won't do either, it would look too stupid and wouldn't fit the hard-working persona. My grades must be middle of the road, the kind where I study with all my might but only barely manage to pass. She glanced at Sasuke next to her, he had already started on the 2nd page. Tisk, top students really are different. She then peeked at Naruto on the other side. The guy was biting his pen and scratching his head in frustration. Well, here's the model for a failing student. Yukina intentionally made mistakes on points requiring rote memorization, like getting one hand seal wrong in a ninjutsu sequence or mixing up the year of a battle. As for the essay question, she utilized Theoslacker, essence from her past life of writing work reports, make it look substantial without actually saying anything profound. Using a bunch of flowery but hollow words, she perfectly portrayed a student who tried hard to answer but lacked depth of thought. When she handed in her paper, her score was perfectly controlled at 65 points. Shuriken test. In the afternoon, at the training field. The targets were set 20 meters away, and each student had 10 attempts. Next, Sakura Haruno. The pink-haired girl stepped forward, took a deep breath, and threw 10 shuriken in quick succession with standard form. 10 shuriken. 9 hit the bullseye, and 1 was slightly off. Great job, Sakura. Naruto shouted from the side. Next were Inuzuka Kiba and Shino Aburame. Most people performed at their expected level. When it was Sasuke's turn, the entire field went silent. Without any preparatory movements, 10 flashes of cold light streaked past. The next second, they were already embedded in the exact center of the bullseye. All hits in the center. The proctor announced the result. As expected of Sasuke-kun. So cool. The girls' screams rose one after another. Sasuke turned a deaf ear to it all and silently stepped aside, his gaze instinctively searching for that familiar figure in the crowd. Next, Uchiha Yukina. The moment her name was called, Yukina felt the surrounding atmosphere change. The gazes that had been full of admiration for Sasuke immediately turned scrutinizing and critical when they shifted to her. She tried her best to strike a standard pose. The first shuriken nailed itself into a tree trunk behind the target. The second one was thrown with too much force and flew right over the top. The third one actually hit the target, but unfortunately, it was on the outermost ring. After throwing 10 shuriken, only 3 sat lonely on the target. The results were disastrous. PFF'd. In the crowd, someone was the first to laugh out loud. Ha ha ha, you're killing me. Is this the level of an Uchiha? Inuzuka Kiba clutched his stomach, making no effort to hide it. She can't even throw a shuriken properly, how does she get to hang around Sasuke? A random bystander spoke up. Exactly, she's simply a disgrace to the Uchiha. Yukina lowered her head, her bangs obscuring her eyes, appearing as if she were mortified to the extreme. In reality, however, she was grading her own acting. This level of trembling is just right. Kiba-kun's mockery was also very effective, thanks for the cooperation. Just then, a surge of cold chakra suddenly erupted from nearby. The surrounding temperature seemed to drop a few degrees. At some point, Sasuke had stepped up beside Yukina. His two-tomo Sharingan slowly rotated as he coldly scanned the people who had laughed the loudest. Inuzuka Kiba's laughter stopped abruptly, and Akamaru beside him seemed to sense danger as well, tucking his tail and whimpering. The entire training field became pin-drop silent. Sasuke didn't say a word, but everyone understood the warning in his eyes. Don't mind them, Sasuke said out of the blue. Yukina looked up and gave a soft, Seeing her like this, Sasuke felt even more irritated. A bunch of idiots, Sasuke thought to himself. You have no idea how hard she works, training until she's exhausted every day, her hands covered in blisters and calluses. She's still too weak, and I'm too weak as well. If I were strong enough to make everyone shut up, she wouldn't have to endure this. Clone Technique Assessment. The final stage, the Clone Technique. The exam was held in a separate classroom, with only Iruka and another Chunin teacher, Mizuki, serving as proctors. Students went in one by one and came out one by one. Some were jubilant with their headbands, while others were dejected and preparing to repeat the year. Next, Uzumaki Naruto. Naruto looked full of fighting spirit, but a few minutes later, he walked out looking completely deflated. Damn it. Naruto punched the wall, filled with frustration. Immediately after, Mizuki-sensei also walked out of the classroom, patted Naruto on the shoulder, his face full of regret. Naruto, don't lose heart. You were just a little bit off. Iruka-sensei is also doing this for your own good. On the battlefield, an unqualified clone can get you killed. His words sounded like comfort, but Yukina saw a flash of schadenfreude in his eyes. After speaking, Mizuki's gaze seemingly unintentionally swept over Yukina, who was not far away. That look seemed to say, here's another dead last. Warning bells went off in Yukina's mind. Here it comes, the classic, Master Pua Mizuki's persuasion, segment. Looking at his eyes, he's grouped me and Naruto into the same category. That's fine, the more inconspicuous I am, the safer I'll be. Next, Uchiha Yukina. Uruka's voice came from inside the classroom. Yukina took a deep breath and, under Sasuke's, don't you dare fail, gaze, walked into the exam room. Inside the classroom, Uruka sat behind a desk while Mizuki leaned against the wall. Yukina, are you ready? Yes. Then, please perform the clone technique. Yukina began to add drama to her internal monologue. Okay, Oscar time. Ram, snake, tiger. The 3 simple seals were formed with extreme slowness and apparent effort. Step 1. Show nervousness and lack of proficiency. Then, she began to mobilize her chakra. She intentionally made the flow of chakra appear intermittent. Watching Yukina's seemingly all-out effort, Uruka's expression grew heavier. Meanwhile, the corners of Mizuki's mouth could hardly suppress a smirk. All right, the mood is sufficiently set. Yukina suddenly snapped her eyes open and released the chakra she had gathered with such difficulty. Clone technique. Just as she finished the seals in a split second before shouting the jutsu's name. Camouflage Sharingan, open. An extremely faint ocular power accurately struck Uruka's visual nerves. It was a brief genjutsu. A genjutsu that magnified her current, all-out, appearance tenfold. The next second, poof, a cloud of white smoke rose. Chapter 30, Graduation Exam, barely passing. A puff of white smoke exploded beside him. As the smoke dissipated, a clone identical to him appeared beside him. However, the quality of this clone was truly worrying. The figure was somewhat illusory, its edges flickering like a TV screen with poor signal. Mizuki's brow immediately furrowed, and he was about to speak up to find fault. A clone of this level. Pass. Uruka spoke up first. In his view, for this student who usually struggled even to refine chakra, being able to achieve this much was already the result of putting in her absolute best effort. And while the clone was poor, it was fundamentally acceptable. Uchiha Yukina, pass. Uruka wrote down the evaluation heavily on the register. Mizuki's mouth opened, but he ultimately swallowed his words. Uruka was the head examiner, since he had judged it a pass, saying more would only make him look foolish. He could only huff in displeasure and look away. Phew. Yukina let out a long breath, as if she had used up all her strength. System prompt. Playing a pig to eat a tiger, behavior has successfully misled most observers. The persona of, a weak but resilient survivor, has been reinforced. Warning. A small number of ninjas, Kakashi Hatake and Hiruzen Sarutobi, have developed suspicions regarding your, perfectly timed progress. Suspicion level, 5%. Ah. Was my acting too stiff? Sigh. It's just difficult. She bowed once more to Uruka and Mizuki, then turned and walked out the classroom door. Sasuke seemed to have been waiting at the door for a while. Seeing Yukina walk out, he seemed to finally breathe a sigh of relief. HMPH, barely. Sasuke's voice was cold as usual. Night fell. The atmosphere in Konoha village suddenly became tense. One figure after another streaked across the rooftops. Emergency notice. Uzumaki Naruto has stolen the scroll of seals. All units begin searching immediately. Repeat. Uzumaki Naruto has stolen the scroll of seals. Yukina stood by the window of her room, quietly watching everything outside. The plot has begun. Mizuki tricked Naruto into stealing the forbidden technique scroll. This is the first major turning point in Naruto's life, and also Uruka-sensei's highlight moment. I can't interfere directly. For a genin who just graduated and was rated as a dead last, to suddenly appear at the scene of the stolen forbidden scroll, it would be too suspicious no matter how you look at it. But I can lend a hand indirectly. Yukina pushed open the door and silently blended into the night. She didn't go to the Hokage building at the center of the incident, but instead skirted the edge of the Uchiha clan grounds and walked toward the village's back mountain. She remembered that Naruto would hide in the forest of the back mountain to practice the multiple shadow clone jutsu. Hey, have we searched here yet? No, Group B go over there, we're responsible for this area. Two Konoha Chunin performing the search mission leapt down from a roof, landing right not far from her. Yukina seemed startled, her body shrinking back slightly. A little girl. One of the Chunin noticed her. Why are you still out so late? Hurry home, the village isn't safe right now. Yukina looked up, her voice carrying a hint of a tremble. I heard the bells and got a little scared, so I wanted to find Sasuke. Don't be afraid, the ninja adults will handle everything. The other Chunin comforted her. Yukina nodded, then seemed to remember something. I think I just saw Naruto-kun. He won't be in danger, will he? What? The two Chunin's spirits were jolted. Where did you see him? Right over there. Yukina's voice became even smaller. He was running very fast, it seemed like he went into the forest behind the Hokage rock. I don't know if I saw correctly. This intelligence was disguised as an inadvertent sighting by a timid girl. It was both logical and would not arouse suspicion. The forest behind the Hokage rock. Got it. Good job, little girl. This information is very important. The two Chunin exchanged glances and immediately reported this new intelligence to the command center. Command, this is Patrol Squad 7. We have received civilian witness intelligence. The target may be in the forest area behind the Hokage rock. Received. All search units converge on the target area. After getting the information, the two Chunin nodded to Yukina and disappeared into the night. Yukina stood in place, watching the direction they left, the cowardice on her face instantly fading away. Finished. A seemingly unintentional tip-off can at least buy Iruka-sensei a 10-minute head start. In the world of ninjas, 10 minutes is enough to change many things. Hokage office. Hiruzen Sarutobi, with a pipe in his mouth, was watching various parts of the village through a crystal ball. Mizuki's betrayal was within his expectations, he had long been wary of this ill-intentioned ninja. But what he cared about more was Naruto. Suddenly, the image on the crystal ball shifted, locking onto a corner at the edge of the village. He saw that little girl from the Uchiha family. And naturally, he saw how she provided key intelligence to the patrolling Chunin. Hiruzen Sarutobi's movements paused. He had thought that after experiencing such a tragedy, this child would become closed off. Yet, at a moment when the whole village was tense due to the commotion, she didn't choose to hide, but instead used her own way to provide what help she could for the village. It seems my thoughts were correct, she hasn't been blinded by hatred. Sigh. Izumi, Itachi, do you see this? This child has not been consumed by hatred. In her heart, the will of fire still burns. His evaluation of Yukina quietly changed at this moment. And at this time, Yukina, who had returned to her room, was completely unaware of this. She took out a piece of paper and wrote the 4 characters for Uzumaki Naruto on it. The first step in establishing a bond with Naruto, complete. Current bond value, 1%. You can't get fat in one bite, the path must be taken step by step. Tonight's investment is for a richer return in the future. Her gaze fell upon several other names on the paper. Sasuke, Sakura Haruno. Getting my hands on Uzumaki Naruto's multiple shadow clone jutsu and massive chakra is only a matter of time. Next up is the fate-deciding team assignments. Chapter 31, a team of 4. The commotion surrounding the scroll of seals quickly subsided. The next day, in the classroom of the Ninja Academy, the atmosphere was even more tense than during the search operation the previous night. Graduation headbands were neatly placed on the desk of every student who had passed. Everyone was waiting for the judgment of fate that would determine the start of their ninja careers, team assignments. Yukina was also exceptionally nervous at this moment. I wonder which team I'll be assigned to. It would be best if I were assigned to a team with mediocre abilities, just regular background characters. However, Sasuke, who was next to her, was even more nervous. The look on his face said it all. Iruka walked in holding a roster. Now, I will announce the group assignments for each team. Team 1, Team 2. With every name called, there were cheers and there were sighs. Sakura clasped her hands together, muttering under her breath. Please, please, I must be in the same team as Sasuke-kun, and don't let that idiot Naruto be there. And don't let that eyesore be with us either. Thinking this, she glanced at Yukina's back. Yukina seemed to sense a killing intent and turned her head, happening to lock eyes with Sakura. Yukina. Gosh, I only did those things before because the system forced me. Sasuke is yours. I'm a man, I'm not really going to compete with you, so can you stop looking at me like that? Team 10, Nara Shikamaru, Akamichi Choji, Ino Yamanaka. Huh, why am I with you too? Ino's face instantly darkened. Finally, Haruka reached the critical part. Team 7, Uzumaki Naruto, Sakura Haruno. Sakura's expression looked as if she had fallen into hell. And Uchiha Sasuke. Wow. Alright. Before Sakura could even feel disappointed, the massive surprise almost made her faint. Naruto, on the other hand, completely exploded. Why? Why do I have to be in a team with this annoying guy? Sasuke gave a cold snort. Haruka ignored Naruto's protest. Finally, Uchiha Yukina. As soon as the words were spoken, the entire classroom fell silent. The next moment, it completely boiled over. What? 4 people? Did I hear that right? Why are there 4 people in Team 7? There's never been a precedent for this. And they even stuffed that Uchiha dead last in there. Together with Sasuke-kun. Isn't that just dragging them down? All sorts of undisguised discussions surged toward Yukina. Naruto was also stunned. Sakura's face, meanwhile, turned completely black. She glared death at Yukina. Sasuke also had a reaction. Though he didn't know why, the overall result was good. He couldn't help but feel a sense of relief in his heart. Yukina's mouth was hanging open in an O shape. She hadn't processed it at all. What's going on? Meanwhile, in the Hokage office. Standing across from Hiruzen Sarutobi was a silver-haired man. Kakashi. Hokage-sama, this is my only request. No. Hiruzen Sarutobi's answer was also very blunt. Kakashi, you should be aware that 3-man ninja squads are tradition, and they are the optimal configuration tested through countless wars. A 4-man squad, whether performing missions or daily training, will have efficiency issues. Efficiency issues can be overcome. But some problems, if not kept under one's nose, will only become more troublesome. Hiruzen Sarutobi frowned. What are you referring to? The Nine-Tails Jinchuriki and the last 2 survivors of the Uchiha. The 3rd Hokage furrowed his brows. And do you really think it's appropriate to put these 3 in the same team? Sasuke and Naruto are already hard to get along with, and then there's Uchiha Yukina. Her situation is very special, her physical assessment is the lowest. Putting her in this class full of geniuses and problem children is unfair to her. Fair. Kakashi's tone rose slightly. From the moment they were born, the word, fair, had nothing to do with them. The office fell into silence. Kakashi continued, if you split the 3 of them up and give them to 3 different Jonin, could you really be at ease? Can you guarantee that the other 2 Jonin can, like me, simultaneously understand the loneliness of a Jinchuriki and the hatred of the Uchiha? Hiruzen Sarutobi's eyes flickered. I can leave the others, but I must take Uchiha Yukina. She reminds me of some old friends. I want to confirm a few things with my own eyes. Old friends. Hiruzen frowned. Sigh. Hiruzen sighed, weighing it in his mind. Perhaps Kakashi is right. Rather than scattering these 3 unstable factors, it's better to concentrate them together and hand them to the person who best understands their pain and is most capable of watching over them. Very well. You will be in charge of Team 7. Uzumaki Naruto, Sakura Haruno, Uchiha Sasuke, and Uchiha Yukina. This is an unprecedented 4-man squad, Kakashi. I don't want it to become a precedent for failure. I'll do my best. In the classroom, after Haruka announced the dismissal, most students left cheerfully with their new teammates. Only the 4 members of Team 7 remained in place, the atmosphere bizarre. Sakura wanted to move closer to Sasuke, but was frozen by the "do not approach" aura he radiated. Naruto had his arms crossed over his chest, glaring petulantly at Sasuke. Sasuke's gaze, however, drifted toward Yukina from time to time. And Yukina was looking down, thinking about the upcoming script. The 4 of them formed a strange link. Kakashi being late is a fixed program. Just as she was thinking this, Naruto indeed couldn't contain himself. He sneakily brought over a chair, picked up a chalkboard eraser full of chalk dust, and wedged it in the door crack. He. Naruto let out a smug laugh. Let that late teacher taste my power. Sakura immediately put her hands on her hips. Naruto, you idiot. Stop doing such pointless things. The other person is a Jonin, how could they fall for such a childish trick? Exactly, moron. Sasuke coldly spat out 2 words. Being scolded by the 2 of them, Naruto's face turned beet red. What do you 2 know? This is called taking the initiative. Turning his head, he saw the quiet Yukina in the corner and asked with a final glimmer of hope. Yukina, do you want to join in? Let's make this even more secure. To everyone's surprise, Yukina, who had been silent, looked at Naruto with a face full of anticipation, and nodded. Sure. Naruto was stunned, then overjoyed. Really? Great. I knew you weren't like them. Sasuke's brow instantly twisted into a knot. Sakura's eyes widened even further. That Yukina, who always followed behind Sasuke-kun and was as quiet as a mannequin, would actually participate in Naruto's idiotic prank. Yukina ignored the gazes of the other 2, she walked over to Naruto and pointed at the position of the eraser. Wedge it in a bit further here. Also, you can add a string below and tie it to the doorknob. That way, when he opens the door, the pull will be even stronger. Oh, right. Naruto had a sudden realization. Yukina stood by his side, occasionally handing him something or making small suggestions. The 2 of them actually cooperated with considerable rapport. Naruto grinned foolishly, while the corners of Yukina's mouth also seemed to hold a faint curve. The scene was exceptionally harmonious. Sasuke's gaze was fixed dead on Yukina. He saw Yukina and Naruto speaking in low voices, and saw Naruto laughing his head off because of something Yukina said. An indescribable feeling of irritation rose from the bottom of his heart. Why? Why is she mixing with that dead last idiot? Why would she be interested in such a boring prank? Sasuke didn't know what was wrong with him. He just felt the scene was an eyesore and he disliked it very much. Boring. He forced himself to look away, his voice several degrees colder than usual. Sakura keenly captured the trajectory of Sasuke's gaze, feeling both sour and bitter. It's her again. Sasuke-kun is looking at Uchiha Yukina again. On what basis? She worked so hard to get Sasuke-kun's attention, yet he wouldn't even give her a glance. And that person who only knows how to act pitiful, just by saying a few words to that idiot Naruto, easily attracted all of Sasuke-kun's attention. The look she directed at Yukina was almost enough to spit fire. Just then, a hand was placed on the door. The door was pulled open. Clack. The eraser wedged in the door fell with precise accuracy, landing squarely on a head of silver-white hair. Naruto's mouth hung open, wearing an expression of wild joy. Sakura's eyes widened, full of disbelief. For the first time, a look of obvious shock appeared on Sasuke's face. A Jonin actually fell for such a childish trap. Yukina, meanwhile, quietly retreated to the corner, her heart frantically stifling laughter. Ha 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 ha. It hit. It actually hit. Kakashi-sensei, with acting skills like yours, it's a waste of talent not to go for an Oscar. Kakashi brushed the chalk dust off his head, looking completely helpless. He looked at the 3 of them. My first impression of you all. As a bunch of idiots. What did you say? Naruto was the first to jump up. Sasuke-kun isn't an idiot. Sakura immediately entered protector mode, while not forgetting to step on Naruto. It's all because of what you idiot did. Sasuke kept a cold face and didn't speak, but his gaze had become extremely unfriendly. Only Yukina still had her head lowered. Kakashi's gaze bypassed the others and landed only on Yukina. In the prank just now, she was clearly a participant, yet now she acts like the most innocent bystander. A flicker of emotion passed through Kakashi's heart. Obito's clumsiness, Rin's tenacity, what kind of collection of contradictions is this child? Chapter 32. The Declaration on the Rooftop and the Law of Survival. Several people arrived at the rooftop of the Ninja Academy. The wind was a bit strong. Naruto had his hands behind his head, looking quite disgruntled. Sakura was restless, her gaze involuntarily drifting toward Sasuke. Sasuke leaned against the railing. As for Yukina, she curled up in a corner, trying her best to minimize her presence. Kakashi looked like he hadn't fully woken up yet. All right, before we officially begin, let's get to know each other first. Tell me about your likes, dislikes, and your dreams for the future. Me first. Me first. Hearing this, Naruto seemed to instantly switch into hyper mode. My name is Uzumaki Naruto. What I like is ramen. What I like even more is the Ichiraku ramen that Iruka-sensei treats me to. What I hate is the 3 minutes you have to wait for cup ramen. And my dream is to become Hokage. I want everyone in the village to acknowledge my existence. His voice was loud, echoing across the rooftop. A standard opening, but the voice is a bit hard on the ears. Yukina rubbed her ears, which were buzzing from the noise. Next, you. Kakashi's gaze turned toward Sakura. Sakura's face flushed red instantly as she stole a glance at Sasuke. I'm Sakura Haruno. What I like is. She quickly glanced at Sasuke again. But she didn't say it out loud. My dream is. Her gaze stuck to Sasuke for a second time. She covered her inexplicably red face with her hands and let out an unintelligible squeal. Kakashi was somewhat speechless. And what about things you hate? Naruto. Sakura answered without hesitation. Hey. Naruto almost fell off the railing. A young girl's heart really is the hardest thing in the world to understand. Yukina sighed in her heart. Kakashi's gaze fell on Sasuke. How about you? Sasuke slowly raised his eyes. Uchiha Sasuke. I don't particularly like anything, and there are many things I hate. I don't have a dream. There is only one thing I must do. Kill that man. Naruto was intimidated by this sudden surge of killing intent. Sakura, however, looked infatuated, muttering under her breath. Sasuke-kun is so cool. Kakashi's eyes grew deep. As expected, this kid's head is filled with the shadow of an avenger. Finally, everyone's gaze focused on the girl in the corner, the quietest one with the least presence. Your turn. Kakashi's voice softened slightly. Yukina slowly raised her head, her delicate little face full of timidity. My name is Uchiha Yukina. I don't have any grand goals. I just want to live. This was undoubtedly Yukina's heartfelt truth. Naruto froze, looking at the figure even thinner and weaker than himself. During the days when he was ignored and ostracized by the whole village, he only wanted to prove himself. He had never even thought about not being able to survive. Sakura was also stunned. She hadn't expected such an answer at all. An eerie silence fell over the rooftop. Sasuke's brow furrowed tightly. Looking at Yukina, a complex emotion welled up in his heart. Live. Just that simple. This person. Just then, Yukina seemed to summon all her courage. Together with Sasuke. Together with everyone, I want to live. Sasuke's body stiffened. For the first time, a crack appeared in those eyes filled with hatred. Ding. Detected intense emotional fluctuation in the target character. Uchiha Sasuke bond value plus 3%. Current bond value 108%. The entry, Guardian, has been deepened. Ding. Detected emotional fluctuation in the target character. Uzumaki Naruto bond value plus 3%, current bond value 4%. Unlocked new entry, Companion. Your declaration of wanting to live has touched the depths of his heart regarding his desire for existence and recognition. A series of system notification sounds rang in Yukina's mind. It worked. However, Sakura's expression instantly became extremely unsightly. Because she saw the way Sasuke was looking at Yukina. Why? Why is it her again? Her own carefully prepared confession of a young girl's feelings only earned an indifferent profile from Sasuke-kun. While this person who only knows how to act pitiful just said a few light words and could make Sasuke act like that. On what basis? Sigh. A sigh broke the strange atmosphere on the rooftop. Kakashi closed the book in his hand. One brainwashed by hatred, one only seeking survival, plus a noisy Jinchuriki and a girl whose head is full of romance. This batch is really. Kakashi clapped his hands. Alright, that's it for the self-introductions. Tomorrow, we will conduct a test. Kakashi untied 3 small bells with red strings from his waist. Tomorrow morning at 5 o'clock, gather at Training Ground 3. The rules are simple. Take these 3 bells from me. There are 4 of you, but only 3 bells. In other words, at least 2 people will fail. Those who fail will not only be sent back to the Ninja Academy to retake the course. Kakashi deliberately drew out his words, watching Naruto and Sakura's faces turn pale. But will also be tied to those posts over there, watching those who passed the test eat the deluxe lunch I prepared. By the way, a word of advice, it's best not to eat breakfast tomorrow morning. Otherwise, you'll throw up. After saying that, with a soft poof, Kakashi's figure turned into a cloud of white smoke and vanished on the spot. leaving the four of them staring at each other in the wind on the rooftop. Are you kidding me? Naruto was the first to explode. Out of 4 people, only 3 can pass. What kind of comrades are we supposed to be then? Sakura, on the other hand, fell completely into a panic, looking at Sasuke worriedly. If Sasuke-kun gets 1, then the remaining 1. She didn't dare think further, only subconsciously viewing Yukina as her biggest competitor. Sasuke's gaze fell on Yukina, who had been keeping her head down. 4 people, 3 bells. To survive, someone must be eliminated. Looking at Yukina's slender shoulders, he felt like she would collapse with just a gust of wind. With her strength, let alone grabbing a bell, she probably won't even be able to keep up with my speed. Thinking of this, Sasuke's brow furrowed even tighter. Chapter 33, The Fragile Shield. The wind on the rooftop blew somewhat coldly. It was Naruto who broke the silence first again. Hey, before we disband, let's all go eat Ichiraku ramen together. Treat it as a celebration for us becoming a team. Sakura was about to refuse subconsciously, but out of the corner of her eye, she saw Sasuke still leaning against the railing, not leaving immediately. A thought flashed through her mind. A chance to eat with Sasuke-kun. The look of disdain on her face instantly turned into a reserved smile. Since you put it that way, Naruto, I suppose I could go. Everyone's gaze turned toward Sasuke. However, Sasuke had no reaction. 4 people, 2 bells. 1 person must be eliminated. Kakashi's words echoed repeatedly in his head. That phrase "stay alive" also kept echoing in his mind like a curse. Damn it, that guy always says things that make it impossible to ignore. Special training. Trying to cram at the last minute now is completely useless. I have to think of another way, a way to ensure she gets a bell. Not going. Sasuke spat out those 2 words, turned around, and left. This time, he didn't pull Yukina along as he usually did. Ah, he's leaving just like that. He didn't ask me to train together. Right, tomorrow is the moment that decides our fate. A battle maniac like him must be going back to make thorough preparations. Yukina thought to herself as she watched Sasuke's departing back. What's with him? That stuck-up jerk. Naruto curled his lip in annoyance. Once Sasuke left, the light in Sakura's eyes also faded. Naruto didn't notice, however, and excitedly turned to the remaining 2 girls. Great. That annoying guy is gone, so just the 3 of us will go. Hee. He thought about being able to eat alone with the 2 girls he liked most. He had the look of a total creep on his face. Who wants to go with you? You idiot. Sakura's anger finally found an outlet, and she ran off in a huff. Only Naruto and Yukina remained on the rooftop. The excitement on Naruto's face froze, replaced by some embarrassment. It seems Sakura really hates me. Yukina found his expression quite amusing. Be confident, you can remove the "it seems." However, this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. I'll go. Yukina spoke up. Naruto snapped his head up. Really? Yukina nodded. Awesome. Naruto instantly jumped up. Let's go. Ichiraku ramen shop. Old man. 2 large bowls of miso chashu ramen. Coming right up. You're here, Naruto. The 2 sat down side by side. Naruto gesticulated wildly as he told the owner about today's team assignments, while Yukina sat quietly. In her plain-colored dress, she appeared even more gentle. Soon, 2 bowls of ramen were served. I'm digging in. Naruto couldn't wait and picked up his chopsticks. Yukina also picked up her chopsticks. Yukina. Naruto's mouth was stuffed with noodles, making his voice muffled. Do you really just want to stay alive? Don't you have any other dreams or anything? Because I'm too weak. As she spoke, her head was almost buried in the bowl. That night, I couldn't do anything, so staying alive is already the best thing I can think of. She had rehearsed this script countless times in her head, the tremor in every word was just right. Naruto's noodle-eating motion stopped. Looking at Yukina, he thought of himself. Being treated as a monster by the villagers, being ignored by everyone, he understood that kind of loneliness and helplessness. A strong sense of resonance and a desire to protect welled up from the bottom of Naruto's heart. I understand. Naruto slammed the table suddenly. Yukina, don't worry. For tomorrow's test, I will definitely help you grab a bell. We're teammates in the same group. Ding. Detected emotional fluctuation in the target person. Uzumaki Naruto bond value plus 1%, current bond value 5%. The term, teammate, has been strengthened. Yukina was startled, putting on a face of being overwhelmed by the favor, waving her hands repeatedly. No need, Naruto-kun, It's settled. Naruto didn't give her a chance to refuse at all. After finishing the ramen, Yukina wasn't in a hurry to leave. Naruto-kun. She took her wallet out of her pocket. I want to treat you to Sanshoku Dango, is that okay? Naruto's eyes instantly went wide. Treat me to food. He pointed at his own nose, a look of disbelief on his face. Except for Iruka-sensei, no one had ever proactively offered to treat him to food. Yukina nodded. Thank you, for being willing to be my teammate. Naruto's face turned red in a flash, and he gave a silly giggle. This, of course I can. The two arrived at the dango shop. Yukina bought 2 skewers of Sanshoku dango and handed one to Naruto. Oh, it's delicious. It was Naruto's first time eating such a thing, and he immediately cried out in surprise. Ding! Detected emotional fluctuation in the target person. Uzumaki Naruto bond value plus 1%, current bond value 6%. Another 1%. Yukina almost spat out the dango in her mouth. What the hell? 1 meal of ramen plus 1 meal of dango, pouring out my heart and treating him. Only 6% bond. Crown Prince, is your heart made of stone? You're even harder to grind than that Tsunere Sasuke. Early the next morning, Training Ground 3. Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura had arrived long ago. Yukina also stood to the side, trying hard to adjust her breathing. Then came the long wait. The sun rose higher and higher before the silver-haired man finally walked over. Yo, good morning everyone. You're late, hey, Naruto shouted. Kakashi ignored him directly. The alarm is set for 12 o'clock, and I've already explained the rules. These are the bells, look closely now. As he spoke, Kakashi shook the 3 bells on his waist. Everyone's hearts sank. All right. Kakashi closed the small yellow book in his hand. Then, the test begins. The moment the words fell, Naruto rushed forward. I'll go first. Kakashi didn't even change his posture, he simply stepped aside to dodge Naruto's fist. Then he reached into his pocket, pulled out his book, and began reading leisurely. The gap in taijutsu is just too large. From the moment it started, Yukina had hidden in the distant bushes. Just as Naruto charged head-on again, Kakashi suddenly closed his book. Tiger. Konoha Secret Taijutsu Ugi, 1000 Years of Death. Puchi. Asterisk. After a strange sound, Naruto flew out like a rocket. He fell directly into the river. Holy crap. Yukina silently covered her eyes. Seems like the noisiest one has been dealt with. After Kakashi finished speaking, his figure flickered and vanished from the spot. A short while later, Sakura's scream came from the woods. Yukina quietly peeked out to see Sakura slumped on the ground, her face covered in tears, clearly caught in a genjutsu. Sasuke-kun, don't. In Sakura's mind was an image of Sasuke covered in blood. Love-struck brains really are beyond saving, taken out by a low-level genjutsu. Yukina shook her head wordlessly. Now, only she and Sasuke were left. Pseudo Sharingan, activate. Her vision instantly changed, and the flow of chakra in the air became clearly visible. She only dared to activate it for an instant to capture Kakashi's position before immediately closing it. So fast. Yukina's heart jolted. In that brief moment, she had seen Kakashi's chakra. The way he exerted force was completely unpredictable. As expected of a Jonin. At that moment, a violent explosion sounded from the other side. Fire release. Great fireball technique. A massive fireball smashed into the spot where Kakashi had just been standing. It was Sasuke. Utilizing traps and ninjutsu, he had taken the initiative to attack. Flames and explosions continued to ring out in the forest. For a while, they were actually going back and forth. However, this level of attack was nothing to Kakashi. Dodging the fireball with a substitution technique, his figure suddenly appeared. Earth release. Double suicide decapitation technique. Sasuke only felt the ground beneath him soften, and by the time he reacted, he had been buried in the earth, with only his head exposed. Damn it. Kakashi squatted in front of him. Is this all you've got? The genius of the Uchiha. Forget about killing that man, you can't even take a single bell from my hand. Sasuke's rage almost spat out from his eyes. Kakashi's tone shifted as he deliberately glanced toward the direction where Yukina was hiding. Not to mention protecting that girl by your side who can only cry and say she wants to live. The words, protect, and girl, were like two of the sharpest blades, stabbing fiercely into Sasuke's heart. An unprecedented surge of humiliation and anger erupted instantly. Don't you dare mention her. Stimulated by this intense emotion, Sasuke's two-tomo instantly activated. Yukina clearly perceived this surge of chakra fluctuation. Just as Kakashi was admiring Sasuke's eyes with great interest, a frail figure suddenly ran out from the nearby bushes. Chapter 34, Yukina's Plan. Kakashi's interested expression froze for a second. As for Sasuke, his world collapsed. Buried in the ground with only his head showing. This powerlessness and embarrassment were seen clearly by the person he least wanted to see him like this. A sense of shame instantly filled his heart. Get away from me. A low growl squeezed out of his throat. I don't need your protection. He would rather be humiliated to death by Kakashi than let her see him in this state. This felt worse than death. Yukina didn't look back, because she couldn't afford to get distracted by trying to soothe this young Uchiha master. Kakashi remained in a crouching position, his eyes full of playfulness. Yukina said nothing. She suddenly bent down, grabbed a handful of dirt mixed with grass clippings and gravel, and threw it hard at Kakashi's mask. As expected, Kakashi instinctively leapt backward. He had anticipated kunai, ninjutsu, or even a suicidal taijutsu attack, but he never expected a street fighting move like this. This 1 second of surprise is enough. Yukina flashed to Sasuke's side and spoke at a rapid pace in a voice only the two of them could hear. Believe me, you can't get the bells on your own. But the four of us together can. Sasuke was stunned upon hearing this. Just then, the sound of splashing water came from the riverbank. Damn it, you're not allowed to bully Yukina. Naruto was soaking wet. He immediately saw Sasuke buried in the dirt and Yukina standing in front of him. In his eyes, the scene was automatically interpreted as, Kakashi is bullying Sasuke, and the weak Yukina has stepped forward to protect him. A rush of hero saving the beauty adrenaline went straight to his head. I'm coming to save you. Roaring, he once again assumed a charging stance. Stop. Yukina's voice rang out. Naruto was like a machine that had its pause button pressed, stopping dead in his tracks. Seeing Yukina's gaze, the heat in him was instantly extinguished. Follow my lead. Naruto scratched his head. From that angle, Yukina pointed in a direction. Use shadow clones to dig together. The camouflaged Sharingan really is a good thing. I can see the chakra structure and weaknesses of Kakashi's earth release technique clearly. Although Naruto's head was full of question marks, looking at Yukina's unquestionable gaze, his body moved subconsciously. I don't get it, but it feels like something amazing. Multiple shadow clone jutsu. Poof poof poof. Dozens of Narutos instantly appeared and then swarmed toward the position Yukina had specified. They began digging up the ground with kunai. It looked like a group of groundhogs in a collective construction project. Kakashi stood on a nearby treetop, not in a hurry to act but watching with interest. Oh, starting to learn how to use comrades. However, this kind of brute force. Before he could finish his sentence, he saw Sasuke being roughly pulled out of the ground by the group of Narutos. He looked just like an oversized radish. Having escaped, Sasuke brushed the dirt off his clothes, his face still extremely sour. He was about to say something to Yukina, but she turned around first and looked him straight in the eye. Don't you want to take revenge on that man? True strength is knowing how to utilize every power available to you. Fighting alongside comrades isn't called weakness, it's called strategy. If you can't even see through this, your revenge is nothing but a joke. These words were like a heavy hammer, smashing hard against Sasuke's heart. Revenge, a joke. These words were more powerful than any of Kakashi's taunts. The pride of the Uchiha and the shame of being seen through by Yukina made his chest heave violently. He stared fixedly at Yukina, his eyes looking as if they wanted to skin her alive. Go ahead and curse me, as long as you can wake up. Tsunere young master, you have to use strong medicine to cure him. Yukina calculated silently in her heart. After a long time, even Naruto felt the atmosphere was wrong. Just as he wanted to come over and break up the tension, Sasuke squeezed out a single word through his teeth. Speak. His voice was hoarse and full of resentment, but it also represented a form of compromise. Yukina breathed a sigh of relief. Naruto, go find Sakura. Oh. Naruto responded and ran into the forest with several shadow clones. Before long, Sakura, who was still crying out to the air, Sasuke-kun, don't die, was dragged over by Naruto. Yukina nudged Sasuke with her elbow. Under Yukina's gaze, he very reluctantly stepped forward and activated his newly evolved Two-Tomo Sharingan. Release. A wave of chakra swept through, and the terrifying image of a blood-covered Sasuke in Sakura's mind instantly vanished. She looked blankly at the Sasuke in front of her, then at the serious Yukina and the confused Naruto, feeling for the first time a sense of being out of place. All right, now listen to me. Yukina's voice pulled everyone's attention back. She didn't waste any time. She quickly laid out the plan she had just formulated in her mind. Kakashi's strength is far above ours. Fighting alone, we don't have a single chance of winning. So, we must cooperate. Naruto. She looked at Naruto. You have the most chakra. Use multiple shadow clone jutsu to launch continuous feints from all directions. Your task is to create chaos and exhaust his energy so he can't focus on us. When Naruto heard his task was so important, he immediately puffed out his chest. Leave it to me, Sasuke. You are the main attacker. In the chaos Naruto creates, look for openings in Kakashi's defense. You are good with ninja tools and fire release. Use traps to contend with him, and at the critical moment, use the great fireball technique for a strong attack. Your Sharingan can see through his movements. This is our only chance. Sasuke didn't speak, but his gaze already showed that he accepted the arrangement. Sakura. Yukina finally looked at Sakura. Your task is observation. From the rear, observe Kakashi's hand signs and analyze the ninjutsu he might use. Also, watch out for any traps he might have set. Once you find one, alert Sasuke immediately. Sakura was stunned. She didn't expect to have a task, and an auxiliary one for Sasuke at that. You can do it. Yukina's tone was flat, but it carried a convincing power. Sakura finally gritted her teeth and nodded heavily. Then what about you? Naruto couldn't help but ask. What will you do, Yukina? Yukina looked up at the leisurely figure on the distant treetop. I'm in charge of commanding. I can analyze, but I'm no good at taijutsu or ninjutsu. Faced with Yukina's clear logic and unquestionable tone, no one raised any further objections. On the treetop, Kakashi closed the copy of Icha Paradise in his hand. Oh, now this seems to be getting interesting. Chapter 35, Seizing the Bells. Multiple shadow clone jutsu. Bang, bang, bang. White smoke burst forth, and dozens of identical Naruto instantly crowded the clearing in the woods. Wah! Kakashi-sensei, prepare yourself. I'm the main character. Take this punch. They charged fiercely at Kakashi from all directions, like a swarm of orange hornets. Up on the branch, Kakashi didn't even bother closing his copy of Icha Paradise. He only used the corner of his eye. His body swayed slightly, and he vanished from his spot. One shadow clone's punch missed, hitting the back of another shadow clone's head. Ouch! Why did you hit me? You ran into me yourself, idiot. The two Naruto instantly started wrestling. Kakashi's figure weaved through the orange crowd. Every time he flashed away, he perfectly avoided 7 or 8 hands reaching out simultaneously. Too slow. He casually grabbed one Naruto's ankle and tossed him aside. That Naruto, like a bowling ball, knocked over a large group of his comrades behind him. Hey, your power and angle are completely off. He was completely at ease, even having the leisure to provide live instruction. The Naruto clones screamed in anger, but their offensive only grew more chaotic. In a dense cluster of bushes far away, a pair of black eyes was opening and closing subtly at an extremely high frequency. Yukina was kneeling in the shadows. To his disguised Sharingan, Kakashi was no longer a concrete person. He was composed of countless lines of flowing chakra. He wasn't merely looking. He was replicating everything about Kakashi. The rhythm of the battle, the signs of chakra flowing to the limbs. Evasion probability to the left 73%, Backward step probability 18%, substitution jutsu usage probability 9%. There are 3 habitual evasion routes, and one of them is right here. A perfect hunting model formed in Yukina's mind. Copy ninja. Copying thousands of ninjutsu is truly remarkable. Just then, a loud shout broke the Naruto clone's solo fight. Fire release. Great fireball technique. Sasuke's chest swelled, and a massive fireball erupted. The fireball wasn't aimed at Kakashi himself. Instead, it blasted the woods dozens of meters to his left. Fierce flames shot into the sky, instantly turning that area into a sea of fire. Kakashi had just dodged 3 Naruto clones' flying kicks when the corner of his eye caught this ridiculously off-target fireball. He paused slightly. Blocking my movement. This was precisely the evasion route Yukina had analyzed as Kakashi's most probable choice. Oh. A hint of interest finally entered Kakashi's tone. Without hesitation, his body naturally leapt toward the back right, to the seemingly safe open ground. Everything was within Yukina's script. The moment Kakashi's feet touched the ground, a faint triggering sound came from the soil beneath him. Looking down, several kunai affixed with exploding tags were launched by a trap, crisscrossing to block all his possible evasion angles. A decent chain trap. Kakashi offered a word of praise. Too bad his opponent was Kakashi Hatake. Poof. A soft sound. The instant before the exploding tags detonated, Kakashi's figure turned into a charred wooden stake. Substitution jutsu. The next second, he appeared behind Sasuke, his kunai resting casually on Sasuke's neck. I've got you, Sasuke. Focusing only on offense and traps while ignoring your rear is a major mistake for a ninja. Sasuke's body stiffened. Did the plan fail? Kakashi was just about to declare Sasuke out. Suddenly, he felt something grab his leg. A hand covered in mud was emerging from the ground beneath his feet. Immediately after, a dirt-covered head popped out of the ground too. Uzumaki Naruto. He flashed a wide grin. Heh heh, Kakashi-sensei. You fell for it. This was Naruto's true body. The preceding 100 shadow clones, along with Sasuke's great fireball and traps, were all giant smoke bombs prepared for this very moment. Kakashi was genuinely surprised. This dead last actually burrowed underground and perfectly concealed his presence. Interesting. Just as he was about to exert force to break free, his waist suddenly tightened. A massive pulling force came from the side, causing his entire body to lose balance. He turned his head to look and saw that the 2 bells symbolizing victory on his waist had been tightly wrapped by an extremely fine wire at some point. The other end of the wire extended behind a distant tree. Sakura was hiding there, gripping the wire tightly with both hands, her face filled with nervousness and excitement. She succeeded. Naruto held the leg, Sakura tangled the bells. Copy ninja Kakashi Hatake was, for the first time, truly restricted in his movements by 3 little kids. Nice work. Naruto shouted excitedly. A glimmer flashed in Sasuke's eyes as well. We did it. However, at this critical moment, a sharp sound ripped through the air. Whoosh. A kunai shot out from the deepest shadows. The target was not Kakashi. Nor was it the leg being held. It wasn't even the 2 bells within arm's reach. It was the branch in front of Sakura, the one tightly wrapped by the wire. Snap. A crisp sound was heard. The kunai precisely and accurately severed the branch that was bearing the massive pulling force. The smile on Sakura's face froze. As her grip loosened, the taut wire instantly lost its anchor point and sprang back toward her. What? Why would Yukina do that? Naruto and Sasuke were stunned too. This sudden turn of events was completely beyond their comprehension. The surprise in Kakashi's eye had turned into genuine astonishment. In fact, he had discovered Sakura's wire long ago and tacitly allowed her actions. He just wanted to see what these kids would do at the final moment of success. But he never expected that their overall commander would personally destroy this hard-won success. However, everything was not over yet. Now, Yukina's voice clearly rang out in everyone's ears. Sasuke reacted first. Immediately, a massive shuriken spun rapidly in his hand and flew out. The target of the shuriken was also not Kakashi. Instead, it was the wire that was recoiling rapidly in midair, carrying the bells towards Sakura. Clang! The enormous Fuma shuriken struck hard against the middle section of the thin wire. The wire jolted violently from the impact, and its trajectory was diverted once more. And the two bells wrapped around it, finally unable to withstand this complex force, instantly broke loose. They traced two completely different parabolas in the air, like celestial maidens scattering flowers, flying off in three completely different directions. From the great fireball blocking the path, to Naruto's sneak attack. From the wire entanglement, to the kunai severing the branch. And finally, the shuriken accurately striking the wire, every step. It was as if every step had been calculated tens of thousands of times, interlocking perfectly. This was not a coincidence. This was a perfect hunting plan, broken down into countless steps. Now, Yukina shouted the second command. Sasuke, Naruto, and Sakura, who had long been waiting in ambush, moved simultaneously at this moment. Sasuke's figure sprang out and accurately grasped one bell in his hand. Naruto targeted the bell that was knocked towards him, and without even jumping, he snatched it and rolled once on the ground. Sakura was the closest. Waking up from her initial shock, she saw the bell rebounding toward her because of the severed branch. Almost instinctively, she reached out and grabbed it. The three figures leapt almost simultaneously. And landed at the same moment. Sasuke was kneeling on one knee. Naruto was sprawled on the ground, grinning like an idiot. Sakura stood blankly, the sensation in her palm feeling utterly unreal. Silence fell over the training ground. Kakashi still stood in the same spot, his waist already completely bare. In his visible eye, for the first time, was etched genuine shock. Chapter 36, All Past. A dead silence fell over the training ground. Kakashi stood where he was, his emotions taking a long time to settle. He broke the silence. Clap, clap, clap. The sound of applause echoed through the woods. He then walked over to a nearby tree stump, sat down, and took 3 bento boxes out of his ninja tool pouch. Splendid. Truly splendid, indeed. Kakashi placed the bento boxes on the ground, his eye curving into a crescent shape. However, there are only 3 bells, and there are 4 of you. According to the rules, one person must be eliminated and tied to a post to watch everyone else eat their bento. His lazy remark instantly shattered the team atmosphere that had just begun to ignite. So, who is the loser? His gaze swept over the bells in the hands of the 3, finally landing on Yukina, whose hands were empty. It seems the result is already quite obvious. The air froze instantly. Sakura's face turned pale. She glanced at Sasuke's profile, then at the bell in her palm, her heart struggling intensely. Finally, as if she had made a decision, she held the bell out toward Sasuke. Sasuke-kun, you take it. I was the one who held everyone back this time, if I hadn't been so scared. She wanted to use this sacrifice to win his favor. However, Sasuke didn't even spare her a glance. HMPH. A very soft, cold snort. His gaze then fell on Yukina, not far away. She was the one who made the plan, everything had been under her control. Yet in the end, she was also the one without a bell. Yukina. Naruto's thick nerves clearly didn't grasp the complexities of the situation. Gripping the bell he had fought so hard to get, and remembering the oath he made at the ramen shop, he strode over to Yukina. He shoved the bell into Yukina's hand. Take it. I said I'd help you get a bell. I keep my word, that's my ninja way. Naruto grinned. It doesn't matter if I have to go back to the ninja academy. I'm used to it anyway, ha ha ha. Looking into Naruto's pure blue eyes, Yukina's face broke into a soft smile. Then she gently pushed the bell back. Under Naruto's stunned gaze, Yukina walked toward Kakashi. Kakashi-sensei, I give up. Her voice wasn't loud, but it was heard clearly by everyone. I voluntarily accept the punishment. Everyone present was stunned. Kakashi narrowed his single eye. Oh, give up. If I recall correctly, someone initially set survival as their highest principle. What, you're also the first to give up? You've misunderstood, sensei. Yukina shook her head. You said the objective of the exercise was to take the bells from you before noon. As a team, we have completed this task. As for the punishment, the rule is that at least one person will be eliminated. It's worth noting it says, at least one person, not, the person who didn't get a bell will be eliminated. Since the team task is complete, who takes the elimination spot is something we can decide internally as a team. As the commander, I choose to take it upon myself. She cleverly shifted the concept. She separated individual survival from the team's success and redefined failure as voluntarily accepting elimination after the task was done. The laziness in Kakashi's eyes vanished completely, replaced by a scrutinizing look. At that moment, a mechanical system notification sounded in Yukina's mind. Ding! Detected target character, Uchiha Sasuke, experiencing intense emotional fluctuations. Bond value plus 10%. Current bond value, 128%. The trait, Protect, has been overridden by a unique will and strengthened into Monopolize. Ding! Detected target character, Uzumaki Naruto, experiencing intense emotional fluctuations. Bond value plus 10%. Current bond value, 16%. The trait, Comrade, has deepened into Recognition. This Sasuke guy, his bond value is overflowing. It seems the intensity of his heart far exceeds that icy face of his. But this, Monopolize, why do I feel like it's a bit dangerous? Just as Yukina was distracted, an aura mixed with rage and panic suddenly erupted from her side. Sasuke moved. His target was neither Yukina nor Kakashi. It was the 3 bento boxes on the ground. Sasuke grabbed one of them and forced it into her hand. Eat it, Yukina. Yukina froze, holding the still warm bento. Naruto was momentarily stunned by Sasuke's actions. He immediately followed suit, picking up his own bento and shoving it toward Yukina. Right, you eat, Yukina. No one should go hungry, I mean it. Fearing Yukina wouldn't take it, he almost pressed the bento against her face. The atmosphere on the field became extremely strange. Sakura watched this scene blankly. Looking at Sasuke's unquestionable back, her heart was filled with mixed emotions. Jealousy, resentment, confusion. Finally, she bit her lip and silently picked up the last bento, handing it over with her head bowed. 3 bento boxes were simultaneously offered to Yukina. Sandwiched between Sasuke and Naruto, with 1 bento in her arms and 2 dangling before her eyes, she was completely dazed. Kakashi watched this absurd yet harmonious scene. Dusty images surfaced from the depths of his memory. That idiot who wore goggles and always talked about comrades. The shadow overlapped with these brats before him. Finally, Kakashi smiled. You guys. All of you, pass. ... Sunlight filtered through the gaps in the leaves, spilling over them. Although they passed. But because of Kakashi's requirement, Yukina was ultimately still forced to be tied to the tree stump. Kakashi also said mysteriously that this was some kind of ritual that had to be experienced. Right now, Sasuke was holding a rice ball in front of Yukina, feeding her bit by bit. If her chewing speed slowed even a little, the pressure from his gaze would intensify. What a sin. I really have no choice but to eat. Thinking back to my resolve just now, in a time of war, I'd at least be a political commissar. But this rice ball really tastes good, the dried plum is just right. While chewing, she happened to look up at Sakura and Naruto sitting on the ground. The two were busy with their rice balls, with Sakura clearly harboring a sense of resentment. Then she stole another glance at Sasuke. As luck would have it, her eyes met Sasuke's. Startled, she quickly lowered her eyelids. Sasuke didn't know what Yukina was thinking. He only watched her fair cheeks puffing slightly as she chewed, the sunlight shining on her long eyelashes, making her look exceptionally special. This idiot who only knows how to say pretty words and wants to sacrifice herself at every turn. Sigh. A ripple seemed to touch Sasuke's heart once more. In the shadows, an Anbu wearing a tanuki mask blended into the silhouettes of the trees. Quietly watching all of this. A moment later, they vanished soundlessly from the spot. Chapter 37. Might as well not do this D-rank mission. The days that followed were much like what Yukina had imagined. Team 7, your mission this time is to find the daimyo's wife's lost pet cat, Ahu. Kakashi lazily read out the mission details. Naruto's face immediately fell. Another cat-finding mission. We are ninja, not pet detectives. Sasuke remained expressionless. Since the end of the practice exercise, they had already carried out 5 D-rank missions. 2 were weeding, 1 was helping someone shop, 1 was cleaning river debris, and 1 was catching this repeat offender named Ahu. This fat cat named Ahu could be called the reigning king of the Konoha D-rank mission ecosystem. It was skilled at utilizing every piece of terrain. Most ridiculously, it possessed an extraordinary insight into ninja. It always managed to disappear into the depths of complex alleys in the second before being surrounded. Hey, Sasuke, say something. Seeing his protest was useless, Naruto turned and shouted at Sasuke. Do you really want to be a cat-catching ninja for your entire life? Sasuke couldn't even be bothered to lift his eyelids, letting out an extremely faint snort from his nostrils. The pursuit quickly unfolded throughout the village. I see it. Over there. Naruto charged out headfirst only to knock over a pile of junk by the roadside. The fat cat, Ahu, was perched on the rooftop, giving him an ugly look full of disdain. Naruto, you idiot! Sakura yelled out in exasperation. Couldn't you be quieter? While complaining, she tried to force out her sweetest smile, attempting to lure the fat cat on the roof with food. The result was having the dried fish she held swatted away by a paw. The scene became chaotic. Kakashi leaned against a tree, holding his orange-covered copy of Icha Paradise, as if everything happening before him had nothing to do with him. Yukina stood at the very back of the group. This cat's agility truly lives up to its mission bounty. In the 21st century, this ability would qualify it as a Class 2 protected animal. She calmly observed Ahu's movement path. She noticed it always jumped between a few fixed height points and had a special reaction to flashing objects. Yukina silently took out a small metal piece from her ninja tool pouch. Taking advantage of the moment Naruto missed again, she flicked it with her finger. The metal piece refracted an arc of light in the sun, landing precisely next to an open bamboo basket. Ahu, on the rooftop, twitched its ears, instantly drawn by the flash. It hesitated for a moment, but ultimately could not resist the temptation of its instincts, leaping down from the wall. Just as it lowered its head to poke at the piece of metal, a dark shadow descended from above. It was Sasuke. Without any hesitation, he grabbed the fat cat by the scruff of its neck. Meow. See, caught it. Naruto, still in his lunging posture, was dumbfounded. Sakura was also stunned, looking back at Yukina, then at Sasuke, her expression complicated. Sasuke carried the cat and walked straight up to Yukina. Without saying anything, he shoved the ball of fur into Yukina's arms. Yukina obediently took the cat and held it close. The fat cat struggled a couple of times in her embrace. But perhaps sensing the peaceful aura emanating from her, it gradually settled down. Oh, a looks-oriented cat. Yukina gently soothed the cat in her arms. For the next half a month, Team 7's life fell into an infinite loop of D-rank missions. They weeded the Nara family's herb garden, walked a pack of energetic ninja hounds for the Inuzuka family, and even took on a job painting fences for someone. Naruto's complaints escalated from once a day to once an hour. Sasuke's face grew colder day by day, and the force he used when throwing shuriken in the training ground became increasingly harsh. Only Yukina was enjoying herself. These tasks, tedious and boring in the eyes of outsiders, were the best possible scenario for her. He didn't want to undertake dangerous missions. She hummed an off-key tune while carefully pulling weeds in the Nara family's herb garden. Naruto pulled weeds nearby using brute force, muttering all the while. Yukina, don't you find this boring? Any civilian could do this kind of work. Yukina looked up, pulled out a piece of candy from her pocket, and handed it over. Naruto, look, these medicinal herbs are very important, right? We are protecting something very important. Naruto took the candy blankly. Oh. He scratched his head, and even his weeding motions became much gentler. Ding. Detected that target, Uzumaki Naruto's emotions have been soothed. Bond value plus 1%. Current bond value, 17%. Entry, recognition, remains stable. A nearly invisible smile cracked across Yukina's lips. Naruto was like a large golden retriever starved for affection, one just needed to stroke him the right way. Handling Sakura required a bit more complexity. While painting the fence, Sakura always looked for an opportunity to show off in front of Sasuke. Yukina seized the moment, pretending she couldn't lift the paint bucket and swaying slightly. Sakura, this is so heavy. Sakura initially didn't want to bother, but a glance from the corner of her eye caught Sasuke looking over. She immediately puffed out her chest and snatched the paint bucket from Yukina's hand. Honestly, you can't even handle this little bit. Move aside, I'll do it. She finished the job cleanly and decisively, ending with a triumphant glance towards Yukina. Yukina appropriately gave her an admiring look and praise. Sakura is amazing, when will I be as strong as you? Ding. Detected target, Haruno Sakura, hostility value decreased, bond value activated. Current bond value, 1%. Obtained entry, useless person. Although the evaluation isn't great, at least it's a start. She's the one who will gain super strength later. I must lay a good foundation early. Sigh. The revolution has not yet succeeded, comrades must still strive. She handled interpersonal relationships with ease, cultivated secretly, and enjoyed this hard-won peaceful time. She knew this calm would soon be shattered. And the fuse that would ignite this tranquility had finally been lit. That day, when Kakashi once again picked up a D-rank mission from the Hokage office, help a neighbor uncle watch his child, Naruto finally exploded. I've had enough. A roar echoed throughout the entire Hokage office. Cat catching, weeding, child watching. None of this is work a ninja should be doing. I am Uzumaki Naruto, the man who will surpass all previous Hokage. I want to take on better missions. C rank. No, B rank. Silence fell over the office. Teacher Iruka, standing nearby, turned pale with fright, rushing forward and pressing Naruto's head down. Naruto, you big idiot. Apologize to the Hokage-sama immediately. I won't. Naruto glared at Hiruzen. Sakura also panicked. Naruto, are you crazy? Stop talking. Hiruzen Sarutobi put down his pipe, his eyes revealing no emotion. Ignoring the furious Naruto, he shifted his gaze to the other two members of the team. Sasuke stood there, saying nothing. Yukina quietly kept her head bowed. Hiruzen Sarutobi spoke slowly. Naruto, missions require gradual progress. You have just become genin, you need to start with the most basic D-rank missions to cultivate teamwork. We already have teamwork. Naruto interrupted him. We are already a very synchronized team. Right, Sasuke. Everyone's attention shifted to Sasuke. Sasuke finally spoke. He's right. We are wasting time. This single sentence made Iruka's face even paler. If it was just Naruto fooling around, it would be one thing, but if Sasuke said it too, the nature of the problem changed. The office fell into a long silence. Finally, Hiruzen Sarutobi tapped his pipe against the ashtray, as if he had made some kind of decision. Fine. Since you are so confident, let's try a C-rank mission. Chapter 38, the C-rank mission named, Deception. As soon as the words fell, the office door was rudely pushed open. A man reeking of alcohol staggered in. He emitted a pungent odor mixing cheap alcohol and sweat. The man's murky gaze swept over the few children inside the room, showing undisguised contempt. What? Lord Sandame, I paid for an escort, and you send me these brats. He let out a loud alcoholic burp, his speech slurred. A noisy blonde kid, a pretentious pretty boy, and two little girls who look like a gust of wind could blow them over. Are you kidding me? I need ninjas who can keep me alive. Naruto, already bristling with suppressed anger, was instantly ignited by this remark. Who are you calling a noisy blonde, you old drunk? Kakashi maintained his listless demeanor, giving Hiruzen Sarutobi a helpless shrug. Yukina stood quietly at the back of the group, concealing her presence in the shadows. This old man's acting is so exaggerated it could be on stage for a play. The smell of alcohol is fake, his gait is faked, and even the contempt in his eyes is deliberate. His entire being screams, I have a massive secret. If this mission is truly C rank, I'll eat my forehead protector on the spot. Hiruzen Sarutobi seemed not to hear the client's complaints. He picked up the mission scroll and slowly stamped it with the Hokage's seal. Mr. Tazuna, please rest assured. Although Team 7 is young, their supervising Jonin is one of Konoha's most exceptional ninjas, Kakashi Hatake. The bridge builder named Tazuna snorted heavily, implicitly accepting the result. All right, everyone go back and prepare. Meet at the village gate tomorrow morning. Kakashi clapped his hands. The next morning, at the Konoha village gate, the air carried the freshness of vegetation. Naruto sported dark circles under his eyes, yet his spirit was extremely high. Finally, I can leave the village and take on a real mission. Sakura had meticulously styled her short pink hair, walking beside Sasuke with the sweetest smile on her face. Sasuke-kun, we're going to the land of waves this time. I hear the scenery there is beautiful. Sasuke did not reply. His gaze landed on Yukina's position, and he moved to stand to her front right. This position allowed him to keep her within his peripheral vision while also being able to intercept any potential threats from the front or the right side immediately. He found a perfect definition for this instinctive action. As the sole remaining clansman of the Uchiha, protecting another, physically frail clansman, was an obvious responsibility, nothing more. Naruto noticed Sasuke's movement and immediately shouted, "Hey, Yukina, standing in the middle is too dangerous. I'll protect you." Saying that, he darted to Yukina's left side, forcefully puffing out his chest, striking what he considered to be the most reliable pose. Sakura's smile froze on her face. She looked at Yukina, sandwiched between the two boys, appearing even smaller and weaker, and felt an intense itch in her gums from anger. Damn it, she's using that innocent look to gain sympathy. Yukina was pinned in the very center. Azure Dragon on the left, White Tiger on the right. What kind of chosen center position is this? She sighed quietly, still clearly feeling the almost tangible rays of resentment shooting from Sakura behind her. So much pressure. I feel like a cream-filled biscuit, the kind about to be squeezed out of shape. Kakashi and Tazuna walked at the front, one leisurely holding *ICHA paradise, the other frequently looking back with worry. The group thus set off toward the land of waves in this bizarre formation. Far from the village, they were surrounded by dense forest. After walking for about 2 hours, the weather was clear, and the ground was so dry that dust was kicking up. But Yukina noticed a puddle of water in the middle of the road ahead, utterly out of place. It hadn't rained, nor was there any water source nearby. Her steps didn't pause in the slightest, as if she were completely oblivious to the obvious anomaly. Only at the moment she walked alongside Sasuke past the puddle. Her fingertip, seemingly casually, brushed against Sasuke's arm. A slight tingle shot up Sasuke's spine. He immediately understood. This level of tacit understanding had long surpassed words. His hand quietly rested on the ninja tool pouch at his waist. Kakashi, walking at the front, paused, his finger turning the page for half a second. But he said nothing, maintaining his original pace. Everything happened in a flash of lightning and flint. The very second Team 7 walked past the puddle, the calm water surface exploded. Two dark shadows shot out from the water like phantoms, accompanied by the sharp sound of metal chains tearing through the air, their target fixed on Kakashi, who was walking at the front. First one. With a hoarse growl, the claws attached to the chains instantly wrapped around Kakashi. Then, they were violently pulled apart. Under the horrified gaze of everyone, Kakashi's body was instantly torn into several pieces of flesh and blood. Ah! Sakura let out an eardrum-piercing scream, her legs gave out, and she collapsed onto the ground, her face deathly pale. Naruto froze in place. His mind was blank, completely unresponsive. Kakashi-sensei. In this chaotic moment, the two rogue ninja from the Hidden Mist who had dealt with Kakashi had already turned their bloody gazes towards the remaining targets. Second one. One of them flashed past, appearing phantom-like behind the paralyzed Naruto. Be careful. Sasuke's roar exploded. He showed no panic whatsoever. The moment Yukina warned him, he had already entered a combat state. 3 shuriken flew out, accurately shot in a triangular formation toward the chain connecting the two enemies. With a clang, the chain was firmly pinned to a nearby tree trunk, instantly cutting off the coordination between the two. Immediately after, he drew his kunai and instantly stood in front of Yukina and Tazuna. At the same time, he kicked the dumbfounded Naruto away, letting him tumble embarrassingly to the side, out of the enemy's fatal attack range. HMPH, just a bunch of genin. One of the demon brothers looked at Sasuke with disdain in his tone. The other bypassed Sasuke, clearly aiming for Tazuna, who was protected at the rear. Your opponent is me. Sasuke moved to meet him. Yukina stood behind Sasuke, completely shielded by his broad back. 2 Chunin bullying a group of freshly graduated genin, they really think highly of us. Her gaze locked precisely onto the Hidden Mist ninja lunging toward Tazuna. Myriad mirror pupils. Mangekyo Sharingan copying technique, sense steel. No Tomo appeared, everything was accomplished silently. The rapidly moving Hidden Mist ninja's vision blurred momentarily. In an instant, the world he saw twisted strangely. The ground beneath his feet seemed to turn into soft marshland, making every step feel weak and unstable. Sasuke's figure ahead also showed a momentary double image. A mere 0.5 seconds of sensory distortion. For a battle between Chunin, that was enough to be fatal. Now, Sasuke's combat intuition was incredibly sharp. He instantly seized upon this inexplicable flaw in the enemy. A fierce spinning kick. Bang! A dull sound of bone fracturing echoed. The ninja was sent flying backward by the immense force, instantly knocked unconscious. The other demon brother was greatly alarmed upon seeing this and was about to move when a hand silently rested on his shoulder. "Yo!" A familiar yet lazy voice sounded near his ear. The demon brother stiffened completely and slowly turned his head. He saw the face he thought had already been torn to shreds. Kakashi, completely unharmed, was looking at him with a slight smile. The game is over. Kakashi easily subdued the remaining enemy with just one hand. Only then did Naruto snap out of his stupor. He looked at the intact Kakashi, then at the unconscious enemies on the ground. He stammered, Kakashi-sensei, you're not dead." Kakashi walked over to Theoself, that had been torn apart and pointed at the broken wood pieces on the ground. That was the substitution jutsu, one of the most basic ninjutsu. He removed the playful smile from his face, his eyes becoming serious as he surveyed his students. Sasuke, very fast reaction, accurate judgment, well done. Yukina, maintaining composure in the face of the unexpected situation, also very good. Upon hearing the praise, Sasuke just snorted lightly, but the corner of his eye couldn't help but glance at Yukina to confirm she was safe. Kakashi's gaze finally fell upon Naruto. "Naruto, you disappointed me greatly. You were so scared you couldn't move. On a real battlefield, you would have died just now." Chapter 39, Zabuza Momochi. I'm not immobilized. I was observing the enemy. Yes, observing. Kakashi couldn't even be bothered to lift an eyelid. Oh, observing while lying on the ground. The perspective is certainly unique. Naruto's cheeks puffed out like a toad in anger. Kakashi's gaze drifted lightly towards Sakura on the side. Sakura. Yes, Kakashi-sensei. Sakura instinctively stood up straight. Your volume has great potential. Next time, try using it to launch a soundwave-type genjutsu, it might have surprising effects. Sakura's face turned from pale white to flushed red with shame and anger. She looked to Sasuke for help, only to despair when she realized that the figure she cared about deeply wasn't looking at her at all. Sasuke was staring at Yukina. Yukina stood quietly, silently enduring the complex gazes from all directions. Kakashi stopped paying attention to these brats. He walked up to the two tightly bound demon brothers and gently pressed the tip of his kunai against one of their throats. "Speak. Who hired you? What was the target?" That hidden mist ninja violently turned his head away, adopting a posture of preferring death to surrender. "Kill me if you want, stop the nonsense." "Good backbone." Kakashi nodded, then changed his tone. "However, I'm not a patient person. Rather than killing you, I prefer to bring you back to Konoha alive. I hear Ibiki Morino from the interrogation squad is very interested in researching the limits of human pain lately and is in need of experimental subjects." Thud. The psychological defense of the other demon brother shattered immediately. "I'll talk. I'll tell you everything. Our target is that old man. The bridge expert, Tazuna." Swish. Everyone's gaze instantly fixed on the client who had been silent the entire time. Tazuna's body stiffened violently. Kakashi slowly stood up and paced in front of him. "Mr. Tazuna, the escort target for AC rank mission wouldn't attract Chunin assassins from the Hidden Mist village. It seems you've hidden quite a few things from us." Tazuna's eyes darted around in panic. I don't know what you're talking about." Still playing dumb. Sasuke's voice cut in. "Your scent, besides the cheap smell of alcohol, also carries fear. You've been trembling ever since we left the village." Tazuna's face completely fell. Naruto also realized what was happening. "Old man, you lied to us. What exactly is going on?" Under the intense scrutiny of the three children and a god of slaughter, Tazuna's psychological defense completely collapsed. He collapsed onto the ground. "I had no choice. Our land of waves is too poor to afford the mission fee. Our country is controlled by a bastard named Gato. Gato, the boss of a shipping company, has monopolized all sea transport in our country through money and violence. Any ship entering or leaving the land of waves requires his permission and payment of an exorbitant, vampire-like fee. That bridge." Tizuna's voice was filled with despair. That great bridge is our only hope. Once the bridge is completed, we can freely interact with the outside world and escape Gato's control. That's why he hired ninjas to kill me at any cost. Sakura listened, dumbfounded. So you lied to us, making us newly graduated genin take on such a dangerous mission. You're using us. Tizuna lowered his head painfully. I'm sorry. Truly sorry. But my grandson is waiting for me to come home. My daughter is waiting for me to come home, and everyone in the country is waiting for that bridge. I could only take a gamble. Silence fell over the surroundings. Kakashi broke the silence. According to regulations, if the client provides false intelligence and the mission rank is severely inconsistent with the reality, we can immediately terminate the mission and return to the village. He looked around at his students. But you have all seen the current situation. This mission has gone beyond the scope of genin. If you continue, you might die. Now, let's vote whether to continue executing this mission. The minority obeys the majority. Returning to the village was the safe choice, but it meant mission failure and abandoning this desperate old man. Continuing forward was a dangerous gamble against an opponent that even copy ninja Kakashi found troublesome. The first one to break the silence was Naruto. He clenched his fists tightly. The humiliation of being criticized by Kakashi just now, and the fear of being scared by the enemy, all transformed into an unyielding will. I want to continue. I am not a coward. Sakura subconsciously looked at Sasuke. She didn't want to die, but she didn't want Sasuke to look down on her even more. Sasuke let out a light chuckle. HMPH. He didn't raise his hand, just spoke coldly. I have no interest in playing hero games with the dead last. Naruto immediately exploded. What did you say, you bastard Sasuke? Sasuke couldn't even be bothered to look at him, his gaze sweeping over Yukina. But I also have no interest in being a deserter. There was a hint of warning in his eyes, as if saying, try saying you're leaving. He could not retreat. If he backed down from just a few rogue hidden mist ninjas, how could he ever seek revenge? More importantly, he could not show even the slightest bit of weakness in front of her. Seeing Sasuke's attitude, Sakura instantly made up her mind and quickly raised her hand. If Sasuke-kun stays, I'll stay too. 3 gazes fell squarely on the last person in the group. Yukina felt that heavy pressure. I basically have no choice, do I? She raised her head and showed a faint smile. I trust Kakashi-sensei's judgment, and I trust everyone. Kakashi helplessly scratched his silver hair with his hand. All right, since it's a unanimous vote. Then, Team 7, the mission continues. The small boat sailed quietly through the thick fog. The fog grew heavier, making it impossible to see one's hand in front of one's face. The boatman's expression grew uglier, the veins on his hand gripping the oar bulged from excessive force. This fog isn't normal. Yukina had already realized it. The edge of her vision from the myriad mirror pupils was beginning to glow with a deep red halo. Everyone, be careful. Kakashi's voice suddenly became grave. As soon as the words fell, a sharp sound of something cutting through the air arrived. Get down. Kakashi instantly moved, violently pressing Naruto's and Sakura's heads down. The Kubikiribocho whizzed past their scalps. Clang. With a loud noise, the great sword embedded itself deeply into a towering tree not far ahead. A tall figure stood lightly on the wide hilt of the sword. Completely wrapped in bandages, he looked down upon them from above. Zabuza Momochi, nicknamed the Demon of the Hidden Mist, an S-rank rogue ninja. Great, the mission just jumped from B rank to A rank. Hey, the man on the sword hilt let out a low laugh. As expected of copy ninja Kakashi, your reaction is quick. You are a ninja from the Hidden Mist Village's rogue ninja pursuit squad, Zabuza Momochi. Kakashi clearly recognized the opponent's identity. Zabuza's gaze swept over the few kids behind Kakashi, finally landing on Tizuna. Kakashi, hand over the old man behind you. That won't do, he's my client. What, are you trying to steal him? As Kakashi spoke, he slowly pushed his forehead protector upward. The left eye hidden beneath the protector was finally revealed. The Sharingan. Sasuke's pupils constricted sharply. Why do you possess that eye? He stared intently at Kakashi's left eye. That is the eye of the Uchiha clan. You don't have the surname Uchiha. Where did you steal it from? Naruto and Sakura were both startled by Sasuke's sudden outburst, They had never seen Sasuke like this before. Chapter 40, Copy Ninja vs the Demon of the Hidden Mist. Sasuke questioned him. Why? Completely disregarding the S-rank terrifying rogue ninja standing before him. Why do you possess that eye? Naruto was startled by his sudden madness. Sasuke, are you crazy? The enemy is still right there. Sakura also anxiously reached out, trying to grab his arm. Sasuke-kun, calm down. Don't touch me. Sasuke violently shook off her hand. Answer me, Kakashi. Where did you steal that eye from? Zabuza stopped all movement, holding the massive executioner's blade with one hand, watching this sudden internal conflict with interest. Hey, Copy Ninja Kakashi, it seems your student has quite the opinion of you. Kakashi's brow furrowed tightly, his gaze switching rapidly between Sasuke and Zabuza. Sasuke's emotions spiraled out of control. The gruesome scene of the night of the massacre flooded his rationality, causing his entire body to tremble violently beyond restraint. That belongs to our Uchiha clan. The words caught in his throat, and he could say no more. We're doomed, this kid's PTSD is acting up. Yukina's internal alarm bells blared. To have an episode now, he really doesn't value his life. That guy Zabuza's look of enjoyment is almost spilling out from under his bandages. Under everyone's astonished gaze, she gently placed her hand on Sasuke's trembling arm. Sasuke almost instinctively tried to brush it away. But the cool touch on his arm acted like an invisible chain, instantly binding his about-to-erupt instincts. Sasuke. Yukina softly called his name. No comforting words, no accusations. Yet the furious rage in Sasuke's chest began to rapidly contract. He breathed rapidly, staring intently into Yukina's eyes. The enemy. Yukina gestured with her eyes toward Zabuza not far away. 2 words. It was like a basin of ice water suddenly poured over Sasuke's head. He followed Yukina's line of sight and met Zabuza's eyes, hidden beneath the bandages, filled with mockery and anticipation. In front of the enemy, and even more so, in front of her, I actually lost control to this extent. Sasuke fiercely gritted his teeth, redirecting that anger toward Zabuza. He said no more, merely standing silently to Yukina's front left, positioning his body in an attitude of absolute protection. Zabuza let out a low chuckle. It seems your family melodrama is over. Now, back to the main event, Copy Ninja Kakashi. Be careful. As Kakashi finished speaking, Zabuza ghosted in front of him. Kakashi precisely blocked the blade with his kunai. The two instantly engaged in a high-speed taijutsu duel, their figures flashing rapidly between the small boat and the water surface, too fast for Naruto and the other's dynamic vision to capture. This is Jonin-level combat. Yukina's Sharingan quietly activated, and in her field of vision, the trajectory of every movement made by the two was clearly captured. Water release, water clone jutsu. Zabuza did a backflip and landed on the water, and a water clone identical to him materialized from the water. Water clone. Kakashi's eyes narrowed. One Zabuza charged at Kakashi with his blade, while the other remained in place, rapidly forming hand seals. Kakashi immediately engaged the charging water clone. After a few moves, he spotted an opening and fiercely pierced the clone's chest with his kunai. With a PFF, the water clone dissolved into a pool of cold water. However, a chilling voice sounded behind him. Too late. Kakashi spun around violently, only to see that the one who had been forming seals was the real Zabuza. Water release, water prison jutsu. A massive sphere of water instantly enveloped Kakashi. Damn it. It's over, Kakashi. Zabuza maintained the water prison with one hand, his face alight with confident triumph. You can just stay inside and watch as I take care of your students one by one. As he spoke, a new water clone rose from the water and approached the children on the boat. Run! Kakashi roared from inside the water prison. Get the client and leave. That's an order. Damn it. I'm not running. Naruto suppressed his fear, clenching his fists and standing at the very front. HMPH. Sasuke's Sharingan was already active. Don't give me orders. He and Naruto stood back to back, shielding Yukina and Tazuna tightly behind them. The water clone kicked Naruto away, and then punched Sasuke, who was blocking, causing him to retreat repeatedly. However, the gap in strength was too obvious. Soon, both of them sustained injuries. What do? We can't beat him at all. Sakura's voice was choked with tears. Calm down, we must remain calm. Zabuza's main body has to maintain the water prison, so he cannot move. This water clone's strength is probably only 1/10 of the main body's. His target is Tazuna, not us. A thought flashed through her mind. She quickly approached Naruto, who was still struggling to get up. Naruto, do you remember Shadow Clone? Overwhelm him with numbers. Naruto paused for a moment. Yukina immediately turned to Sasuke. Sasuke, his target is Tazuna. We feign an attack, you find an opportunity to use your strongest long-range attack to interrupt the main body maintaining the water prison. A hint of surprise flashed in Sasuke's eyes. Got it. Watch this. Naruto roared. Multiple shadow clone jutsu. Bang, 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 bang. In an instant, dozens of Narutos appeared densely packed. What? Zabuza's main body was astonished. All the Narutos charged forward. The scene instantly became chaotic. Now is the time. A sharp glint flashed in Sasuke's eyes. He took out a giant Fuma shuriken from behind his back and unfurled it with a flick of his wrist. Naruto. The real Naruto leapt out from the pile of clones and exchanged a look with Sasuke. Fuma shuriken, shadow pinwheel. Sasuke violently threw the giant shuriken in his hand, aiming directly at Zabuza's main body maintaining the water prison in the distance. A brat's trick. Zabuza looked disdainfully at the incoming shuriken. But the next second, Zabuza's pupils contracted in shock. He then noticed that beneath the shadow of the first shuriken, there was another identical shuriken hidden. It was one Naruto had transformed into. Two shuriken, one above and one below, sealed off all his evasion routes. Zabuza cursed inwardly. To avoid being hit, he was forced to interrupt the one-handed seal maintaining the water prison and leap high backward. The water prison shattered instantly. Kakashi broke free and landed steadily on the water surface. He glanced at Sasuke and Naruto, but his final gaze lingered on Yukina for a moment longer. Zabuza landed awkwardly on the other side. A bunch of brats, daring to ruin my plans. Zabuza rapidly formed hand signs. Kakashi's Sharingan also rotated at high speed, flawlessly copying every one of his movements. Both of them spoke in unison. Water release. Water Dragon Bullet Technique. Two water dragons simultaneously rushed skyward from the lake surface. He can actually perform the exact same ninjutsu. Naruto watched dumbfounded from the side. Sasuke stared intently at Kakashi's movements, his fists unconsciously clenching. How is this possible? Zabuza looked at Kakashi in horror. Can you foresee the future? That's right. I can see the day you die. His hands formed hand signs again, faster than before. Zabuza was greatly alarmed and hurriedly tried to follow the copying, but found he couldn't keep up with Kakashi's speed at all. Water release. Great waterfall technique. A torrent of water far larger than the water dragon suddenly formed out of thin air and slammed violently into Zabuza. Zabuza was swept away like a fallen leaf, crashing heavily into a distant tree trunk, his fate unknown. The battle was over. Kakashi held a kunai and walked step by step toward the fallen Zabuza. It's all over. Just as his kunai was about to strike, two thin Senbon needles flew precisely out of the mist, piercing Zabuza's neck. Zabuza's body convulsed violently, then became completely still. A ninja wearing a hidden mist tracking team mask appeared on a nearby branch, his voice cool. You were right, it is all over. Kakashi watched the newcomer warily. The hidden mist tracking unit. Thank you for subduing him. The tracking unit ninja bowed slightly. I have been hunting this rogue ninja for a long time. According to regulations, his corpse must be handled by me. Saying that, his figure flashed, and he appeared next to Zabuza. He hoisted the tall corpse onto his shoulder and instantly vanished into the dense fog once more. Hey, wait! Naruto chased after him but missed, catching only air. Chapter 41, Kakashi's Memories. It's all over. Wait! Naruto wanted to give chase, but Kakashi held him back. Don't chase them, Naruto. Suddenly, Kakashi's body swayed violently, and he fell straight backward. Kakashi-sensei. Sakura and Naruto exclaimed simultaneously. Sasuke reacted with extreme speed. He caught Kakashi before the back of his head could make intimate contact with the ground. Hey, Kakashi. Sasuke frowned and patted his face. No response. He just overused his Sharingan and depleted too much chakra. He fainted. Yukina's voice was soft, yet it carried a reassuring calm. She placed her fingers on Kakashi's pulse, confirming it was just exhaustion. The Sharingan is indeed a chakra guzzler. Yukina made a mental note. Especially since this is an external, pirated device. The fact that it didn't blue screen and crash is a testament to its quality. Tazuna watched the chaotic scene, cold sweat dripping from his brow. So what do we do now? Sasuke glanced at the unconscious Kakashi, then swept his gaze over the lingering thick fog. Let's get out of here first. The group dared not take a boat again. Sasuke voluntarily carried Kakashi on his back, and though Naruto's face was full of reluctance, he still supported the weak-legged Tazuna, stumbling through the forest. About half an hour later, a small wooden house built on the water appeared before them. We're here, this is my home. Tazuna let out a long sigh. The wooden door was pushed open. A black-haired woman came out to greet them, and when she saw the group, her face instantly turned pale. Her gaze darted between Kakashi, who was being carried on someone's back, and the injured members of the group. Father, what happened to you all? Tsunami, don't worry, we're fine. Tazuna waved his hand. Could you please prepare a room for them to rest? This ninja gentleman is injured. Tsunami quickly made way, leading them to settle Kakashi on the tatami mat. Just then, a boy of about 7 or 8 years old peeked out from the inner room. His eyes were fixed intently on the headbands on Sasuke and Naruto's foreheads. Why did you bring ninjas back? The boy's voice was cold and hard. They're useless anyway. Inari. Tsunami spoke. Don't be so rude. Naruto, already fuming, immediately exploded upon hearing this. Hey, what are you saying, kid? We risked our lives to bring your grandpa back. Inari stared at Naruto fearlessly. So what if you risked your lives? You can't beat Gato. If you stay here, you'll just die for nothing like my dad did. And then everyone will cry. After yelling, he turned and ran back to his room, slamming the door shut. The atmosphere in the room dropped to freezing point. Naruto stood stunned. I'm sorry. Tsunami lowered her head. This child's father was, because he resisted Gato. She didn't finish, but everyone understood. Sasuke's face was cold, and he remained silent. He was already numb to such sorrow, and he glanced at Yukina beside him. The price of a hero. Yukina's mind silently labeled the scene before her. She stood quietly, detached from the intense emotions around her. This sense of detachment inexplicably stirred a wave of irritation in Sasuke's heart. He didn't like her looking like she could disappear at any moment. A day later, Kakashi finally woke up from his coma. He opened his eyes to a magnified, handsome face in front of him, filled with displeasure. Awake. Sasuke's voice was devoid of warmth. Kakashi blinked and sat up. Ah, how long did I sleep? 1 day and 1 night. Now, explain that eye of yours. Naruto and Sakura, hearing the commotion, also gathered around, while Yukina stood by the door, quietly observing everything. Kakashi sighed, knowing he couldn't avoid the topic. He raised his hand and slowly pulled down the headband covering his left eye. This eye was not stolen, nor was it snatched. It was a gift from my comrade, a comrade from the Uchiha clan, given to me just before he died. Sasuke's pupils contracted sharply. My comrade's name was Uchiha Obito. We were once teammates in the same squad, along with another female teammate named Rin Nohara. Kakashi's gaze drifted into the distance, lost in memories. He recounted the beginning and end of the Kanabi Bridge battle, the disagreements during the mission, his former stubbornness, Obito's sacrifice, and how that eye was transplanted into his own socket. Those who don't value their comrades are worse than trash. That's the lesson he taught me. Finally, Rin also. Kakashi's voice became strained, and he didn't continue. His gaze unconsciously fell on Yukina by the door, his eyes complex. Yukina's mind was analyzing internally. Seeing another person through me. Kakashi-sensei, this isn't a good habit. It's an emotional transfer, a very dangerous sign. The entire room was eerily quiet. Sakura covered her mouth, her eyes already red. Naruto hung his head low. Inari's words, the lonely night, a huge sadness enveloped him. How could this happen? Why did this happen? Naruto cried, frantically wiping his face with his sleeve. This is too much. I absolutely will not let this happen to my comrades. Not a single one. Sasuke remained silent. Gift, hero, comrade. He had always thought that anyone outside the Uchiha clan possessing a Sharingan was a thief. But now, he knew another truth. It turned out that behind that eye lay the will and sacrifice of a comrade. He turned his head to look at Yukina. The girl still stood there quietly, her long eyelashes lowered, casting a small shadow on her fair face, making it impossible to discern the emotions in her eyes. Obito died to protect his comrades. Kakashi lives on with his comrades' eye and will. What about me? By my side, only she remains. Sasuke clenched his fists tightly at his sides. Protect her. Absolutely must protect her. Sasuke met Kakashi's gaze. I understand. These 3 words meant he had reconciled. Kakashi looked at Sasuke, his surprise turning into a knowing smile. All right, enough with the emotional talk. He pulled his headband back down, his tone returning to its usual languidness. We have more important matters to deal with. Kakashi looked at everyone. Regarding Zabuza, do you all think he's dead? Naruto was startled. Didn't that masked person take care of him? There are too many suspicious points. First, the assassination squad disposes of rogue ninja corpses to retrieve intelligence. They would process them immediately on site, not transport the entire body. That's too much trouble. Second, his weapon was Senbon. Unless they precisely hit the brain or heart, their lethality is very low. They are more commonly used for acupuncture paralysis, creating a state of suspended animation. Sakura's face changed. Sensei means. Exactly. Zabuza Momochi is still alive. That so-called assassination squad ninja was his comrade. What? Naruto shouted. Then we're going to. Yes, he will return. Kakashi looked at them, his voice calm. And next time, he won't underestimate us at all. The battle will be 100 times more brutal than last time. Therefore, he looked around, his gaze lingering on each face for a moment. Starting today, I will put you through special training. Chapter 42, Tree Climbing Special Training. Team 7 was led to an open woodland outside the village. Kakashi pointed to the towering trees, whose tops were hard to see without craning one's neck. Today's training objective, tree climbing. Huh, tree climbing. Naruto was the first to exclaim. I've known how to do that since I was 3. Oh, really? Kakashi had already walked to the base of a tree. His hands were still casually in his pockets. He lifted his foot and, step by step, walked vertically up the rough tree trunk. Finally, like a bat, he hung from a thick branch, looking down at the stunned group below. What I'm teaching you isn't to use your hands. It's to use your feet. Everyone looked bewildered. Then Kakashi continued. The trick is to precisely gather chakra at the soles of your feet to create adhesive force. If the chakra output is too weak, you'll slide down. If the output is too strong, you'll push off the trunk, just like you did against Mizuki last time, Naruto. He flicked 4 kunai from his ninja tool pouch, accurately embedding them by the feet of the 4 individuals. Use these to mark the highest position you can reach on the tree. The goal is to climb to the very top. That sounds fun. Sakura picked up a kunai, eager to try first. She closed her eyes, trying to recall the chakra control theory taught at the Ninja Academy, and carefully guided a subtle energy to her feet. She tentatively took her first step. A strange adhesive sensation came from the soles of her feet. Stable. Second step, third step. Although her body swayed and her posture wasn't graceful, she actually managed to climb up 7 or 8 meters. Only then did she slide down due to unstable chakra supply. Oh, not bad, Sakura. Kakashi's voice came from above, with a hint of approval. It seems you're the best among them at precise chakra control. Praised in front of Sasuke, Sakura's cheeks instantly flushed red. She couldn't suppress the joy in her heart and smugly glanced at Sasuke. HMPH, what's so great about that? Naruto hated seeing such scenes the most, and his competitive spirit immediately flared up. Here I go. He stomped his foot hard on the tree trunk. A dull thud sounded. Naruto fell hard to the ground. Sasuke looked at him as if he were an idiot. He calmly refined his chakra, mimicking Sakura's method, and stepped onto the tree trunk. He succeeded. A slight joy filled his heart, and he immediately took a second step. However, that momentary smugness caused a tiny fluctuation in the chakra output at his feet. The adhesive force suddenly vanished, and he immediately fell backward. Fortunately, he reacted extremely quickly, forcibly twisting his body in midair and landing steadily on both feet. Damn it! Naruto rubbed his aching back as he got up from the ground. Seeing Sasuke also fail, he immediately gloated. Ha ha ha, Sasuke, you can't do it either. Watch me. Shut up, dead last. The two started bickering again. For a moment, only Naruto's loud shouts and Sasuke's increasingly impatient clicks of the tongue could be heard in the forest. Yukina stood to the side, observing silently like an outsider. She also tried a few times. The result was even more dismal than those two clowns. Her body's physique was already at the bottom, and her chakra volume was only average. Every time she gathered chakra to the soles of her feet, there was a sense of sluggishness, as if she was powerless. Either the chakra hadn't even formed yet, and she would simply slip. Or she would finally stick, only to fall after 2 steps due to exhaustion and an interruption in chakra supply. This was her 10th fall from a height of less than 2 meters. She didn't cry out in pain, nor was she discouraged. She simply got up silently, brushed the dust off herself, and prepared for her 11th attempt. Body coordination and chakra output are both too poor. She closed her eyes, not rushing to act, but instead activated the playback function of her myriad mirror pupils in her mind. The scenes of Kakashi, Sakura, Sasuke, and Naruto's every attempt. Kakashi's chakra was like a uniform, stable, and continuous film, a perfect example. Sakura's output, though fluctuating, was extremely well controlled in total, a victory of technique. Naruto was a burst, while Sasuke was a fluctuating current. Her brain was analyzing a massive amount of data at an unprecedented speed, trying to find a balance point most suitable for her weak body. Just then, a shadow enveloped her. Yukina opened her eyes. Sasuke had appeared before her at some point, still with that same expression. He said nothing. He just turned around, facing the tree where Yukina had just failed 10 times. Then, he started climbing the tree. His movements were deliberately slowed down. With each foot he lifted, the pale blue chakra covering his entire soul was precise. She clearly saw how, the moment he stepped firmly, that power was stabilized at an incredibly subtle level. 1 step, 2 steps. After climbing about 5 meters high, he stopped, turned his head, and quickly glanced at Yukina on the ground out of the corner of his eye. He confirmed she was watching. Then, he leapt down gracefully. He walked back to the tree he had been practicing on without a word, as if nothing had happened. Yukina stood rooted to the spot, slightly stunned. Is he teaching me? What a difficult person. Suppressing the warmth in her heart, she closed her eyes again. Sasuke's slow and clear demonstration replayed repeatedly in her mind. Found it. That most stable chakra output method, unique to her. The setting sun dyed the entire forest a reddish orange. At the top of a towering tree, 3 figures stood side by side, facing the evening breeze. Ha ha ha. I succeeded. I was the first to climb up. Naruto stood on the thickest branch, hands on his hips. Idiot, we came up at the same time. Sasuke stood with his arms crossed. Beside them, Yukina stood quietly. The evening breeze ruffled her dark hair. Sasuke's gaze unintentionally swept over, confirming she hadn't fallen from the height. The stone that had been hanging in his heart all afternoon finally settled. Then he quickly shifted his gaze, pretending to look at the scenery. Chapter 43, An Encounter in the Forest. Several more days passed with training in the forest. I'm up. Naruto, excited like a monkey claiming its mountain, stood atop a tree dozens of meters high, yelling down. Shut up. Sasuke's figure followed closely behind. I was 0.1 seconds faster than you. What did you say, idiot? Yukina was the last to reach the treetop. Her bangs were soaked with sweat, and she swayed precariously. This body's limit was here. Even with perfect technique, the total amount of stamina and chakra remained an insurmountable weakness. Kakashi, below the tree, closed his ICHA paradise and lazily looked up. All right, that's enough. The next second, he instantly appeared at the treetop. Starting today, the mission assignments are changing. Sasuke, Sakura, you two are responsible for escorting Tazuna-sensei to find workers. Naruto, Yukina, you two continue your training. Huh. Naruto scratched his head. Sakura's eyes instantly sparkled. A mission alone with Sasuke-kun. She forcibly suppressed the smile threatening to spread across her face. This is Kakashi-sensei's arrangement. Naruto, don't cause trouble, focus on practicing your chakra control. What did you say? Because your chakra control is the worst, Naruto. Kakashi's single sentence hit the nail on the head. You need more basic training. As for Yukina, his gaze fell on Yukina, with a hint of consideration. Your stamina is a weakness, making you unsuitable for high-intensity frontline escort. It's safer for you to stay here and adjust your condition. Yukina nodded obediently. Sasuke's brow, however, furrowed into a knot. He wanted to speak, but ultimately swallowed his objections. Before leaving, he walked up to Yukina. Don't run off. With that, he didn't even give Yukina a chance to respond before turning and following Sakura and Tazuna without looking back. This guy, Yukina muttered. Back at Tazuna's house, Yukina sat under the eaves, recovering her nearly depleted stamina. She watched Tazuna's daughter, Tsunami, busy herself between the kitchen and the yard. Washing vegetables, chopping wood, drawing water, those hands, which should have been delicate, appeared rough and swollen from the heavy labor. On the other side, Naruto was still sulking about not being able to go to the bridge. Yukina walked over to Tsunami. Sister Tsunami. Tsunami was startled, quickly wiped her hands on her apron, and offered a tired but gentle smile. Miss Yukina, what's wrong? Are you hungry? No. Yukina shook her head, pointing to the distant forest. I noticed you seem very tired. If you don't mind, I'd like to go to the nearby forest to pick some herbs that can relieve fatigue. Some of them are quite valuable. If we're lucky, it could improve your family's finances. A flicker of gratitude crossed Tsunami's eyes, but it was immediately replaced by deep worry. How can you? It's too dangerous outside. Zabuza's companions might still be nearby. I'm here. Naruto, who had been eavesdropping, instantly sprang back to life, rushing over in a few steps. I'll protect Yukina. Picking herbs is nothing. I'm the man who's going to become Hokage. Seeing Naruto's energetic demeanor, Tsunami wavered slightly. Yukina added at the opportune moment. We won't go far, just to the outskirts of the forest. Naruto-kun is very strong. Praised by Yukina directly, Naruto's face instantly turned bright red, and he stammered a little. That's obvious. Tsunami was finally persuaded. She handed them a bamboo basket. Please be careful. If anything feels wrong, run back immediately. Don't worry, Sister Tsunami. Naruto grabbed the basket and excitedly pulled Yukina out the door. Let's go, Yuki. The forest was filled with the damp scent of grass and trees. Naruto chased butterflies one moment, then critiqued a strangely shaped tree the next, his mouth never stopping. Yukina, look. This mushroom looks just like Sasuke's grumpy face. Yukina, do you think a big bear lives in this tree hollow? Yukina automatically filtered out his noise, carefully searching the forest based on the herb encyclopedia stored in her mind. Soon, in a sun-drenched clearing, she found a clump of target herbs. Just as she was about to step forward to pick them, the corner of her eye caught a figure that shouldn't have been there. A person, slender, dressed in a simple, elegant female kimono, with long black hair smoothly draped over their shoulders. The profile of that face was so beautiful it seemed unreal. Naruto also spotted him and, completely unguarded, yelled out. Hey, pretty big sister over there. Are you picking herbs too? The young person's shoulders subtly trembled at the sudden sound. The moment she clearly saw the other person's face, Yukina's brain sounded the highest level alarm. Threat assessment. High. Chakra level. Jonin. Identity match. Hidden mist Zhui Sha Ninja, Zabuza Momochi's accomplice, Haku. Haku's clear eyes held a trace of surprise at being disturbed, but that surprise quickly morphed into a polite smile. Yes. Are you two as well? Yeah. Naruto ran over without a care, peering into his basket of herbs. Wow, you've picked so many. Big sister, you're amazing. Big sister. Haku paused subtly at the address, then showed a helpless yet gentle smile, not refuting it. Yukina suppressed every nerve in her body screaming danger. Holding her bamboo basket, she walked over cautiously and bowed slightly to Haku. Hello. Her voice was soft. Haku's gaze moved past the boisterous Naruto and landed on Yukina. What kind of eyes were those? Pure, clean, like they could reflect the deepest essence of one's soul. Looking at Yukina, he wasn't fooled by her delicate appearance like Naruto was. Instead, he frowned ever so slightly, as if examining a long distorted mirror. Your eyes. Haku spoke softly, his words carrying a hint of inquiry. Are very special. Though they seem quiet, they hide many things. Yukina's pupils constricted. I've been seen through. No. Impossible. She immediately controlled her facial muscles, allowing a perfectly timed expression of bewilderment and helplessness to surface, avoiding Haku's gaze. Is that so? I don't quite understand what you mean. This demeanor instantly ignited Naruto's protective instincts. Hey, don't you dare bully Yukina. Of course Yukina is special. She's the coolest girl in Team 7. Even if she doesn't talk much. Seeing Naruto all riled up, Haku couldn't help but chuckle. I'm not bullying her. He looked at Yukina, who was shielded by Naruto, and said softly. I just feel that she and I are very similar. Similar. Naruto tilted his head, looking at Haku, then back at Yukina. How are you similar? Yukina has black hair, and you have black hair. You both are very good looking. Like dolls. This blunt, almost foolish compliment made Haku smile again. He stood up, picked an herb from his basket, and offered it to Yukina. This is very useful for restoring stamina. His gaze meaningfully lingered on Yukina for a second. Especially for those who have overused their chakra. How did he know? Yukina's heart inexplicably tightened. She felt as though Haku had seen right through her. No, I can't show any weaknesses. She extended both hands and accepted the herb. Thank you. You're welcome. Naruto curiously looked at Haku's basket full of herbs. He was full of admiration because he hadn't found a single herb. Naruto asked enviously, you're picking so many herbs, is it also to sell them for money? Haku shook his head. I'm picking these herbs for someone very important to me. Important person. Is it your family? When the important person was mentioned, Haku's eyes instantly softened. Yes, he is my home. Home. Naruto scratched his head, looking completely bewildered. Chapter 44, Words in the Mirror. Naruto repeated this unfamiliar word, tilting his head to one side. A place to belong. What's that? Is it a really powerful ninjutsu? No, it's something rarer than an S-rank ninjutsu and more luxurious than food pills. Yukina complained inwardly. Haku's gaze fell upon Yukina once more. You. Haku spoke softly. Seem to have a lot on your mind. Yukina's heart skipped a beat. What did he sense? Was my cross-dressing discovered? No. I must stay calm. Yukina's voice was deliberately lowered even further. I don't quite understand what you mean. This posture, like a frightened little deer, was a textbook performance for her character persona. Naruto was instantly fired up, stepping in front of Yukina. Hey, you guy, stop scaring Yukina. What's on her mind is none of your business. You strange, pretty person. A flash of helplessness crossed Haku's eyes, and he smiled gently. Your eyes are calm on the surface, but underneath, they hide a kind of loneliness that wants to break free. Loneliness. Naruto exploded. Loneliness. What nonsense are you talking about? Yukina isn't lonely. She has me. And that guy Sasuke. We're Team 7. As Naruto spoke, he looked back. Right, Yukina. You're my comrade. Even though this guy isn't very bright, at critical moments, he really is the best shield. Using the momentum Naruto created, Yukina gave Haku a faint smile. Yes, I have comrades. Deep inside, Yukina's thoughts were racing. He's testing me, but more than that, he's seeking resonance. What he saw through wasn't my gender or abilities, but my emotional disguise. This kind of person has huge potential for bond value growth, but is also extremely dangerous. She couldn't admit it, nor could she completely deny it. The best way was to blur this loneliness and elevate it to a philosophical level. Yukina looked at Haku, her gaze no longer dodging, her voice still gentle. Perhaps, in the depths of everyone's heart, there is a snowy plain unknown to outsiders. A snowy plain. Haku repeated the word in a low voice, his eyes momentarily dazed. You're right. Haku picked up his bamboo basket and gave a slight nod to Yukina and Naruto. I should head back. Someone important to me is waiting for me. After saying that, with a few leaps, he silently vanished into the thin mist of the forest. Naruto was still scratching his head on the spot. What was that? So mysterious. What a weirdo. Yukina, however, stood there for a long time. A mechanical notification sounded in her ear. Ding. Intense emotional resonance detected. Bond established with target character Haku. Current bond value, 11%. Yukina's pupils contracted. 11%. First meeting, just a few words, without any substantial contact, and the bond value soared to double digits. She had spent day and night with Sasuke, yet their bond value growth was like a snail's crawl. This Haku, just by relying on a few Zen-like probes, had achieved such an amazing result. This person, his empathy itself is a weapon, one that can silently dismantle others' mental defenses. In Yukina's heart, the scales of opportunity and risk swayed violently. The opportunity is massive. Haku's bloodline limit, ice release, was one of the abilities she currently desired most. Yukina, we should head back. It's almost dark. Naruto's loud voice pulled her back from her contemplation. My stomach is growling with hunger. Okay. Yukina responded, transforming back into that quiet and delicate Uchiha girl. In the evening, Tezuna's house was brightly lit. Sasuke and Sakura finished their day's guard duty and returned to the house. I'm back. Sakura greeted them weakly, complaining as soon as she entered the door. I'm exhausted. Sasuke-kun, those workers at the construction site kept staring at us, and that old man Tezuna only knows how to order people around. She chattered incessantly, but her eyes were glued to Sasuke at all times, longing for even a shred of a response. However, from the moment Sasuke stepped over the threshold, he completely ignored her. He quickly scanned the entire room. When his gaze finally locked onto the area under the eaves, he saw that slender figure quietly helping Tsunami organize herbs, and only then did he feel relieved. Good, she didn't run off. Sasuke-kun, are you listening to me? Seeing herself being ignored, Sakura raised her voice in dissatisfaction. Ah, Sasuke, Sakura, you're back. Naruto rushed out of the kitchen with a rice bowl, his mouth stuffed full. Sister Tsunami made tempura today. It's super delicious. Sasuke still paid no attention to anyone. He walked straight through the living room. Yukina was looking down, categorizing the herbs she had gathered. Hearing footsteps, she looked up and saw Sasuke's expressionless face. Sasuke-kun. Sasuke didn't speak. Then, under Yukina's puzzled gaze, he took a wooden box out of the ninja tool pouch at his waist. I saw it on the way and bought it on a whim. On a whim. Although Yukina was somewhat doubtful in her heart, she still obediently reached out her hands and took the wooden box. There was a faint scent of wood. Wow. What is it? What is it? Naruto appeared beside them at some point. A gift. Sasuke, you guy actually bought a gift. A very faint blush quickly crept onto Sasuke's cheeks. He snapped his head away. Shut up, dead last. You're so noisy. His gaze drifted around, refusing to look at Yukina, being stubborn to the extreme. HMPH, I just thought it would match those clothes of hers and be less of an eyesore. Yukina flipped open the latch of the wooden box. There was a soft click. Inside the box was a layer of soft black velvet, with an exquisitely crafted wooden hairpin lying quietly within. The hairpin was carved from some unknown wood, showing a gentle warm brown color. At the top was a lifelike ginkgo leaf. Simple, yet elegant. Wow, so pretty. Naruto gave an exclamation of pure admiration. I really couldn't tell, Sasuke, you arrogant guy actually have good taste. What do you know? Sasuke's voice, filled with embarrassment and anger, came from the doorway. TCH. A cold snort filled with jealousy. Sakura had also leaned over at some point, scanning the wooden hairpin with a scrutinizing gaze. HMPH, how could Yukina like something so old-fashioned? Yukina, there's a lot to consider with small accessories like this. Next time I'll go with you to pick some out. I know a new shop that opened in town. The styles are all brought from the capital of the Land of Fire, they're the latest fashion. Yukina felt her scalp tingle. This kind of scene was more troublesome for her than facing a Jonin alone. One is a future powerhouse and mission target I can't offend, and the other is a troublemaker I can't offend at this stage. My life is too hard. But she showed a perfectly timed smile. Thank you, Sasuke-kun, I like it very much. Sasuke's body seemed to relax a bit upon hearing this. Then she turned to Sakura. Sure, Sakura. Next time we have a chance, let's go shopping together. Sakura hummed in response, finally regaining some face, but her expression slumped again when she saw Yukina taking out the wooden hairpin. Yukina pinned the ginkgo leaf wooden hairpin into her tied-up black ponytail. The silky black hair and the warm wood color complemented each other. It made her neck look even more slender and the lines of her profile soft and clear. Yukina wanted to turn and ask her client for his opinion, but found that Sasuke had already retreated outside the door, leaving her only an aloof back. Left with no choice, she turned to the nearest reference point. Naruto, does it look good? It looks good. Of course it looks good. Naruto shouted without even thinking. Yukina, you look good in anything. 100 times better than Sakura's billboard brow. Naruto, you idiot. What did you say? Sakura's anger instantly found an outlet, and she smashed an iron fist onto Naruto's head. It hurts. I was just telling the truth. Naruto crouched on the ground, holding his head. After hitting Naruto, Sakura couldn't help but let her gaze drift back to Yukina's hair. In all fairness, it really does look good. HMPH, it's okay, I guess. She squeezed out a few words from her nose, insincerely. And Sasuke, standing at the door, seemingly looking at the sky, was actually taking in everything in the room with the corner of his eye. The moment Yukina put on the wooden hairpin, his breathing hitched for a second. It was even more beautiful than the scene he had imagined countless times in the shop. His Adam's apple bobbed unconsciously. An unfamiliar heat rushed uncontrollably to the tips of his ears. During dinner, the atmosphere at the table was somewhat oppressive. Tsunami brought out the last dish. Eat up, you all worked hard today. Naruto shoveled food into his mouth in large gulps. Delicious. Sister Tsunami's tempura is the best. Sasuke and Sakura both ate their food quietly, each with their own thoughts. Yukina ate in small bites. At the same time, she was reviewing her encounter with Haku today in her mind, thinking about how to safely increase the bond value. There was only one person who had a dark expression from beginning to end and barely moved his chopsticks. Inari. He looked vacantly at Naruto, who was eating heartily at the table. That energetic appearance seemed particularly eyesore to him. Finally, he couldn't take it anymore. Hey, are you calling me? What's the point of you ninjas working so hard to train? The air instantly became still. Inari. Don't talk nonsense. Tsunami hurried to stop him. But Inari didn't stop at all. Gato has so many powerful samurai and ninjas under him, you can't possibly beat him. You'll only end up dying for nothing, just like my father. All that talk about heroes, in the end, they all die. It's all a lie. The chopsticks in Naruto's hand dropped onto the table. His expression slowly turned dark. Chapter 45, The Boy's Displaced Jealousy. Naruto slammed his hand on the table. What kind of nonsense are you talking about? What kind of man does nothing but cry? Naruto. Tsunami tried to stop him, but it was already too late. Tezuna's expression instantly darkened. Meanwhile, tears began to roll down Inari's face without warning. As if his deepest wound had been struck, he turned and rushed out of the dining room. Naruto's chest heaved violently, his lips moved a few times, but in the end, he couldn't squeeze out an apology. I'm going out for some air. Leaving those words behind, he also rushed out. Sasuke hadn't looked at anyone from beginning to end, his gaze fixed on his own rice bowl. What a hopeless dead last, he doesn't even know how to speak like a human being. The dinner ended on a sour note. Tsunami worriedly cleaned up the mess, while Tezuna took one puff after another of his pipe in gloomy silence. Yukina didn't chase after anyone. She simply quietly helped Tsunami wipe the table clean, then poured a glass of warm water and walked to Inari's door. She knocked gently twice. There was no response from inside, only the sound of sobbing. Yukina didn't knock again. She leaned quietly against the wall by the door and spoke in her usual soft tone. Inari, can I talk to you for a moment? She paused for a moment, precisely throwing out the bait. About the word, hero. The sobbing in the room stopped for a split second. Yukina knew he had taken the bait. You're right. Heroes often face danger, and they might even die. So, it's perfectly normal to feel afraid. That idiot who was shouting at you just now. Yukina's tone was tinged with a perfect touch of helplessness. Naruto is actually very similar to you. He also grew up alone without parents since he was a child. In the village, everyone avoided him and hated him, treating him like a monster that didn't exist, so he has always been so lonely. He shouts with all his might and does all those stupid things just because he's too afraid. Afraid of not being seen, afraid that he doesn't exist in this world at all. So, he wasn't criticizing you just now. He just saw his past self, weak, helpless, and ridiculously stubborn, in you, who was desperately trying not to cry. He was angry at himself. Inside the room, there was a deathly silence. Just as Yukina thought this psychological intervention was about to fail, the door was pulled open just a tiny crack. Inari, with eyes swollen like walnuts, peeked out at her timidly from the crack. Yukina gave him a reassuring smile and didn't rush to approach, merely handing over the water glass in her hand. "Drink some water first. After crying for so long, your throat must feel like it's burning." Inari hesitated for a moment before taking the glass. Only then did Yukina slip sideways into the room, maintaining a safe and comfortable distance from him. Inari held the warm glass, his voice incredibly raspy. "Is he really a ninja too? He seems so stupid." "Yes, he is very stupid." Yukina nodded seriously. "Stupid enough to run up to the Hokage rock and doodle all over it just to get people's attention, and then get chased and beaten by the ninjas of the entire village." Inari sputtered, nearly spitting out the water he had just drunk. At the graduation ceremony, he used a transformation jutsu he hadn't even mastered, resulting in a bizarre appearance that made everyone laugh at him. He even stole the village's most important sealing scroll just to pass the exam, and was almost killed on the spot as a rogue ninja. Yukina didn't preach any hollow platitudes. She simply listed Naruto's foolish and heartbreaking past events one by one in the calmest of tones. As Inari listened, the tears he had just stopped began to flow once again. He thought of his father. The man who was called a hero by the whole town, but was ultimately executed in public by Gato. Since that day, the word, hero, had become the most poisonous thorn in his heart. He thought these powerful ninjas wouldn't understand. But now, he seemed to understand a little. Wah! Inari couldn't hold it back anymore. He threw aside the glass and lunged into Yukina's arms, crying out loud. I'm just scared. I don't want to see anyone else die for us anymore. My dad." Yukina's body stiffened at that moment. Warning. Physical contact exceeds preset limits. Character crisis management plan initiated. Failed. Cannot forcibly push away in current scenario. In the end, she reached out and somewhat awkwardly patted Inari's back. However, this scene was etched into the pupils of two pairs of eyes at the doorway. Outside, after Naruto had calmed down, he had run back full of regret, intending to apologize to Inari. Just as he reached the door, he saw the scene inside. And in the shadows at the other end of the corridor, Sasuke hadn't gone far at all. He wasn't at ease, so he had been keeping watch from a corner where he could observe everything. Thus, he saw it too. That brat named Inari was burying his entire face in Yukina's chest, crying his heart out. And Yukina, the Yukina who had never even been this close to him, was holding that brat with a tenderness that was almost indulgent. At this moment, Naruto and Sasuke's expressions and movements achieved a startling synchronicity. Hey, what's the situation? What is that brat doing? How can he hold her so tightly? Damn it. That position. No. What kind of nonsense am I thinking? Damn it. I'm the one who made him cry, so why does Yukina have to be the one to comfort him? And with a hug. I also want to be. Bah. It's not like I want to be hugged. I mean, what right does that brat have? Naruto was incredibly angry internally. Sasuke's reaction, on the other hand, was much more restrained, and much more dangerous. Let go of her. That was the only thought in his mind. Two waves of killing intent, almost tangible, stabbed fiercely into the room. Yukina, who was playing the role of the Virgin Mary, felt an inexplicable chill run down her spine. She didn't even need to look back to clearly perceive those two intense, near-boiling negative emotions at the door. Yukina sighed wearily in her heart. One's bond value grows slower than a snail, yet his possessiveness is comparable to a tailed beast. The other is purely an unweaned puppy. Sigh. Late at night, after everyone had gone to sleep, Yukina lay on her futon, unable to sleep. She was reviewing her progress. Emotional fluctuations detected. Uchiha Sasuke bond value plus 2%. Emotional fluctuations detected. Uzumaki Naruto bond value plus 3%. Listening to the system prompts in her mind, Yukina only felt mentally exhausted. Instead of wasting time and energy on handling complex and inefficient emotional entanglements like those of Sasuke and Naruto, it's better to concentrate resources on conquering a high-return target like Haku. Chapter 46, Resonance of the Soul and a Leap in Bond Value. The sky was just beginning to brighten with the first light of dawn. Yukina packed a small cloth bundle. Tsunami was preparing breakfast, and seeing her dressed for a long journey, she looked on with doubt. "Yukina, are you heading out so early?" "Yes." Yukina nodded. "The herbs I gathered yesterday weren't enough. You mentioned there's better quality deep in the forest, so I want to try my luck." Just as she finished speaking, another figure stepped out from the room. Sasuke was already fully dressed and had already taken a step forward, clearly intending to follow her. "Here we go again," Yukina complained inwardly, but a perfectly timed look of confusion appeared on her face. "Sasuke." Before Sasuke could speak, a large hand pressed down on his shoulder. Kakashi leaned lazily against the doorframe. "Well now, Sasuke, your mission isn't to go for a stroll in the woods with Yukina. You need to escort Mr. Tazuna, that is the core of our mission." Sasuke did not argue. It took a long while before he managed to squeeze out a sentence. "Don't go anywhere dangerous." "I know." Yukina responded submissively, then turned and walked into the morning mist outside the house. Sasuke's gaze remained glued to her back until that slender figure was completely swallowed by the fog. In an instant, the atmospheric pressure around him dropped to a terrifying level. Sakura poked her head out from the room and happened to see this scene, jealousy causing her to bite her lip hard. It's like this again. As soon as she entered the forest, Yukina's entire temperament changed abruptly. In its place was a hunter-like calm and focus. Myriad mirror pupils, activated. Memory retracing, logical deduction. Coordinates of yesterday's encounter with Haku confirmed. The direction he left was northwest, upwind, to cover his scent and tracks. The herb-gathering destination must be a place where herbs are abundant. The land of waves has a humid climate, high-grade herbs mostly grow near streams and on shaded slopes. Combining his movement trajectory with the topographic map, the highest probability area is Crescent Valley, 3 kilometers away. Yukina moved through the complex forest terrain, making almost no sound. A snapped fern plant had a fresh break, still damp. The clue pointed in the direction she had deduced. Sure enough, after passing through a dense thicket of bushes, the view suddenly opened up. A clear stream meandered through. By the stream, that figure, so elegant they didn't seem mortal, was crouching there, seriously processing the herbs they had just picked. It was Haku. He seemed to sense a gaze and looked up. Seeing that the newcomer was Yukina, a flash of surprise crossed his eyes. "We meet again." Yukina didn't respond immediately, but simply walked quietly to his side. Mimicking his posture, she sat down and picked up a herb to begin processing it. "That's not how you do it." Haku gave a light chuckle and corrected her movements. "You need to remove the dirt from the roots first, then pinch it off here, so the medicinal properties won't be lost." "Thank you. You seem very interested in herbs." Haku let go and continued processing his own herbs. "It's not interest. I just want to do something useful." "Useful." He repeated the word, his gaze drifting into the distance. "Yes, being able to become useful is a very good thing." He took the initiative to start a conversation. "I'm gathering these herbs for someone very important to me." Haku's profile carried a kind of fragile beauty. "He gave me a reason to exist. Before I met him, I was just a monster abandoned by the world. It was he who said I could become his sharpest blade." Keyword identification. Tool, weapon, blade. Emotional model matching. Crisis of existential value, self-instrumentalization. Response strategy. Activate, empathy camouflage mirror projection, plan. Yukina's mind was racing. She knew the opportunity had come. Yukina's voice carried a hint of a tremble. "I also have someone I must protect with my life." Haku's movements stopped. He looked intently at Yukina. Yukina's gaze drifted into the distance, as if she had fallen into some distant and painful memory. "He is my only relative in this world. In order to stay by his side, to make him feel like he needs me, I must play a role. Because only then will he feel that I am a treasure he needs to protect, and only then will he feel that he is not alone. Sometimes, I can't even tell if this is a disguise or the real me." She looked up. "Perhaps, we are the same." Yukina's voice was very soft. We are both willingly becoming a kind of tool for someone important to us. This last sentence instantly sliced through all the defenses Haku had built with coldness and politeness. Quote exclamation mark exclamation mark exclamation mark quote. Haku's breath hitched for a moment. He looked at the Yukina before him as if he were looking at another version of himself in a mirror. Not a monster, not a tool, not a weapon. But a kindred spirit like himself, using disguise and devotion to exchange for a sense of existence. Intense emotional resonance detected, bond value plus 5%. Bond value plus 8%. Bond value plus 10%. The notification sounds flashing frantically in her mind made Yukina's heart beat uncontrollably fast. Haku's voice was hoarse as he finally opened his heart completely. My father killed my mother with his own hands. And then, he wanted to kill me too. Haku's tone was terrifyingly calm, as if he were telling a story that had nothing to do with him. Only because the cursed bloodline limit flowed within my body. I killed him, using the very power he feared most. From that day on, I became a true monster. Just as I was about to starve to death in the snow, Mr. Zabuza appeared. He didn't look at me with that fearful gaze. He said my eyes were beautiful. He took me in, gave me food, and gave me a reason to exist. Haku looked at Yukina, an unprecedented light in his eyes. So, for Mr. Zabuza, I am willing to do anything. Whether it's killing or dying, as long as it is his wish, I will fulfill it. Because that is why I exist. Quote. Finally, Haku looked at her and reached a conclusion. You and I are truly the same kind of people. We both live for others, and we both hide a self beneath a mask that even we are beginning to forget. Ding. Deep soul resonance detected, bond value with Haku has reached 68%. It worked. The ice release bloodline limit is within reach. But on her face, a single crystal tear slid down at just the right moment. I'm sorry. For making you remember such bad things. No. Yukina shook her head, forcing a smile that looked more painful than crying. It's just the first time someone has been able to understand. The rest of the sentence she didn't say, but Haku already fully understood. Next time. Haku suddenly spoke, showing a very faint smile. Let me help you gather herbs. I know where the best ones are. Okay. Yukina nodded. After parting with Haku, Yukina's steps were quite light on her way back to Tezuna's house. A bond value of 68% has entered the safety zone. I just need one more decisive event. As she walked, she rapidly constructed her next plan of action in her mind. However, as she stepped out of the forest and was about to see the outline of Tezuna's house, her footsteps suddenly halted. In the wind, there was an extra scent, the smell of rust and killing intent. It was too quiet around her. Chapter 47, The Lurking Venomous Snake. That scent, Yukina couldn't possibly mistake it. Sharingan, activate. A conclusion was instantly reached in her heart. The intruders aren't ninjas, they're more like local thugs. Just as Yukina was about to speed up, an undisguised wave of chakra surged out from the side. Hey, Yukina, wait for me. Did you also smell something strange? Before the words had even finished, Naruto swept past her, charging straight toward Tezuna's house. Yukina silently withdrew the hand she had prepared for forming seals. Meanwhile, inside Tezuna's house, the short and stout Gato had his hands behind his back, a triumphant smile plastered on his oily face. Standing behind him were two scarred wandering samurai, the long swords at their waists clearly having tasted blood. Miss Tsunami, has Mr. Tezuna still not changed his mind? What a stubborn old man. But it doesn't matter. I think if something were to happen to his only daughter and grandson, he might reconsider. Tsunami firmly shielded the trembling Inari behind her. You villain. You won't get away with this. Oh. One of the samurai behind Gato took a step forward with a sneer. His eyes roamed over Tsunami's body without restraint. The chick's pretty spicy. Big brother, why waste words? Just tie her up, and that old man will listen. His gaze shifted to Inari behind Tsunami. Look at this brat who can only hide behind a woman and cry. You're nothing like your dead hero of a father. Ha ha ha. Tsunami felt her son trembling even harder in her arms. At the exact moment the samurai's hand was about to grab Tsunami's shoulder. Bang! A loud crash. Don't you dare touch them. Naruto struck a battle pose. Behind him, Yukina stood quietly. The two samurai were stunned by this sudden turn of events. After seeing that the newcomers were just two half-grown kids, even more contemptuous laughter appeared on their faces. Huh, where did these brats come from? Get lost, brats, or we'll deal with you too. The previous samurai cracked his neck and walked toward Naruto nonchalantly. Let me break this blonde brat's legs first. Just try it, you bastard. Shadow clone jutsu. A series of sounds of white smoke exploding. Within a second, the originally spacious room was packed tight with orange figures. Dozens of identical Narutos glared at the two completely petrified samurai. Wah, what the hell is this? Monsters. The two samurais' drunkenness and lust were instantly frightened away by this surreal sight. Taste this. And me. Watch me attack from this side. Idiot. You hit me. You're the one who stepped on my head. The scene became extremely chaotic. Attacks rained down on the two samurai from all directions. In less than a minute, the two previously fierce samurai were foaming at the mouth with their eyes rolled back, unconscious on the ground. Naruto looked at his handiwork with pride. Done. The air in the room was deathly silent. Gato's face trembled uncontrollably. How are these kids? This is clearly a monster. You just wait. He threw out a threat and fled, scrambling away. Only after Gato's figure completely vanished did Tsunami recover from her immense shock. Naruto, thank you. Truly, thank you. As for Inari, he was completely stunned. The notion in his heart that ninjas were just fools who died in vain for empty fame was shaken violently once again. So, this is what a hero looks like. Yukina hadn't moved from start to finish. She walked over to Inari, who was still huddled in the corner, and gently patted his cold, stiff back. No words, just a steady and continuous comforting gesture. Naruto brand shock therapy, specialized in treating all kinds of defiance. Yukina calmly gave a clinical evaluation in her heart. Pros: fast acting, outstanding results. Cons: high chakra consumption, too much noise. Side effects: the user will gain negative titles like idiot, dead last. Dinner that day had an unprecedentedly harmonious atmosphere. Tazuna heard about the day's events after he returned. He solemnly said thank you to Naruto. Naruto was caught off guard by this solemn gratitude. Sakura looked at Naruto, who had become the center of attention, with a complex gaze. Meanwhile, Sasuke didn't say a word from beginning to end, simply eating his rice in silence. Inari was silent all evening, only stealing glances at Naruto, who was devouring his meal while he ate. After dinner, Naruto sat alone on the steps outside watching the moon. Inari hesitated for a long time before finally shuffling over. Hey, Naruto turned his head, a toothpick still dangling from his mouth. About today and yesterday. I'm sorry. Inari kept his head buried low. I shouldn't have called you an idiot, or said you don't understand anything. Naruto was stunned for a moment, then laughed boisterously. Ah, you mean that? It's fine, it's fine. I forgot about it long ago. Besides, I really am quite stupid sometimes. Haha. Inari looked up at Naruto's smiling face and, for the first time, felt it really did look a bit like the sun. Why did you go that far? They had swords, it was scary. You could have died. Just like my father. He thought he would hear some grand reasoning. But Naruto simply spat out the toothpick. Because it's cool. Cool. Inari was puzzled. Yeah. Naruto clenched his fist. Risking your life to protect the people you want to protect, isn't that the coolest thing in the world? That's what a hero does, right? Inari looked at Naruto before him. For the first time, he felt an inexplicable yearning for the word, ninja. Night gradually deepened. The moist evening breeze of the land of waves carried a chill. Everyone had drifted off to sleep. Just then, a small, pitch-black snake slithered silently out of the grass. Its scarlet tongue flicked in the air, as if tasting something. It first slithered to the window of Sasuke's room and paused for a moment. Then, the small snake continued to slither, arriving under the next window. That was Yukina's room. The small snake stopped once more, the frequency of its tongue flicking noticeably quickening. Its head tilted slightly, revealing a hint of something akin to confusion for the first time. It stared quietly outside the window for a long time before finally vanishing into the night. Chapter 48, Ice Mirror Cage. The next day, at the dining table, Kakashi put down his chopsticks. The situation has changed. Gato's retaliation has begun. Starting today, all of Team 7 will be deployed to escort Mr. Tazuna until the mission is complete. Naruto clenched his fist, his orange figure already fired up. Alright, watch me blow all those bad guys away. Tazuna stood up. I've caused trouble for everyone. Before setting off, Yukina was checking her herb bag one last time, ensuring there was an ample supply of every emergency medicine. A shadow fell over her. It was Sasuke. Keep close to me. Don't leave my side within 3 paces. The Uchiha's ancestral brand of overbearing concern. Yukina calmly labeled it in her mind but didn't look up, only giving a soft hum in response. Sasuke didn't leave. Last night's nightmare invaded his mind again, the blood-red moon, the collapsing houses. Only this time, in that pool of blood, there was an additional slender figure wearing a plain dress. In that moment, the fear he felt even surpassed that of the night of the massacre itself. He could only use the stiffest of commands to try and lock that figure firmly within his sight. Did you hear me? Seeing Yukina's reaction was so flat, Sasuke's tone grew a bit heavier. I heard you, Sasuke-kun. Yukina finally looked up. As those eyes watched him, they seemed to calm him down a bit. He gave a heavy huff before turning to leave. Sakura stared intently at this scene. She quickly leaned in toward Naruto, her voice low and sour. TCH, always clinging to Sasuke-kun, putting on that weak act for who? What a total burden. Naruto, however, rarely ignored her this time. Naruto. What are you dazing off for, you idiot? Sakura gave him a dissatisfied shove. It's nothing. Naruto scratched his head. Let's catch up. The group walked along the road leading to the Great Bridge. Silence replaced their usual bickering, and the heavy atmosphere made it hard to breathe. Sakura's gaze constantly flickered between Sasuke and Yukina. Sasuke really did as he said, walking just ahead and to the side of Yukina, shielding most of her with his body in an absolute protective stance. And Yukina really just followed along quietly. Finally, the massive steel silhouette of the Great Bridge emerged through the thick mist. Just as they stepped onto the bridge deck and reached the center. Whoosh! A thick, impenetrable white mist surged from all directions without warning. 1 second the view was clear, the next, it was so thick you couldn't see your hand in front of your face. Everyone, on guard. Kakashi's low shout rang in everyone's ears. He immediately stepped in front of Tazuna. Sasuke and Sakura instantly drew their kunai, standing back to protect Tazuna in the center. Naruto also assumed a combat stance. In the mist, a tall silhouette slowly emerged. What came into view was a massive executioner's blade. It was indeed Zabuza Momochi. Kakashi. This time, I'll make sure you and your Sharingan are buried here together. Kakashi flipped up the headband over his left eye, his crimson Sharingan locking onto Zabuza. It seems the last lesson wasn't enough. Kakashi's voice also grew completely cold. He issued an order without looking back. Sasuke, Naruto, Sakura, Yukina. Your mission is to protect Mr. Tazuna. This guy is my opponent. Kakashi-sensei. Naruto shouted unwillingly. That's an order. Amidst the tense atmosphere, a clear and powerful voice pierced through the thick mist. Sorry, Zabuza-san. It took a little time to deal with the scouts on the perimeter. Everyone suddenly looked up. A figure wearing a hidden mist hunter nin mask was standing quietly on the bridge's railing. It's him. Naruto and Sasuke's pupils contracted simultaneously. He's here. Yukina's gaze pierced through the mist, briefly locking eyes with that figure for an instant. Target. Haku. Zabuza didn't turn around, only sneering. It's fine. Let them witness your power. Yes. Naruto roared and was about to charge forward. Wait, Naruto. Kakashi sensed an extremely dangerous presence. But it was too late. Haku's target wasn't Kakashi from the start. He was seen quickly forming hand signs with one hand. Crystal ice mirrors. On the bridge deck, dozens of crystal-clear giant ice mirrors rose from the ground at a speed that defied the laws of physics. With the muffled thud of the final ice mirror closing, Naruto, Sasuke, and Yukina, whom Sasuke had instinctively shielded behind him, were trapped tightly inside. What? Naruto punched the ice mirror hard, but the surface didn't budge. Haku's figure slowly walked into the ice mirror directly in front. The next second, within the dome, every mirror clearly reflected his masked figure. Hundreds of figures silently watched the three in the cage from all directions. Here, speed has no meaning to me. Outside the ice mirrors, Kakashi was suddenly startled. A bloodline limit. Oh no. He wanted to rush over, but a massive dark shadow cleaved down from above. Clang. Kakashi precariously parried the executioner's blade with a kunai. Don't get distracted, Kakashi. Zabuza grinned cruelly. Your opponent is me. Before my genius tool, those brats of yours don't stand a chance. You bastard. Kakashi roared, his Sharingan spinning rapidly, but he was pinned down by Zabuza's tempestuous assault. Further away, Sakura and Tazuna were completely awestruck by this surreal sight. Sasuke-kun, Naruto, Yukina. Sakura let out a tearful scream. She watched helplessly as her companions fell into a desperate situation, unable to do anything. Damn it. Naruto looked at the countless enemies in every direction, his hot blood clouding his judgment. Shadow Clone Jutsu. Dozens of shadow clones appeared and then charged chaotically at the mirrors in all directions, only to pass through them and crash into the mirrors on the opposite side, tumbling over each other. It's useless, dead last. Sasuke tried to capture Haku's true body. These are all just illusions. No sooner had he spoken. Countless glinting ice Senbon suddenly exploded out from the mirrors in all directions, forming an attack net with no blind spots. Watch out! Sasuke yanked Yukina behind him, while his body twisted at an extreme angle to dodge several Senbon aimed at his vitals. Naruto's reaction was a beat slow. Although he avoided fatal strikes, several bloody gashes were instantly sliced across his arms and thighs. Damn it! That hurts. Sasuke's situation wasn't much better. A Senbon grazed his cheek, leaving a shallow bloody trail. Sasuke. Yukina was startled. Don't make a sound. Sasuke barked in a low voice. Haku's figure flashed within the mirrors, each Senbon he threw accurately predicting their evasion routes. Sasuke's breathing became increasingly ragged. His chakra was being heavily consumed by high-speed dodging and the use of his Sharingan. He could feel the warmth of the body behind him through her thin clothes. This realization forced his consciousness, which had begun to blur from blood loss and exhaustion, to sharpen slightly. I can't fall. I absolutely cannot fall here. If he fell, Yuki behind him. While Sasuke was gritting his teeth and persevering, Yukina behind him slowly raised her head. Sharingan, activate. Countless figures of Haku and the trajectories of the ice Senbon were clearly reflected in her pupils. Chapter 49, Wrath of the Sharingan. Senbon tore through the air, dense as a driving rain. Sharingan, activate. Deep within Yukina's pupils, two pitch-black tomo quietly emerged. But she didn't move, because she knew her physical reaction speed couldn't keep up with her eyes' analysis. Even if I can see clearly at this speed, my body won't be able to dodge. Naruto-kun. Yukina's voice rang out amidst the chaos. Don't just rush in blindly. Huh. But Naruto was frantically swatting away the Senbon on his body. Do you want to die here, you dead last? Sasuke's low growl cut in. One of his arms had been slashed with a wound deep enough to see the bone. Being shouted at by both of them at once, Naruto's heated head finally cooled down for a moment. Alright, Yukina, tell me, where do I strike? Use shadow clones and attack the third mirror from the left directly in front of you with everything you've got. Got it. Naruto formed hand seals. Shadow clone jutsu. Bang bang bang. Asterisk. Over a dozen Narutos appeared instantly, then like a swarm of disturbed wild bees, they charged howling toward the ice mirror Yukina had pointed out. However, the moment the shadow clones touched the mirror's surface, Haku's figure flashed within the mirror, and the Senbon in his hand turned into a blur of silver light. The shadow clones didn't even have time to scream before they turned into white smoke in a series of soft pops. Naruto's original body, rushing at the very front, was kicked in the chest by a massive force, sending him flying backward. Cough. Damn it. Naruto coughed up a mouthful of blood. Sasuke's two-tomo Sharingan spun rapidly, attempting to lock onto Haku's true body among the countless reflections. But in his vision, the flow of chakra for every figure in the mirrors was identical. It was impossible to distinguish them. In that moment of distraction, several more Senbon were fired from his blind spot. Sasuke forced his body to twist, but he was still a step too slow. Several Senbon pierced deeply into his thigh and shoulder. With a muffled groan, his movements noticeably slowed down. Yukina frowned as she watched this scene. She pulled 3 kunai from her ninja tool pouch and, with a flick of her wrist, threw them toward ice mirrors in 3 different directions. The kunai passed through the illusions in the mirrors and fell to the ground with a clatter. The next moment, a cold light attacked from Yukina's side and rear. Too fast. Even though her Sharingan captured the trajectory, her body didn't have time to complete a full dodge. A Senbon tore through her plain-colored dress, its sharp tip leaving a bloody trail on her arm. On her fair skin, that red mark looked exceptionally jarring. Sasuke's pupils shrank violently. That flash of bright red was like a needle, stabbing ruthlessly into his eyes. "You bastard!" He lunged in front of Yukina and pulled her behind him. "Don't move." Sasuke's voice was hoarse and urgent. Yukina stumbled from the pull, her back pressing against Sasuke's, which was slightly cold from blood loss. Yukina's mind raced. Sasuke's Sharingan can only see the flow of chakra, but the brilliance of Haku's technique lies in how he distributes chakra evenly across all the energy projections reflected in the mirrors. This makes every one of them look like the real body, but there is only one original, and only one origin point for every attack. I just need to find that point. Just then, a cold voice rang out directly in Yukina's ear. "You are very quiet. Different from them. Do you also understand the sorrow of existing as a weapon?" Yukina's heart jolted. And Sasuke, standing in front of her, also heard these words. His understanding, however, went to another extreme. Weapon. Sorrow. What is this guy talking about? What is he saying to Yukina? Sasuke whipped his head around, seeing Yukina's face, which was stained with a bit of dust but still excessively quiet. That quietness, that frailty, in his eyes, it was a beauty that needed to be protected at all costs. But in the enemy's eyes, this quietness and frailty became a weakness to be exploited. A flame mixed with humiliation and rage erupted from the depths of Sasuke's heart. "Shut up!" Sasuke roared at his surroundings. "I won't allow you to speak to her." His crimson eyes glared intensely at the masks, as if he wanted to stare the person behind the mirrors to death. "You're not worthy." Who did he think he was? How dare he touch Yukina with that tone that seemed to see through everything? Yukina was his alone. She was the only light that he, Uchiha Sasuke, had managed to rescue from the ruins of the night of the massacre. "Sasuke-kun, isn't this possessiveness a bit over the top?" Yukina's internal snark had silently gone online. "Besides, by shouting like that, aren't you just telling the opponent that I'm your weakness? Young man, you're still too naive." As if to confirm Yukina's thoughts, Haku's voice rang out again, but this time, the calmness was broken, replaced by a trace of coldness. "Is that so? It seems you value this fragile item quite a lot. Then, I will shatter her with my own hands right before your eyes." The moment the words fell, the intensity of the attack surged. The Senbon, which were previously like driving rain, now turned into a true downpour. Thousands of ice needles shot in from all directions, sealing off all space for evasion. "Sasuke-kun!" Yukina cried out. "Don't make a sound." Sasuke grit his teeth, pushing his Sharingan to its limit. He didn't take a single step back, instead, he shielded Yukina behind him even more tightly. He gave up most of his dodging, choosing to use his own body to tank the attacks he couldn't avoid. Puchi, 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 asterisk. The sound of Senbon piercing flesh was continuous. Blood instantly dyed Sasuke's deep blue shirt red. His body trembled violently, every attack he endured felt like a blow from a heavy hammer. Yet he stood like a statue nailed to the spot, his legs rooted firmly to the bridge, not retreating a single step. Yukina could clearly smell the thick scent of blood coming from in front of her. That scent caused the calm lake of her heart to ripple violently for the first time. "No, he's going to die." Her reason was screaming. She quickly pulled a roll of bandages and a small packet of styptic powder from the herb pouch at her waist. "Sasuke-kun, your wounds." She reached out, wanting to press down on the deepest wound on Sasuke's shoulder. Slap. Asterisk. Without looking back, Sasuke backhanded Yukina's hand away. The force was so great that the back of Yukina's hand instantly turned red. "Don't worry about me. Watch your back." As soon as he spoke, a wave of killing intent attacked from behind Yukina. It turned out that the previous torrential attack was just a feint. The real killing move came from another mirror that Haku had appeared in behind them at some unknown point. Yukina instinctively lunged forward, slamming into Sasuke's back. A senbon flew past, nearly grazing the back of her neck. Lying against Sasuke's broad but trembling back, Yukina felt fear for the first time. Yukina. On the other side, Naruto's eyes turned red as he watched this. You bastard! What did you do to my comrade? He leapt up from the ground like a madman, gathering all his chakra into his fist and smashing it recklessly toward the nearest ice mirror. Shatter for me, ah! Thud. Asterisk. With a loud bang, the ice mirror didn't budge at all. Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! Yukina slowly straightened up from Sasuke's back, looking at his profile which was turning pale from blood loss, and those Sharingan that still burned with rage even in this desperate situation. For my sake. To go this far just to protect a lie, a fake clansman. Uchiha Sasuke, you really are a huge idiot. A trace of a strange, never before felt ripple quietly passed through her ice-like heart. We are indeed very similar. For the person most important to us, we put on masks that don't belong to us and play roles that aren't ours. For the most important person, Zabuza-san, Haku's attack stalled for a 10,000th of a second. I absolutely cannot let Yukina be harmed. This extreme desire to protect, mixed with a towering rage at his own powerlessness, exploded within him. The twin Tomo in Sasuke's eyes suddenly whirled, spinning frantically. The next second, his insight and dynamic vision soared geometrically. If Haku's movement in the mirrors was previously intermittent flashes, now those moving trajectories had become clear lines of chakra. Countless fake projections still existed. But among them, only one figure left a unique trajectory while moving. Found you. Sasuke whipped around and, using the last of his strength, hurled the kunai in his hand with all his might. At the same time, he shouted to the still dazed Naruto. Naruto. Right there. Use everything you've got. Naruto was jolted awake by the shout, and he looked almost instinctively in the direction Sasuke's kunai had flown. Although he couldn't see anything, he chose to believe. Ooh! Naruto roared, following closely behind the kunai as he charged toward the seemingly empty ice mirror. Just as the kunai was about to hit the mirror's surface, Haku's figure indeed emerged from it. He was just about to transfer to the next mirror. He saw the oncoming kunai and the Naruto following right after it. He wanted to dodge, but his body's movement was half a beat slow because of that momentary lapse just now. The kunai flew past, grazing his mask and carving a clear bloody trail. Chapter 50, Blood-Colored Guardian. Under Haku's mask, his breathing faltered for the first time. The aura of the person before him had clearly changed. Since you want to see so clearly, I'll give you an eyeful. Haku's voice lost its stability, becoming sharp. Bone-chilling cold mist steamed from the surface of all the ice mirrors. Countless ice senbon condensed simultaneously in every mirror. At this moment, every possible evasion route was completely sealed off. And at the absolute center of this killing blow was Naruto, who had exhausted his chakra, just crawled up from the ground, and was gasping for air. Sasuke's two Tomo Sharingan spun frantically, taking in the incoming trajectories of death filling the sky. He saw the path of the senbon. But his body, after enduring dozens of piercings, was already as heavy as lead. It was too late. Whether it was forming seals or dodging, it was all too late. Sasuke. Naruto watched blankly as that silver rain of death lunged toward him, his mind a complete void. However, just a moment before the senbon touched his body, a deep blue figure resolutely blocked him. It was Sasuke. Thud, 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 thud. That was the dense, dull sound of senbon piercing through flesh. Time seemed to stretch infinitely at this moment. Not far away, Yukina struggled to lift her head. Several gashes had been cut into the dress she wore. Beads of blood seeped from her fair arms and calves. That storm-like attack just now had also affected her. She watched Sasuke being pierced by countless senbon, his movements stiff and slow. Yukina's pupils shook. Her plan, her disguise, her everything, all were built upon the living coordinate that was Uchiha Sasuke. If Sasuke died, everything would be lost. Sasuke's body began to tilt backward. Naruto subconsciously reached out and caught his rapidly cooling body. Sasuke. Naruto's voice was trembling. Sasuke collapsed into Naruto's arms, a mouthful of blood suddenly gushing out. The two tomo he struggled to keep open receded back into ordinary ink black. That idiot. Sasuke's voice was as faint as a thread, yet every word was clear. I'll leave it to you. As the words faded, his head slumped down. The world went quiet. Holding the person in his arms, Naruto's mind was blank. He looked down at Sasuke's pale face, then suddenly looked up at Yukina, who was struggling to stand up in the distance. A rage that seemed to tear his soul apart exploded from the deepest part of his body. At the other end of the bridge, the battle between Kakashi and Zabuza also came to a halt because of this. It seems an extraordinary fellow has emerged among your brats. Zabuza shouldered the executioner's blade. Kakashi's lone eye stared fixedly at the tragic scene within the ice mirrors. Behind the ice mirrors, Haku's face under the mask was also filled with astonishment. He only wanted to end the battle, but he never expected that Uchiha brat would use his own life to trade for another's. Is this the path you chose? For the first time, his heart wavered regarding the fate of being a tool. Meanwhile, on the other side, a stormy sea was surging within Yukina's heart. Idiot. Moron. Blockhead. Who told you to meddle? Do you think you're acting out some tragic second male lead from a hot-blooded shonen manga? You just die like that. Did I authorize it? Most importantly, if you die, what will happen to Uchiha Itachi? At this moment, a roar that didn't sound human shook everyone's souls. Ahhhhhhhhhh. Naruto's roar turned into a physical shockwave. Crimson chakra erupted frantically from his body. The crimson chakra boiled on the surface of his body, outlining the silhouette of a menacing demon fox. The nine-tailed power was showing its fangs for the first time. What is this? Haku was so startled by the terrifying chakra before him that he took half a step back. The berserk Naruto locked onto the mirror surface where Haku was located. He simply threw a fist wrapped in crimson chakra forward with a violent boom. A world-shaking explosion. Haku's proud, indestructible bloodline limit, crystal ice mirrors, shattered upon impact before that pure violence. All the mirror surfaces turned to dust in an instant. Haku's figure was exposed in the air, a red afterimage already rushing in front of him. Too fast. So fast that his nerves had no time to make any reaction. Naruto's sharp claws whistled, tearing through the mask on Haku's face in one strike. Fragments of the mask flew, revealing a clear and beautiful young face filled with shock. But Naruto had lost his reason. His right fist, containing nine-tailed chakra, was raised high, enough to easily crush Haku's head. Just as that destructive punch was about to land, a slightly cool hand rested on his wrist, which was bulging with veins from rage. Naruto-kun. Yukina's voice wasn't loud, and it even carried the weakness of being injured. But on this noisy battlefield, it clearly reached everyone's ears. However, this call did not wake Naruto. Thump. Although Yukina had anticipated it, she was still sent flying by an unconscious backhand strike from the mindless Naruto. Already heavily injured, this blow almost cost her her life. Crouched on the ground, she still struggled to lift her head. There were traces of blood in her hair. Enough, that's enough. Naruto. Naruto turned his head, his crimson beast-like pupils staring fixedly at Yukina. But seeing Yukina collapsed on the ground, his heart seemed to be suddenly pricked. His expression twisted as if his heart was struggling, fighting. But his body was out of control. However, Yukina couldn't care less about her own heavy injuries. She crawled all the way to Naruto. The bloodstains left clear trails on the ground. She grabbed Naruto's ankle. This time, Naruto did not attack. But a beast-like low growl came from his throat, as if questioning why she was stopping him. Let go. He roared slurringly. Yukina didn't let go, instead, she held on tighter. Meeting Naruto's terrifying gaze, she calmly shook her head. Having just endured the pain all over her body, she had moved over step by step. With every movement, her wounds sent waves of tearing pain. But she had to do this. Haku couldn't die here. At least, he couldn't die at Naruto's hands. I said, enough. If you continue like this, you'll die too. Within Naruto's berserk consciousness, he seemed to understand these words, but the killing intent in his eyes didn't diminish in the slightest. Yukina looked at him and uttered the most crucial sentence. Sasuke. Sasuke-kun. He's not dead yet. With me here, Sasuke won't die. Naruto-kun, you won't be in any trouble either. Yukina said each word while gasping for air, as if she had used up all her strength. With bloodstains at the corners of her mouth, she forced a difficult curve. She gave a bleak smile, her words, her smile. Like a thunderclap, they exploded in Naruto's chaotic mind. The beast pupils contracted violently. The sky-high tyrannical aura on his body rapidly receded. Sasuke. Yukina. Blood. Murmuring these names, his body went limp, his vision went black, and he completely fainted. Yukina breathed a sigh of relief, only then feeling all the strength drained from her body, nearly being crushed by the falling Naruto. After stabilizing herself, she tried to force herself up. But she never succeeded. This body was still too weak. She could only first glance at Haku, who was slumped on the ground due to Naruto's aura. Then she quickly turned around and pressed a hand against the chest of the lifeless Sasuke. Then she pressed the herbs she carried with her onto Sasuke's chest. After some treatment, her hand reached out to Haku as well, similarly splitting a wisp of chakra to cover the wound on Haku's chest. Haku looked at Yukina, who was treating him, an enemy, his face filled with confusion. Looking at Yukina, the plain dress was in tatters, and her face appeared pale due to the injuries. But in those eyes, there was no hatred, only a kind of compassion that transcended positions in life and death. At least, that's how it looked to Haku. I must save him. Yukina was calculating in her heart. The bond value is already at 68%. If he dies, my ice release is down the drain. Moreover, if he dies, there's no telling what Zabuza might do, it'll be even more troublesome then. But in Haku's eyes, it became a completely different interpretation. He understood. He finally understood where Yukina's unique quietness came from. She and he were the same. He had put on the mask of a hunter nin for Master Zabuza, becoming a tool for slaughter. And she, also to protect those two important companions, had put on the mask of a weak girl, struggling to survive in this cruel ninja world. They were kindred spirits in the darkness, doing their best to protect their only light. But she was purer and gentler than him. Even when facing an enemy, she could lend a helping hand. At this moment, a strong sense of resonance and identification instantly broke through the last line of defense in Haku's heart. Just then, the long-awaited system notification sounded in Yukina's mind. Detected target Haku generating strong soul resonance, bond value is rising rapidly. 98%. 100%. Bond value with Haku has reached 100%, meeting the copying conditions. Beginning copying. Target core ability determined. Bloodline limit, ice release. Copying successful. Bloodline limit, ice release, has been stored in myriad mirror pupils. Yukina's hand pressed against Haku's chest paused imperceptibly. On the surface, she still had that sad look of worrying for her companion and enemy, but deep down, she was incredibly astonished. Ice release. Just like that. Chapter 51. The gentlest blade can also pierce through disguises. Myriad mirror pupils fusion function complete. Ninjutsu obtained from fusion. 1. Ice release. Demonic mirroring ice crystals. Instantly creates multiple ice mirrors to form a closed barrier, allowing movement at the speed of light within the mirrors. 2. Ice release. Ice age. Injects chakra into the ground, turning the land within a 500-meter radius into smooth frozen earth. 3. Ice release. 100 flowers chaos. Condenses numerous sharp, petal-shaped ice shards around the body that fly in a circular motion, suitable for both offense and defense. The cold system notification in his mind sounded incredibly pleasant at this moment. An uncontrollable surge of ecstasy welled up within Yukina's heart. Ice release. A true bloodline limit. He had bet right. In this gamble where death was almost certain, he had secured the greatest chip. Before this ecstasy could even settle, the intense pain coming from all over his body dragged him back to reality. His vision darkened in waves, and the wounds on his arms and calves were still seeping blood. The dizziness from blood loss made him nearly collapse to the ground. Calm down, Lin Ye. Now is not the time for celebration. He forced himself to take deep breaths, suppressing the excitement in his heart and the feeling of physical exhaustion. Not far away, Naruto, who had just lost consciousness due to the eruption of the nine-tailed chakra, seemed to struggle as one of his fingers twitched. Yukina's heart suddenly tightened. Gritting his teeth, he crawled over with great difficulty, step by step. He first knelt beside Naruto, his trembling fingers reaching for Sasuke's carotid artery. There was a pulse, faint to the point of being almost imperceptible. Yukina let out a long breath. So that's how it is. He immediately pulled an oil paper packet from the small ninja tool pouch tied under his skirt. Inside was crushed specialty medicinal herbs. He clumsily tore open the clothes on Naruto's chest and applied the dark green medicinal paste bit by bit. His movements were very light and slow because every motion would painfully pull at the wounds on his own arms. Beads of sweat slid down his forehead, dripping onto the pale back of his hand. Not far away, Haku silently watched this scene. That focused yet fragile appearance caused Haku's heart to tremble inexplicably. A groan of pain interrupted Yukina's movements. Naruto was awake. He shook his groggy head, his vision clearing from a blur. At first glance, he saw Sasuke lying in a pool of blood not far away. That lifeless appearance made his heart stop for a moment. Sasuke. His voice was dry and raspy. Then, he saw Yukina kneeling beside him, applying medicine. Yukina's plain dress was already in tatters, her fair skin was covered in bloody gashes, and her face was terrifyingly pale. Yukina, you. Naruto's brain was still in a mess. Then, his gaze bypassed Yukina and fixed on the figure leaning against the shattered ice. It was that very beautiful big sister he had met in the forest. But on her face, she wore that hidden mist mask that had been hunting them all the way, even though a corner of it was broken. Memories of hatred instantly came flooding back. It's this person. It's him, who did that to Sasuke. Ah. Naruto's eyes turned blood red, and a violent aura rose from him once again. He struggled to climb up. Just as he was about to be consumed by rage and lose his sanity again. A soft and cold body tightly hugged his neck from behind. Naruto-kun. It was Yukina's voice, weak, yet carrying an undeniable tremble. Sasuke-kun, he's not dead. You, don't be like this. I beg you. Warm liquid dripped onto the back of Naruto's neck, the heat making him flinch. It was tears. Tears that seemed to possess magic instantly extinguished the raging fire in Naruto's heart. His whole body froze. Phew. Finally stabilized him. Yukina let out a long sigh of relief in his heart. Naruto, oh Naruto. I'm a real man, yet I forced out these few tears for you. You better not let me down. If this doesn't increase my bond value by 10%, it won't be worth the sacrifice of my masculinity. Naruto couldn't sense Yukina's inner thoughts, he only felt the body holding him trembling incessantly, and the scalding tears continuing to drip onto the skin of his neck. The rage and killing intent in his heart subsided bit by bit. Yukina, he called out in a low voice, somewhat at a loss. Cough. A light cough drew the attention of both. Haku leaned against the remains of a shattered ice mirror, his breath failing. He looked at Naruto, whose emotions had stabilized slightly, and explained in a weak but calm voice. The points I attacked were all acupoints that cause a state of near death. I never wanted to kill you. Naruto was stunned and suddenly turned his head to look at Sasuke. Near death. Haku nodded gently. I only wanted to stall you. I needed to prove to Zabuza-sama that I am not a useless tool. He paused, his gaze turning to Yukina. Those clear eyes seemed able to pierce through all disguises. I can feel it, you are very much like me. Haku's voice was very soft. We are both living for others, both playing a role that is not ourselves. I just wanted to see what choice I would make in the other side of the mirror. Yukina's arms around Naruto tightened imperceptibly. A mirror. He looked at Haku's refined and ethereal face, and for the first time, a ripple of emotion outside of his plan arose in his heart. Haku's life force was fading rapidly. Finally, he looked at Yukina and the bewildered Naruto, making a request that left both of them utterly stunned. I'm so cold. Yukina, can you hold me for a moment? The air froze. Naruto's mouth hung open, a look of complete bewilderment on his face. Meanwhile, within Yukina's heart, a fierce battle unlike any before was taking place. Hugging a dying enemy. This isn't logical. He's about to die, this hug has no meaning. Refuse, I must refuse. His rationality was screaming warnings. However, when he met Haku's eyes, which were about to lose their light. In those clear pupils, he saw a clear reflection of himself, wearing a tattered dress, with messy long hair. Loneliness, disguise, struggle. A sense of empathy he had never felt before stabbed deeply into his heart. So, this is what it feels like to be seen through. So, this is what it feels like to see one's own shadow in another person's eyes. Finally, Yukina slowly released his hold on Naruto. He forced his staggering body upright. Step by step, he walked to Haku and took that cold and fragile body into his arms. Crazy. I must be crazy. This embrace had no warmth, only a bone-chilling cold and a fading life. At the moment of the embrace, Haku used the last of his strength to lean close to Yukina's ear. In a whisper that only the two of them could hear, he spoke a sentence that made Yukina's blood nearly freeze. Your hair is very smooth and beautiful. It's also very special. Right, Yukina-kun. Yukina's body instantly stiffened, his pupils shrinking violently. A suffix usually used to address male peers or juniors. Immense panic and shock instantly swept through Yukina's heart. This was the first time. In this world, the first time someone had seen through his deepest disguise with a single word. Don't be like me. Haku's breath grew weaker and weaker, but he stubbornly continued to whisper in Yukina's ear. Only knowing how to hide in the shadows, wrapping yourself in cold mirrors. That way, your protection, no one will see it. Hope you get what you want, not what you must have. Haku laboriously raised a hand. He tremblingly pressed the hidden mist mask, which had already split into two, into Yukina's hand. I hope when you are helpless, it can shield you a little. Haku's voice stopped abruptly there. The body in his arms completely lost its last trace of life and warmth. Yukina wanted to say something, but found he couldn't utter a single word. He just silently held that rapidly cooling body, not moving for a long time. His inner world, usually filled with endless complaints, fell into complete silence for the first time. There was only a blank space. An indescribable bitterness and shock spread silently through his heart. He hadn't expected that the first person to see through all his disguises would be him. Even more, he hadn't expected that this person, instead of exposing him, would give him a blessing in the gentlest way. He also hadn't expected that even though he had stepped in to stop Naruto, Haku's ending remained unchanged, he still died in his arms. At this moment, whether as the transmigrator Lin Ye or as Uchiha Yukina, he didn't know what he was feeling. He just sat there blankly holding Haku. Frozen in place. Crash. Asterisk. A crisp sound of shattering. With Haku's death, the demonic mirroring ice crystals that bound the entire battlefield shattered completely at the same time. Countless ice mirrors turned into crystal clear ice shards filling the sky, dancing in the thick mist before quietly dissipating. As if they had never existed. Yukina slowly lowered his head, looking at the peaceful sleeping face of the youth in his arms, and then at the mask in his own hand. He tightened his fingers, clutching the mask tightly in his palm. He did not move for a long time. Chapter 52, The First Bloom of Ice Flowers. Sasuke's consciousness drifted in a sea of darkness. He thought he was dead. But a noisy sound persistently bored into his ears like a fly. You bastard. Wake up already, you jerk. It was Naruto's voice. So annoying. Sasuke used all his strength, trying to drive away the darkness. The world in his eyes was dyed with a layer of blood red, and a blurry golden head swayed back and forth before him. The two-tomo Sharingan activated on its own the moment he regained consciousness. You're finally back among the living. Naruto's blood-stained face zoomed in before Sasuke's eyes, breaking into a weak and extremely eyesore of a smile. Sasuke's chest felt tight, and he began to cough violently. Cough, cough, cough. Hey, are you okay? Don't go dying again right after waking up. Sasuke shoved his face away. Get lost. His gaze bypassed Naruto, his crimson pupils rapidly scanning the chaotic battlefield. Broken blades, shattered ice mirrors, he didn't care about any of those. He was looking for someone. That figure. Then, he saw her. Not far away, that slender figure was kneeling on the ground, her plain dress torn with holes everywhere. The large patches of blood soaking it were glaring and heart-wrenching. She was holding someone in her arms. Someone motionless, clearly already dead. Sasuke's heart was suddenly gripped by an invisible hand, and a chill mixed with rage and lingering fear rushed from the soles of his feet to the top of his head. She's injured. She's bleeding so much. Why is she holding a dead person? Countless questions exploded in his mind, but they eventually merged into a single thought that made it hard for him to breathe. He hadn't protected her well. Yukina. A low growl squeezed out of Sasuke's throat. He struggled, propping himself up with his elbows, wanting to rush over immediately. But his body's weakness far exceeded his imagination. As soon as he exerted force, his whole body tumbled forward uncontrollably. Hey, you can't even stand steady. An arm timely and firmly supported his body just as he was about to fall. It was Naruto. HMPH. A disdainful grunt came from Sasuke's throat, and he instinctively wanted to shake him off. But he didn't even have the strength to shake him off now. More importantly, he had to go over. He had to get to Yukina's side. This anxiety overwhelmed his ridiculous pride. Sasuke stopped struggling and let Naruto shoulder most of his body weight. Seriously, why act so tough? Naruto muttered under his breath, but his grip didn't loosen at all. With Naruto's support, Sasuke finally managed to stand somewhat steadily. He didn't rush over immediately, instead, he forced himself to calm down. His crimson Sharingan locked onto Yukina in the distance, his ocular power highly focused. In his vision, the outline of Yukina's body became clear. The chakra flowing through her meridian system was weak but stable, with no signs of dissipating. She's not in any life-threatening danger. Having confirmed this, he finally felt a moment of relief. Sasuke-kun. A tearful scream came from nearby. Sakura finally rushed over. She rushed over, and when she saw the carnage on the bridge, she was completely stunned. Naruto was covered in wounds, with blood still hanging from the corner of his mouth. Sasuke's face was as pale as paper, and the bloody holes from the senbon stuck in him were horrifying. Further away, Yukina's appearance made her gasp. She looked as disheveled as a broken doll. Sasuke-kun, how are you? You're so badly hurt. Sakura's tears instantly flooded out. She wanted to touch him but didn't dare. Naruto, you idiot. Why didn't you protect Sasuke-kun properly? She instinctively started to vent her anger on him. Naruto opened his mouth, not knowing how to retort. Shut up. Sasuke's gaze never left Yukina. Sakura's crying and accusations came to an abrupt halt. She looked at Sasuke's profile as he stared only at another girl, feeling both bitter and jealous. Boom! A massive roar of rushing water suddenly exploded from the other end of the bridge. Everyone's attention was instantly drawn there. The thick mist had mostly dispersed at some point, and Kakashi was now confronting Zabuza. Water release, water dragon bullet technique. Accompanied by the roars of both men as they simultaneously formed hand seals. Two water dragons roared up from the river surface beneath the bridge. But the result was one-sided. The water dragon summoned by Kakashi clearly outmatched Zabuza's in both size and speed. In just one clash, Zabuza's water dragon was smashed to pieces, turning into a spray of water that filled the air. Kakashi's water dragon continued with unabated momentum, heavily striking Zabuza's chest. Zabuza spat out a mouthful of blood and was sent flying back, crashing to the ground and unable to get back up. Kakashi walked forward slowly, his forehead protector on the left already pulled up. Piercing lightning began to gather in his right hand. It's over, Zabuza. Reikiri. Just as Kakashi was about to deliver the final blow, a series of messy and arrogant footsteps came from the end of the bridge. My, that was quite a show. A short man wearing sunglasses, surrounded by a large crowd of wandering samurai holding various weapons, walked over slowly. It was Gato. He glanced at the dying Zabuza on the ground and spat contemptuously. Zabuza the demon, what a piece of trash. I spent so much money, and you couldn't even handle a few brats. I hereby terminate your employment, you won't get a single cent of your payment. Kakashi's Reikiri stopped in midair as he frowned at these uninvited guests. Gato seemed not to notice the killing intent in Kakashi's eyes. His small eyes scanned the crowd, finally landing on Haku and Yukina's arms. Oh, this masked brat is dead too. He has quite delicate features. Good, saves me the trouble of doing it myself, but it's such a waste to just throw him away. Gato stuck out his tongue and licked his lips. In a bit, I'm going to cut off his head and kick it around like a ball. As for this little body, I'll give it to my men for some fun, consider it recycling waste. Ha 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 ha. Just as Gato finished speaking, an extreme coldness enveloped his surroundings without warning. A thin layer of white frost instantly formed on the bridge surface. What the hell? It's so cold. Why did it get so cold all of a sudden? A wandering samurai behind Gato hugged his arms tightly, his teeth chattering. Gato himself shivered, looking at the girl holding the corpse. He felt a sudden, inexplicable palpitation. He saw that around the girl holding Haku, there seemed to be something shiny fluttering. Yukina kept her head lowered. No one could see her expression. Naruto, Sakura, and Sasuke also noticed this eerie change. Naruto was the closest. He could clearly feel the cold air emanating from Yukina. He pointed at the increasing number of bright, swirling spots of light around Yukina, looking bewildered. What is that? Is it snow? Sakura's eyes also widened. Only Sasuke's Sharingan saw everything clearly. No, those are ice shards. Petal-shaped ice shards. Chapter 53, Don't Touch Her. The white frost on the bridge's surface grew thicker, visibly transforming into a layer of ice. What's going on? It's so cold. Sakura hugged her own arms tightly. The girl surrounded by countless ice crystal petals was an eerie yet beautiful sight. A chill rose from the depths of her heart, making her forget even her jealousy. Naruto was also stunned. His mind was a complete mess. This was unlike anything he had ever learned at the Ninja Academy. Hey, Sasuke, what on earth is that? Sasuke didn't continue to answer. What alarmed him was the chakra carried by these ice flowers. It held a frigid, gloomy aura. He had never felt this kind of power from Yukina before. On the other side, Kakashi's pupils constricted to pinpricks. As the copy ninja, his Sharingan could analyze the composition of ninjutsu. But these ice flowers, the chakra composing them was both familiar and foreign. What was familiar was the underlying color of Yukina's chakra. But mixed within it was another completely different attribute. Is it a bloodline limit? When did the Uchiha clan ever have this kind of ability? Or is it a ninjutsu copied by the Sharingan? I'm freezing to death. What the hell is going on? Gato's cursing broke the eerie silence. He was shivering from the sudden drop in temperature. Looking at his terrified subordinates, he was fuming with rage. You bunch of useless trash. It's just a little girl who's about to die, isn't it? What kind of tricks could she possibly pull? He couldn't finish his sentence. Because at the very moment he spoke, those hundreds and thousands of circling ice crystal petals instantly converged and elongated in midair in a way that defied the laws of physics. A transparent trace of light, almost impossible to catch with the naked eye, flashed past Gato's neck. It was incredibly fast. So fast that by the time Kakashi's body had just begun to react, everything was already over. Squelch. A cutting sound so faint it was almost inaudible. Gato's cursing came to an abrupt halt. The arrogant expression on his face froze. The cigar in his mouth dropped to the ground. A smooth red line appeared along his neck. Then, his head rolled onto the ice-covered bridge surface like a watermelon. While his headless torso still stood bolt upright. In the next second, blood erupted like an out-of-control fountain. It shot up from the mirror-smooth cut on his neck, dyeing the surrounding air into a warm blood mist. Ah! After a brief dead silence came the screams of Gato's subordinates. Boss! The head fell off. A ghost. It's a ghost. They could no longer hold onto their weapons. Some people's legs went weak, and they collapsed onto the ground, their crotches quickly becoming wet. Their previous arrogance was shattered into pieces before that head rolling on the ground. Naruto's brain completely stalled. He looked at the headless corpse spraying blood, then at the head not far away with eyes still wide open, and his stomach churned. Killed someone. Who? Was it Yukina? That girl who was always so quiet and looked like she would break at a touch. Sakura's reaction was even more intense. She couldn't make a sound, only covering her mouth tightly with both hands. Meanwhile, Sasuke's heart was gripped tightly by an invisible hand. He felt no fear. When he saw Gato's head fly off, his first reaction wasn't shock. It was an incredibly intense heartache and unease. He didn't care whether Gato lived or died. He cared about Yukina. The Sharingan clearly told him that the strike just now had exhausted the little chakra Yukina had left in her body. Why did she do this? For that boy. Who is that? A mixture of anger and lingering fear surged in his chest. He stared fixedly at the figure kneeling on the ground. After completing their mission, those ice crystal petals turned into dots of light and dissipated into the air. The chill on the bridge also receded. It was as if that earth-shattering scene just now was merely an illusion. Yukina's head remained lowered, her long hair hanging down and covering her face. She stayed in that posture, kneeling on the ground, tightly holding Haku's body, motionless. If not for the blood-stained dress she wore and the bleeding corpse not far away, everyone would have thought she was just asleep. Yukina. Naruto finally regained a sliver of reason from the massive shock. Compared to the shock of the killing, concern for his companion instantly took precedence. His heart wrenched when he saw Yukina looking as if her soul had been drained away. "Hey, Yukina, are you okay?" He stumbled toward Yukina. What's wrong? Say something." Running to Yukina's side and seeing her motionless, he felt more and more panicked. He reached out, wanting to check on her, but hesitated slightly. In the end, he just carefully, lightly tapped Yukina on the shoulder. Yukina. It was that single light touch. Like the straw that broke the camel's back. No one expected it. Yukina's body, like a puppet with all its strings cut, fell straight forward without any warning. Thud. Her cheek pressed heavily against the cold bridge surface, still clutching Haku's body tightly in her arms. She had completely lost all movement. "Yukina!" Naruto cried out in alarm, instinctively moving to help her up. "Get lost!" A furious roar erupted. Before Naruto could react, a massive force slammed into his chest from the side. He was sent flying backward uncontrollably, falling more than 2 meters away. His back hit the bridge railing, making him grimace in pain. He looked up in astonishment. He saw Sasuke, eyes bloodshot with rage, having somehow exploded with strength to rush to where Yukina had fallen. Kneeling on the ground, his movements were extremely careful. He gathered the small, unconscious figure into his arms. Her body is ice cold. Through the tattered fabric, that abnormal low temperature seeped into Sasuke's palm, making his whole body shudder. The soft body in his arms had no sign of life. In this instant, time seemed to flow backward. He was back on that blood-colored night. The cold clan grounds, the cold corpses, the cold despair. He had lost everything. And now this familiar panic of losing his most important thing gripped his throat once again. "No, I won't allow it." Sasuke's rationality completely snapped at this moment. Like a puppy guarding its food, he used his own body to completely shield Yukina. His crimson Sharingan glared fixedly at Naruto, who was stumbling to his feet and trying to approach, and at Sakura, who was coming over with a worried face. "Stay back." Extreme anger and panic made him lose his mind. He had lost even basic judgment. "Sasuke, what are you doing?" "Yukina, she." Naruto was both anxious and angry. "Sasuke-kun, Yukina seems to have fainted, we have to." Sakura also spoke up anxiously. "I said, stay back." Sasuke roared, holding the person in his arms even tighter, as if she would disappear if he let go. He absolutely would not allow it. He would not allow anyone to take his only light away from him again. Just as the scene was about to spiral out of control. "Everyone, move aside." A figure appeared beside Sasuke like a bolt of lightning. It was Kakashi. He placed a hand firmly on Sasuke's shoulder, which was trembling with agitation. The strength belonging to a Jonin made Sasuke unable to move an inch. Kakashi ignored Sasuke's struggle and glare, his expression more solemn than ever before. "Let me see." Chapter 54, She gave all the medicine to you. Kakashi placed his hand on Sasuke's shoulder. "Sasuke, you need to calm down." Kakashi's voice was kept very low. "Do you want her to die here?" The word, die, was like a needle, stabbing ruthlessly into Sasuke's nerves, which were on the verge of collapse. His whole body stiffened, and his Sharingan contracted slightly. Reason told him that Kakashi was the only one who could save Yukina now. Kakashi paid no more attention to Sasuke's hostility. His fingers rested on the artery of Yukina's slender neck. His other hand covered her abdomen. He closed his eyes, sensing the flow of chakra within her body. 1 second, 2 seconds. Kakashi snapped his eyes open. His usual laziness and nonchalance vanished without a trace, replaced by an unprecedented solemnity. "This is bad. Kakashi-sensei. Yukina, what happened to her?" Sakura spoke with a sob in her voice. Naruto didn't even care about the pain in his chest. "Hey, Kakashi-sensei. Yukina will be okay, right? She was so amazing just now." Kakashi's brow furrowed tighter and tighter. Chakra and spiritual energy, completely depleted. There is multiple damage to her internal organs. Excessive blood loss. The injuries on her body are heavier than any of yours. Kakashi's gaze fell upon the tattered dress Yukina was wearing. That last strike must have been the final straw that broke her. Sasuke's arms, which were holding Yukina, began to tremble uncontrollably. No one could see the regret surging in his Sharingan, a regret intense enough to burn everything to ashes. Injured the most. How is that possible? Just then, Kakashi's gaze was drawn to something at Yukina's waist. It was an inconspicuous cloth bag, already soaked through with blood, almost blending in with the bloodstains on her clothes. The mouth of the bag had loosened, revealing crushed herbal residue mixed with blood inside. A scene flashed through Kakashi's mind. Previously, Yukina had gone to the forest behind the village many times, saying she was going to pick some medicinal herbs. At the time, he hadn't paid it any mind. He subconsciously glanced at Sasuke and Naruto again. Under the cloth strips wrapped around Naruto's arm, he could vaguely see traces of medicinal herbs. He instantly realized something. Then, his body stiffened. Kakashi-sensei. Seeing that he hadn't spoken for a long time, Sakura couldn't help but ask again. Kakashi slowly raised his head, his gaze passing over Sasuke to look directly at Naruto, his voice carrying an indescribably complex emotion. Naruto, when you woke up, did you find that the wounds on your body had been treated? Naruto froze for a moment, then nodded subconsciously. Yeah, I remember being stabbed full of holes by those ice mirrors, but when I woke up, I felt much better. I thought. Kakashi's gaze turned toward Sasuke. Sasuke, you too. Sasuke didn't respond, but his tense body already said everything. Kakashi took a deep breath and, word by word, revealed the cruel truth. Almost none of her own wounds were treated. She used all the medicine on you guys. These words were like a bolt of lightning, exploding in Naruto and Sasuke's minds. The color instantly drained from Naruto's face. He stood there blankly, as if his soul had been sucked out. Yukina's concerned words after he woke up echoed repeatedly in his head. Because of his anger at the time, he hadn't noticed her condition at all. Why? Why? She acted so naturally then, so calm. How could it be? How could it be? Naruto muttered to himself. His voice was filled with endless self-reproach. She clearly said she was fine. Naruto's fists clenched tightly, his nails digging deep into his palms, his eyes turning red instantly. Sasuke's reaction, however, was even more intense. His arms holding Yukina suddenly tightened. His gaze was locked onto the small face in his arms, which was as pale as paper. Her eyelashes were very long, drooping quietly, casting a faint shadow under her eyes. There wasn't a trace of color in her lips. That face, which always carried a hint of aloofness yet made him feel incredibly at ease, was now so fragile it seemed it would break at a touch. Used all the medicine, on us. These words were more lethal than any ninjutsu. They shattered the defensive line Sasuke had built with indifference and pride. He had always thought he was the protector. He let her follow him. He would protect her. But in the end, it was she who protected him. Why? 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 The world was sinking. All sounds became blurred, as if separated by a thick layer of water. Arguing voices. Shouting voices. Yukina tried hard to distinguish them, but could hear nothing clearly. So tired. Every string in the body had snapped, no longer able to be pulled taut. The last memory was falling into an embrace. That embrace was not steady, instead, it shook violently, carrying a panic that bordered on despair. The arms tightened, making the already broken body ache. But strangely, in this clumsy panic, there was an unexpected sense of peace. Then, consciousness plunged completely into darkness. Who knows how much time passed? Lin Ye's soul was like a speck of dust, floating in the boundless chaos. There was no up or down, no left or right, no sense of time passing. He just floated. In this eternal silence, a point of faint light suddenly lit up ahead. The light was very soft, like the winter afternoon sun. A voice, accompanied by the light, whispered softly in his ear. A voice belonging to another world, belonging to the name Lin Ye. Yukina's soul trembled. He wanted to respond, wanted to see the owner of the voice, but found he could do nothing. The light grew closer and closer, instantly swallowing him up. The world spun. You must be very tired. Sleep for a while. That voice continued to echo in his mind. But, you can't sleep for too long. Someone is waiting for you. A violent sense of dizziness suddenly hit, as if being thrown directly to the ground from 10,000 meters in the air. Yukina's consciousness was forcibly dragged back into the body. A thought exploded with incredible clarity. I survived. The euphoria of surviving a disaster washed over every one of his nerves. He immediately tried to mobilize control over his body. Open eyes. However, the eyelids were as heavy as cement, not moving an inch. Move a finger. The command was sent, but there was no response. The throat could not make a sound either. He forced himself to start analyzing the current situation. Dual depletion of chakra and spiritual energy, damaged internal organs, excessive blood loss. Kakashi's last few diagnostic words flashed through his mind. For self-preservation, the body has cut off most non-essential functions, directing all energy toward repairing core damage. As long as I wait for the body to recover a bit, I should be able to regain control. Having figured this out, Yukina's tense nerves relaxed slightly. Just as he relaxed a little, a sensation that made his scalp tingle appeared. He felt a hand gently lift the blanket off his body. Then that hand landed on his dress. Yukina's heart skipped a beat. Who? He could feel that the hand was a bit clumsy, even trembling slightly. Hey, who is it? Male and female, even male and male, should maintain proper distance. Don't you understand? Yukina screamed frantically in his heart, but his body still couldn't move. He clearly felt someone was taking off his clothes, and it was even the clothes on the lower body. The feeling was tingly and a bit itchy. Yukina was terrified inside. Hey, who is it? Stop it, you bastard. Who is taking advantage of me like this? This is a strong man locking a man situation. This is. Hey, no, wait. Yukina suddenly thought of an even more terrifying possibility. If that dress is taken off, won't the bulge down there be exposed? Damn, don't. Hey, wait, stop it. However, that sensation showed no intention of stopping. Chapter 55, Naruto, you big pervert. Her consciousness was a chaotic ocean. Yukina was powerless to struggle. She felt it. Something had landed on her body. It was a hand. She desperately wanted to make a sound, to open her eyes, but her body wouldn't budge an inch. The hand paused for a moment, then landed on her tattered dress. No. Immediately after, a sensation that made her soul scatter even more came over her. The hand didn't stay on the dress, but instead slid all the way down her thigh. A tingling, numb sensation, mixed with a slight itch, was clearly transmitted through the skin to her imprisoned consciousness. Yukina's thoughts completely exploded. No, wait, don't go any further down. A thought more terrifying than death bored into her mind. If Sasuke finds out I'm a boy, won't he chop me into mincemeat? He definitely will. No, I don't want to die. Hey, stop, please, stop. Desperate screams echoed in the prison of her consciousness. Inside Tezuna's house, the atmosphere was heavy. Naruto crouched by the bed, looking at Yukina lying motionless on the bed, his heart filled with a mix of emotions. Kakashi-sensei said that Yukina had used all the medicine on him and Sasuke, but hadn't treated a single one of her own wounds. Those words were like a blunt knife, repeatedly cutting at his heart. Yukina, Naruto murmured softly, his voice full of guilt and self-reproach. I'm sorry, it's all my fault. If only I could be a bit stronger, if only I could have defeated that guy sooner. His gaze fell on Yukina's legs. Those white over-the-knee socks were now soaked with dark red blood, clinging tightly to her slender calves, outlining the hideous wounds beneath. It couldn't go on like this. A thought occurred to Naruto. The socks were stuck to the wounds. If he didn't take them off, Sakura and Sasuke wouldn't be able to apply the herbs when they brought them back. Right, I have to help her take them off first. He made up his mind, carefully reached out his hand, and took a deep breath as if performing some sacred ritual. His hand was shaking slightly. This was the first time he had been in such close contact with a girl. And it was Yukina. Naruto's fingertips lightly touched the blood-soaked socks. The sensation was cold and soft. He held his breath and lifted Yukina's small foot. It was very light, unbelievably light. His other hand pinched the edge of the sock and began to slowly, bit by bit, pull it down. His movements were extremely gentle, for fear of hurting her in her unconscious state. Just as a small section of the sock was pulled down, revealing a stretch of fair ankle. A faint, indescribable fragrance suddenly drifted into Naruto's nose. The scent was very elegant, unlike any floral fragrance or the smell of soap. Instead, it was like the clean scent emitted when the first ray of morning sunlight hits the early snow and melts it. Naruto was completely stunned. He subconsciously leaned in just a tiny bit closer. The fragrance grew even richer. It smells so good. Naruto's mind went blank, with only this single thought remaining. Is this the scent of a girl? Is it body fragrance? His cheeks began to heat up uncontrollably, and his heart skipped a beat. As he moved, the sock was gradually pulled down. First the delicate ankle, then the fair and slender calf, and finally, that flawless little foot. Naruto's breathing stopped. The foot was small and exquisite, without a single blemish. The toes were rounded and cute, like 10 snow-white lotus seeds. The sole was pink and tender, looking like soft white tofu. Gulp. Asterisk. Naruto heard the sound of himself swallowing saliva. He stared blankly at that foot, and all the guilt, self-reproach, and worry in his mind were pushed out at this moment. Only endless wonder remained. Even the feet are so beautiful. Like a work of art. Yukina's feet are so small. I could probably hold one in one hand. Damn it, why are even the toes so cute? Naruto's brain completely short-circuited. That clear fragrance and the beautiful sight before him made him feel a bit dizzy. He felt as if he were drunk. His body uncontrollably lowered his head, his nose almost touching that snow-white instep. He wanted to smell that scent more clearly. At that moment, a completely uncontrollable thought flashed through his mind. I want to stick out my tongue. Bang. A loud noise. Before Naruto could even realize what that thought meant, a heart-wrenching pain shot through his abdomen. He was sent flying instantly like a cannonball. With a thud, he slammed hard against the wooden wall of the room. The walls were trembling. He saw stars, feeling as if his internal organs had shifted, and he could barely catch his breath. Cough, cough, cough. Naruto clutched his stomach and looked up dizzily. Sakura was standing by the bed, hands on her hips. Her pretty face was flushed red, and her short pink hair seemed to stand on end from anger. Naruto, you big pervert. Sakura's scream was sharp enough to lift the roof. Yukina is hurt this badly. You actually wanted to do such a lewd thing to her. I didn't. Naruto clutched his aching stomach, his face flushed, eager to defend himself. He was still holding the blood-stained sock he had just taken off. I just wanted to help her take off her socks to make it easier to apply the medicine. You're still making excuses. Sakura didn't listen at all, pointing at his nose and shouting. I saw everything. You pervert. You're just an irredeemable idiot. A big pervert. I didn't. That was. Naruto was about to shout, you saw it wrong. Before the words could leave his mouth, a massive force suddenly lifted him off the ground. His feet left the floor instantly. His neck was gripped tightly by a hand, and his back was slammed heavily against the wall again. Uchiha Sasuke had appeared before him at some unknown point. In those pitch-black eyes, two Tomo were spinning wildly, carrying a rage sufficient to burn everything to ashes. The aura emanating from him was even colder than Zabuza's killing intent. Veins bulged on the arm and the hand gripping Naruto's neck. You. Sasuke's voice sounded like it was squeezed out word by word from between his teeth. What were you doing to her? Cough. A sense of suffocation instantly flooded in, and Naruto's face turned the color of a pig's liver. He struggled desperately, his hands trying to pry Sasuke's hand away, only to find that the other's arm was as hard as iron pincers, immovable in the slightest. Let go. Naruto used all his strength to squeeze a few words out of his throat. He desperately held the hand clutching the sock in front of Sasuke, roaring with his last bit of strength. It's blood. To apply medicine. I was looking at her wounds. Look, there's blood on the sock. You idiot. I took it off to make it easier to apply the medicine. Chapter 56, Sasuke's Possessiveness. What did you say? Sasuke's voice was low, sounding like a growling beast. He seemed to have completely missed Naruto's phrase, to apply medicine. His mind was stuck on those few words, taking off socks. No, taking off Yukina's socks. Who gave you permission to touch her? Cough, cough. Naruto's face had turned purple, his feet kicking wildly in the air. You idiot. WHO gave you permission to take off her clothes. Sasuke roared out each word with heavy emphasis. Did she agree to it? Did I agree to it? Quote. Were you sick in the head? Naruto was being choked so hard his eyes were about to roll back into his head. She's injured that badly. How could I ask her? Just look, this is a wound. I don't care about. Sasuke-kun. Sakura's scream interrupted Sasuke. She had indeed been stunned for a moment by Sasuke's, "Did I agree to it?" a flash of inexplicable bitterness and dissatisfaction flickering in her heart. Why should it require your agreement? But seeing that Naruto was about to be choked to death, she immediately snapped back to reality. She rushed forward, pointing at the socks in Naruto's hand and then at the bleeding wound on Yukina's calf on the bed, explaining urgently. Sasuke-kun, calm down. Naruto's way of doing things might be inappropriate, but what he's saying is right. Look, Yukina's wound is stuck to her socks. There's no way to apply medicine without taking them off. Sasuke's gaze shifted stiffly from Sakura's face to the blood-stained sock, and finally landed on the gruesome wound on Yukina's leg. The rotation speed of the blood-red tomo slowed down slightly. The strength of his grip subconsciously loosened by a fraction. Naruto immediately seized the opportunity to take a huge, desperate breath of air. Cough, cough, cough. You bastard, were you trying to kill me? Sasuke jerked his hand away, tossing Naruto aside like a piece of trash. Naruto hit the wall again. Get lost, and don't touch her again. Naruto wanted to argue back while coughing, but meeting Sasuke's murderous eyes, he swallowed his words. Just then, a lazy voice drifted in from the doorway. My, you're certainly full of energy. Kakashi Hatake leaned against the doorframe, his one eye not covered by his forehead protector scanning the mess in the room. She just came back from death's door. Are you planning to work together to send her back? You brats, do you want to tear down Mr. Tazuna's house, or do you want to wake Yukina up through sheer anger? Kakashi's words were like a bucket of cold water, instantly extinguishing the fire in the two boys. Naruto lowered his head, feeling a bit guilty. Sasuke also reined in his murderous intent. All right, everyone move aside. Sakura immediately seized this opportunity and stepped forward. She snatched the bowl of herbs, which Sasuke had almost crushed, from his hand. You two stop causing trouble here. Don't you understand anything? She puffed out her chest, trying to look reliable. Taking care of girls is my job. After saying that, she shot a triumphant glance at Sasuke. She hoped he would see her virtuous and capable side. Sasuke frowned and said nothing, but he didn't stop her either. Naruto curled his lip. Che, what's the big deal? Sakura ignored Naruto's muttering. She dipped a cotton cloth in clean water and began to carefully clean the wound on Yukina's calf. Her movements were very gentle. Although Sasuke and Naruto were both incredibly annoyed, they could only stand there like two guardian statues on either side. One had a cold gaze, like an overseer. The other had a face full of worry, pacing back and forth while wringing his hands. The atmosphere in the room briefly became quite strange. Sakura carefully applied the herbal paste evenly to the wound on Yukina's calf, while secretly competing in her heart. See, Sasuke-kun, I'm the most meticulous and the best at taking care of people. Just as she finished treating the calf wound and was about to breathe a sigh of relief, her gaze unintentionally swept upward. She froze. On the side of Yukina's tattered dress, near the top of the thigh, there was a larger, darker bloodstain. That dark red patch had spread almost to the hip. Sakura's heart sank. She carefully reached out and gently lifted a bit of the dress fabric. With just one look, she gasped. Underneath the fabric was a gash more gruesome than any wound on her leg, with the flesh torn open. The position of the wound is too awkward. To treat this area, she would have to remove the last bit of covering on her body. Sakura suddenly turned around and shouted at the 3 blocks of wood standing in the room. All of you, get out. Naruto was startled by her shout. Huh, why? This area needs more careful treatment. Sakura's cheeks flushed bright red as she pointed toward the door. It's a girl's private matter. Boys aren't allowed to watch. Get out. Everyone out. What? Naruto hadn't reacted yet. Sasuke's body, however, instantly tensed up. Private. The wound. Why should I have to go out? Yukina was injured for my sake. I want to see her being healed with my own eyes. What if she's still in danger? No. Sasuke coldly refused. Sasuke-kun. Sakura was almost driven to tears of frustration. How How can you be like this? This is a girl's. Alright, alright. Kakashi sighed and placed a hand on each of his students' shoulders. Men and women are different. Sasuke, Sakura is right, leave this to her. No, eyes, out you go. Kakashi didn't give Sasuke any chance to argue, pushing and ushering him toward the door. Although Naruto was also curious, he knew he couldn't stay at a time like this, so he followed them out. Let go. Sasuke was still struggling. Thud. The door was heavily shut from the outside by Kakashi. Outside the door, Sasuke's face was as dark as the bottom of a pot. Naruto scratched his head, pacing at the door with a worried expression. Kakashi leaned against the wall and helplessly pulled out his precious Icha paradise. Inside the room, only Sakura and the unconscious Yukina remained. Yukina's consciousness was like a piece of driftwood sinking into the deep sea, slowly floating upward through the darkness. The surrounding sounds transitioned from a blurry hum to something distinguishable. He heard Naruto's defense, Sasuke's roar, and the voices of Sakura and Kakashi. What are they arguing about? Am I saved? This thought gave his spirit a jolt. Then, he heard the sound of the door closing. The world became quiet. No, not completely quiet. He could hear the slight sound of a girl's breathing. Is it Sakura? What is she going to do? Sakura stood by the bed, looking at the girl who was so beautiful she didn't seem real, her inner emotions complex to the extreme. Damn it. She couldn't help but reach out and gently touch Yukina's cheek with her fingertip. It's so smooth, so tender. Why can a face be this beautiful? Why isn't this face on me? Sakura muttered sourly. Her gaze slid down that graceful neck and landed on Yukina's flat chest. Sakura was stunned for a moment. Immediately, an inexplicable sense of superiority surged up, diluting her previous jealousy. It's not like there's nothing I can beat her at. At the very least, she's flatter than I am. Thinking this, Sakura's mood instantly improved significantly. She refocused her attention on that horrifying bloodstain. Alright, time to handle the business. Sakura took a deep breath and reached out, her fingertips touching the hem of Yukina's dress. At that very moment, Yukina's soul screamed frantically inside the body. He felt it. Sakura's hand. That slightly cool, somewhat trembling touch of her fingertips was transmitted through the skin with absolute clarity to his imprisoned consciousness. No. He felt his dress being unfastened and pulled down bit by bit. A wave of cool air began to invade his thigh. No. Stop. Yukina's consciousness roared frantically. He could imagine what would happen next. Once Sakura discovered the secret of his body, everything would be over. Sakura might not kill him, but she would definitely tell everyone. Sasuke, Naruto, Kakashi, and even the whole of Konoha. No, absolutely not. I don't want to die. At the critical moment when the dress was pulled down about 3 centimeters and the final line of defense was about to fall. The survival instinct and the extreme fear of the secret being exposed transformed into a torrent of willpower that broke through all shackles. Yukina gathered all his remaining spiritual energy into a single point. He issued the most primitive and savage command to his own body. Open your eyes. Accompanied by a faint sensation of tearing muscles and bones from the depths of his soul. Yukina's eyes snapped open. It wasn't an awakening. It was more like a corpse in a morgue suddenly opening its eyes, a literal jump scare. There was no focus in his eyes, the pupils were dilated. Sakura, who was carefully lifting the dress to check the wound, had all her attention focused on her hands. She was completely off guard. A bloodless, breathtakingly beautiful face was right there, suddenly opening its eyes and staring blankly at her from inches away. Ah! A short, distorted scream was squeezed out of Sakura's throat. The movement of her hands stopped instantly. Her body lost balance from the extreme shock, and she stumbled back several steps. Her back slammed heavily against the table behind her. The water cup and the medicine bowl on the table were knocked over and shattered on the floor. The crisp sound of shattering instantly broke the silence outside the door. Outside, Kakashi, who was idly flipping through his book, paused. Naruto, who had been pacing, stopped in his tracks. In the instant the three of them were confused. An extremely weak but incredibly familiar coughing sound drifted out from behind the closed door. Cough, cough, cough. Sasuke was the first to react, his pitch-black pupils shrinking violently. Because he would never mistake this voice for as long as he lived. Chapter 57, a massive unboxing scene. Outside the door, Sasuke's body reacted faster than his thoughts. That sound of shattering porcelain, followed by a cough that was almost inaudible. The sound was very soft and weak, yet it slammed hard against Sasuke's heart. It was Yukina. He didn't even stop to think about the meaning behind Sakura's scream. The only thought in his mind was to rush inside. Bang! A loud crash. Under the force of a kick into which Sasuke had poured all his strength, the thin wooden door exploded right off its frame. Wood chips flew everywhere as the door panel tumbled inward and slammed onto the floor, kicking up a cloud of dust. Sasuke's figure appeared in the shattered doorway, his Sharingan flickering in the dim room. The two Tomo spun frantically, urgently searching through the dust for the figure that had caused his heart to wrench. Then, he saw it. The young girl on the bed had indeed opened her eyes. Yukina's face was as pale as a sheet, but her black pupils were indeed reflecting the light in the room. At this moment, Sasuke's mind went completely blank. The rage that had just filled him, the urge to destroy everything, was drained away in an instant. The massive shock left him frozen at the door, still in the posture of having kicked it open, motionless. Kya! Startled by the sudden crash and the intruder, Sakura let out another short scream. But she immediately turned around and used her body to shield the bed. In a fluster, she pulled the corner of the fabric that had been lifted back over and pressed down on it tightly. Sasuke-kun. Sakura's cheeks instantly turned bright red, a mix of shock, anger, and embarrassment. How could you just barge in? Get out. Sasuke didn't react. His entire world was reduced to those open eyes on the bed. Seeing him not move, Sakura grew even more anxious. This is a girl's, it's a private matter. How could you? She was too embarrassed to say the rest, so she changed her phrasing. Yukina just woke up. You'll scare her like this. Get out, now. As if to confirm her words. A very soft cough came from Yukina's throat on the bed. Cough, cough, cough. Every cough pulled at the wounds all over her body, making her already pale face turn even whiter. Yukina's eyes were still vacant and unfocused, merely turning slightly toward the sound by instinct, but she didn't even have the strength to lock onto a target. These few coughs were like a needle, piercing through Sasuke's stupor. They were also like the most powerful sedative, forcefully dragging him back from the brink of losing control and collapsing. Alive. She's really still alive. This thought, carrying an unreal sense of ecstasy, instantly overwhelmed him. Since the night of the clan's massacre, Sasuke's world had been a gray wasteland. He walked alone through the ruins, burdened by a blood feud, unable to see any light. Until Yukina appeared. That quiet, fragile, yet incredibly resilient figure had become the only light source in his dark world. He had grown used to the existence of this light and even began to rely on the warmth it brought. And that light had almost gone out. But now, the light was shining again. Though it was so faint it seemed like it could flicker out again at any moment, it was indeed lit. Immense lingering fear and the ecstasy of regaining what was lost intertwined. Giving Sasuke a sense of dazed numbness. He didn't even dare to blink or breathe loudly. He was afraid this was an illusion. Afraid that if he moved, the fragile light before him would shatter like a bubble. All outside sounds, Sakura's shouting, the sound of Kakashi's approaching footsteps, seemed to be blocked out by a thick barrier. In his world, there was only Yukina's pale face and her faint breathing. Just then, a lazy yet somewhat relieved voice sounded behind him. Well, looks like she's awake. Standing behind Sasuke and taking in the scene in the room, the heavy stone that had been hanging in Kakashi's heart finally hit the ground. He breathed a secret sigh of relief, but on the surface, he maintained the composure of a jonin. Only in his exposed eye was there a trace of softness that even he hadn't noticed. Wah! Wah! Yukina! Suddenly, a world-shaking wail instantly startled everyone. Naruto squeezed out from behind Kakashi. His face was covered in tears and snot, with snot bubbles practically masking his whole face. You're really not dead. That's so great. Naruto spread his arms wide and, covered in snot and tears, was about to pounce onto Yukina's hospital bed. I knew a cool guy like you wouldn't die so easily. Thump. Another dull thud. Naruto drew a parabola through the air and slammed heavily into the wall once again. Sakura pulled back her smoking fist, her pink hair seemingly standing on end from anger. She glared at Naruto on the ground with wide, furious eyes. The shyness and panic she had felt toward Sasuke just moments ago had vanished without a trace. You idiot. Yukina is so weak right now. She's still injured. Are you trying to kill her by pouncing like that? I was just too excited. Naruto clutched his head, defending himself aggrievedly. Alright. Kakashi appeared between the two with a body flicker, pulling Naruto and Sakura apart with one hand each. He sighed helplessly and turned his gaze toward the bedside. Sakura, how's the situation? Are the wounds treated? Kakashi's question made the atmosphere in the room freeze once again. Only then did Sakura remember the most critical matter. She glanced at Sasuke, who was still frozen at the door, then at Naruto, who was rubbing his head as he climbed up, and her cheeks flushed again. She stammered. Not yet. She was a bit embarrassed to say that her treatment had been interrupted because she was startled. I've already treated the wound on her lower leg, but... Sakura's voice dropped, her gaze unconsciously drifting toward the root of Yukina's thigh. On her upper thigh, near that area, there's an even deeper wound. It must be treated immediately, otherwise, with the weather being so hot, it'll get infected quickly. But here, her gaze swept back and forth between Sasuke and Naruto, her meaning self-evident. This was a girl's private area, with these two big men standing there. How could she possibly proceed with the treatment? Yukina was freaking out. No way. I'm already awake, and this is still happening. A wound at the root of the thigh. Don't tell me it's going to be treated right in front of Sasuke and Naruto. Then won't I be unboxed and inspected right on the spot? Yukina's heart began to pound frantically. No, absolutely not. Chapter 58. Her choice. Sakura looked at the dark red blood soaking through the fabric at the base of Yukina's thigh and knew she couldn't delay any longer. This place is too dangerous. If we wait any longer, the consequences will be unthinkable. She took a deep breath, preparing to risk it all and kick those two tactless boys out again. Suddenly, Sakura felt something cold and weak lightly touch her smooth calf. The touch was very light. But completely caught off guard, it felt to her like a faint electric arc. It surged through her entire body. Sakura jolted, nearly jumping up from the bedside. Sakura snapped her head down. Only then did she realize it was Yukina's finger. That hand, which should have been hanging limply by her side, had moved at some point. Several pale, slender fingers were resting weakly on her thigh. Yukina's lips twitched slightly, as if she were trying her best to say something, but no sound came out. This scene made Sakura's head buzz. Sakura subconsciously leaned down, bringing her ear close to Yukina's mouth. What did you say? Yukina, what do you want to say? Sasuke and Naruto also noticed the movement. Don't. A broken voice finally reached Sakura's ear. The voice was so small it was almost drowned out by the sound of her own heartbeat. There are scars. Yukina's voice carried a hint of trembling, each word squeezed out with difficulty from deep within her throat. It was, from that night, left behind. Very ugly. These few broken words were like a key, instantly flipping a switch deep inside Sakura. That night, the night of the massacre of the Uchiha. Scars. In an instant, Sakura understood everything. She straightened up and used her back to block the two inquisitive gazes from the doorway even more firmly. So that's how it is. What a girl cares about most are the flaws on her own body. Moreover, those weren't ordinary scars, but wounds left from the night of the massacre, a double brand etched into both body and soul. Such scars were a private pain that any girl would be unwilling to let anyone see. If they were seen, especially if they were seen by Sasuke-kun, it would be more painful than death. A strong sense of feminine empathy and pity instantly overwhelmed the sourness in Sakura's heart. I understand. Sakura leaned close to Yukina's ear again. Her tone was gentle. Don't worry, I won't let anyone see. Looking at Yukina's eyes, which appeared exceptionally dark due to her weakness. I'll help you crush the herbs into a poultice, and you can handle it yourself later, okay? The focus in Yukina's eyes seemed to sharpen for a moment. Then she gave an extremely slight nod. Finally, I managed to fool them. Yukina breathed a long sigh of relief internally, her tense nerves relaxing. She nearly fainted again. That performance just now had exhausted all of her mental energy. Hey, Sakura. Naruto, seeing the two of them huddled together whispering, was so anxious he was scratching his head. What secrets are you two whispering about? How is Yukina? Is it very painful? Hurry up and treat her. Shut up. Sakura turned her head sharply and barked at Naruto. Yukina just woke up. Her body is very weak. She needs absolute quiet. Are you trying to make her faint again by shouting like this? Patients need rest. With so many of you crowded here, the air can't even circulate, it'll affect her rest. In the short term, only one person is needed here to take care of her. I'm a girl, so it's most convenient for me to take care of Yukina. I'll stay. No way. Naruto jumped up without a second thought. Yukina is my comrade. With a comrade so badly injured, how can I leave her alone? I want to stay and protect her. Protect what? Can you help her change her bandages? Can you help her wash her? You idiot. Naruto was choked up, but he immediately found a new reason. I can tell her jokes. Make her happy. You'll just be all weepy. Who are you calling weepy? Sakura was so angry her hair started flying back again. I'm talking about you. HMPH. Right then, a light snort caused the temperature in the room to drop several degrees instantly. Sasuke finally stepped forward, walking into the room step by step. An Uchiha should naturally be looked after by an Uchiha. The argument in the room came to an abrupt halt. Both Naruto and Sakura were stunned. Sasuke's words directly denied both of their qualifications at the fundamental level. What are you saying, Sasuke? Naruto was the first to react. What, Uchiha? We are comrades of Team 7 now. Comrades help each other, what does it have to do with which clan you're from? Comrades. Sasuke's gaze carried an undisguised contempt. You can't even take care of yourself, you only cause trouble. You bastard. Naruto's fur stood on end instantly. Who are you saying only causes trouble? I'm worried about Yukina. Unlike you, who only knows how to act cool with a sour face. Sakura was also anxious. This was not only a chance to get closer to Yukina but also a perfect opportunity to prove to Sasuke how considerate and capable she was. Sasuke-kun. For once, she didn't use a fangirl tone, but tried hard to make her words sound more reasonable. I know you're worried about Yukina, but when it comes to treating wounds, it's more convenient for a girl. Some things really aren't suitable for boys. Sasuke replied coldly. Where were you when she was bleeding? One sentence left both Sakura and Naruto speechless. That's different. Naruto shouted, craning his neck. We're in the safe village now, there won't be any danger. I only trust myself. Sasuke's answer was simple and blunt. Sakura was anxious, caught in the middle. She looked at Sasuke, then at Naruto, and finally cast a pleading look toward Kakashi at the door. Kakashi-sensei. Everyone, quiet down for a bit. Kakashi had a massive headache. Seeing Yukina's face on the bed grow a few shades paler amidst the trio's arguing, he finally reached his limit. What's the deal? Can't you guys talk for a moment without arguing? He pointed at Yukina on the bed. Since none of you will back down, let her choose for herself. Kakashi's suggestion made the room fall silent instantly. Yukina, who do you choose to stay? In an instant, 3 burning, expectant, and nervous gazes. Like searchlights, they were all pinned onto Yukina. Yukina's consciousness was already somewhat blurred. The figures in front of her were swaying, turning into several blurry patches of color. Gold, pink, black. In her ears was the sound of her own violent heartbeat and buzzing. Choose, who? Her physical condition didn't allow for deep thought. In a flash, a weighing of pros and cons flickered through her mind. Finally, Yukina tremblingly raised the only hand she could move. Everyone's breath hitched at this moment. Her finger traced a weak and sluggish arc in the air. Although her vision was blurred and the figures were swaying. But the direction of that fingertip carried an unmistakable precision. The fingertip passed several people. Finally, it stopped in the direction of that black figure. Sasuke's body completely froze at that moment. Then, Yukina's finger dropped powerlessly, falling heavily onto the bedsheet. Her lips twitched, and from deep within her throat, she squeezed out a raspy syllable that was almost unrecognizable. The syllable was very light and weak, yet it was like a clap of thunder. It struck hard at the heart of everyone in the room. Suk. The entire room fell into an instant, deathly silence. When Sasuke heard his name come from Yukina's mouth once again, It was as if his world had been paused at this moment. Chapter 59, Sasuke's exclusive feeding, deadly. That call of, Sasuke, was like a pebble thrown into a calm lake, stirring up 1,000 waves in the deathly silent room. The ecstasy on Naruto's face froze instantly, leaving only a vast expanse of bewilderment and disappointment. Sakura's face was even more filled with disbelief. On what grounds? Why? Why is it Sasuke-kun? Resentment wound around her heart like vines, strangling her until she couldn't breathe. And as the one who was chosen, Sasuke himself was also completely stunned where he stood. Yukina chose me. This realization was like a warm current, instantly washing away the coldness in his heart. He had always been the proactive protector, using his own awkward way to keep Yukina under his wing. But now, Yukina had proactively reached out her hand to him. This was a form of recognition. Even more, it was a silent declaration, I need you. Without any hesitation, Sasuke's figure blurred, and he instantly appeared by the hospital bed. I'm here. ? Yukina was completely dumbfounded inside. What's going on? I hadn't even finished my sentence. The script isn't like this. What she had wanted to say just now was, Sasuke, you're blocking Naruto. Her original target was Naruto. Because the bright 58% bond value above Naruto's head was waving at her. This was the perfect opportunity to increase the bond value further. But this guy Sasuke was like a wall, tightly blocking the space between her and Naruto. Her weak finger couldn't get around him at all. Plus, after not drinking water for days, her throat was parched, squeezing out 2 syllables was already her limit. Yukina wanted to cry but had no tears, only able to watch as the sun above Naruto's head completely dimmed. Alright, since Yukina has made her own choice. Kakashi, at the door, finally broke the eerie silence and clapped his hands. Then it's decided, Sasuke will stay to look after her. Everyone else, get out and let the patient rest well. But, Kakashi-sensei. Naruto grew anxious, his face full of protest. This guy Sasuke is all thumbs, how can he take care of someone? Yukina will only suffer more. Naruto. This is Yukina's choice. Having said that, he didn't give Naruto any chance to argue further, grabbing Naruto by the back of his collar and forcibly dragging him out the door. Let go of me, Kakashi-sensei. Yukina. Just you wait, first thing tomorrow morning. No, I'll bring you Ichiraku ramen in a bit. You must wait for me. Naruto was dragged away, flailing his arms and legs. Sakura stood there, biting her lower lip in frustration. She glanced at the expressionless Sasuke, then at the weak Yukina on the bed, and finally slammed the mortar onto the table. It was as if she were venting her dissatisfaction. I've finished grinding the herbs, you figure it out yourself. I'm going to make the medicinal patches. She threw out these words and turned to walk out quickly. Only Yukina and Sasuke were left in the room. An indescribable awkwardness filled the air. Yukina felt as if her throat had been burned by fire, incredibly dry. She tried to make a sound, but only a faint wheeze escaped her throat. Hiss. Sasuke noticed immediately. He poured a glass of water and walked back to the bedside. Looking at Yukina, who struggled even to sit up. He first placed the water glass on the nightstand. Then he leaned down, carefully sliding his arms under Yukina's neck and the crook of her knees. No, that won't work. He changed his posture, trying to support Yukina's back. After some clumsy attempts, Sasuke finally chose the method he thought was the most secure. Sitting on the edge of the bed, he extended an arm to gently wrap around Yukina's back, letting her soft and weak body lean against him. Yukina's body was light, almost weightless. She was held half-embraced by Sasuke, her head uncontrollably tilting to one side, her cheek resting right against the crook of Sasuke's neck. Her warm breath, carrying a hint of sweetness, puffed against Sasuke's skin breath by breath. Sasuke's body stiffened instantly. A strange, tingling sensation quickly spread from his neck to his entire body. He could clearly feel the girl's soft hair brushing against his chin. It was a sensation he had never felt before. The tips of Sasuke's ears turned a faint red at a speed visible to the naked eye. He forced himself to stay calm, picking up the water glass with his other hand and awkwardly bringing it to Yukina's lips. Drink. His voice was a bit strained. Yukina had no strength left to sense the atmosphere. She was so thirsty she was about to faint, so she instinctively leaned forward and opened her mouth. Sasuke was, after all, taking care of someone for the first time, and he was nervous. His movements in feeding her water were too hurried. Cough, 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 cough. The water rushed into her throat, and Yukina began to cough heart-wrenchingly from being choked. Her whole body trembled violently in Sasuke's arms. Sasuke was immediately flustered, hurriedly putting down the glass and stiffly patting Yukina's back with his palm. Are you okay? Yukina coughed until tears came out, wailing frantically in her heart. Bro, are you trying to send me off with a single glass of water? After finally catching her breath, Yukina finally finished that deadly glass of water. With her throat moistened, she felt as if she had finally come back to life, and her consciousness cleared up quite a bit. Leaning in Sasuke's arms, her voice was still raspy, but she could finally speak in complete sentences. How long was I unconscious? 2 days. Zabuza, what about them? Sasuke's movements paused for a moment. Gato is dead. After Zabuza confirmed Gato's death, he used the last of his strength to charge into that group of wandering samurai. Kakashi fulfilled his wish and buried him together with that boy named Haku. On the hillside next to that bridge, where the whole bridge can be seen. Hearing about Haku's end, Yukina's body trembled slightly. Those black eyes, which had just regained some spirit, dimmed again instantly. She remembered the boy who had handed her a mask in the forest, his cold voice, and that pure persistence. In the end, she still couldn't change his fate. The room fell into a long silence. After a moment, Yukina seemed to remember something. She raised her head, her gaze searching weakly around the room. That mask. Her voice was very light, with an imperceptible tremble. Haku's, no, my mask, is it still there? Sasuke noticed the obvious care and sadness when Yukina mentioned the mask. He remembered the scene from that day. An inexplicable irritability and alertness surged into his heart without warning. Sasuke didn't like this feeling. He darkened his face and looked away. I don't know. Sasuke's lie was obvious, his eyes shifted, and his tone was hesitant, completely lacking his usual coolness. What kind of person was Yukina? She had survived until now by relying on observation and disguise. Sasuke's clumsy acting was practically transparent in front of her. She knew Sasuke was lying. The mask must have been hidden by him. Facing this hedgehog covered in prickles, both awkward and stubborn, being forceful was clearly not going to work. Yukina didn't press him, she just looked at Sasuke quietly. Then her eyes reddened, and those long, butterfly wing-like eyelashes began to tremble uncontrollably. Moisture quickly gathered in her eyes, as if it would roll down the next second. Sniffling, she spoke in a faint voice that was almost inaudible, carrying a sob. Softly and gently, she spoke. But, it's something really important to me. Sasuke-kun. Chapter 60. Stop crying, I'll give you the mask, okay? That soft, tearful, Sasuke-kun, struck exactly the point where Sasuke felt most at a loss. He had never seen such a display before. Uchiha Yukina, this person who was always so quiet, was actually about to cry. And it was because of him. Sasuke's heart skipped a beat, and the cold refusal he had prepared felt like it was stuck in his throat. The words, not giving it, were right on the tip of his tongue. He looked at those black eyes that were quickly clouding over with moisture. A strange sense of irritation swept over him. He jerked his head away, not daring to look at that face on the verge of tears. No. Yukina's inner thoughts. Quote question mark question mark question mark question mark quote. No. What do you mean no? Are you saying the way I cry is no good, or that you won't give me the mask? Brother, can you please use a subject, verb, and object when you speak? Yukina let out a short, dazed sound, as if she didn't understand, or perhaps as if she was completely hurt by that, no. The next second, she turned around decisively, facing her back to Sasuke. Her entire shoulders began to twitch very slightly, playing along with the scene. She took on a posture that said, you made me cry, and I don't want to talk to you anymore. Quote. At this, Sasuke was completely at a loss. He couldn't see her face, he could only see that slender back silently accusing him. That slight trembling was 100 times more lethal than those tearful eyes from before. For the first time, an emotion similar to panic crept onto Uchiha Sasuke's face. He wanted to say something, but found he had no idea what to say. Apologize. Those words didn't exist in Uchiha Sasuke's dictionary. Explain. But how could he explain? Say that he felt an inexplicable annoyance because he saw her caring so much about another boy's thing. The room was terrifyingly quiet. Sasuke stood by the bed, not knowing where to put his hands and feet. He could even hear his own increasingly chaotic heartbeat. Every second of the standoff felt like being roasted by flames. Finally, after Yukina's shoulders twitched once more at just the right moment, Sasuke's defenses completely collapsed. Resignedly, he reached into his robe and pulled something out. Reaching around Yukina's head, he stiffly held the object in front of her eyes. Yukina's sobbing paused. She slowly turned her head back, acting aggrieved. What appeared in her line of sight was that half-broken white mask. But something was wrong with this mask. Yukina's pupils contracted slightly. The mask, which had been struck by a kunai during the battle and was nearly split in two, had actually been glued back together. Although the hideous crack was still clearly visible, the break was carefully held together by some kind of transparent gel-like substance. It was clear that the person who repaired it had put a lot of effort into it. For a moment, Yukina forgot to act and blurted out. "Did you glue it back together?" Whoosh. Sasuke's face turned red from his ears down to his neck at a visible rate. No. He denied it loudly without even thinking. It was like that when I picked it up. This lie was told so quickly and urgently that it hadn't passed through his brain at all. His shifting eyes didn't dare meet Yukina's gaze, and his beet red ears betrayed him completely. Yukina. Ha 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 ha. The way you lie is actually a bit cute, isn't it? Yukina was rolling around laughing in her mind, but she knew she couldn't provoke this thin-skinned hedgehog any further. She took the mask, cradling it carefully in her palms, her fingertips brushing over the obvious crack. Sasuke watched her actions, his Adam's apple bobbing as he forced a change of subject. I gave it back to you. Now, immediately, go to sleep. Get some rest. The way he said it, anyone who didn't know better would think a drill instructor in a military camp was issuing orders. Yukina hugged the mask tightly to her chest, having regained what was lost. Since it was the repaired version, her mood index instantly soared. She could even feel the number representing Sasuke's bond value above her head. It seemed to jump slightly as well. Now that her mood was better, she couldn't help but want to tease him some more. But I'm not sleepy right now. Sasuke. He felt his fist clench. You. Sasuke grew anxious, a breath stuck in his chest. He wanted to get angry, but looking at that pale face with its innocent smile, he couldn't bring himself to do it. He held it in for a long time before squeezing a few words out of his mouth. Sleeping will help you recover faster. He tried to persuade her clumsily by stating a fact. You must sleep. PFF'd. Yukina couldn't help but chuckle. Yukina's inner thoughts. I know, Uchiha brand repeater. You can't say anything besides orders, can you? At her laugh, Sasuke's face turned even redder. Stop laughing. Go to sleep. Fine, I'll sleep. She obediently pulled up the quilt, wrapping herself up tightly, leaving only her clear, bright eyes exposed. She watched Sasuke without blinking. That look was pure and dependent. Seeing that she was finally being obedient, the inexplicable irritation in Sasuke's heart finally calmed down a bit. He breathed a sigh of relief and turned to tidy up the mortar and medicine bowl left behind by Sakura on the table. However, the moment he turned around, a small, slightly cold hand suddenly shot out from under the quilt like lightning. Accurately and gently, it grabbed the corner of his clothes. The slight tug on the fabric made Sasuke's entire body freeze. He heard a faint voice coming from under the quilt. The muscles all over Sasuke's body tightened for some reason. He jerked his head back. In the dim light, those eyes were like a night sky hiding stars, staring at him unblinkingly. Their eyes met. Sasuke's gaze held an aggressiveness that he himself hadn't even noticed. Yukina's heart skipped a beat under that gaze. A wave of heat surged uncontrollably onto her cheeks. For the first time while conscious, Yukina felt a bit blushed from Sasuke's stare. Like an electric shock, she quickly retracted her hand into the quilt and then slid downward. She covered most of her face with the quilt, leaving only her blinking eyes visible. She looked just like a startled ostrich burying itself in the sand. Good night. After speaking, she immediately closed her eyes, pretending she had already fallen asleep. Sasuke stood in place. His heart was drumming wildly in his chest. He thought he would turn around immediately and flee the room that was causing his mind to be in such disarray. But his feet seemed to be nailed to the ground, he couldn't move an inch. While Yukina was pretending to be asleep, she suddenly sensed a cool, fresh aura approaching. Yukina snapped her eyes open. She saw Sasuke kneeling on one knee by the bed, one hand propped on the mattress. The other hand, under Yukina's shocked and dazed gaze, reached into the warm quilt without hesitation. Without a moment's hesitation, he accurately caught that small hand that had just retracted and was trying to escape. Then, he gripped it tightly. Sasuke's palm was warm and powerful, possessing an undeniable dominance. He completely enveloped Yukina's cool, slender fingers within his palm. Yukina was completely stunned. Her mind went blank. She struggled, wanting to pull her hand back, but found his strength to be astonishing. That hand was like an iron clamp, firmly imprisoning her hand. This made Yukina even more flustered. Her face flushed uncontrollably. Her small head instinctively shrank further under the quilt, looking at him timidly. Her voice clearly carried a hint of panic and a slight tremble. What are you doing? Chapter 61, on how to tame a large golden dog. Yukina was completely stunned. What are you doing? Sasuke turned his head to the side, his flushed ears particularly conspicuous in the dim light. Afraid you'll have nightmares. Yukina's inner thoughts. Nightmares. Is this some new way of coaxing someone to sleep? Or is it that the brain circuits of the Uchiha clan are all this peculiar? He tentatively retorted in a low voice. I'm not a child anymore. As soon as he spoke, the strength in Sasuke's hand tightened a bit more. To prevent you from running away. A question mark slowly appeared above Yukina's head. Running away. He was completely defeated by Sasuke's logic. Does this hedgehog's way of expressing concern involve pricking people even tighter? If you want me to let go, then go to sleep immediately. Yukina resigned to his fate. There was no point in reasoning with a stubborn boy in his tsunere phase. He had no choice but to obediently close his eyes, adjust his breathing, and pretend he was really going to sleep. Under the covers, his hand was still tightly enveloped by that warm, large hand. Where their palms met, heat was continuously transferred, and along with it, his own heartbeat began to accelerate uncontrollably. This feeling was very unfamiliar. Being forcefully protected in a way that was clumsy to the point of being ridiculous. Yukina sighed in his heart. Fine, I'll just treat it like holding a hand warmer. Time passed bit by bit. Sasuke could clearly feel that the struggling strength in the small hand he was holding was gradually disappearing. Yukina's breathing also became steady and long, as if he had truly fallen into a deep sleep. Maintaining his kneeling posture, he waited for another moment. After confirming that Yukina was indeed asleep, he very carefully, bit by bit, let go of his hand. He gently placed that soft, boneless hand back into the warm covers and even thoughtfully tucked in the corners for him. In the darkness, Sasuke gazed at that peaceful sleeping face. Pale cheeks, long eyelashes casting a faint shadow under the eyes, he looked so fragile that he might break at a touch. He stood up with extremely light movements and silently pulled open the door and walked out. He had to go get the medicinal ointment Sakura had brewed. The door was gently closed. Yukina, who had been sound asleep a second ago, immediately opened both eyes. He stared at the ceiling. The panel of the myriad mirror pupils emerged in his consciousness. I've collected 2 bonds, only 4 more to go, and I can exchange for Kamui. At the thought of that unsolvable ability that could suck all threats into a different dimension, Yukina's heart pounded with excitement. The feeling of being protected by someone really isn't bad. But only the power held in one's own hands is the most reliable. Yukina reached out and subconsciously touched the smooth wig on his head. He remembered Haku's words, the other had seen through the disharmony in his figure almost at a glance. This sounded an alarm for him. It seems I need to start growing my hair long. He muttered to himself. His own real hair. That way, whether bathing or fighting, he wouldn't have to worry about the risk of the wig falling off. But growing long hair is so troublesome, I'll need to buy conditioner, right? And hair ties. A man began to seriously contemplate the issue of hair care. To look more like a girl, should I add something else? Like stockings. No, that's pushing the limit too far. But it seems that after putting them on, the leg lines would look better, and it would better express a girl's love for beauty, right? Yukina's thoughts began to drift. Just then, bang! The bedroom door was crudely pushed open by a great force. Yukina was startled by this sudden noise. He subconsciously thought Sasuke had returned. He saw Uzumaki Naruto holding a huge bowl in one hand while his other hand remained in the posture of pushing the door. Steam was rising from the bowl. Yukina, I've come to see you. Naruto's voice was as loud as ever. Look, I specially went to buy this, eat it quickly. You'll get better right after eating. Looking at that bowl of char siu piled up like a small mountain and Naruto's face written all over with, "Praise me quickly," Yukina felt his stomach begin to throb with pain. He was so weak now he couldn't even drink water, let alone a bowl of greasy ramen like this. He could only force a weak smile. Thank you, Naruto, but I don't have much of an appetite right now. Why no appetite? Naruto looked puzzled. How can you have the strength to recover without eating? Come, I'll feed you. As he spoke, he actually used chopsticks to pick up a slice of char siu and held it to Yukina's lips. Yukina was so scared he quickly shrank back. Big brother. Don't. I'll throw up. I really will throw up. Just as he was racking his brain for a way to refuse this kindness. Woof. Woof woof. Suddenly, several loud barks came from outside the window. Naruto's brow immediately furrowed into the shape of the character for river. What's this? Which dog is barking randomly? It's disturbing Yukina's rest. He put down the ramen bowl and grabbed a stool nearby that Sakura used for grinding medicine, looking like he was about to rush out and pick a fight with the dog. I'm going to go teach it a lesson. Yukina's eyelids jumped, and he grabbed the hem of Naruto's clothes. Don't be impulsive, my ancestor. If you get into a fight with a dog, the noise will only be louder. In a moment of desperation, he squeezed out a gentle and weak voice. Naruto, don't go. Actually, I still like puppies very much. It's not bothering me. Hearing this, Naruto's eyes instantly lit up as if he had discovered something. Really? Yukina, you like puppies? Yukina could only bite the bullet and nod weakly. Under Yukina's gaze, which was so stunned it was blank. Naruto put down the stool and also put down that bowl of ramen. He took 2 steps back and cleared his throat. Then, he suddenly barked, woof. Yukina. Immediately after, Naruto plopped down on the floor and tilted his head up. He looked at Yukina on the hospital bed with his bright, azure eyes and even stuck out his tongue and panted a bit. He looked exactly like a large golden retriever waiting for its master's praise. Yukina was completely dumbfounded. He had lived 2 lives and this was the first time he had ever seen such a scene. However, what shocked him even more was that the bond value number actually flickered slightly. Bond value plus 0.5. This works too. Looking at the human golden retriever on the floor still trying to wiggle his butt as if he had a tail, a bold idea uncontrollably popped into his head. He tentatively and gently clapped his hands. Seeing this action, Naruto on the floor immediately became more excited. He rubbed his butt on the floor even more cheerfully, making whining sounds. Yukina suppressed his laughter and reached out his hand. He pretended to grab something from the air and then threw it hard toward the corner of the room. Go fetch. Woof. Naruto moved at the sound, truly pouncing in that direction like a yellow flash. He opened his mouth wide in midair. He snapped his jaws shut as if he had really caught something in his teeth. Then, he trotted back and carefully placed that air bone by Yukina's pillow, looking at him with a face begging for praise. PFF'd. Yukina could no longer hold it in. He covered his mouth with the blanket, his entire body shaking violently under the covers. From the outside, it looked like he was laughing so hard he couldn't breathe, letting out crisp, giggle sounds. In reality, he was desperately suppressing his laughter, his face turning purple from the effort. He poked half his face out from the blanket, eyes wet with physiological tears from laughing, and clapped his hands exaggeratedly. Naruto, you're so amazing. So cute. Having received praise, Naruto's desire to perform completely exploded. He first spun in a circle on the spot, then obediently lay down, and finally even extended a paw and placed it by the bed. Yukina watched the continuously rising bond value plus 0.5, plus 0.5, plus 0.5. He tentatively reached out his hand. Shake hands. Naruto immediately happily placed his hand on top and even patted the back of Yukina's hand with his other hand. Bond value plus 0.5. This bond value is too easy to farm. It's just that this process is a bit hard on the conscience. Forget it, for Kamui, what does conscience matter? On the outside, Yukina's eyes were curved with smiles. He kept praising Naruto for being so good, Naruto being the best. He was getting carried away with the game. Naruto, how about lying down and rolling over? Just as he was about to say it. Click. A slight sound of the door frame turning came from the doorway. The next second, the door was pushed open. Uchiha Sasuke, holding a small bowl of green medicinal ointment, walked in. His gaze immediately fell upon the hospital bed. At this moment, the air completely froze. The smile on Yukina's face instantly stiffened. His brain went blank with a buzz. That feeling. It was exactly the same as being caught red-handed by the dean while playing with a phone during evening self-study in his previous life. Almost instinctively, he lunged downward. He shrank into the blanket like a turtle and even pulled it over his head. As if as long as I hide in the blanket barrier, you won't be able to see me. Chapter 62, Game Over. Caught red-handed by Sasuke. Sasuke stood at the door, holding a bowl of medicine. He clearly saw the scene unfolding in the room. The person he had so carefully coaxed to sleep, for fear that even a slight noise would disturb them, was currently huddled under the covers, seemingly trembling. Beside them, Naruto was squatting there with that foolish look on his face. Sasuke's voice was squeezed out from between his teeth, word by word. "What are you doing?" Naruto shuddered, frightened by this aura. From his dog-like posture, he instantly sprang up and returned to a human standing position. But in Uzumaki Naruto's dictionary, there was no such word as fear. None of your business. I'm making Yukina happy. Didn't you see how happy Yukina was laughing? He turned his head confidently, seeking Yukina's agreement. But he only saw a trembling lump under the covers. Naruto. Sasuke completely ignored his defense. He placed the medicine bowl heavily on the nightstand with a dull thud. Who let you in? I'm visiting a patient. What's it to you? Unlike you. All you do is pull a sour face. Yukina's going to worry herself to death just looking at the wrinkles on your face. Dead last. What did you say? You show-off bastard. Get out. I won't. Seeing the two 12-year-old boys about to start a full-blown brawl in the small hospital room. Under the covers, Yukina felt her temples throbbing. Help me. Two elementary schoolers fighting, why am I always the one getting hurt? Yukina took a deep breath and instantly mobilized her full acting skills. Cough, 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 cough. An earth-shaking sound of coughing suddenly erupted from under the covers. The sound made it seem like she was about to cough up her internal organs. Sure enough, Sasuke and Naruto, who were in a standoff, paused their movements simultaneously and turned their heads in unison toward the lump of blankets. Seizing the opportunity, Yukina slowly poked her head out from the blankets. Her face was now several shades paler than before, her lips were bloodless, and her eyes were rimmed with red, making her look fragile and pitiful. She wanted to pull both of them with her hands. Don't fight anymore. Her voice was as weak as a thread. Naruto, cough cough, he just wanted to make me a bit happier, that's why he played with me, cough cough. As soon as these words were spoken, Naruto immediately felt like he had found his support. See, even Yukina said so. Sasuke, you're just jealous that I'm better at making Yukina happy than you. Sasuke's face darkened further. With me here, there's no need for an idiot like you to meddle. Huh, what use are you being here? You'll probably just make Yukina cry. I heard it from outside. You must have bullied Yukina again. What do you know? Sasuke shouted angrily. I was doing what? Competing to see whose face is sourer. You eternal dead last. You annoying king of show-offs. Yukina. Her head hurt. It really hurt. These two won't stop until they've blown the roof off, will they? My head. Yukina clutched her head and let out a painful groan, looking as if she might faint at any moment. This move was exceptionally effective. Yukina, what's wrong? The two who were at each other's throats just a second ago instantly ceased fire. They both rushed to the bedside, one on the left and one on the right, their faces filled with the same tension and worry. Does your head still hurt? Sasuke reached out to check her forehead. It's all your fault. You were so loud. You disturbed Yukina's rest. Naruto swatted Sasuke's hand away. Shut up. You're the one who disturbed her. Sasuke swatted back at Naruto. Seeing things taking a turn for the worse, Yukina quickly grabbed a sleeve of each person. I don't blame you guys. Thank you, Naruto. I was very happy just now, really. Naruto immediately grinned. Yukina then turned to look at Sasuke, her eyes filled with reliance and apology. Sasuke, don't be mad at Naruto, and don't be mad at me, okay? Naruto only wanted to make me laugh, he didn't mean anything else. Can you not blame him? As she spoke, her eyes reddened again. Seeing her like this, Sasuke's heart tightened. What could he say? He couldn't say anything. He could only nod stiffly in response. The atmosphere in the hospital room finally softened. Naruto, being a simple-minded creature, was quickly distracted by something new. He stared at Yukina's neck because of the violent coughing just now. The collar of Yukina's dress was slightly open, revealing a small section of her fair collarbone, and below it, a flash of bright red. It was a pendant hanging from a red string, its luster exceptionally brilliant under the sunlight. Wow, Yukina, the thing on your chest is so pretty. Where did it come from? One sentence. It made Yukina instantly nervous. That was something Itachi gave her. I can't say. I absolutely cannot tell the truth. She didn't even dare to imagine the consequences of telling the truth. Yukina's eyes quickly filled with tears. This time, it wasn't acting, she was truly frightened. She carefully grasped the warm jade stone on her chest. It's the last memento my sister left for me. Sasuke's body seemed to tense up slightly. Yukina could hear his heavily suppressed breathing. Yukina's heart leapt into her throat. Sasuke doesn't believe me. Is he still suspicious? The instinct for survival overrode all reason. No, I have to add details. Sister said this is our family's guardian lapis, passed down through generations. She said that by wearing it, it can protect you on behalf of family members who aren't around. That night, she took it off her own neck and put it around mine. Yukina's tears finally fell uncontrollably. They dripped onto the pendant called the guardian lapis. She told me that no matter what happens, I must always wear it. It's as if she's always with me. She also said that when things were over, she would take me to eat tricolor dango. By the end, she could no longer continue, messily wiping her tears with the back of her hand, sobbing uncontrollably. Sasuke listened quietly. Uchiha Izumi. He had an impression of her. He even vaguely remembered that when he was younger, she had held him. Beside them, Naruto, that thick-headed simpleton, was already moved to tears by this story. Wah, Yukina, don't cry. It's too touching. He pounded his chest hard. Don't worry. From now on, I, Uzumaki Naruto, will protect you just like this pendant. If anyone dares to bully you, I'll be the first to blow them away. Naruto's heartfelt outpouring of emotion. It made Yukina's fabricated lie seem even more real and credible. Sasuke's hand at his side slowly clenched. At the same moment, in the distant Hidden Rain village, it rained continuously all year round. At the top of an unknown high tower, dim candlelight flickered, reflecting a tall figure wearing a black robe with red clouds. The man stood by the window. In his palm lay a pendant quietly. It was a crystal-clear red jade stone on a red string, identical in shape, texture, and the subtle patterns carved on it, to the one on Yukina's chest. Suddenly, the man's eyes, hidden in the shadow of his straw hat, changed instantly. Mangekyo Sharingan. Itachi looked down at the pendant in his palm, a trace of intense shock and suspicion flashing in his pupils. What's going on? Pub Future ads. Problematic ad. Report it here. Number 63 Itachi is going to steal someone away. AI model. Gemini -3.0 Flash. Chapter 63. God Itachi is going to snatch her. Hidden Rain Village, the top of the high tower. The dim candlelight was nearly extinguished by the cold wind blowing in from outside the window. Itachi suddenly snapped his eyes open. Mangekyo Sharingan. It wasn't actively activated by Itachi, instead, it emerged unconsciously under extreme emotional turmoil. The red jade stone in his palm, the mother stone of the life-inheriting glazed jade, had something happen to it. Just then, the warm and translucent jade, which seemed to flow with the luster of life, had its light completely extinguished in an instant. It turned into an ordinary gray stone. It was dead. This stone was dead. A never-before-felt chill surged up his spine to the top of his head. This life-inheriting glazed jade was a special ninja tool he had created with great effort, using his own blood mixed with a wisp of pure chakra and Mangekyo's visual prowess. There were two in a set. The mother stone was in his hand, while the child stone had been given to Yukina. When Yukina faced a fatal attack, the child stone would take the damage for her. If it were to shatter, it would activate the visual prowess within. But now, the mother stone's light had dimmed. This meant that Yukina, far away in Konoha, had just experienced a crisis that could have cost her life. How could this be? Konoha has the third Hokage guarding it, the secret arrangements he left behind, and Sasuke is by her side. Who could pose a fatal threat to Yukina under such protection? Danzo. Other members of the Akatsuki organization. Even more impossible, without orders, no one would intrude into Konoha without permission. Was it an accident? Or a sudden illness? He stared intently at the ashen stone in his palm. Wait. No. Itachi's pupils suddenly constricted. Although the stone's luster was gone, it hadn't shattered. The resonance of the mother stone was absolute. If the child stone cracked, the mother stone would develop cracks simultaneously. But now, it was perfectly intact. The light was dim, but it hadn't shattered. This meant the child stone had just been activated and taken damage, but it hadn't reached the limit of what it could endure. Or rather, was that fatal threat halted at the last moment? What on earth happened? A drop of cold sweat slid down his jaw. Just as Itachi's mind was occupied by unprecedented anxiety and panic, the ashen life-inheriting glazed jade in his palm suddenly flickered. An extremely weak, almost imperceptible red light brightened deep within the core of the jade, then quickly went out. Flickering on, flickering off, like a candle in the wind. What's going on? This unprecedented phenomenon, completely beyond his expectations, caused the unease in Itachi's heart to climb to its peak. Being activated meant Yukina had encountered a desperate situation. The revival of the light, however faint, meant that Yukina's vital signs were recovering. But what does this unstable flickering represent? The unknown is the most terrifying thing. This feeling of being completely out of control was the most unsettling. An extremely strong impulse surged in his heart. I must bring her back. Only by keeping Yukina by his side, under his continuous 24-hour surveillance and protection, could he be completely at ease. That child is too fragile. He had already lost once, there must never be a second time. His guilt toward Izumi and his pity for Yukina transformed at this moment into an almost obsessive desire to protect. Just as Itachi's emotions were about to break through the dam of reason, a comical voice emerged without warning from the adjacent wall. Ah, Itachi-san, so you're here. A white head, looking like a pitcher plant, emerged from the wall. It was Zetsu. Have you seen Kisame-san? White Zetsu's unique tone, innocent yet carrying a hint of stupidity, was exceptionally jarring in the silent room. He's been so strange lately, always muttering to that big sword by himself as if he's arguing with it. Do you think he's lost his mind? Itachi's body tensed for an instant, but in the next second, he forcibly suppressed all his emotions back into the deepest depths of his heart. He slowly turned around, his face already a mask of indifferent calm. He's always like that. White Zetsu shook his head, seemingly dissatisfied with the answer. Is that so? But I've been seeing him go out alone lately, acting all mysterious. Last time to the land of water, it was Kisame-san alone, and the time before that to the land of craftsmen to collect money, it was also him alone. White Zetsu's eyes darted around. Itachi-san, has it been a long time since you went on a mission with Kisame-san? Is he the one who's been carrying out missions by himself? Itachi looked at him expressionlessly. I didn't. I haven't. Don't talk nonsense. The triple denial instantly silenced White Zetsu. Oh. Just then, on the other side of White Zetsu's body, the black half also slowly emerged. Black Zetsu's somber voice rang out. Itachi, don't waste words with him. The leader sent me to ask about the progress of the fundraising mission. Also, how is the intelligence gathering on the Four Tails Jinchuriki coming along? Itachi didn't even bat an eye. The funds are not a problem. The Four Tails' whereabouts are still being tracked. Black Zetsu seemed to want to ask more, but seeing Itachi's cold and distant demeanor, he ultimately just said in a low voice, "As soon as possible." Subsequently, Black Zetsu and White Zetsu's bodies slowly sank into the wall and disappeared. The room returned to dead silence once more. Itachi slowly spread his palm. The life-inheriting glazed jade in his palm. It was no longer flickering frantically, instead, it had returned to a steady but still dim glimmer. This indicated that the danger to Yukina's life had been temporarily resolved. But Itachi's heart was even heavier than before. All along, he had been strictly executing his plan. Guiding Sasuke, provoking Sasuke, letting Sasuke grow stronger through his hatred for him. Ultimately, in the battle between brothers, he would entrust everything to Sasuke and then die. This was the only ending he had planned for himself. For the sake of this plan, he could endure anything. But now, for the first time, this plan wavered. Because of a variable he had never anticipated. Perhaps Sasuke's path to growth is still long, it can wait. But she cannot wait a moment longer. A crazy yet incredibly clear thought took shape completely in his heart. He was going to break the original plan. He was going to take Yukina away from Konoha and bring her back to his side. No matter what method it took. Itachi quickly performed several hand signs. Summoning jutsu. Poof. After a puff of white smoke dissipated, a pitch-black crow appeared on his arm. Itachi extended a finger, condensing a small ball of pure chakra at the tip, and lightly tapped the crow's forehead. The crow let out a low, hoarse cry, as if it had received some sort of command. Go. With Itachi's command, the crow flapped its wings and took flight, instantly bursting through the window and merging into the never-ending curtain of rain outside, vanishing without a trace. Meanwhile, within a void and distorted space composed of countless gray cubes, a figure wearing an orange one-eyed swirl mask sat alone on a floating cube. In his hand, he held an old, yellowed photograph. In the photo was the former Team Minato Namikaze. A young Kakashi, a spirited Minato Namikaze, and Rin Nohara with a flower-like smile. Beneath the mask, the exposed Sharingan remained motionless. And his fingers were gently stroking Rin Nohara's brilliant smiling face in the photo, over and over again. Chapter 63, God Itachi is going to snatch her. Hidden Rain Village, the top of the high tower. The dim candlelight was nearly extinguished by the cold wind blowing in from outside the window. Itachi suddenly snapped his eyes open. Mangekyo Sharingan. It wasn't actively activated by Itachi, instead, it emerged unconsciously under extreme emotional turmoil. The red jade stone in his palm, the mother stone of the life-inheriting glazed jade, had something happen to it. Just then, the warm and translucent jade, which seemed to flow with the luster of life, had its light completely extinguished in an instant. It turned into an ordinary gray stone. It was dead. This stone was dead. A never-before-felt chill surged up his spine to the top of his head. This life-inheriting glazed jade was a special ninja tool he had created with great effort, using his own blood mixed with a wisp of pure chakra and Mangekyo's visual prowess. There were two in a set. The mother stone was in his hand, while the child stone had been given to Yukina. When Yukina faced a fatal attack, the child stone would take the damage for her. If it were to shatter, it would activate the visual prowess within. But now, the mother stone's light had dimmed. This meant that Yukina, far away in Konoha, had just experienced a crisis that could have cost her life. How could this be? Konoha has the third Hokage guarding it, the secret arrangements he left behind, and Sasuke is by her side. Who could pose a fatal threat to Yukina under such protection? Danzo. Other members of the Akatsuki organization. Other members of the Akatsuki organization. Even more impossible, without orders, no one would intrude into Konoha without permission. Was it an accident? Or a sudden illness? He stared intently at the ashen stone in his palm. Wait. No. Itachi's pupils suddenly constricted. Although the stone's luster was gone, it hadn't shattered. The resonance of the mother stone was absolute. If the child stone cracked, the mother stone would develop cracks simultaneously. But now, it was perfectly intact. The light was dim, but it hadn't shattered. This meant the child stone had just been activated and taken damage, but it hadn't reached the limit of what it could endure. Or rather, was that fatal threat halted at the last moment? What on earth happened? A drop of cold sweat slid down his jaw. Just as Itachi's mind was occupied by unprecedented anxiety and panic, the ashen life inheriting glazed jade in his palm suddenly flickered. An extremely weak, almost imperceptible red light brightened deep within the core of the jade, then quickly went out. Flickering on, flickering off, like a candle in the wind. What's going on? This unprecedented phenomenon, completely beyond his expectations, caused the unease in Itachi's heart to climb to its peak. Being activated meant Yukina had encountered a desperate situation. The revival of the light, however faint, meant that Yukina's vital signs were recovering. But what does this unstable flickering represent? The unknown is the most terrifying thing. This feeling of being completely out of control was the most unsettling. An extremely strong impulse surged in his heart. I must bring her back. Only by keeping Yukina by his side, under his continuous 24-hour surveillance and protection, could he be completely at ease. That child is too fragile. He had already lost once, there must never be a second time. His guilt toward Izumi and his pity for Yukina transformed at this moment into an almost obsessive desire to protect. Just as Itachi's emotions were about to break through the dam of reason, a comical voice emerged without warning from the adjacent wall. "Ah, Itachi-san, so you're here." A white head, looking like a pitcher plant, emerged from the wall. It was Zetsu. "Have you seen Kisame-san?" White Zetsu's unique tone, innocent yet carrying a hint of stupidity, was exceptionally jarring in the silent room. "He's been so strange lately, always muttering to that big sword by himself as if he's arguing with it. Do you think he's lost his mind?" Itachi's body tensed for an instant, but in the next second, he forcibly suppressed all his emotions back into the deepest depths of his heart. He slowly turned around, his face already a mask of indifferent calm. "He's always like that." White Zetsu shook his head, seemingly dissatisfied with the answer. "Is that so? But I've been seeing him go out alone lately, acting all mysterious. Last time to the land of water, it was Kisame-san alone, and the time before that to the land of craftsmen to collect money, it was also him alone." White Zetsu's eyes darted around. "Itachi-san, has it been a long time since you went on a mission with Kisame-san? Is he the one who's been carrying out missions by himself?" Itachi looked at him expressionlessly. "I didn't. I haven't. Don't talk nonsense." The triple denial instantly silenced White Zetsu. "Oh." Just then, on the other side of White Zetsu's body, the black half also slowly emerged. Black Zetsu's somber voice rang out. "Itachi, don't waste words with him. The leader sent me to ask about the progress of the fundraising mission. Also, how is the intelligence gathering on the Four Tails Jinchuriki coming along?" Itachi didn't even bat an eye. "The funds are not a problem. The Four Tails' whereabouts are still being tracked." Black Zetsu seemed to want to ask more, but seeing Itachi's cold and distant demeanor, he ultimately just said in a low voice, "As soon as possible." Subsequently, Black Zetsu and White Zetsu's bodies slowly sank into the wall and disappeared. The room returned to dead silence once more. Itachi slowly spread his palm. The life-inheriting glazed jade in his palm. It was no longer flickering frantically, instead, it had returned to a steady but still dim glimmer. This indicated that the danger to Yukina's life had been temporarily resolved. But Itachi's heart was even heavier than before. All along, he had been strictly executing his plan. Guiding Sasuke, provoking Sasuke, letting Sasuke grow stronger through his hatred for him. Ultimately, in the battle between brothers, he would entrust everything to Sasuke and then die. This was the only ending he had planned for himself. For the sake of this plan, he could endure anything. But now, for the first time, this plan wavered. Because of a variable he had never anticipated. Perhaps Sasuke's path to growth is still long, it can wait. But she cannot wait a moment longer. A crazy yet incredibly clear thought took shape completely in his heart. He was going to break the original plan. He was going to take Yukina away from Konoha and bring her back to his side. No matter what method it took. Itachi quickly performed several hand signs. Summoning jutsu. Poof. After a puff of white smoke dissipated, a pitch-black crow appeared on his arm. Itachi extended a finger, condensing a small ball of pure chakra at the tip, and lightly tapped the crow's forehead. The crow let out a low, hoarse cry, as if it had received some sort of command. Go. With Itachi's command, the crow flapped its wings and took flight, instantly bursting through the window and merging into the never-ending curtain of rain outside, vanishing without a trace. Meanwhile, within a void and distorted space composed of countless gray cubes, a figure wearing an orange one-eyed swirl mask sat alone on a floating cube. In his hand, he held an old, yellowed photograph. In the photo was the former Team Minato Namikaze. A young Kakashi, a spirited Minato Namikaze, and Rin Nohara with a flower-like smile. Beneath the mask, the exposed Sharingan remained motionless. And his fingers were gently stroking Rin Nohara's brilliant smiling face in the photo, over and over again. Chapter 64, This world cannot have a face that defiles Rin. In the void of distorted space, countless gray cubes floated haphazardly, with no sense of up or down. Obito sat alone on a stone block, slowly removing the orange swirl mask from his face. From his robes, with slightly trembling fingers, he pulled out two items. One was an old photograph, long yellowed with curled edges. In the photo, the blonde Minato-sensei smiled gently, silver-haired Kakashi still looked like a cool young boy, and he himself was wearing goggles, smiling foolishly. His gaze always followed the girl beside him, who was smiling brightly. His fingers stroked Rin's radiant smiling face on the photo over and over again. In his other hand was another photograph. This photo was brand new and smooth, with vivid colors, forming a sharp contrast with the old photo beside it. The girl in the photo had long, silky black hair, fair skin, and delicate features. She was wearing a patient's gown from Konoha Hospital, her face a bit pale, but those clear eyes, the slight upturn of her lips, the curve of her cheeks, were almost exactly the same as Rin's. Uchiha Yukina. His fingers slowly moved from Rin's face to Yukina's face. Rin, he called out again, his voice carrying uncontrollable trembling and ecstasy. Even though he knew it was fake, he couldn't help but want to reach out. How is this possible? How can there be two people so similar in this world? Is it a coincidence? Or have the gods finally heard his day and night prayers and granted him a blessing? A ridiculous yet burning hope grew wildly in his withered heart. He stood up abruptly, looking at Rin's photo one moment. And then at Yukina's photo the next, the expression on his face rapidly switching between ecstasy and agony. Ha ha, ha ha ha, is it you who has returned? Rin, you've come back. As he laughed, tears uncontrollably rolled down from his one good eye. He pressed the two photos tightly against his chest, as if trying to rub them into his own flesh and blood. Impossible, absolutely impossible. The next second, he suddenly pushed the photos away, as if he had been burned. His eyes were filled with fear and self-denial. Rin is dead, I saw it with my own eyes. Fake, it's all fake. He seemed to fall into a trance, one moment treating Yukina's photo like a divine object, muttering something about miracles, and the next moment cursing it as some kind of deception. Mad and incoherent, he suddenly activated Kamui, and his figure disappeared from this space. The next moment, he appeared in a dark and damp cave. This was one of the secret bases he shared with Zetsu, containing many scrolls and research materials left behind by Uchiha Madara. There must be something. There must be an explanation. He frantically searched through those dust-covered boxes and ancient scrolls. About cloning. About reincarnation. About souls. That old fellow Uchiha Madara had researched countless forbidden techniques in order to resurrect himself. Perhaps there was a record that could explain all this. He rummaged through everything, turning the entire cave into a mess. But there was nothing. Nothing at all. Why can't I find it? Obito knelt powerlessly amidst the ruins. The flame of hope was ruthlessly extinguished by the cold water of reality. Just as his mind was shattering, a voice came out of the wall beside him without warning. Hey, Obito, what kind of madness are you going through here? A white body emerged from the wall, curiously surveying the messy cave. White Zetsu's gaze was quickly drawn to the items in Obito's hands. Yo, are you looking at your secret crush's photo collection again? Who is this newly photographed little girl? She looks exactly like that girl named Rin. Where did you find her? Obito's body stiffened suddenly. White Zetsu, however, didn't sense any danger at all. Oh my, I say Obito, this isn't right of you. The old one has only been dead for how many years, and you've already found a replacement. Your love is truly cheap and prolific. Replacement. Cheap. These words stabbed deeply into Obito's heart. The thoughts he feared most, was most unwilling to admit, and most wanted to escape, were spoken out loud by White Zetsu in the most innocent and cruelest way. But then again, your taste is really unchanging. They're both this gentle and well-behaved type, looking like they'd be easy to fool at a glance. Have you had a change of heart? Shut up. Obito suddenly looked up. The strength in his hand suddenly tightened. That brand new photo belonging to Yukina was crumpled into a ball of waste paper in his palm. Get out. Oh. White Zetsu shrank his head and sank back into the wall with a giggle. Just a joke, so stingy. The voice gradually faded away, and dead silence returned to the cave once more. Obito slowly opened his hand, looking at the crumpled photo paper in his palm. Zetsu's banter was like a key, completely opening the Pandora's box named destruction in his heart. The previous bit of fantasy about miracles and blessings had now vanished without a trace. In its place was a towering rage and the shame of having his secret exposed. Replacement. Change of heart. He, Uchiha Obito, could make the whole world his enemy for Rin's sake. Everything he did was to create a world with Rin. His love was the most noble, the purest, and the most unique in this world. How could it be replaced? How could it be defiled? Yukina's existence itself was a desecration of his sacred love. What right does a fake copy have to live in this world with a face just like Rin's? What right does she have to make that fellow Itachi look at her differently? What right does she have to make him waver for even a moment? Rin is unique. He threw the crumpled photo of Yukina onto the ground. Then, he carefully and cherishedly placed the yellowed old photo of Rin back into his robes, close to his heart. All fakes must be eliminated. The last trace of warmth in his eyes born from longing was now completely swallowed by a cold desire for destruction. He knew Uchiha Yukina wasn't dead, and was even living quite well. He also knew that Itachi had been watching her in secret. This abnormality of Itachi's gave Obito a sense of threat, a threat of the plan going off track. Just as well, I'll use this matter to test Itachi's bottom line. And let him confirm for himself what exactly is going on with this fake. Whether true or false, this was the final ultimatum to Itachi. This world only needs one Rin. In the world he created for Rin, no fake shadows were allowed to exist. Obito bent down, picked up the orange swirl mask from the ground, and put it back on his face. He turned back into that gloomy masked man. Immediately, with his right eye as the center, space began to distort violently. Instantly swallowing his figure. Hidden Rain Village, top of the high tower. Itachi stood quietly by the window. The crow he had sent out had already disappeared into the curtain of rain. Just then, the space behind him distorted without warning, forming a strange vortex. A figure slowly stepped out of the vortex. Itachi. We need to talk. About that Uchiha girl you let go. Chapter 65, Amaterasu vs. Kamui. Questioning the substitute. The cold dampness of the Hidden Rain Village seemed to have deepened a bit more. The crow carrying his will had just vanished into the curtain of rain. Itachi was just about to start planning in his mind. The space behind him distorted without any warning. A vortex-like ripple appeared out of thin air. Itachi. A low voice came from the center of the vortex. We need to talk. Regarding that Uchiha girl you specifically left behind. Itachi slowly turned around. Without any extra movement, he just stood there quietly, saying nothing. It seems you've let someone live who shouldn't have survived. The masked man tilted his head, sizing Itachi up through the single hole in his mask. Her name is Uchiha Yukina. Don't you have anything you want to explain to me? No emotion could be seen on Itachi's face. She is Sasuke's companion. I slipped up. The masked man let out a low laugh. Ha ha. Itachi, stop pretending. Your slip up was leaving her in Konoha completely unharmed and even letting her become your brother's teammate. The masked man paced back and forth. Your extraordinary concern for her is something I can see very clearly. Do you think she's a replacement for someone? These words were like a needle accurately stabbing into Itachi's most sensitive nerve. She is not a replacement for anyone. Itachi's voice was no longer flat, instead, it carried a bone-chilling coldness. He took a step forward. With just one step, a majestic killing intent instantly enveloped the entire room. The candle flame was suppressed by this momentum, suddenly shrinking and nearly flickering out. And, I'm warning you, Madara. You are not allowed to touch her. She has nothing to do with the Akatsuki organization's plan. Facing Itachi's sudden burst of killing intent, Obito simply spread his hands, putting on an innocent look. Don't get excited, Itachi-san. I'm just curious. He paused, and his tone shifted. However, don't you think it's inherently impure for someone who should have died during the night of the massacre to now be alive and well in Konoha? A stain that was overlooked should be erased, shouldn't it? Erased. A stain. At these two words, the Mangekyo Sharingan patterns in Itachi's eyes began to rotate slowly, uncontrollably. That is also an Uchiha stain. She is a pawn I placed by Sasuke's side to stimulate his growth. He fabricated a reason on the spot, one that sounded most consistent with his persona as a cold-blooded older brother. Even if there's any issue, it should be handled personally by me, the one who created all of this. It's not your place, as an outsider, to interfere. For the first time, he explicitly brought Yukina into his circle of protection. The air completely stagnated. The Sharingan also slowly emerged from the single hole in the masked man's mask, facing Itachi's Mangekyo from a distance. Oh. Are you commanding me? Or are you threatening me? The surrounding space began to produce subtle distortions again because of his emotional fluctuations. Don't forget your identity. And don't forget what you're supposed to be doing. There's no turning back for you. The masked man's voice suddenly rose. Are you going to make an enemy of me for the sake of a fake, an insignificant replacement? A fake. A replacement. The anger in Itachi's heart could no longer be suppressed. He could endure all slander and carry all sins, but he could not tolerate anyone using such words to describe that girl. Whether it was Izumi or Yukina. They were both unique. If you treat her as an enemy. Then, yes. The moment those words fell, the atmosphere between the two reached its peak tension. In Itachi's eyes, black flames seemed ready to gush out at any moment. Meanwhile, the space around Obito continuously distorted under the eye power, as if it were about to suck the entire room into another dimension. Amaterasu vs Kamui. The strongest physical attack against the strongest space-time ninjutsu. The two faced off silently in the dark room, their oppressive eye powers clashing. It caused water droplets to start seeping from the walls. Time seemed to stand still at this moment. After an unknown amount of time, the masked man suddenly shrugged, and the fluctuations of eye power that were almost tearing space apart subsided. He smiled, as if the tense atmosphere just now was only an illusion. Fine, fine. If Itachi-san says so, what else can I say? He spread his hands with a helpless look, as if he could do nothing about it. Just a potential variable. Since you insist on keeping her as a pawn, I'll just pretend I didn't see anything. Then I won't bother with it. After speaking, his body began to act just as it had when he appeared. Centering on the mask, he turned into a distorting vortex. Well then, I look forward to your pawn playing its part. Seeing his figure about to completely disappear into the spatial ripples, a faint voice came again. However, Itachi, I can only guarantee that I won't interfere. As for others, I can't make any guarantees. The masked man gave a low, cold laugh. That laughter sounded more piercing to Itachi's ears than any threat. After all, I'm not the only one in the Akatsuki organization who's interested in the Uchiha. Besides, his figure had already become blurred. You can't possibly stay by her side forever, can you? With those words, space returned to normal. Obito had completely disappeared. Silence returned to the room once more. Only Itachi remained, standing quietly in place. The rain outside seemed to have grown heavier. Itachi slowly raised his hand, looking at his slightly trembling fingertips. Obito was right. He couldn't stay by Yukina's side forever. This brief encounter made him realize one thing clearly. Obito already had killing intent toward Yukina. The so-called, not interfering, was just a temporary compromise. Yukina was not only unsafe in Konoha, but she was also currently under the gaze of multiple top-tier predators. Konoha's protection and Sasuke's companionship were fragile and easily broken in the face of a threat at the level of the Akatsuki organization. The dimming light of the life-sustaining glaze was the best proof. Action must be accelerated. He had to take Yukina out of the center of that vortex. But how should he take her? Kidnap her directly. Then Yukina would instantly become an S-rank rogue ninja just like himself, hunted by the entire ninja world. I might not care, but can that naive child bear all of this? No. Itachi's brow furrowed tightly, his brain working at an unprecedented speed. The plan must be perfect. Not only did he need to bring Yukina safely to his side and under his wing, he also had to consider the worst-case scenario and leave a way out for her. A way for her to live on even if he was no longer around. Chapter 66, The Snake Licking the Photo. Dark and damp. The air was thick with the scent of disinfectant mixed with the stench of rotting flesh. Heavy rock walls cut off everything from the outside world, as well as the intermittent human wails coming from the operating table. Orochimaru was focused on observing his masterpiece. The humanoid creature on the operating table twitched in pain, one arm covered in hard scales. The other leg was covered in coarse, black animal hair, and two protruding lumps on its back were still slightly squirming. It seemed as if something wanted to burst out of its body. This was a failure. The rejection reactions of various bloodline limits far exceeded his expectations. In Orochimaru's golden snake-like pupils, there wasn't a hint of unnecessary emotion. To him, this was merely a process of recording data. Orochimaru-sama. The figure of Yakushi Kabuto appeared behind him. He respectfully handed over a scroll. Orochimaru didn't even turn his head. And Sasuke-kun, are there any new movements? His voice was hoarse. Sasuke and his Team 7 teammates have gone out on a C-rank mission. They are expected to return to the village within the next 2 days. Additionally, the Sandaime went to the memorial stone alone this afternoon. Danzo-sama's route has been active near the Uchiha compound with unusual frequency lately, as if they are looking for something, or perhaps collecting something. Oh, that old man Danzo. Oro. Chimaru chuckled softly, seemingly unsurprised by the news. He was just about to say something when, at that moment, behind Kabuto, the space that was originally empty began to distort without warning. A spiral-shaped ripple appeared out of thin air. A heart-palpitating wave of power spread out. Yakushi Kabuto's expression changed instantly. Without even having time to think, his body made its most instinctive reaction. His kunai was unsheathed in an instant, and he shifted to block the way in front of Orochimaru. Who is there? The sensory abilities he took pride in hadn't detected a single thing before the opponent appeared. A man wearing an orange single-eyed spiral mask slowly walked out from the vortex. The kunai in Kabuto's hand was already aimed at the newcomer's throat. However, the masked man completely ignored him. He didn't even change his pace, simply walking straight forward. Under Kabuto's horrified gaze, the masked man's body became illusory. Like an incorporeal phantom, he passed directly through Kabuto's tensed body. Kabuto's body, which had been fully powered for a counterattack, stumbled and nearly fell because he had lost his target. Turning back abruptly, he saw that the strange man was already standing in front of Orochimaru. The masked man first let out a low laugh. Orochimaru. The masked man's voice was raspy. You are very good at hiding. But in a place like this, if I can find you once, I can find you a second time. Orochimaru's snake pupils narrowed dangerously into vertical slits. He didn't care about the other's threat, what he cared about was the ability the opponent had just displayed. Ignoring physical defense, freely traversing space, and even being undetectable to Kabuto. Kabuto, you may leave first. It seems this friend has something to discuss with me. Orochimaru waved his hand, his lips curling into a strange arc. Although Yakushi Kabuto was unwilling, he still put away his kunai. He silently retreated to the side, though his vigilant gaze never left the masked man. He. Orochimaru let out a sinister laugh. What an interesting ability. Speak. There aren't many people in this world who can find me. So, is something the matter? He stuck out his long tongue and licked his lips. The way he looked at the masked man was as if he were looking at some rare species. I've come to bring you a gift. The masked man didn't beat around the bush. He got straight to the point. A gift you absolutely cannot refuse. He took a photo from his robes and threw it onto the nearby laboratory table. In the photo was a young girl with long black hair and a clear, pretty face. She was wearing a Konoha ninja uniform, with a hint of worldly innocence on her face. Uchiha Yukina. Orochimaru glanced at the photo and immediately lost interest. I have no interest in little girls like this. If you want to use her to trade for something, I'm afraid you've found the wrong person. No, This is an Uchiha orphan. Your understanding of the Uchiha is too superficial. This girl is not as simple as a common Uchiha survivor. His voice lowered a few notches. Her Sharingan has undergone a mutation that has never appeared even in the history of the Uchiha clan. Mutation. This word successfully piqued a sliver of Orochimaru's curiosity. A normal Sharingan's abilities are observation and copying. But her ability perhaps can no longer be called copying. He paused. It is more like plundering. Plundering. Orochimaru repeated, his voice a bit dry. Correct. The masked man answered with certainty. The ninjutsu she plunders with her Sharingan will even surpass the power of the original bloodline limit users. Not long ago, she fought that brat from the Hidden Mist village who possesses the Ice Release bloodline limit. Now, it is highly likely that Ice Release has already become her ability. And that isn't even the most interesting part. Think about it, what does a Sharingan capable of perfectly plundering and mastering others' bloodline limits mean? He approached Orochimaru, staring fixedly at those golden snake pupils through the single hole in his mask. It means she is very likely a universal container that can hold all bloodline limits. Univir sal con toin. These words exploded in Orochimaru's mind like a bolt of thunder. He had spent his whole life researching, not hesitating to conduct countless inhumane human experiments. All to find a perfect body that could carry all his knowledge and power, and could fuse all bloodline limits. Immortality was only the first step. Mastering all the power in the world was his ultimate goal. But he had failed countless times. Those experimental subjects, without exception, collapsed due to the rejection reactions of the bloodline limits. Orochimaru's breathing suddenly became rapid. But he was one of the Sannin, after all. He quickly and forcefully suppressed his inner emotions. Quite an interesting story. Why should I believe you? A fellow who hides his identity, coming to me with a fabricated story, what exactly is your purpose? He said he didn't believe it, but his unconscious action of licking his lips had already completely exposed the desire in his heart. Purpose. The masked man let out a low laugh. My purpose is the same as yours. Haven't you been searching for the most perfect reincarnation vessel? She is right there, in Konoha, right beside the Sasuke you are so obsessed with. I am helping you. And, of course, I am helping myself. Helping you. What do you mean? It means nothing. The masked man's tone became cold. This girl's existence has become a hindrance to me. And my condition is simple. Whether you treat her as your new body or slice her up for research until she dies. Ultimately, I need her to completely disappear from this world. Killing with a borrowed knife. Orochimaru instantly understood the other's intention. Kuku. Orochimaru let out a strange low laugh. The sound echoed in the damp underground space, sending shivers down one's spine. He certainly didn't care about being used as a tool. As long as he could get what he wanted, let alone a tool, even if he were a pawn, he would be perfectly willing. However, he didn't agree immediately, nor did he refuse. The initiative must be kept in his own hands. He just looked at the masked man without a word, using those snake pupils filled with inquiry and amusement. The masked man also understood his meaning. To someone like Orochimaru, any verbal contract was meaningless. I'll wait for your good news. Confidently leaving those words behind, the masked man's body began to distort once more. Space smoothed out, as if nothing had just happened. Orochimaru slowly walked over to the photo of Yukina, extending a pale finger to gently pick it up. He brought the photo close to his eyes. He extended his long tongue and greedily licked the cheek of the girl in the photo. Kabuto. Yes, Orochimaru-sama. Yakushi Kabuto immediately stepped forward. An extremely eerie smile appeared on Orochimaru's face. Prepare yourself. Chapter 67. Sasuke blocks the door. Thanks to the effects of the herbs, Yukina recovered quickly, and within a few days, the group returned to Konoha. All members of Team 7 stood in the Hokage office. Kakashi Hatake reported the entire process of the mission in the Land of Waves. Hiruzen Sarutobi held his pipe and took a deep puff. Yukina's face still carried a sickly paleness, and she looked even more slender than when she had left the village. You've worked hard. The third Hokage's voice carried a hint of fatigue. Especially Yukina, you were seriously injured this time, so take a good rest for a while. Grandpa Hokage, we completed a super amazing mission this time. Naruto completely failed to notice the heavy atmosphere in the office. Hiruzen showed a gentle smile. Yes, Naruto has grown as well. The briefing ended, and the team was temporarily dismissed. I'll walk you home. Sasuke walked to Yukina's side. No way. Naruto jumped out, blocking the space between the two. To celebrate Yukina's recovery, we should obviously go eat ramen. My treat. Yukina instinctively shrank back half a step. Her voice was as quiet as a mosquito's buzz. I want to be alone for a bit. I'm a bit dirty, so I want to go back and take a bath. This reason was too valid, leaving both Sasuke and Naruto with nothing to say. Alright. Kakashi grabbed one in each hand. You two shouldn't cause trouble here. Sasuke, come with me for a moment, I have some things to talk to you about privately. Naruto, aren't you going to train? But, Naruto still wanted to say something. Let's go. Sasuke gave him a cold glance and surprisingly didn't resist Kakashi's arrangement. Kakashi half dragged and half pulled the two over-energetic brats out of the office. The apartment door was double-locked, isolating everything from the outside world. Yukina leaned against the door panel and let out a long sigh. Entering the bathroom, warm steam quickly filled the air. The image in the mirror was somewhat blurred. Raising a hand to wipe away the mist on the mirror. In the mirror, a body that felt foreign even to himself was reflected. He slowly unbuttoned the dress, letting the clothes slide to the floor. His skin glowed under the light, appearing somewhat translucent due to the long-term lack of sunlight. The lines of his collarbone were delicate and distinct, and beneath his flat belly were two straight, slender legs. He took off the stockings Sakura had given him, revealing snowy white, firm thighs. TCH. If I had seen legs like these on the street in my past life, I definitely wouldn't have been able to resist taking a few extra looks. He even mimicked the models from his previous life, striking a few poses in front of the mirror. Perfect, flawless. While complaining internally, he couldn't help but admire himself closely. This feeling was very strange. He submerged his entire body into the warm water, letting out a comfortable sigh. The water surface reflected his current face. He reached out to touch his cheek, then followed his neck all the way down. If it weren't for this thing hidden between my legs, I'd almost believe I was a girl myself. This damn reality. Lifting his head from the water, he instinctively touched his hair. The wet wig stuck to his scalp, feeling very uncomfortable. He skillfully reached out and took off the high-quality wig, tossing it onto the shelf nearby. A head of black short hair, about 10 centimeters long, was revealed. Still too short. Lin Ye ran his fingers through his short hair, feeling somewhat troubled. It needs to grow to at least 30 centimeters so it can be tied into a proper ponytail. He began to calculate how long it would take to reach that length given the current world's nutritional standards and his physical condition. As he thought, he looked at his short-haired reflection in the water. With short hair, Yukina's delicate features were highlighted, losing some weakness and gaining a bit of heroic spirit, but she was still an impeccable beautiful girl. No, this look is too recognizable. He immediately rejected this image. Long hair suited Yukina's persona better and was more convenient for concealment. Just then, an absurd thought popped into his head without warning. If my hair grows long, would it look better if I wore that dress with lace trim? This thought made his whole body freeze. Wait, what the hell are you thinking? He suddenly sat up from the water. I'm a man. How could I have such a terrifying thought? Changing into pretty girl's clothes. It must be an issue with this body. This feminized body must be influencing my mind. Yes, that must be it. He tried to use logic to forcefully extinguish the sparks of this thought. However, his mind uncontrollably brought up the various styles of dresses in the clothing store, even starting to automatically match which one would suit him better. It's over, am I really going to be turned? No, turning myself. What even is that? Getting out of the bathtub, he haphazardly wiped his body with a towel. He had to find something to do to distract his dangerous attention. He decided to execute his plan immediately. He began to frantically search his mind for all the knowledge about hair growth he had seen in his past life. Black sesame, walnuts, and seaweed, the dietary supplements must be kept up. And external care, washing hair with ginger water. What brand of conditioner? Does this world even have something like conditioner? He walked to the wardrobe, preparing to change clothes and go out shopping. Inside the wardrobe hung rows of plain colored dresses and female ninja outfits. Previously, he would always just grab one randomly because, in his eyes, these were just tools for disguise and made no difference. But today, his gaze lingered as he scanned the wardrobe. His hand brushed over one plain dress after another, finally stopping on a light purple dress. The neckline and cuffs of that dress were decorated with a delicate ring of white lace. I'm just going to buy some daily necessities and hair care products. Who are you wearing this for? Lace. Why would a grown man wear lace? His logic protested frantically. However, his body very honestly took down that dress. He put it on expressionlessly, his movements fluid and without a hint of hesitation. After dressing, he stood before the mirror. The light purple dress made his skin look even fairer, and the lace trim added a touch of elegance and refinement to him. So good. No, it's truly damnable. He took a deep breath, fully prepared mentally, and got ready to push the door open and leave. Just as his hand was about to touch the doorknob, he caught something out of the corner of his eye. Something seemed to be tucked under the door crack. He paused, his alertness instantly peaking. He carefully picked up the folded slip of paper. Opening it, he saw the familiar, slightly sharp handwriting. There were only 2 words on the paper. Open up. It was Sasuke. Yukina's heart suddenly tightened. Why is he here? Didn't Kakashi take him away? Holding his breath, he leaned toward the peephole in the door. Outside, Sasuke was indeed standing there, his face expressionless, but he was holding a bag that looked like it came from a pharmacy. And what made his scalp tingle even more was that another person was standing beside Sasuke. Sakura Haruno. Why would these two appear at his doorstep together? What on earth did they want to do? Chapter 68, The Sneaky Girl. Yukina took a deep breath. In just 1 second, the expression on his face switched from extreme annoyance to fragility. He opened the door just a crack, revealing only half of his face. Sasuke-kun, Sakura. Sasuke expressionlessly handed over a paper bag. For you. Inside the bag were Sanshoku dango, still emitting a faint heat. Before he could speak, Sakura immediately rushed to explain, fearing a misunderstanding. Sasuke-kun was worried that you might not have much of an appetite since you just recovered, so I just happened to run into Sasuke-kun on the road and came along to see you. Yes, I was just passing by. As she spoke, she winked desperately at Yukina. So they argued all the way to my doorstep and are using me as the final judge. He instantly grasped the situation. He took the bag of dango, which still held some warmth. Thank you, Sasuke-kun. And thank you, Sakura. Sakura puffed out her chest with satisfaction. I just finished bathing and want to rest. As Yukina spoke, he tried to close the door. Thud. A foot wearing ninja sandals firmly blocked the door panel. It was Sasuke. He looked up at Sasuke innocently with his large, clear black and white eyes. Sasuke frowned. You're home alone. What if you faint while bathing? Yukina. What, do you plan on bathing with me or something? Yukina was somewhat speechless. Sakura immediately chimed in. Exactly. Yukina, your body hasn't fully recovered yet. You should walk around more, you can't just stay cooped up at home. Looking at the 2 determined people outside the door, he realized his solitary afternoon was completely ruined. Then, alright, I want to go to the shopping district to buy some things. Konoha's shopping district was as lively as ever. Yukina walked in the middle, with Sasuke and Sakura on either side. This combination attracted the attention of many passers-by. Look, it's Sasuke-kun. Who are the 2 girls next to him? The one with pink hair is Sakura Haruno, and the other must be that girl from the Uchiha family, right? Wow, she's even prettier in person than the rumors say. Yukina turned a deaf ear to these discussions. He just wanted to buy what he needed quickly and then find an excuse to slip away. He stopped in front of a shelf in a general store and began to select carefully. Hair care products in this world were scarce, mostly natural products like herbal soaps. He picked up a bottle of liquid that seemed to have complex ingredients and brought it close to sniff. It had a faint scent of ginger mixed with herbs. Seems okay. Better than nothing. He then picked up a wooden headband and tried it on his head. Wigs also need maintenance, otherwise they'll get frizzy and easily give me away. While he was focused on studying the items in his hand, a crisp and clearly hostile voice rang out behind him. "Oh, isn't this the eldest miss of the Uchiha family? Your injuries just healed, and you're already dragging Sasuke out for shopping. How leisurely." Yukina's movements paused for a moment. Ino Yamanaka. Sure enough, Sakura's radar went off immediately. Ino Pig with the wide forehead. "What are you doing here? Huh, what business is it of yours that I'm here? As for you, Sakura, you're clinging to Sasuke-kun like a parasite again." Ino stood with her hands on her hips. Her gaze swept over Sakura and finally landed on Yukina. Sasuke's brow furrowed deeper as he stepped forward half a pace, shielding Yukina slightly behind him. This subtle movement undoubtedly added fuel to the fire. Ino's expression darkened further. "Yukina, why are you buying so many hair care products? Isn't your hair already perfect? Why buy so much stuff?" A woman's intuition is truly a terrifying thing. Alarm bells rang in Yukina's mind, but his face perfectly displayed a hint of fluster and grievance, as if his secret had been hit upon. His lips moved as if he wanted to retort, but he didn't know what to say. To others, he looked like someone who was being bullied and didn't dare to talk back. "Ino Pig, what nonsense are you talking about?" Sakura stepped forward, blocking the space between Yukina and Ino. "Yukina's hair is naturally this good. You're just jealous." Ino's face turned white with anger. "Look at her pretentious act. Sakura, are you stupid? You're still speaking up for her. You're the pig. Yukina is just gentler and kinder than you. Unlike you, who only knows how to hurt people with sharp and mean words." "Huh, me, sharp and mean? What right does a violent girl with a wide forehead like you have to talk about me? Who are you calling a wide forehead? Whoever answers." The volume of the two girls' argument grew higher and higher, moving from personal attacks to digging up old grudges. The general store owner looked bewildered. Yukina, meanwhile, hid peacefully behind Sasuke. He even had the leisure to continue browsing the products on the shelf. "This wooden comb is good, the teeth are wide, so it won't pull on the hair. I'll buy it." Sasuke's body was somewhat stiff. The girls' noisy bickering made him feel irritable. Just then, a lazy voice came from the side. "Ah, what a drag. Do you girls replenish your chakra by arguing? You sure have a lot of energy." The voice wasn't loud, but it successfully made the two hostile girls stop simultaneously. Sakura and Ino snapped their heads around and saw Shikamaru, who was currently yawning. The anger the two had accumulated instantly found a new outlet. "Shikamaru, what business is it of yours?" Sakura shouted angrily. "Shut up, you jerk." Ino also yelled. "The tomboy and the wide forehead have teamed up. How scary." Shikamaru muttered a sentence and was glared at fiercely by the two, scaring him into immediately raising his hands in surrender. "Forget I said anything. I was just passing by to buy something." As he spoke, he backed away, his gaze inadvertently sweeping over Yukina, who was hiding behind Sasuke. In that instant, the laziness on his face faded slightly, and a hint of inquiry appeared in his eyes. Yukina keenly caught that glance. This guy. His heart sank. He's not like Naruto, who's straightforward, or Sasuke, who's awkward. This guy's gaze is too sharp. He's not just watching the fun, he seems to be analyzing. Shikamaru's gaze lingered on Yukina's fragile and harmless face for half a second, then he returned to his, "What a drag," persona and turned to make a quick exit. "Ah, my mom is waiting for me to come home for dinner, I'm leaving now." With Shikamaru's interruption, Sakura and Ino couldn't continue their argument. They huffed at each other and turned away, ignoring one another. Yukina took the opportunity to emerge from behind Sasuke. "I'm finished buying," he whispered, holding a pile of hair care products and his new wooden comb. Without a word, Sasuke took them from his arms and carried them himself. Yukina opened his mouth but ultimately said nothing. He silently went to the counter to pay, then said softly to the three still standing there. "I'll be going back now." Having said that, he turned and walked away quickly before they could react. This time, Sasuke didn't stop him. Finally having escaped everyone, Yukina breathed a long sigh of relief. He didn't like crowds, and he especially didn't like being the center of attention. Every disguise in front of others was a huge mental drain for him. He didn't go directly back to the apartment but took a long detour. The training ground on the back mountain was empty, with only the rustling sound of wind blowing through the leaves. Yukina found a clean patch of grass and sat down, enjoying this moment of tranquility. Hey! Ha! Yukina suddenly heard shouts and the dull sound of fists hitting a wooden post. He looked toward the sound. By a training post not far away, a golden figure was tirelessly practicing taijutsu. It was Naruto. He was covered in sweat, and his clothes were soaked. Looking at that figure, Yukina was momentarily dazed. This guy really is a hard-working genius. Setting aside the nine-tailed factor, this level of perseverance alone surpassed the vast majority of people. He originally intended to leave quietly without disturbing him. But just as he was about to stand up, he caught something out of the corner of his eye. In the woods not far behind Naruto, there was a sneaky figure. The figure was hidden behind a large tree, only occasionally peeking out to look cautiously in Naruto's direction. Who is it? Is the Anbu monitoring him? No, the Anbu's stealth techniques wouldn't be this clumsy. A villager. But what villager would sneak around the back mountain like this? To see the person's face clearly, Yukina lowered his body. Using the cover of bushes and trees, he crept over soundlessly. As the distance closed, the figure became clearer. It was a girl, wearing a loose light purple jacket and having neatly cut short blue hair. Yukina was startled. He recognized this girl. Hyuga Hinata. Chapter 69. Hinata, you wouldn't want Naruto to know, would you? At the training ground on the back mountain, even the sound of the wind carried a lazy summer scent. Yukina had intended to find a quiet place to reflect on life, but she hadn't expected to stumble upon such a pure love drama. She looked at the blue short-haired girl not far away, who only dared to peek out half her head from behind a large tree. Then she looked down at the pile of bottles and jars she was carrying. A brilliant idea took shape in her mind. A silent smile curved the corners of Yukina's mouth. She gently placed the shopping bag in the nearby grass, ensuring it wouldn't make a sound. Then, her entire aura changed. Her footsteps became extremely light, her body stayed low, and she perfectly avoided the dry leaves that would crunch if stepped on. Back in the land of waves, Kakashi had taught them some basic stealth and presence concealment techniques to infiltrate Gato's base. She enjoyed this feeling. All of Hinata's attention was focused on the golden figure nearby, who was dripping with sweat. She didn't notice the approaching danger at all. Her cheeks were flushed. Yukina drew closer and closer to her. 10 meters. 5 meters. 3 meters. She could even hear Hinata's breathing, which had become somewhat rapid due to nervousness. Yukina held her breath, neutralized the last bit of her body weight, and circled behind Hinata. The girl's soft, blue short hair was right before her eyes, swaying gently in the breeze and emitting a faint, fresh scent of shampoo. Yukina slowly leaned in, bringing her lips close to Hinata's small, delicate, and slightly reddened ear. Then, she gently blew a puff of air. A warm, moist current of air precisely entered Hinata's ear canal. Immediately after, a voice so sweet it was almost cloying whispered in her ear. What are you looking at? Kya. Hinata's body went rigid in an instant. A short, sharp cry of alarm burst uncontrollably from her throat. In the quiet training ground on the back mountain, the sound was exceptionally piercing. She was completely stunned, her mind going blank. Terrified, she whipped her head around, her pure white eyes instantly filling with tears as they reflected an incredibly beautiful face. It was Yukina. Who's there? Naruto's energetic shout came from not far away. His training movements stopped abruptly as he scanned the direction they were in with vigilance. It's over. The color drained from Hinata's face in an instant. I've been found. The fact that I was peeking at Naruto-kun like a pervert is about to be discovered. Her body went limp and her consciousness blurred. The intense sense of shame and fear made her nearly faint on the spot. Just as Naruto's gaze was about to lock onto the swaying grass, a hand reached out as fast as lightning. MMPH. Hinata felt an irresistible force as she was suddenly yanked backward and pinned firmly into the grass behind her. Then, a soft hand with a hint of coolness tightly covered her mouth. It stifled all the whimpers and pleas for mercy that were about to escape her lips. Meow. A soft, sweet, and innocent-sounding kitten's meow drifted out from the grass. Naruto's footsteps, which had been approaching, came to a halt. He scratched his head in confusion. The grass was still swaying slightly. Mew. Another cry, this time with a hint of a coquettish tone. The vigilance on Naruto's face vanished completely. He let out an, "Oh," of realization. "So it's just a stray cat. You gave me a scare." He grinned, thinking he had probably been training for too long and was getting a bit jumpy. He turned back around to face the wooden post he had beaten until it was full of dents. "Hey! Ha!" The dull thuds of fists hitting the wooden post resumed rhythmically. The crisis was averted. In the grass, Yukina slowly released the hand covering Hinata's mouth. She looked down at the little thing beneath her, who was still shivering. Hinata's eyes were tightly shut, and crystal teardrops still hung from her long eyelashes. Her entire face was as red as a ripe apple. Her body was still trembling uncontrollably, clearly still in the grip of immense shock and shame. Tisk, a perfect prey. Her psychological defenses have completely collapsed. Now, just a gentle push. Yukina knew the opportunity had come. She didn't get up immediately, instead, she slowly leaned her body down. The distance between them became extremely close, so close that Hinata could clearly feel Yukina's warm breath brushing against her cheek. She could even smell the unique scent on Yukina, a faint mix of medicinal herbs and a young girl's fragrance. This scent made her mind even more confused. Hinata finally couldn't help but open her eyes tremblingly. A flawless face loomed large before her eyes. Fair skin as white as snow, exquisite features, and beneath long eyelashes were a pair of pure eyes. Usually, those eyes were quiet and delicate. But now, they held a playful, devilish light of pleasure. Yukina's voice was still gentle. But the words she spoke carried an undeniable threat. She tilted her head slightly, staring at Hinata without blinking. "Hinata classmate, you don't want Naruto-kun to find out, would you?" "No." Hinata's pupils shrank suddenly. She shook her head in despair, the tears in her eyes no longer controllable. She wanted to speak, to beg for mercy, but she couldn't make a sound. She could only look helplessly at the demon before her. Seeing her like this, Yukina was satisfied. She stood up unhurriedly and elegantly brushed the grass clippings off her dress. Looking down at Hinata, who was still slumped on the ground, she said, "Then come with me." After saying that, she didn't give her another look, turning directly and walking toward her apartment. Sunlight filtered through the gaps in the leaves, leaving a slender and dangerous silhouette behind her. Hinata lay on the ground, stunned for several seconds. Naruto's training shouts still echoed in her ears, but in her world, only Yukina's commanding back remained. She knew she had no choice. She struggled to crawl up from the ground, not even stopping to tidy her messy clothes and hair. Like a child who had done something wrong and was about to be punished, she followed her every step. Chapter 70. She is caring for my feelings. Every step on the path leading to Yukina's apartment felt like it was treading on Hinata's heart. The sunlight filtered through the gaps in the leaves, casting dappled shadows on the ground, but she only felt a chill throughout her body. What will he make me do? Hinata's mind was a chaotic mess, as countless terrifying images flooded in uncontrollably. Blackmail. The Hyuga clan is a prestigious family in Konoha. Will he use this leverage to extort money from my father? No, money is a small matter. Will he force me to do something that damages the family's honor? The thought made her turn cold all over. The honor of the Hyuga clan is above all else. This was the creed she had been instilled with since childhood. If she brought shame upon the family because of herself, she would rather die. What was even more terrifying was, what if he's a spy from another village and forces me to use the Byakugan to peek at Konoha's secrets? Or even start the Fourth Ninja World War through me? Hinata's thoughts grew more and more extreme. Her footsteps faltered, and she nearly fell. She stole a glance at the slender back walking ahead of her. Yukina's pace was light and brisk, her skirt swaying gently with the breeze. Her jet-black ponytail swung back and forth, making her look like an innocent girl next door. But it was this very person who, just back at the mountain, had used the gentlest tone to say the words that terrified her most. Hinata's heart sank to the bottom. Finally, Yukina stopped in front of an ordinary-looking apartment building. He turned back to see Hinata standing several meters away, her pretty little face filled with hesitation and fear. Yukina chuckled softly. The timing is about right, just need to add one more piece of firewood. He didn't rush her, instead, he gently pressed a slender index finger against his soft lips, making a shushing motion. Then, he tilted his head. Hinata-san, my patience is limited, you know. If you keep hesitating, I might not be able to resist sharing the interesting thing I saw today with Naruto-kun. No. Don't. Hinata shuddered at this light threat. She didn't dare hesitate any longer and followed, almost at a trot. Yukina turned around satisfied, took out his keys, and opened the door. Hinata resigned herself and followed behind Yukina into what she saw as hell. The door closed behind them and made the sound of locking. To Hinata, this soft click was no different from the gates of hell closing. It completely cut off the outside world and severed her last shred of hope for escape. She stood nervously in the entryway, her hands tightly clutching the hem of her clothes, head bowed low. Don't just stand there, come in. Yukina's voice came from ahead. He had already changed into indoor slippers and was looking back at her. Hinata nodded like a chick pecking at grain, flustered as she took off her shoes, not knowing where to put her hands or feet. Yukina's apartment wasn't large. Have a seat. Hinata moved stiffly, only daring to sit on the edge of the sofa, her body held rigid. Yukina ignored her and turned to walk into the kitchen. Soon, the sound of water boiling came from the kitchen. She even imagined scenes from ninja stories where prisoners are given a good meal before execution. Is this the final dinner before execution? No, the final tea. Before long, Yukina came out carrying a tray. On the tray were 2 cups of steaming tea. He placed one of them gently on the coffee table in front of Hinata. Please, help yourself. Hinata looked at the tea, feeling as if the steam carried poison. She cautiously picked up the teacup. She closed her eyes tightly, looking like she was ready for a heroic death. Come on, no matter what the request is. I'll accept it, as long as it doesn't hurt the family or Naruto-kun. She was prepared to accept her tragic fate. However, the expected threats and orders were long in coming. Only the rustle of a plastic bag being placed on the table reached her ears. Then came the crisp clinking of bottles and jars. Confused, Hinata peeked through a slit in her eyelids. She saw Yukina place the shopping bag from the commercial street on the table, then pull things out one by one. A bottle of light purple conditioner. A bottle of transparent hair oil. And several pretty but somewhat complex-looking headbands and hair clips. Yukina pushed all these things in front of Hinata, wearing an extremely troubled expression. This expression was worlds apart from the one he had while threatening her outside the door. Hinata was completely stunned. What's going on? Hinata-san. Yukina pointed at the bottles and jars on the table. I'm not very good at using these things. Can you teach me? He picked up the light purple conditioner, unscrewed the cap to smell it, and then looked at Hinata with a conflicted face. For example, this conditioner, when exactly do you use it? Before washing your hair, or after? Do you rinse it off completely? Or leave a little in? Then he picked up the headband studded with small rhinestones and tentatively held it up to his head. And this one, why does it always catch so much hair whenever I put it on and take it off? Is my method wrong? Look, its teeth are like this. Quote. At this moment, Hinata's brain completely short-circuited. She had imagined 10,000 kinds of terrible demands. Even being forced to become his servant, working like a slave. But she never imagined that after all the effort Yukina went through, following her and threatening her to bring her here, the outrageous demand would be this. Seeing Hinata's blank expression, Yukina finally couldn't help it. PFF'd. He burst out laughing. He had reverted to the cute and slightly shy Uchiha Yukina that everyone was familiar with. What's wrong? I'm not going to eat you. At these somewhat joking words. Woo. She couldn't hold it back any longer, her tense body instantly went limp. Tears rolled uncontrollably from her eyes. She wiped her tears haphazardly with the back of her hand. I thought Yukina-san would make me. Thought I'd make you do what? Help me assassinate Hyuga Hiyashi and seize power over the main house. Yukina reached out, pulled a tissue, and gently offered it to Hinata. Make you do something bad. I just feel that a girl's hair should be well maintained. He pointed to his long ponytail and sighed with some distress. My hair is long and thick, it's such a hassle to manage, and lately it's always dry with split ends. I saw these on the street today and bought them all, but I didn't expect it to be much more complicated than I thought. Hinata-san, your hair is so smooth and beautiful, you must be very good at maintenance, right? That's why I wanted to ask for your advice. Hinata took the tissue and looked at him blankly. So that's how it is. She suddenly understood. If Yukina had asked directly, with her personality, she would likely have been too shy to speak. But by forcing her here in that way, after extreme fear, revealing this mundane truth. Was it to use this method to allow me to communicate normally with him? An indescribable, complex emotion surged in Hinata's heart. This seemingly delicate friend actually used such a wicked yet clumsy way to accommodate her cowardly and timid personality. She sniffled and finally stopped her tears. Looking at the bottles and jars on the table, Hinata's attention was successfully diverted. As the eldest daughter of the Hyuga main house, combined with her father's strict requirements, she could only keep her hair short. But the more she couldn't have long hair, the more her knowledge of maintenance and styling became professional, almost etched into her bones. She picked up the bottle of light purple conditioner, looked at the instructions, and unscrewed it to smell the scent. Then, she picked up the bottle of hair oil and felt the texture in her palm. Finally, her gaze fell on those flashy but impractical headbands. She shook her head gently. Yukina-san. Yukina blinked. What you bought isn't nearly enough. And, you bought many of the wrong things. Yukina. Nani? Chapter 71. I just wanted hair care, but she wants to manage my clothes and my life. The expression on Yukina's face froze. Hinata had already been inspired by the professional soul hidden beneath her shy exterior. She stood up cautiously, her movements carrying a hint of hesitation, and slowly approached Yukina. Yukina subconsciously wanted to shrink back. Suddenly, a pair of warm little hands gently touched his long hair. Hinata's fingertips slid from the roots to the tips, feeling the dryness and frizz. She leaned in closer, her nose almost touching Yukina's neck, carefully observing the texture of the hair strands. A faint fragrance wafted over, and Yukina felt the hair on his neck stand on end. Student Shui Nai's hair quality is a bit stiff, like coarse hair, and because it's often tied up. The roots are being pulled, and the ends are dry due to a lack of nutrients. Hinata's voice was very soft, yet it carried an unquestionable professional judgment. She withdrew her hand and picked up the pale purple hair conditioner on the table. This, although it smells very nice, its ingredients are more suitable for fine and soft hair. For your hair, the moisturizing level is completely insufficient. Once the floodgates were open, she couldn't stop. Hinata was like she had found a perfect subject for practice. First of all, the comb. What kind of comb do you usually use? Yukina pointed blankly toward the bathroom. Hinata immediately trotted over, and a few seconds later, she walked out holding a most ordinary plastic comb, with a few broken hairs still tangled in the teeth. No, absolutely not. You need at least 3 kinds of combs. First, a wide-tooth comb. Use it when you've just finished washing your hair and it's still wet, it can minimize pulling and breakage. The second is a cushion massage brush. Use it every morning and evening to comb dry hair. It can also massage the scalp and promote blood circulation, which is very important for the hair roots. Third, a boar bristle brush. If your hair develops static electricity or if you want it to look more lustrous, you must use this. Yukina listened, completely stunned. And then there's the washing and care process. You absolutely cannot pour shampoo directly onto the top of your head. You have to rub it into a rich lather in your palms first, then apply it evenly to your hair. Besides, when you wash your hair, you're washing the scalp. Before washing, it's best to dry brush the scalp with a scalp massage brush to remove dust and dead skin cells first. After washing, you can't rub it vigorously with a towel. That will damage all the hair cuticles. You need to use a hair drying cap, the kind made of coral fleece, and press gently to absorb the excess moisture. Yukina's mouth opened slightly. His face was completely blank. The hair dryer is also very important. A string of terms Yukina had never even heard of followed. Octopus brushes, heat protectant sprays, hair steamer caps, sectioning clips. He felt his CPU starting to smoke. Suddenly I feel like wearing a wig all the time might not be such a bad thing. Looking at Yukina's obviously dazed and retreating expression, Hinata's soaring enthusiasm was like having a bucket of cold water poured over it, quickly cooling down. The blush on her face faded, replaced by a hint of panic. Did I say too much? Student Shui Nai's expression doesn't look very happy. He brought himself here because he wanted help. As a result, she had been lecturing him non-stop like a teacher and even dismissed everything he had bought. Will he think I'm too intrusive? Annoying. And then he'll get angry and tell Naruto-kun what he saw on the back mountain. Thinking of this, Hinata's heart suddenly tightened. She lowered her head, her two index fingers habitually poking each other. I'm sorry. Student Shui Nai. I didn't do it on purpose. I just saw Student Shui Nai's beautiful long hair and couldn't help myself. I didn't think the things you bought were bad, I just felt there were more suitable ones. Her voice carried a slight tremor as if she were about to cry, and she cautiously observed Yukina's reaction. Yukina was just snapping out of it when he saw Hinata like this. Great, she switched back again. He sighed inwardly. However, he was indeed frightened by Hinata's level of professionalism. A 6-year-old girl's understanding of these things was deeper than the sales assistants in the commercial district. Is this the background of a young lady from a prestigious family? The moment of silence was misunderstood by Hinata as silent displeasure. This made Hinata even more panicked. She had to do something to make up for her slip of the tongue and regain student Shui Nai's favor. I absolutely cannot let him tell my secret. A thought flashed through her mind. She had to use practical actions to prove her sincerity. She suddenly stood up, giving Yukina a start. Where are the hairpins? Let me see your hairpins. Without waiting for Yukina's answer, Hinata took action and began to inspect Yukina's small apartment. Her gaze scanned the living room like radar. Aside from a sofa, a coffee table, and a small bookshelf, it was almost empty. The bookshelf was stuffed with books, but upon closer inspection, they were all books like A Grand Review of the Land of Fire's Pleasure Houses, Postpartum Care for Tailed Beasts, and Sealing Jutsu, from Entry Level to Taijutsu Mastery. Not a single one was suitable reading for a girl. Hinata's brow furrowed. She walked into the bedroom. The bed was made neatly. But other than that, there was only a desk and a wardrobe. The desk was also covered in various scrolls and books, with a few used kunai scattered beside them. The entire room was filled with survivalist minimalism. Forget hairpins, there wasn't even a decent mirror. Only that small square mirror in the bathroom. Not giving up, she opened the wardrobe. Inside hung a few plain dresses in styles similar to the one Yukina was wearing. All the clothes were clearly sorted by color and type, but that was it. Hinata was stunned. An indescribable emotion welled up in her heart. How has student Shui Nai been living? As a member of the Uchiha clan, she surviving all alone, she must have suffered a lot. That's why she puts all her energy into cultivation and has no idea how to take care of herself. The cup she finished drinking from was placed on a pile of books. The training clothes she changed out of were draped over the back of a chair. The packaging for the soldier pills she bought was still thrown in the corner of the entryway. Hinata's little brow furrowed again as she walked back to Yukina. No. Yukina was stunned by her sudden forceful attitude. Student Shui Nai, you cannot live like this. Hair care is closely related to the living environment. A messy and disorganized environment will make a person's mood restless, cause endocrine disorders, and naturally, the hair won't be healthy. Yukina was once again completely bewildered. Tomorrow I'll bring trash bags and cleaning tools. We'll give this place a thorough cleaning first. Dust is the arch enemy of hair. Yukina. Then, we'll recategorize and organize everything. You need some storage boxes to put away your scrolls and books, and your ninja tools should have a dedicated box too. Yukina. After the cleaning, we'll go to the commercial district. We'll buy everything on today's list. The wide tooth comb, cushion brush, boar bristle brush, hair drying cap, hair essential oil, heat protectant spray, and shampoo and hair conditioner suitable for your hair type. Hinata finished in one breath, staring at Yukina. Also, you have too few clothes. Sometimes clothes also have an impact on hair quality. Hinata said a lot more. Yukina only felt his head spinning. He wanted to back out. However, the expression of conflict and hesitation on his face was once again misunderstood by Hinata. Seeing Yukina frowning and looking like he wanted to say something but was holding back, her heart skipped a beat. Is student Shui Nai dissatisfied with my arrangements? Does he think I'm just saying words and not being sincere? At the thought that the leverage was still in the other person's hands, Hinata's determination became even firmer. No, I absolutely cannot let student Shui Nai feel like I'm just brushing him off. For Naruto-kun, for the reputation of the Hyuga clan, I must show 200% sincerity. Student Shui Nai. Hinata suddenly bowed, a full 90 degrees. Please, let me help you. This is not just for your hair, but for your life. Yukina was dumbfounded. Hinata looked up, her eyes shining with an almost tragic light. Tomorrow morning. Having said that, she didn't wait for Yukina to react further, turned around, and ran toward the door. Student Hinata, wait a moment. Bang! The door was closed. Yukina's outstretched hand froze in midair. Yukina. Chapter 72. Please, you're very noisy. Yukina stood in the empty living room, her outstretched hand still frozen in midair. Inside the apartment, the silence that belonged to him alone returned once more. Quote. It took several minutes before he regained his ability to think. So what exactly was I trying to achieve? Sigh. Whatever, let it be. He was too lazy to think about it anymore. Anyway, he held the leverage, and he held the initiative. From the corner of his eye, he glimpsed a small paper bag on the coffee table. Inside were 3 skewers of sanshoku dango. The surface of the dango was coated in a thin layer of syrup, gleaming enticingly under the light. Sasuke had brought them. Yukina picked up a skewer and took a bite. The glutinous rice balls were soft and sweet, and the red bean filling was smooth and delicate. The sweet flavor melted in his mouth and slid down his throat, dispelling much of the irritation in his heart. Munch munch. Asterisk. His cheeks were puffed out, full of food. Sasuke is still the best. Munch 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 munch, only feeds me. Munch 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 munch, never talks too much. Delicious. Yukina finished the 3 skewers of dango in one go. He licked the sugar stains from the corner of his mouth, and his mood felt inexplicably better. Early the next morning. The sky wasn't fully bright yet, outside the window was only a layer of hazy gray-white. Yukina was sleeping soundly. In his dream, he was wearing a cool Anbu uniform, fighting side by side with Uchiha Itachi. The scene was once quite comfortable. Suddenly, there was a series of urgent and forceful knocks on the door. Knock knock knock. Knock knock knock. Asterisk. Yukina opened his eyes groggily. He rolled over and covered his head with the blanket, trying to block out the noise. Knock, knock, knock. Student Shui Nai. Are you awake? It was Hinata's voice. Yukina's movements froze. She actually came. Wearing a wig that had been rubbed into a mess during sleep, he glanced at the alarm clock by the bed. 6 o'clock. The knocking continued, with an air of persistence that suggested it wouldn't stop until he opened the door. Yukina shuffled to the door with bleary eyes. He looked out through the peephole. Outside the door stood a fully equipped Hyuga Hinata. She was wearing a light blue tracksuit suitable for movement, with her hair tied back neatly. In her left hand was a bucket full of water, and in her right was a brand new mop, the handle gripped firmly in her hand. On her back, she also carried a bulging, massive bundle. Yukina. His only thought right now was to make that noise stop. So, without thinking, he groggily turned the door lock. Click. Asterisk. Student Shui Nai, we must hurry. Huh. Yukina stared at her blankly. Hinata didn't notice his state at all. Hinata said a lot, but Yukina could barely keep his eyes open. Hinata's voice automatically turned into a buzzing background noise in his ears. He didn't take in a single word, it was purely out of instinct. In the gaps between Hinata's speaking, he unconsciously made several monosyllabic responses. Oh, okay. Standing to listen and mechanically nodding drained Yukina's last bit of energy. Then, under Hinata's surprised gaze, he fell straight toward the nearby sofa. Yukina's face was buried entirely in the soft sofa cushions, his legs still kneeling weakly on the floor. He fell asleep. The scene instantly became quiet. Hinata looked at the instantly asleep Yukina, slightly stunned. He's asleep. Student Shui Nai. She called out softly, but the person on the sofa had no reaction. He only let out a satisfied murmur and rubbed his face against the cushion, changing to a more comfortable position. Hinata's heart softened instantly. She walked quietly to the side of the sofa. In his sleep, Yukina's face was completely relaxed. Gone was the deliberately maintained quietness and weakness of his usual self, as well as the feigned shyness. His eyelashes were very long, casting a small shadow on his fair skin. His nose was small and straight, and his lips were slightly pouted because of deep sleep, showing a bit of childish cuteness. The tips of his jet black hair were somewhat messy from his movements, with a few strands playfully hanging by his cheek. Hinata suddenly felt that this version of Yukina made her heart flutter even more than the usual pitiable appearance. Student Shui Nai must have been working too hard all by himself. Something as big as a clan's affairs. Thinking of this, Hinata's eyes grew warm, and her nose felt a bit stingy. She stood up lightly and took a thin blanket from the closet. Yukina's closet, like the rest of the home, was heart-wrenchingly empty. Returning to the living room, she carefully covered Yukina with the blanket. At such a close distance, she could even smell a faint scent of soap coming from Yukina. Hinata's heart skipped a beat without warning. The sound was fast and urgent. Her cheeks instantly became burning hot. What am I doing? She stared blankly for a few seconds before suddenly snapping back to her senses. To distract herself, she picked up her cleaning tools again. Since student Shui Nai is asleep, I have to work even harder. When she wakes up, she will see a brand new home. Hinata's fighting spirit was ignited once again. She decided to start from the living room. She first carefully picked up the scrolls and books scattered on the floor. Student Shui Nai is really working hard. She stacked these books neatly in the corner according to size and thickness. But, there isn't even a proper bookshelf, books are piled on the floor, which isn't good for them. She silently made a note in her notebook. Buy a bookshelf. Then there were the ninja tools scattered everywhere. Kunai, shuriken, exploding tags. Hinata carefully gathered them one by one and put them into an empty box she had brought. During the process of tidying up, Hinata keenly noticed a problem. This so-called home was too empty. Aside from the most basic daily necessities and a large amount of cultivation materials, there was nothing here with a personal touch. The walls were pale, without any decorative paintings or photos. On the table, there were no cute ornaments, no vases with fresh flowers. Even the cup for drinking water was the most ordinary and simple white ceramic cup. The entire space, rather than a home, was more like a temporary hotel where one could pack up and leave at any time. She suddenly understood that what student Shui Nai needed was perhaps not just hair care techniques, nor just a clean and tidy environment. She needs the feeling of a real home. Chapter 73, Yukina's bedroom actually has this. After Hinata had completely renovated the living room, she moved on to the place in the house most prone to hiding filth. The bathroom. The bathroom was not large, but the stains inside were exceptionally stubborn. Hinata first rinsed it with clean water, then put on the rubber gloves she had brought, picked up a brush, dipped it in cleaning powder, and began to vigorously scrub the tile gaps on the walls and floor. Her movements were very agile. Soon, the wash basin and mirror became as clean and bright as new. Finally, only the most troublesome part remained, the toilet. Hinata knelt on the floor, preparing to start by wiping the outer wall of the toilet. Just as she lowered her head, a detail made her movements stop. On the floor outside the toilet seat, there were some dried, very light-colored spotted stains. Hinata tilted her head, a hint of confusion flashing in her white eyes. How strange. If a girl uses the toilet, it usually wouldn't get outside like this. Did I remember incorrectly? This tiny point of suspicion pricked gently at her mind. But in the next second, her cheeks instantly turned beet red. What am I thinking? Hinata shook her head vigorously. So rude. How could I observe such a private place? Student Yukina must be too tired and lack the energy, which is why she didn't notice. Yes, that must be it. Thinking of Yukina's thin shoulders, the small doubt in Hinata's heart was immediately replaced by a thick sense of pity. After finishing the bathroom, Hinata let out a long sigh of relief. Next, her gaze turned toward the closed door at the end of the hallway. That was Yukina's bedroom. She first carefully pushed the door open a crack to confirm she wouldn't wake the person on the sofa before fully stepping inside. Only a simple set of bedding was spread on the floor. Beside it was a half-person-high simple wooden wardrobe. Other than that, there was nothing else in the room. The walls were pure white, and there were no photos at all. There isn't even a bed. Suppressing the bitterness in her heart, Hinata began to tidy up. There wasn't much to organize in the room, so her target was quickly locked onto that wardrobe. Inside, a few simple-styled plain dresses were sparsely hung, the ones Yukina usually wore. Hinata took the dresses down, intending to fold them properly. At the bottom of the wardrobe were two drawers. She pulled open the first drawer. Inside were some stacked ninja training uniforms. The second drawer. Inside this drawer were some undergarments. Hinata's cheeks began to heat up again. This. She felt a bit shy, thinking that these were a girl's most private things after all, and it wasn't right for her to rummage through them like this. She reached out her hand. What her fingers touched was not soft fabric, but a hard, flat object. It was covered by several dark-colored training uniforms, hidden at the very bottom. What's this? At the very bottom of the drawer, she saw a few pairs of underwear that weren't folded very neatly. On the edge of the waistband of one pair, there seemed to be a tiny bit of yellow staining. Hinata's face turned so red it looked like it could drip blood. Yeah, what did I see? Sorry. Student Yukina. I didn't mean to. She apologized repeatedly to the empty air, so embarrassed she wished she could find a crack in the floor to crawl into. After a good while, she finally calmed down slowly. As Student Yukina, feeling unwell. Girls have inconvenient times every month, and sometimes they accidentally soil their clothes. That must be it, she's too tired and didn't even notice. Pity once again triumphed over shyness. Hinata made a bold decision. She was going to wash these clean as well. Closing her eyes, she scooped out those pairs of underwear along with the other training uniforms, held them in her arms, and rushed to the bathroom without looking back. While washing, Hinata's face remained red the entire time, and she hardly dared to look directly at the items in her hands. She always felt that these pairs of Yukina's underwear were a bit strange. Exactly what was strange, she couldn't say. It seems the style is a bit too simple. And the fabric is also. Don't think about it anymore. Just wash them clean. Just wash them clean. The morning light filtered through the window, dyeing the living room with a layer of warm gold. Hinata finally finished cleaning the last area and washing the clothes. The entire apartment was bright and clean. Though still simple, this small space finally had a hint of homey warmth. After being busy all morning, her stomach also began to growl. Glancing at Yukina, who was still sound asleep on the sofa, she quietly walked into the kitchen. However, when she pulled open the kitchen storage cabinet, the smile on her face instantly froze. The sight that met her eyes. The storage cabinet was empty. Aside from a few packs of near-expired instant ramen, there were just a few hard, dark-colored blocks wrapped in oil paper. Hinata picked one up and leaned in to sniff it. A dry, parched scent. It was military rations. At this moment, she understood instantly. She understood why Yukina was so thin, why Yukina's physical condition was so poor, and why Yukina would be tired enough to fall asleep directly on the sofa. An indescribable wave of pity and heartache welled up in her heart. How can she only eat these things? She couldn't imagine how Yukina had endured day and night all alone, relying only on these things. No, absolutely not. Hinata made up her mind. Today she must let student Yukina eat a warm meal. She began rummaging through the small kitchen, hoping to find more ingredients. Fortunately, in a corner of the rice jar, she found a tiny bit of rice. Deep in the cupboard, she also unearthed a small pack of tea leaves, a jar of miso that was almost empty, and a forgotten, somewhat shriveled dried plum in the corner. Looking at these few pitiful ingredients, Hinata did not lose heart. She washed the rice clean and put it in the pot to start boiling. Then, she carefully took out a bit of miso and dissolved it with warm water. She placed that single dried plum on a small saucer and brewed a pot of hot tea. In the interval while waiting for the rice to cook, Hinata returned to the living room. She wanted to see if Yukina had woken up. On the sofa, Yukina was lying on his side, body slightly curled up, with one hand resting in front of him and the other pillowed under his face. Perhaps because he was sleeping so deeply, his mouth was slightly open, and a trace of glistening drool even hung from the corner of his mouth. A silly smile was on his face. Such an undefended sleeping face completely shed the deliberate fragility and aloofness of his usual demeanor. Like a small animal that had let down all its guard, pure and cute. Hinata's heart melted instantly. Looking at the drool at the corner of Yukina's mouth, she reached out her hand as if possessed. She didn't use a tissue, but gently pulled up her own sleeve to wipe away that bit of glistening moisture. The fabric at her fingertips lightly brushed across Yukina's fair cheek. Warm and soft. She also noticed that Yukina's posture seemed a bit uncomfortable, and the blanket had slipped halfway off. Crouching down again, she gently helped him pull the blanket up, covering his shoulders. Then, After thinking for a moment, she carefully supported Yukina's head. She tucked a sofa cushion under his neck so he could sleep more comfortably. Only after doing all this did she breathe a sigh of relief and prepare to get up. Just then, the sleeping Yukina smacked his lips. Hinata leaned in curiously, wanting to hear clearly what he was saying. Sasuke, that's my dango, don't steal it. As soon as the words left his mouth, an incomparably happy, silly smile appeared on his face. As if he had defended his precious treasure. Chapter 74, Hinata, stop trying so hard. Hinata carefully lifted the pot lid, and white steam billowed out, carrying the unique sweet scent of freshly cooked rice. Using a rice paddle, she scooped the perfectly cooked rice into a simple white porcelain bowl. The grains of rice were distinct and clear. Then, she placed the only shriveled pickled plum she found in the corner right in the center of the rice. The dark red pickled plum sat atop the snow-white rice. Tearing open a small packet of seaweed, she evenly sprinkled the dark green seaweed flakes around it. In the pot was hot tea she had made with tea leaves found in Yukina's cupboard. The amber tea poured from the spout, slowly filling the bowl along its inner wall. As the boiling tea touched the rice and seaweed, it made a faint sound. The fragrance of the rice, the freshness of the seaweed, and the clarity of the tea merged instantly under the rising steam, forming an indescribable composite aroma that wafted straight into the nose. In another small pot, the miso soup was also bubbling away. Using a small spoon to skim off the foam, she sprinkled neatly cut white tofu cubes and bright green chopped onions into the soup. The tenderness of the tofu, the pungency of the onions, and the richness of the fermented bean paste formed the most common yet comforting warm soup. She carefully carried the bowl of okazuke and the bowl of miso soup to the small dining table in the living room. These two simple dishes were arranged by her with a great sense of ceremony. The table was wiped spotless, and sunlight streamed through the clean window, landing perfectly on the food. The whole empty apartment finally felt lived in because of the aroma of the food. Time passed bit by bit. The sun outside the window rose higher and higher. On the wall clock, the hour hand had quietly slipped toward 10 o'clock. It was almost noon. Hinata sat upright on the chair by the dining table, her hands on her knees. From time to time, she glanced at Yukina on the sofa, then at the food on the table that was gradually losing its heat, feeling a bit anxious. Should I go wake up student Shui Nai? But he looks like he's sleeping so soundly. The busy morning, combined with the current silence, caused a wave of fatigue to slowly creep over Hinata's eyelids. Her head began to bob like a roly-poly toy. Just as she was about to drift off. Grumble, grumble. Yukina wasn't woken up by noise. He was woken up by his own hunger. He opened his eyes groggily, his vision a blur. He rubbed his eyes. Smells so good. Then, he saw Hinata sitting by the dining table, who had been startled awake by that loud noise. Hinata was looking at him with a face flushed bright red. Hinata. Yukina's brain stalled for half a second. Why are you at my house? After saying that, his gaze instantly locked onto the bowl of okazuke on the table, which was no longer steaming much. He remembered everything. How long did I sleep? Looking at the sun, did I sleep straight through to noon? Yukina sat up, and the thin blanket on him slid off. Is this prepared for me? Hinata's cheeks turned red, and she gave a small nod. I saw that you were too tired, student Shui Nai, so I took the liberty. Oh, how can I accept this? Yukina was being polite with his words, but his body was very honest. I've troubled you too much, Hinata. You even came over specifically to help me clean, and now you've made me a meal. While saying these polite words, he had already picked up the chopsticks and spoon. First, he took a sip of the miso soup. The warm liquid slid into his empty stomach. The salty aroma of the bean paste and the freshness of the green onions were just right. Yumai. He scooped up a large spoonful of rice soaked in tea, along with the pickled plum and seaweed on top, and stuffed it into his mouth. The softness of the rice, the crispness of the tea, the saltiness of the seaweed, and the perfectly balanced sweet and sour of the pickled plum. Several flavors intertwined perfectly in his mouth. Simple, yet so delicious it could make one cry. Yukina held the bowl in his left hand and chopsticks in his right, devouring the food like a whirlwind. The bowl of okazuke was empty in just a few bites. He then picked up the miso soup and finished it in one go. Finally, he set down the bowl. Oishi. Yabe. 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 Hinata watched from the side, dumbfounded. Yukina's eating speed was on par with Naruto's ramen eating speed. Yukina set down his utensils. That was delicious. Woo. Arigato. Thank you. It wasn't that big of a deal, student Shui Nai. Having eaten his fill, his consciousness fully returned. Only then did Yukina belatedly begin to look around. The floor was so clean it could reflect light. The windows were bright. The cushions on the sofa were neatly arranged. Is this my house? Hinata, did you do all of this? Yukina stood up in shock and walked around the living room. He instinctively walked toward his bedroom. He pushed the door open. The inside had undergone a similarly earth-shattering change. Wait, where were those dirty clothes he was too lazy to wash that he'd piled in the corner? Yukina's heart skipped a beat, and an ominous feeling welled up inside him. His gaze snapped toward the window. There, at some point, Hinata had strung up a temporary clothesline. Several items of clothing he was all too familiar with were hanging there wet, swaying gently in the breeze. A woman's ninja training uniform, a plain dress. And, at the end of his line of sight, there hung a pair of the simplest style of men's underwear. The suspicious yellow stains had vanished without a trace. In their place was the fresh scent of fabric under the sun. His brain stalled at this moment. She washed them. She touched them. Did she find something? Did she use the Byakugan? A young lady of the Hyuga main house, the future crown princess, personally washed this for me. If the crown prince finds out in the future, won't he chop me into mincemeat? It took a full 10 seconds for him to recover. On the surface, he forced a smile that looked worse than crying. Thank you, Hinata. The sleepiness after a full meal, combined with that world-shattering mental shock just now, left Yukina's brain severely deprived of oxygen. He let out a huge yawn, tears even squeezing out. He didn't want to do anything right now, he just wanted to dive back onto the sofa and use sleep to escape this cruel reality. Hinata, thank you so much for today. Make yourself at home. I'm going to sleep a bit more. He waved his hand. No, student Shui Nai. Hinata, however, grabbed his sleeve. She looked a bit embarrassed. Then, from her pocket, she pulled out a neatly folded list covered in writing. The Flying Tresses Hair Care Shop in the shopping district has an anniversary sale today, and it ends this afternoon. I've made a list, we must go and buy all of these. Yukina glanced at the dense list and felt a headache coming on. I can't take back what I said yesterday. Chapter 75, That's the Crown Princess. Calm down, going out, shopping, and with her. Uchiha Yukina felt as if 10,000 crows were cawing and flying through her head. This was practically putting her on a spit over a fire. Thus, Uchiha Yukina immediately switched back to that weak and fragile mode. Her voice became somewhat feeble. Hyuga Hinata. Actually, I suddenly feel like my hair and stuff isn't that important anymore. Can I take back what I said yesterday? I promise I will definitely keep your secret for you, I won't say a single word. As soon as she finished speaking, Hyuga Hinata's face turned pale instantly. She misunderstood. She thought Uchiha Yukina was telling her in a roundabout way, "You no longer have any use." She thought Uchiha Yukina was preparing to abandon the deal and make her biggest secret public. In an instant, immense panic and a sense of grievance welled up in her heart. Hyuga Hinata's large, pure white eyes quickly filled with moisture, becoming a misty blur. Her voice also took on a sobbing tone. Is it because I didn't do well enough? Whatever requirements you have, you can tell me anything. I will work hard to do it. Please don't. She didn't finish, but that look of being on the verge of tears already clearly wrote the words, "Please don't abandon me," on her face. Uchiha Yukina looked at the scene before her, tilted her head, and was stunned for a moment. What's going on? Wait, why does this plot look so much like the lead-up to the main scene in certain Japanese movies from my past life? She just said she'd do anything, so can I. He. Uchiha Yukina unconsciously let a bit of drool escape. But immediately after, Uchiha Yukina gave herself a harsh mental slap. No, what kind of nonsense am I thinking? This is the crown princess. Look at what happened to the people who messed with her, Hyuga Neji, Uzumaki Nagato, in the end. In her mind, Uchiha Yukina gave herself another slap. Calm down, calm down. The situation now is, if I back out, she cries. If I don't back out, she might still cry. It seems the same either way. Whatever, it's just shopping. I'll just go. After the internal struggle ended, Uchiha Yukina took a deep breath, and the most brilliant smile she could muster instantly blossomed on her face. She grabbed Hyuga Hinata's hand. Of course not. Hyuga Hinata, how could you think that? I'm just afraid of troubling you too much. You're so good to me, I feel bad about it. She promised solemnly. Being able to go out with Hyuga Hinata is my honor. Let's head out right now. Hyuga Hinata blinked, her tears not yet having time to fall, dazed by this sudden change. Let's go, let's go. The Flying Tresses anniversary is almost over if we don't hurry. Without allowing any argument, Uchiha Yukina pulled Hyuga Hinata toward the door. Her enthusiasm was so great it was as if she were the one who had been eagerly awaiting hair care products. Sigh, life is like a play, it all depends on acting. I've sacrificed too much just to survive. The streets of Konoha were as lively as ever. Uchiha Yukina and Hyuga Hinata walked side by side. It felt completely different from every time she walked with Uchiha Sasuke and the others. Back then, she always needed to keep her nerves tense, maintaining her persona. But beside Hyuga Hinata, she felt a strange sense of relaxation. This feeling of relaxation was very subtle. It was probably because she held leverage over the other person, and the other person was a soft target with no aggressiveness. This feeling of unilaterally holding the initiative allowed her tense nerves to find a moment of relief. An interesting idea suddenly popped into Uchiha Yukina's head. She decided to test it. To test just how sensitive this switch was. She turned her head and spoke in a tone filled with a bit of innocent curiosity. Hyuga Hinata, I think I just saw Naruto-kun heading toward the training grounds. Her voice wasn't loud, it was sweet, carrying an intimacy like sharing a little secret. Should we stop by and take a look on the way? Boom. Hyuga Hinata's brain instantly went blank. Her cheeks turned from pale to pink, and then the color quickly spread to the tips of her ears. No need. She waved her hands in a panic, her eyes darting everywhere, simply not daring to look at Uchiha Yukina. We have serious business. It's the hair. Hair is very important, she emphasized, stuttering. Seeing her like this, Uchiha Yukina became even more interested. Ha ha ha, this switch works the moment you press it. Once the thought arose, it was hard to suppress. Instead of stopping there, Uchiha Yukina deliberately leaned in closer to Hyuga Hinata. Almost pressing against Hyuga Hinata's ear, she gently blew a puff of warm air onto it. Hyuga Hinata didn't have time to react, but her body instinctively shuddered. Then she heard Uchiha Yukina whisper an even more fatal question in her ear. Speaking of which, Hyuga Hinata, do you think Naruto-kun likes girls with long hair or short hair? Hyuga Hinata was instantly petrified. Ah, that. Naruto-kun, hair. Steam. It seemed as if actual steam was rising from the top of her head. Oops, I played too much. Seeing this, Uchiha Yukina thought to herself that things were looking bad. She didn't want to be holding a fainted eldest daughter of the Hyuga main house on the street, that would definitely become the Konoha headline the next day. She immediately decided to change the subject. Her gaze swept rapidly across the shops on both sides of the street and fixed on a small shop hanging a Sanshoku Dango sign. Ah, Hyuga Hinata, look, I don't think I ate enough just now. Yes, I'm not full. I need to replenish my energy. While speaking, she had already grabbed Hyuga Hinata's wrist and rushed toward the dango shop without giving her a choice. Boss, 3 sticks of Sanshoku Dango. She skillfully paid the money and took the 3 sticks of dango that were still steaming. Then, she stuffed one of them into Hyuga Hinata's hand. Here, this is super delicious. You have to try it. Hyuga Hinata stared blankly at the dango in her hand, then at Uchiha Yukina. Uchiha Yukina had already impatiently bitten into one. The glutinous rice dumplings were soft and sweet, mixed with the savory fragrance of the sweet soy sauce, melting in her mouth. Her eyes squinted happily, and her cheeks were bulging because they were stuffed with food, like a hamster that had successfully stolen a snack. Delicious. After finishing 1 stick, her gaze was drawn to the general store next door. Let's go. Over there. She pulled Hyuga Hinata again and rushed into the general store. Then, under Hyuga Hinata's dumbfounded gaze, she began to sweep the shelves. These potato chips, sea salt flavor, delicious. Ah, senbei. This brand's soy sauce senbei is the best. And this soda, it's heaven when chilled. Before long, Uchiha Yukina's arms were full of various snacks. Hyuga Hinata was completely stunned. She looked at the Uchiha Yukina before her, holding a huge pile of snacks with a face full of happiness, and felt as if she had become a completely different person. Where is that quiet girl who speaks softly and looks like she'd be blown over by the wind at any moment? This image was more vivid, more real, and also stranger. But for some reason, the sense of pity and heaviness in Hyuga Hinata's heart quietly dissipated a lot. Replacing it was a new kind of curiosity. Student Shui Nai. Seeing Uchiha Yukina wanting to buy takoyaki, Hyuga Hinata finally couldn't help but remind her in a small voice. The Flying Tress's anniversary ends this afternoon. The two finally arrived at their destination under Hyuga Hinata's gentle but persistent urging. Konoha Village's largest hair care specialty store, Flying Tresses. A huge anniversary discount banner hung at the entrance, and the shop was bustling with people. As soon as they stepped inside, the air was filled with the mixed fragrance of various hair care products. Alright, student Shui Nai, let's begin. Hyuga Hinata picked up a shopping basket from the entrance. Leading Uchiha Yukina to a row of dazzling shelves, she began to instill professional knowledge. First is shampoo. Student Shui Nai, your hair texture is on the fine and soft side, and because of nutritional issues. The roots aren't strong enough, so we can't use anything with too much cleansing power, as that would damage the cuticles. She picked up an exquisitely packaged purple bottle. This silicone-free amino acid shampoo is very suitable, the ingredients are gentle. The foam is fine and can protect the scalp environment. Thud. Asterisk. The bottle was placed into the shopping basket. Then there's the hair conditioner. Hair conditioner is used to close the cuticles, and it must be used as a set with the shampoo. She picked up the matching hair conditioner next to it. Thud. Asterisk. Another bottle. You should do a hair mask at least twice a week for deep care. Your hair urgently needs nutrition right now, so I recommend this keratin repair hair mask. It can penetrate deep into the hair core and fill in damaged gaps. Thud. Asterisk. A large jar. And hair essential oil, use it when your hair is half dry after washing to prevent heat damage and increase shine. Thud. Asterisk. A scalp massage comb to promote blood circulation and make the roots healthier. Thud. Asterisk. Uchiha Yukina was in a state of detachment the whole time, her head spinning from listening. Her mind was full of terms like cuticles, keratin, and amino acids that she completely didn't understand. She could only stare blankly as Hyuga Hinata moved through the shelves, placing one item after another into the basket. That small shopping basket quickly piled up into a small mountain. Hyuga Hinata was still introducing things with great interest. Oh, and sunscreen spray. Hair also needs sun protection, especially when training outside. Uchiha Yukina's gaze inadvertently swept over the price tag of the keratin repair hair mask Hyuga Hinata had just put in the basket. 5,800 ryo. She suddenly snapped awake. Her eyes quickly scanned the other items in the basket. That purple bottle of shampoo, 3,200 ryo. The matching hair conditioner, 3,200 ryo. The hair oil, 4,500 ryo. Uchiha Yukina's brain began to work at high speed. 3,002 plus 3,002, plus 5,008, plus 4,005, a fatal problem she hadn't considered at all before slammed into her face. She, Uchiha Yukina, an orphan of the Clan Massacre, lived on the meager pension distributed by the Sandaime Hokage. She didn't seem to have that much money. Chapter 76, Shocking Neji for 10,000 years. In front of the checkout counter, the girl in the clerk uniform gave a professional smile. Hello, the total is 24,300 ryo. Yukina's expression froze for a moment. 24,000. I just spent over 1,000 on snacks, and the monthly pension the old man third Hokage gave me has less than 5,000 left. It's not even enough for the change. What should I do? Pretend to have a stomachache and run for it. Say I forgot my wallet. Then how did I pay for the snacks just now? The only way left seems to be. Yukina took a deep breath, preparing to use his most delicate tone to ask Hinata to dismantle that small mountain and put everything back. Embarrassing or not, it's better than standing here like a statue. However, at the moment he was building up his emotions and preparing to speak, Hinata beside him made a move first. She didn't speak, but silently took something out of her ninja tool pouch. A bulging, frog-shaped wallet. The same model as Naruto's. Yukina's eyelid twitched. He saw Hinata's face turn red as she gently slapped the frog wallet onto the checkout counter. I'll pay. Hinata's voice was very small and trembling. This is for that. She wanted to say, this is hush money for keeping my secret, but the words wouldn't come out. In Hinata's logic, this was more like an investment. The cashier girl smiled, accustomed to such things, and nimbly began to collect the payment. Yukina stood there, for a moment not knowing how to react. Am I being kept? No. This is called strategic investment. She's party A, I'm party B. I provide emotional value and confidentiality services, and she provides financial support. It's reasonable, very reasonable. He quickly found a definition for the current situation that fit his survivalist logic. The expression on his face changed from stiff to a perfectly timed hint of being touched and embarrassed. Hinata, how can this be? It's too expensive. It's okay. Hinata shook her head quickly, and after paying, she picked up a large shopping bag, her other hand reaching for the pile of snacks in Yukina's arms. Let me take it, student Shui Nai, you. No need, no need. Yukina immediately hugged his snack treasure trove tighter. Are you kidding? This is spiritual food, how can I let someone else carry it? He took the initiative to share another shopping bag filled with bottles and jars. So heavy, what are these liquids made of? Is the density really this high? The two of them, each carrying a large bag, walked out of Flying Hare. The afternoon sun shone on the streets of Konoha, and Yukina tore open a bag of sea salt flavored potato chips he had just bought. Delicious. While eating snacks, he absent-mindedly listened to Hinata's low-voiced explanation beside him. Student Shui Nai, the purple bottle is shampoo. When using it, you should first rub it into a lather in your hands, don't apply it directly to your scalp, and then there's the hair conditioner. Yukina ate the potato chips with a crunch crunch, occasionally saying, to show he was listening. A strange feeling. Clearly, I'm just doing this because I have to, so why does it feel pretty good now? Is it because these chips are too delicious? He stuffed another chip into his mouth. Seeing Yukina eating happily, Hinata's voice gradually grew louder and less timid. She felt that she seemed to be doing something very meaningful. Helping a lonely companion and letting her feel the beauty of life again. Hinata's heart was once more filled with emotions called responsibility and compassion. Looking at Yukina's profile, which remained exquisite and beautiful even while chewing food, an impulse welled up in her heart. Student Shui Nai. Hinata stopped and spoke somewhat nervously. If you don't mind, However, before she could finish speaking, a cold voice came from ahead without warning. Lady Hinata. Yukina and Hinata looked up at the same time. Not far ahead on the street, a boy in white stood quietly. He also had a pair of pure white eyes, but unlike Hinata's gentleness. Those eyes were full of unconcealed contempt and disgust. Uchiha Shin. The moment she saw who it was, Hinata's body immediately froze. The color drained from her face at a visible rate. The enthusiasm and confidence she had just radiated from gathering her courage were instantly extinguished, as if a bucket of ice water had been poured over her head. She subconsciously hid the shopping bag behind her back. Neji's gaze slowly swept over Hinata and then fell on the bags she was carrying. He smiled. It wasn't a pleasant smile, the corners of his mouth curled up mockingly, carrying a bone-chilling coldness. As the heir of the main house, you don't seek progress and instead indulge in these boring playthings and dressing up all day. Neji's voice wasn't loud, but it reached the ears of both clearly. If the future of the Hyuga is handed to a failure like you, it truly is the clan's greatest misfortune. The word, failure, stabbed deeply into Hinata's heart. Her body shuddered violently, and she immediately bowed her head, her eyes fixed intently on her toes. Her hands tightly gripped the plastic handles of the shopping bag. Due to the excessive force, the handles made a strained creaking sound. It wasn't that she didn't want to retort, but that she didn't dare. Growing up, This bone-deep sense of helplessness when facing Neji had long since become her instinct. Yukina stood to the side, frowning. Neji's gaze finally moved away from Hinata, rested on Yukina for less than half a second, and then directly ignored him. The weak should act like the weak. Neji approached step by step. Your destiny was already determined the moment you were born. No matter how you struggle or how you use these flashy things to disguise yourself, you cannot change the fact that you are a failure. Look at you now, hanging out with this person and buying this useless trash. You've completely disgraced the face of the main house. I truly feel it wasn't worth it for Hisashi. What he gave his life to protect was actually a failure like you who can't even protect yourself. He mentioned the tragedy of the branch house, mentioning Hinata's father's younger brother. Hinata's body shook even harder, she bit her lower lip hard, a hint of blood spreading in her mouth. But she still didn't dare look up or make any sound. Tears welled up in her eyes but stubbornly refused to fall. She knew that once she cried, she would only receive even more contemptuous mockery from Neji. You should feel lucky, Lady Hinata. Neji looked down at the trembling Hinata from a height. Because of your weakness, you can at least survive like this. And around the weak, only equally weak and insignificant existences are fit to gather. His gaze swept over Yukina again, almost imperceptibly. It was a look as if he were looking at trash. A look that categorized both him and Hinata as failures and useless objects. Under Neji's cold gaze and amidst Hinata's desperate trembling, before either of them could react, Yukina finally moved. He stepped forward directly, his small body firmly blocking the way in front of Hinata. He said the words that were enough to shock Neji and Hinata for 10,000 years. Are you sick in the head? What on earth are you barking about for no reason? Chapter 77, The Caged Bird Ignites Neji. Yukina shouted. He himself was momentarily stunned. Crap, my persona seems to be collapsing a bit. The aggressiveness of that sentence was too strong. It was completely unlike something a gentle and quiet girl would say. He quickly coughed twice, trying to salvage the situation, forcing a hint of appropriate awkwardness onto his face. I just thought the way you spoke was too unpleasant. However, no one was paying attention to his attempt at damage control anymore. On the street, the passers-by who had only been casting occasional glances now all stopped in their tracks. Did I hear that right? That girl was insulting Hyuga Neji. It seems so. Her guts are too big. Hyuga Neji. The genius the Hyuga clan hasn't seen in 100 years. Who is this girl? She looks unfamiliar, but she's quite pretty. These voices were neither too loud nor too quiet, just enough to drift into the ears of the people involved. Hinata's face had turned completely pale, devoid of any color. She looked at Yukina, then at Neji, twisting her hands together helplessly. She wanted to pull Yukina back, wanted him to stop talking. But she also felt that Yukina was doing this for her sake. An unprecedented confusion and panic exploded in her heart. As for Neji, the face that usually held disdain and aloofness showed a look of shock for the first time. It wasn't that he hadn't been provoked before, but those people were either opponents of equal strength or fools who overestimated themselves. To be pointed at the nose and called a barking dog by a girl who looked even more frail and delicate than Hinata, someone a gust of wind could blow over, was definitely a first in his life. His mind went blank for a brief moment. After the blankness, came a rage like a volcanic eruption. Neji's expression shifted from shock to ashen, and then from ashen to a gloomy black. Every word he spoke seemed to be squeezed out from between his teeth. You are courting death. He stared fixedly at Yukina. What are you, to presume to judge me? The weak should have the self-awareness of the weak. The veins on his clenched fist stood out one by one, he was clearly genuinely angry. In his view, this suddenly appearing girl, just like Hinata, was merely dust destined to be crushed. Looks like I really angered him. Forget it, since I've already insulted him, I might as well go all the way. Yukina raised his head, displaying an even more innocent and confused expression, as if genuinely not understanding why Neji was angry. Of course, I can't judge you. His voice maintained that sweet and soft tone. After all, I can't figure out, is the so-called destiny of a Hyuga genius to bully his own clan's sister in front of so many people? I thought your destiny would be to become the strongest street tough in the ninja world. PFF'd. From the crowd of onlookers, someone couldn't help but let out a laugh. Although they quickly stifled it, this incident undoubtedly added fuel to the fire. Street tough. The term, when associated with the arrogant Hyuga genius, created an extremely comical effect. Neji's face turned completely dark. Your mouth truly deserves to be torn out. He advanced step by step. I bully her. I am teaching her to recognize reality. A waste like her doesn't deserve to inherit the Hyuga name. She only brings shame to the clan. He pointed at Hinata. And you, by associating with her, are equally hopeless trash. Trash belongs in the trash can, not out here polluting others' sight. These words stabbed fiercely into Hinata's heart. But this time, Hinata did not lower her head as she usually did. Yukina's words earlier were like a tiny spark, igniting a long-suppressed corner within her heart. Yes, why is brother Neji always like this? Student Yukina is just speaking up for me. A warmth she had never felt before slowly surged up from the bottom of her heart. Trembling, she stepped forward half a pace. Although her voice was still pitifully quiet, she did speak up. Brother Neji, Student Yukina, is my friend. Please, don't speak about her like that. This faint resistance, however, became the last straw that broke the camel's back for Neji. Friend. Ha 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 ha. Friend. Miss Hinata, you are truly becoming quite something. It's because you associate with people like this that everyone looks down on you. That you are called the shame of the main house. It seems mere words are not enough. Neji abruptly stopped laughing, his killing intent fully exposed. Today, I will make both of you properly recognize the cruelty of reality. Hinata's body trembled uncontrollably. The small bit of courage she had mustered was instantly shattered by this wave of killing intent. Yukina stepped in front of Hinata again. This time, his voice carried a trace of genuine anger. If you're sick, go get treated. Konoha Hospital is to your right outside, don't go crazy here. Someone who only bullies women, how dare you talk about reality and cruelty here? Your magnanimity, I see, is locked down just like your vision by that green cross mark on your forehead. Yukina decided to drop the act. He directly spoke the taboo phrase. Caged bird. This phrase exploded in Neji's mind like a thunderclap. The caged bird curse mark. This was the greatest pain of his entire life. It was the shackle of fate he could never escape, no matter how hard he tried or how talented he was. What did you just say? Neji spoke word by word, the veins on his forehead bulging wildly, spreading outward. A powerful wave of chakra and oppressive aura surged toward Yukina. You succeeded. Neji's voice was hoarse and distorted. You succeeded in enraging me. He suddenly took a step forward, and the flagstones beneath his feet instantly developed spiderweb-like cracks. He assumed the classic starting stance of the Hyuga clan's gentle fist, one hand shaped like a crane's beak, aimed at Yukina, whom he considered unarmed. Now, I will let you personally experience. What is an insurmountable gap? The pedestrians on the street were so scared they retreated repeatedly. Everyone could see that Hyuga Neji was truly about to attack. And he was about to attack a girl who looked completely incapable of fighting back. Oh my god. Yukina maintained a calm expression on the surface, even keeping up the look of, even if you are strong, I will glare at you. No way. You resort to violence when you lose an argument. And you're going to hit a woman in the street. His physical fitness was trash, but his abilities were not. In the depths of his black pupils, the Mangekyo Sharingan copying technique began to spin. The perception ability instantly activated. Simultaneously, moisture in the air rapidly condensed between the fingers hidden in his sleeve. A thin, cicada wing-like ice crystal petal formed silently. Neji's movement was fast. Attacking in anger, his speed far exceeded the scope of an ordinary genin. The palm, imbued with the force of the gentle fist, carried a wind that tore the air, rushing straight toward Yukina's face. Stop. Just then, a shout full of explosive vitality descended like a bolt of lightning from the sky. This isn't youth. Accompanied by this signature cry, a green figure descended from the adjacent rooftop in an extremely exaggerated posture. He landed precisely between Yukina and Neji. Chapter 78. This, morning dew, metaphor is way too old-fashioned. Thud. A dull sound rang out. It wasn't the sound of a gentle fist hitting a body, but a foot clad in a green jumpsuit stomping firmly on the ground right in front of Neji's wrist. The stone pavement cracked at the impact, sending stone fragments flying. Behind the green figure, a youth also wearing a green jumpsuit, with a bowl cut and even bushier eyebrows, landed in an admiring pose. The newcomers were none other than Might Guy and Rock Lee. Neji's attack was forced to a halt. Neji. Guy's voice was full of vigor, sounding less like he was speaking and more like he was delivering a speech. To throw a punch at such a beautiful and delicate young girl who needs protection like the morning dew. Where has your youthful vigor gone? This is not a burning youth at all. Rock Lee nodded vigorously by his side, tears of emotion even welling up in his eyes. Guy-sensei is right. A true powerhouse should use their burning fists to protect those who need protecting. Not swing them at a delicate flower. Yukina looked at the master and disciple before her, whose dialogue style was far too unique, and her brain stalled for a moment. Good God, that morning dew metaphor is way too old-fashioned. Neji's face looked extremely grim. Being humiliated in front of his peers had already made him fume with rage, and now even his own Jonin instructor had come to interfere and scold him in front of so many people. He pulled back his hand, his voice suppressed with anger. Guy-sensei, this is a family matter of the Hyuga clan. Family matter. Guy's bushy eyebrows furrowed even tighter. He completely ignored Neji's excuse and turned toward Yukina. In the next second, he struck a classic pose. Giving a thumbs up. Beautiful young lady, please do not be afraid. With me, Konoha's proud blue beast of prey here, I will never let any stubborn stone who doesn't understand the meaning of youth harm you in the slightest. That smile was far too dazzling. Is this the legendary, nice guy pose? Its power truly lives up to its reputation, a double blow, both physical and mental. Yukina complained wildly in her heart, but on the surface, she immediately entered startled little rabbit mode. As if frightened by Guy's enthusiasm, she instinctively leaned toward Hinata, one hand grabbing Hinata's sleeve. Hinata, I'm a little scared. Hinata had been scared out of her wits by Neji's killing intent, but now Yukina's warm body pressed against her. That soft reliance actually allowed her chaotic heart to find a strange sense of peace. She reached back and gently took Yukina's hand. It's okay. Student Yukina. Guy-sensei is Neji Nisan's teacher. Seeing this, Guy became even more determined to uphold justice. He turned back and locked onto Neji with a serious gaze once more. Neji. Look at you. Look at what you've done to such a cute girl. How do I usually teach you? Youth is burning. Youth is hot-bloodedness. Youth is about shedding sweat. Not bullying those weaker than you here. Neji gritted his teeth, the veins on his temples throbbing. I am not bullying her, I am teaching her to recognize reality. Oh. Guy raised his signature bushy eyebrows. Then tell me, what reality are you trying to teach her to recognize? The weak should have the self-awareness of the weak. Destiny cannot be defied. Nonsense. Guy abruptly interrupted him. So-called destiny is nothing more than an excuse the weak use for their lack of effort. A true powerhouse is someone who can break destiny with their own fists. Your thoughts have become clouded with dust, and your youth is weeping. It seems you need a thorough baptism. Guy stood with hands on his hips and made a decision. Neji. I order you, right now. Immediately. Complete 50,000 push-ups right here. Wash away your mistaken thoughts with sweat. Until you understand what true youth is. 50,000. The surrounding onlookers gasped. Neji's face turned green. Guy-sensei. 60,000. Guy said without blinking. Neji swallowed all his protests. He knew his teacher's temperament. If he said any more, it might become 100,000. Under the sympathetic gazes of the passers-by, Neji silently lay flat on the ground. 1, 2, ... Every number sounded like it was squeezed out from between his teeth. While doing push-ups, he looked up and stared intently at Yukina nearby with his Byakugan. Wow, that look is so fierce. Yukina clearly received this death stare. He not only wasn't afraid but actually found it a bit amusing. Bullying an honest person, who doesn't know how to do that? He glanced at Guy, who was intently supervising Neji, and then at Rock Lee, who was looking at Guy with admiration, confirming that no one was paying attention to his side. Then, toward Neji's direction. He tilted his head slightly, and on that pure and innocent little face, a pink tongue quickly poked out, making a playful yet slightly provocative face. The whole process took less than a second. You. Neji's movements suddenly stiffened. He saw it. He saw it clearly. That seemingly weak and harmless girl was actually sticking her tongue out at him. That wasn't fear at all. It was blatant provocation. A surge of anger rushed to his head. He pushed off the ground, about to stand up. A large hand pressed heavily onto his back, pinning him back down. Neji, focus on your push-ups. Distraction is the great enemy of youth. It seems 60,000 is still too few. Adding 20,000 handstand walks. PFF'd. Neji couldn't catch his breath and almost fainted on the spot. Pinned to the ground by Guy, he could only glare resentfully at the culprit out of the corner of his eye. While Yukina had already returned to her cute and well-behaved appearance, even blinking her innocent big eyes at him. Neji trembled with rage. He swore he had never felt so aggrieved in his life. Guy-sensei, I don't think Neji has fully understood the true essence of youth yet. Rock Lee added opportunely from the side. Physical punishment alone is not enough, he also needs spiritual guidance. I request to undergo special training with Neji. Oh, as expected of Lee. Guy was deeply moved and tucked Neji under his arm with one hand. Well said. The stubborn stone of the mind must be shattered with the iron fist of youth. Neji, let's go. Today's special training menu is 100 laps around Konoha village while doing handstands. I want to go too, Guy-sensei. Lee. Rock followed excitedly. No. Neji voiced his protest, but it was quickly drowned out by Guy's booming laughter. Ha ha ha. Burn. Our youth. Just like that, a large green figure, clutching a small white figure, followed by another small green figure, vanished down the street in a whirlwind. Silence returned to the street. The onlookers dispersed, whispering among themselves, leaving only Yukina, Hinata, and the shopping bags scattered all over the ground. Yukina breathed a sigh of relief. They're finally gone. That bushy-browed teacher, although his logic is bizarre, is actually quite reliable at critical moments. However, I've definitely made an enemy of Neji. A genius of the Hyuga family, Byakugan, and a vengeful personality. Troublesome. He began to calculate his follow-up plan. Should I find a chance to mention this to Sasuke? No, that won't do. Sasuke is too sensitive right now. It's not impossible that he might do something stupid if he gets worked up. Just as Yukina's thoughts were racing, he felt his hem being gently tugged by a tiny force. Turning around, Hinata had her head lowered, her black shoulder-length hair obscuring her expression. But Yukina could see that her knuckles were white from gripping his hem so tightly. She wasn't trembling as usual, instead, she stood straight. After a long while, Hinata slowly raised her head. Her cheeks were still flushed, but it wasn't from shyness, it was a color mixed with excitement and a certain determination. Neji Nissan's harsh and hurtful words. The sympathetic or mocking gazes of the people around them. Her own deep-seated fear and helplessness. Those words just now were like bolts of lightning. This was the first time. The first time someone was polite to her, not because she was the eldest daughter of the Hyuga family. Nor was it because they comforted her out of pity for her weakness. But rather, someone who fought for her so naturally, even a bit crudely. A searing warmth surged from her heart to her limbs. Hinata took a deep breath. Student. Yukina. Her voice wasn't loud, but it no longer held any hint of stuttering or trembling. Thank you. We're friends, right? She used all her strength to say those words. It wasn't so much a question as it was a confirmation. Confirming that newly budded yet incredibly fervent emotion in her heart. Yukina looked at the girl before him and was slightly taken aback. He was about to answer. Ding. Strong emotional fluctuations detected from target character Hyuga Hinata. Emotional link established. Bond system activated. Current bond target, Hyuga Hinata. Bond value, 47%. Bond reward. When the bond value reaches 100%, the talent Byakugan 1i can be copied. Byakugan. Bond value 47%. Holy crap, there's even a harvest like this. But what the hell does 1i mean? Aren't eyes supposed to come in pairs? He tentatively asked the system what it meant. But there was no response. A hand was still gently pulling his hem, trembling slightly. This sensation pulled him back from his ecstasy and contemplation to reality. Yukina's heart softened inexplicably. He put away all his thoughts and a gentle smile appeared on his face. Of course. We are definitely friends, Hinata. For the first time, he called her directly by her name. Hinata's eyes widened suddenly. Those two words were like a key, unlocking the final shackle in her heart. A smile, unlike any before, blossomed on her face. She nodded vigorously, a tear of joy finally sliding down from the corner of her eye. Yukina bent down and began to pick up the snacks and various care products scattered on the ground from the previous chaos. All right, don't just stand there, come and help. Ah, yes. Hinata also hurriedly squatted down, a silly smile still on her face. Just then, a loud voice full of explosive vitality approached from the distance. Hey, Yukina, I see you. Yukina's movements to pick things up paused. That voice. At the other end of the street, a golden figure came sprinting toward them, waving his hand excitedly as he ran. It was Naruto. Looking at that figure, Hinata, beside Yukina, instantly stiffened. The brilliant smile that had been on her face just a second ago vanished without a trace. Almost without thinking, she hid behind Yukina, only daring to peek out with half her head. Chapter 79, A Fleeting Chill. Naruto rushed over in a flurry. Yukina, I've been looking for you for ages. He grinned, showing a wide smile. Yukina sighed inwardly. But on the surface, she showed a perfectly timed look of surprise, her voice sweet and soft. Naruto-kun, what are you doing here? Naruto's gaze fell on Hinata behind Yukina, his enthusiasm undiminished. Hinata is here too. Hinata's body shrank further behind Yukina, the temperature of her cheeks frighteningly high as she let out a tiny, like the buzz of a mosquito. Naruto scratched his head, looking at Yukina and then at Hinata, who only showed half of her head, and asked curiously. Are you two shopping together? I didn't know you were so close. Are you good friends? He couldn't think of a better word, so he could only use, good friends, to describe them. Of course. Yukina smiled, her tone certain. At the same time, she stepped aside so that Hinata wouldn't be completely blocked by her. Hinata is my good friend. Hearing these words, Hinata's heart skipped a beat, and a warm current surged through her whole body. She looked up and saw Yukina and Naruto talking so naturally. Naruto had a radiant face, and Yukina's smile was gentle and serene. The two of them standing together formed a picture so harmonious it felt a bit blinding to her. An indescribable emotion quietly spread in the depths of her heart. What's this? Naruto finally noticed the shopping bags and snacks scattered on the ground. Why is everything on the floor? He immediately crouched down and nimbly helped pack things up. Yukina, did something happen to you guys? Yukina glanced at Hinata, whose emotions had just stabilized, and immediately made a judgment. She absolutely could not tell Naruto what just happened. With Naruto's hot-blooded, simple-minded personality, if he knew Neji had made Hinata cry and even wanted to attack her, he would probably go find Neji for a real-life fight on the spot. At that time, Hinata, caught between Naruto and Neji, would probably be even more pained and conflicted. No, it's nothing. Yukina bent down and began to pick things up. I wasn't paying attention while walking and was accidentally bumped by someone running very fast, so I lost my grip on the things in my hands. Bumped. Naruto's movements stopped, and his voice suddenly rose as he looked up. Where is that person? Didn't they apologize? They just ran away after knocking you down. Yeah, he seemed to be in a hurry and was running very fast. Yukina continued to fabricate the story without changing her expression. Damn it. Naruto slammed a fist onto the ground. Which bastard was it? So rude. Yukina, are you hurt? I'm fine. Yukina soothed him softly. It really was just a small accident. That's not okay. Naruto completely refused to accept this explanation, looking like he wanted to uphold justice. What did that person look like? What were they wearing? I have to find them and make them apologize to you properly. This guy, actually isn't that easy to fool. Yukina quickly constructed an image in her mind. Let me think. He was very tall, wearing a pitch-black bodysuit, and a mask with a red spiral pattern on his face. His hair was orange and very short. Black bodysuit, orange hair, and a mask. Naruto tried hard to search his memory for this image. What a strange outfit. Are there ninjas like that in Konoha? I'm not sure. He flashed by so quickly I didn't see clearly. Yukina shook her head, a perfectly timed trace of lingering fear on her face. Damn it. Don't let me run into him. If I catch that masked bastard, I'll definitely make him apologize to your face. Looking at his huffy appearance, Yukina couldn't help but laugh. That smile was light and soft, landing on Naruto's heart like a feather. Thank you, Naruto-kun, but it's really okay now. This gentleness made Naruto's determination to protect her even stronger. Don't worry, Yukina, I'm a man of my word. If I meet him, I'll definitely give him what's coming. After saying that, he gathered all the packed shopping bags from the ground into his own hands without allowing any argument. Come on, I'll walk you guys home. How can we let girls carry such heavy things? Ah, thank you. Yukina did not decline. Hinata also whispered her thanks, keeping her head down the whole time and following half a step behind Yukina. The three of them walked toward Yukina's house. Naruto was like an open chatterbox, babbling non-stop along the way. Yukina, let me tell you, I invented a new ninjutsu recently. It's super powerful. And, Uruka-sensei was angered by my prank again today, ha ha ha. By the way, that arrogant guy Sasuke was surrounded by a bunch of girls again today, I really can't stand him. Yukina maintained a polite smile, occasionally saying, or saying things like, is that so? Or, that's amazing. A few flattering words had Naruto's mouth practically curling up to his ears. Hinata wanted to join their conversation several times. Her lips moved, but she never knew what to say. Walking beside Yukina, the two of them were talking and laughing. She silently stuck behind Yukina, her head down, nearly bumping into Yukina several times. Just then, Yukina's footsteps suddenly paused. An extremely subtle chill struck from behind without any warning. The myriad mirror pupils experienced an indescribable throb at that moment. It was as if a small pebble had been thrown into a calm lake. Yukina turned her head abruptly. Behind her was a bustling street with people coming and going. There were villagers laughing and talking, and ninjas in a hurry. Everything was normal. There was nothing. What's wrong, Yukina? Naruto noticed her abnormality and also turned to look. Nothing. Yukina withdrew her gaze and shook her head gently. Maybe I just felt something wrong. The three continued forward, their figures gradually disappearing around the corner of the street. Not long after they left, in the shadow of a roof, a figure slowly walked out. He wore a pair of round-framed glasses and a purple top. He pushed the glasses on the bridge of his nose, the lenses reflecting a cold light. His gaze followed the direction where Yukina had disappeared. It was Yakushi Kabuto. Look, a ninja tool shop. Naruto excitedly pointed toward a shop ahead hanging a sign with a kunai and shuriken. Yukina, let's go take a look. What are we going to a ninja tool shop for? Yukina was somewhat puzzled. To buy you new kunai. I remember clearly, back on the Great Naruto Bridge in the Land of Waves, those kunai you used were all rusty. That won't do. How can a ninja use rusty weapons? These words of Naruto's stirred something in Yukina's heart and also caused Hinata's expression beside her to change slightly. The Great Naruto Bridge in the Land of Waves. That was a mission for Team 7. It was an experience she hadn't participated in, belonging to Yukina, Naruto, and Sasuke. Hinata subconsciously gripped the corner of her clothes, a feeling of being excluded arising spontaneously. Yukina immediately noticed the subtle change in Hinata's mood. Oh no. Although the gender of the participants is a bit problematic, this atmosphere is definitely right. No, there's no need, Naruto-kun, my ninja tools are enough. She immediately spoke up to decline. No way, we have to buy them. Naruto's stubbornness surfaced, and he grabbed Yukina's wrist without a word, dragging her toward the shop. A weapon is a ninja's second life. You absolutely can't be careless. Let's go. Yukina was pulled into a stumble. Hinata hesitated for a moment but still followed silently. The ninja tool shop was hung with all kinds of weapons, a dazzling array. Boss, bring out your best kunai. Naruto shouted loudly. The shopkeeper was a thin middle-aged man. Seeing it was Naruto, he didn't pay much attention and pointed at the wall. They're all there, look for yourself. Naruto didn't care and excitedly pulled Yukina to a wall covered with kunai. Yukina, look. How about this one? This one looks very sharp. And this one. This design is so cool. Yukina was forced to look around by him, feeling dazzled. These kunai, is there any difference? Aren't they all just pieces of iron? Yukina complained internally while her peripheral vision stayed locked on Hinata. I can't let the bond value of 47% drop here. Yukina's brain spun rapidly. Naruto, that simple-minded creature, was still excitedly comparing which kunai's tip was sharper, completely unaware of the subtle change in the atmosphere. Should I just pull Hinata over and order her to talk to Naruto? That would only make her petrify on the spot and then faint from shame and indignation. I must use Yukina's way. Naruto-kun. Yukina suddenly spoke. She gently tugged on Naruto's sleeve. These, all look so scary. I don't really understand these things. She perfectly displayed the normal reaction of an ordinary girl facing weapons. Fear and unfamiliarity. Then, she turned and naturally walked to Hinata's side, gently taking her hand. Hinata's body trembled violently, her palm was cold and covered in a fine sweat. Yukina pretended not to notice, just holding her with her own warm palm and giving her a reassuring look. Hinata, you must know about these, right? The Hyuga clan is such a powerful ninja family, you must know much more about ninja tools than I do. Could you help us take a look? This move, it both fit Yukina's persona of being weak and ignorant, and quietly shifted the center of the topic and everyone's attention to Hinata. Oh, that's right. Naruto slapped his forehead. He immediately dropped the flamboyantly styled kunai in his hand and rushed in front of Hinata in 3 steps, his blue eyes sparkling with expectation. Hinata, tell us quickly, which one is the best? Which one is the most accurate when thrown? You must be an expert. Hinata was scared out of her wits by this sudden focus, her entire face instantly turning red as if it were about to bleed. Naruto was so close that she could even smell the unique scent of sunlight and sweat on him. Her mind went blank. Yukina's finger gently squeezed her palm. The message was transmitted through the skin. It's okay. Yukina's voice was like a whisper. Just say something. Hinata took a deep breath. The heart in her chest that was about to jump out was finally barely suppressed by her. That one. That one. Naruto leaned in to look. That one looks so ordinary, it's not even as cool as the one in my hand. It's different. Hinata plucked up her courage and said another sentence. Perhaps it was Yukina's support by her side, or perhaps it was Naruto's purely curious gaze. It allowed a crack to finally open in her fear-occupied brain. She remembered the clan's lessons on the basics of ninja tools. Using this as a topic, the two finally began to communicate. To leave the two of them an opportunity to be alone, Yukina took advantage of their lack of attention. She slipped away and stealthily went up to the 2nd floor. The goods on the 2nd floor were more professional. Besides regular ninja tools, there were various scrolls, special exploding tags, and even puppets. What is this thing for? A boomerang. Can it fly back if thrown? Just as she was completely baffled, a clear and slightly annoyed voice suddenly sounded from beside her. That's a flying sickle, it's not held like that. You're holding it backward. Yukina was startled and turned her head. She saw a girl wearing a pink kippah with 2 cute bun-like hairstyles. She was standing with her arms crossed, looking at her with a, "I really can't stand you," expression. It was Tenten. Tenten was in a very bad mood today. She had originally agreed to meet Neji and Lee to confirm a new mission with Gai Sensei, but none of the 3 could be found, as if they had vanished from the face of the earth. In her frustration, she ran to her favorite ninja tool shop to clear her head. As a result, she saw this girl holding an exquisite flying sickle in a posture that was a waste of a good item. As a ninja tool enthusiast, the professional soul within her instantly ignited. She recognized Yukina. After all, in the previous Ninja Academy, such stunning beauty was hard not to leave an impression. Chapter 80, No Way. The whole Shira field crew is here. The way you're holding it is wrong. Tenten's voice carried a hint of the seriousness unique to ninja tool enthusiasts. The center of gravity for a flying sickle is here. You have to grip it with your fingers like this to use the rotation for maximum cutting force when throwing. As she spoke, Tenten reached out and took the oddly shaped weapon from Yukina's hand, expertly demonstrating its use. Her fingers danced nimbly over the weapon. Besides, the craftsmanship on this one is mediocre. Look at the forging marks here, the tempering temperature clearly wasn't controlled well, so its toughness will be much worse. Tenten analyzed it logically, completely immersed in her own world. Yukina listened intently on the surface, but her mind was a complete muddle. Miss, I seem to recognize all the words you're saying, but when they're put together, why can't I understand a single phrase? This feeling is all too familiar. It's just like when Hinata was explaining to me what ingredients should be in hair conditioner for different hair types. Have I stumbled into a nest of professionals lately? So, if you're going to choose, I suggest you look at the Kusarigama over there, or maybe some specialized Senbon. Your build isn't suited for heavy ninja tools. Tenten continued talking to herself, already beginning to plan out Yukina's arsenal. Ah, thank you. Yukina could only offer a polite and innocent smile. Just then, a flurry of footsteps came from the stairwell. Yukina, where did you run off to? Naruto rushed up, panting heavily. Hinata followed close behind, also looking at Yukina with a worried expression, her chest heaving slightly. Was just looking around. Phew, you scared me to death. Naruto patted his chest, then as if remembering some treasure, he brought something out from behind his back like an offering. Look, Yukina, a gift I picked out for you. Naruto held up a kunai. It was a completely pink kunai with a small plastic flower embedded in the handle. In the dim light of the ninja tool shop, that flower reflected a cheap and piercing light. Yukina's expression froze for a moment. How is it? Isn't it cute? I think this color suits you perfectly. This. As Yukina was searching for the right words, a crisp voice rang out from the side, filled with unconcealed disdain. PFF'd, what is that thing? Tenten looked at the pink kunai in Naruto's hand with disbelief. You call that a kunai? That's just a toy. The smile on Naruto's face vanished instantly. He turned his head to glare at the bunhead who had suddenly appeared. What did you say? How is this not a kunai? Look at its edge. It doesn't even have a basic sharpening, it's just a piece of sheet metal with a slight bevel. And this handle, embedding a flower. Are you worried the wind resistance won't be high enough when you throw it? It's a question whether this thing could even stick into a tree. You're talking nonsense. Naruto's cheeks flushed red from her words, but he couldn't find the technical terms to argue back. What's wrong with pink? Girls like pink. I think it looks great. Yukina will definitely like it. As he spoke, he looked at Yukina as if seeking help. Yukina felt like she was being roasted over a fire. Tenten completely ignored Naruto's protests. She walked to the wall, took down a row of exquisitely shaped short blades, and showed them to Yukina. Don't listen to him. For someone like you who doesn't have a strength advantage, you should use these. They're lightweight, easy to hide, and made of a special alloy. They're coated in poison that takes effect as soon as it breaks the skin, perfect for assassination and self-defense. Hey, what's wrong with you, woman? Naruto grew even angrier. What kind of recommendation is that? All that killing and fighting. Yukina is so gentle, how could she use something poisoned like that? If ninjas don't kill and fight, are they supposed to play house? Tenten rolled her eyes. Do you think you can protect her by giving her a toy flower? Naruto was choked up, unable to find words. He knew the kunai he gave might not be practical, but he just thought it looked good and that Yukina would like it. Having Tenten put it that way made him feel like his heartfelt intentions were being trampled on. Mine isn't good. Is what you're suggesting supposed to be the best then? Naruto grew desperate and started being unreasonable. Of course. Tenten crossed her arms and tilted her chin up, full of confidence in her professional judgment. This is absolutely the most suitable choice for her right now. No, it's not. Naruto shouted, his neck stiffening. Yukina has her own most suitable ninja tool. It's 100 times better than yours. As soon as those words came out, the air went silent. Tenten's eyebrows shot up, showing an expression of interest. Oh, really? What kind of ninja tool? Let's see it. Naruto panicked completely. He had just said it on a whim. How would he know what ninja tools Yukina had? Sweat began to bead on his forehead, his eyes darted around, and finally, he looked helplessly at Yukina. Hinata also looked at Yukina nervously, not knowing what to do. Yukina let out a long sigh in her heart. What a sin. Looking at Naruto's embarrassed face as if he were about to cry, and then at Tenten's, I must see it today, expression. For the sake of Naruto's pitiful pride. Yukina took a soft breath. What Naruto-kun said, is true. Tenten immediately looked at her. Naruto was instantly revitalized, so moved that he was almost in tears. I do indeed have a ninja tool I've used for a long time that fits me well. Yukina lowered her head, her voice very soft. It's very special. I don't usually show it to others. These words successfully piqued Tenten's curiosity and competitive spirit. Used for a long time. Fits you well. Tenten pressed for more. What's it like? The material. The structure. Was it forged by some famous master? A barrage of technical questions came crashing down. I can't really say. It's not on me, I left it at home. Left it at home. Naruto was stunned for a moment, then realized what was happening and nodded frantically. Right. It's at home. He looked at Yukina with eyes full of gratitude and admiration. No problem. Tenten waved her hand, appearing exceptionally bold. Since it's at home, let's go to your place and see it right now. I'm quite curious myself. Exactly what kind of ninja tool you treasure so much. Ah, Yukina was stunned. Let's go. Tenten's posture was full of enthusiasm. This isn't very convenient. Yukina tried to resist. What's inconvenient about it? Tenten didn't give her a chance to refuse. She turned around, grabbed the set of specialized short blades she had recommended to Yukina earlier, and walked straight to the counter. Boss, check out. Under the bewildered gazes of Yukina, Naruto, and Hinata, Tenten paid the money straightforwardly. Then, she took the packaged ninja toolbox and shoved it into Yukina's arms without a word. Consider this a gift for intruding on your home. Yukina hugged the cold box, her entire body freezing up. Tenten clapped her hands, smiling like a fox whose scheme had succeeded. Besides, the rule of this shop is that once something is paid for, there are no returns or exchanges. Yukina looked at the gift in her arms, then at the expectant Tenten and Naruto, and the bewildered Hinata beside them. Her head felt several sizes larger instantly. Well, all right then. Having accepted her gift, Yukina felt she couldn't refuse and could only agree with a heavy heart. The four of them walked out of the ninja tool shop together. Yukina held the gift box from Tenten in one hand and the gift box from Naruto in the other. The atmosphere was somewhat eerie for a moment. Yukina, don't listen to her. I think the one I gave you looks the best. Naruto followed beside Yukina, whispering to please her, seemingly still a bit embarrassed about the earlier argument. HMPH, flashy but useless. Tenten walked on the other side. What did you say? Naruto was about to blow his top again. I'm just stating facts. The two of them went back and forth, starting another bicker over the practicality and aesthetics of ninja tools. Hinata followed like a little tail, staying exactly half a step behind Yukina, afraid of losing her. Yukina was caught in the middle, politely responding to the arguments on both sides. At the same time, her mind was racing. What do I do? What am I going to bring out when we get home? That pile of rusty kunai. I'm afraid Tenten will give me an immediate re-education on weapon knowledge if I show those. Or, should I pick up some scraps and piece something together with tape and string? While Yukina was racking her brain, they arrived at the apartment building where she lived. Yukina habitually looked up at her second-floor window. Someone seemed to be standing under the stairs at the apartment entrance. A dark figure looked somewhat lonely in the afterglow of the setting sun. Yukina squinted her eyes. As the four of them approached, the figure became clearer. Black short hair, dressed in simple dark clothes and pants. It was Sasuke. He was holding a large woven straw bag, which was bulging with unknown contents. He seemed to have been waiting here for a long time. When he heard footsteps and turned his head to look, a faint, imperceptible light flashed in his dark eyes. But after seeing that Yukina was followed by a whole crowd, his face instantly darkened. Especially when he saw Naruto's fawning expression. His face darkened at a visible rate. A premonition of doom suddenly rose in Yukina's heart. I'm doomed. What kind of day is it today? Why are they all here? Even though her mind was already calculating the possibility of Konoha's total destruction. Yukina still squeezed out a sweet, well-behaved, and flawless smile for Sasuke. Chapter 81, Yukina is the filling in a sandwich. Sasuke stood there, his gaze passing over the blustering Naruto. He looked past the curious girl with the bun-style hair and Hinata, who was hiding behind Yukina, before finally fixing his eyes firmly on Yukina herself. Yukina, what are you doing bringing so many people here? His tone wasn't one of inquiry, it was more like an interrogation. A sense of exclusion was undisguised. Alarm bells rang in Yukina's mind, but her face remained fixed with that innocent and sweet smile. Before Yukina could come up with a foolproof explanation, Naruto, who was beside her, had already exploded. Is it any of your business, stinky Sasuke? Naruto took a step forward, shielding Yukina from Sasuke. We are Yukina's friends. What does it matter to you if friends come over to her house to play? Sasuke's eyebrows didn't even twitch, he didn't even bother to look at Naruto. I was asking Yukina. Hey, what's with that attitude of yours? Who do you think you are? It's Yukina's freedom to be friends with whoever she wants. Idiots always have particularly loud voices. Sasuke finally spared Naruto a sidelong glance. What did you say? You're the one with the problem, always wearing that stinky face. I can't even eat when I see your face. That's just as well, it saves food. Yukina's scalp felt numb. Sasuke-kun, Naruto-kun, please don't fight. Yukina quickly squeezed between the two of them. Sasuke-kun, they are all my friends, they just came over for a bit, so please don't be angry. Then, she tugged at Naruto's sleeve. Naruto-kun as well, Sasuke-kun doesn't mean any harm, he's just not very good at expressing himself. Seeing Yukina's troubled look, Naruto's momentum weakened by half. He only let out a disgruntled snort and turned his head away. Sasuke's expression remained dark, but in the end, he swallowed the words that were on the tip of his tongue. All right. Seizing the opportunity, Yukina gently grabbed Sasuke's sleeve with one hand and pushed Naruto's back with the other, coaxing and deceiving everyone into heading upstairs. It's so hot outside, let's talk inside. Everyone, come on up. Tenten and Hinata looked at each other and had no choice but to follow. Pulled by Yukina, Sasuke moved his feet obediently despite his reluctance. Being pushed by Yukina, Naruto felt the warmth from her palm, his cheeks flushed slightly, and his previous anger was long forgotten. The group headed upstairs in a grand procession. Yukina opened the door as fast as she could. Whoa! As soon as the door opened, Naruto let out an exaggerated cry of amazement. His eyes widened as he looked around. It's so clean. Yukina's room is so beautiful. There's not a speck of dust. Taking off his shoes, he stepped onto the floor with bare feet. As expected of Yukina, even the place she lives smells so good. Hearing this unreserved praise, Hinata, who was standing at the very back of the group, turned completely red. Her two index fingers fidgeted together anxiously. Because she was the one who had cleaned this room. Being praised like that by Naruto, she felt her heart skip a beat. Yukina, on the other hand, felt a wave of embarrassment. What could he say? Say, thank you for the compliment, it's all thanks to Hinata. Wouldn't that be selling Hinata out? He could only lower his head vaguely and respond in a small voice. It's not that exaggerated. Sasuke completely ignored the noisy Naruto and handed over the large straw-woven bag in his hand. Things for you. Yukina took the bag, it was quite heavy. She opened it and took a look. Inside were several neatly folded plain dresses for changing into. There were also some daily necessities like toothbrushes and towels, and even a small sealed bag of soldier pills. They were all very practical things. This guy. A warm current flowed through Yukina's heart, but it was immediately covered by an even greater sense of crisis. She gave Sasuke a sweet smile that was enough to melt an iceberg. Thank you, Sasuke-kun. In a soft tone, you always go to so much trouble for me. Looking at her smile, the gloom on Sasuke's face finally dissipated a little. He only gave a stubborn, HMPH, and walked to the furthest corner of the living room to sit down, adopting a posture that said, do not disturb. The awkward moment had finally arrived. Sasuke sat on the single sofa furthest from the door. Naruto, as if out of spite, sat at the furthest diagonal position from Sasuke, his butt only half occupying the cushion, his eyes glaring intently at the back of Sasuke's head. Hinata chose the corner closest to Yukina and the most inconspicuous. She nervously pressed her legs together and placed her hands on her knees, trying to minimize her presence. The only one with a different vibe was Tenten. She was enthusiastically examining the room's decor. One moment she was tapping the table to listen to the sound of the wood, and the next she was leaning in close to a simple scroll painting on the wall, seemingly studying the material of the paper. The air in the living room froze. Yukina felt her temples throbbing. Ah, well, everyone please sit down first, I'll go get some water and snacks for everyone. As she spoke, Yukina quickly turned and slipped into the kitchen. Closing the kitchen door, Yukina leaned against it and let out a long breath. What should I do? What should I do? There were 2 time bombs counting down simultaneously in his head. Sasuke and Naruto were like 2 magnets of the same pole. Putting them together would only result in mutual repulsion, and they were bound to explode sooner or later. And where am I going to find a ninja tool for Tenten? Yukina scratched her hair irritably. Should I pretend to faint now? No. Hinata might give me mouth-to-mouth resuscitation. Wait, that doesn't seem so bad. Should I say the ninja tool was stolen? That won't work either. With Naruto's personality, he'd form a search party on the spot and flip all of Konoha upside down. Do I really have to make one on the spot? Using chopsticks and rubber bands. Just as Yukina's thoughts drifted to how to use the materials available in the kitchen to make a simple slingshot. The silence in the living room was finally broken. The one who broke the silence was Hinata. She looked at the almost physical sparks between Sasuke and Naruto, then at Tenten, who was innocently studying the bottom of a teacup. She summoned all the courage she had in her life, wanting to say something to ease the atmosphere. That. Her voice was as small as a mosquito's buzz. No one heard her. Hinata's face turned even redder, and she buried her head deep again, feeling that she was truly useless. The living room fell into a new round of dead silence. Finally, it was Naruto who spoke first. Yukina. Naruto shouted loudly toward the kitchen. Do you have shogi or something like that to play at your house? Chapter 82. Help. Where am I supposed to find a special ninja tool? Shogi. In the kitchen, Yukina had her back to the living room. You really are my savior, Naruto. It should be in the bottom drawer of the TV stand. Naruto-kun, why don't you look for it yourself? Her voice still had that soft and sweet tone. Got it. Having received permission, Naruto rushed to the TV stand in a few quick steps. He pulled open the drawer and, sure enough, found a set of wooden shogi pieces in exquisite packaging. Holding the board, Naruto looked around excitedly. Who wants to play a game with me? This great lord is very skilled. His gaze first landed on Sasuke. Boring. A blue vein throbbed on Naruto's temple, but since he was in a good mood today, he decided not to argue with this arrogant guy for now. He then looked toward Tenten. Hey, bunhead, you in? Tenten was currently studying a scroll hanging on the wall with great interest. Hearing Naruto's words, she turned around and looked at him with an expression one might give a 3-year-old. Shogi. Forget it. Instead of a slow game like that, I'd rather maintain my ninja tools. What? You guys are no fun. Naruto felt a bit discouraged. Just as Naruto was about to stuff the shogi set back into the drawer. Naruto-kun. Naruto paused. Hinata's head was lowered, her cheeks so red they looked ready to drip blood. If you don't mind. I'll play with you. Her voice was very small. Naruto was stunned. Really? Hinata, you're willing to play with me? Hinata gave a small nod. That's great. Come, Hinata, sit here. Let's get started. Hinata obediently knelt across from Naruto. Naruto began setting up the pieces. Let me tell you, this shogi really tests your brain. In the kitchen, Yukina walked out carrying a tray. On the tray were several cups of steaming barley tea, along with a small plate of yokon he had previously bought as emergency rations. When he saw the scene in the living room, the weight in his heart finally lifted. Naruto and Hinata were huddled together on the carpet in the corner, intently studying the board. Tenten was standing on her tiptoes, trying to see exactly what was placed on the highest shelf of the bookcase. The only thing that hadn't changed was Sasuke. He occupied the single-seater sofa all by himself. Finally, temporary peace. Yukina breathed a long sigh of relief inwardly as he delivered the tea to everyone one by one. Naruto-kun, Hinata, have some tea and take a break. Oh, thanks, Yukina. Naruto responded without even looking up. Tea, thank you, Yukina. Hinata thanked him in a low voice. Yukina then placed a cup of tea and a small piece of yokon on the side table next to Tenten. Tenten, you should try some too. Wow, thanks. Finally, Yukina carried the tray to Sasuke, who was in the furthest corner of the living room. Sasuke-kun, yours. He leaned down and carefully placed the teacup on the low table beside Sasuke. Just as he was about to straighten up, his wrist was suddenly grabbed by a cool hand. The grip wasn't heavy, but it was impossible to pull away from. Startled, Yukina met Sasuke's dark eyes. Sasuke leaned forward slightly and lowered his voice, asking in a volume only the two of them could hear. Are you in some kind of trouble? His brow was furrowed, his eyes filled with undisguised scrutiny and concern. These people. Yukina was taken aback. This guy's intuition is far too sharp. A wave of warmth traveled from the wrist Sasuke held, slowly flowing throughout his body. This concern was pure, unadulterated by any guilt or projection. Honestly, even though he's just a kid himself, he worries about so much. Yukina complained inwardly, but that feeling of being cared for allowed his tense nerves to relax slightly. Of course, relaxation was one thing, but the disguise couldn't drop. He blinked, putting on a completely puzzled and innocent expression. Trouble? No, is Sasuke-kun overthinking things? He shook his head gently. Naruto-kun and Tenten are both very good friends. Although sometimes, they are a bit noisy. As he spoke, he tried to pull his wrist back, but Sasuke showed no intention of letting go. Sasuke's gaze remained firmly locked on his face, as if trying to find a single flaw in that perfect expression. Friends. Sasuke's tone was filled with suspicion. In his view, an idiot like Uzumaki Naruto and that loud bun-headed girl weren't worthy of being associated with Yukina at all. They would only bring trouble. Seeing this, Yukina had no choice but to use his trump card. He pouted slightly and complained in a low, almost coquettish tone. Sasuke-kun, you're gripping me a bit too hard, it hurts. Sasuke's body stiffened instantly. He subconsciously released his hand, and when he saw the faint red mark on Yukina's fair wrist, his brow furrowed even deeper. Quote. He wanted to say, sorry, but the words were forced back down as they reached his lips. Oh. He took a sip of tea to hide his discomfort. Yukina secretly breathed a sigh of relief and rubbed his wrist, his smile becoming even sweeter. If something happens, come find me. His voice wasn't loud, but it was enough for Naruto, who was eavesdropping with perked ears, to hear clearly. Don't go looking for these random, messy people. Who are you calling random and messy? You're the one who's the messiest. Walking around with a grumpy face all day like everyone owes you money. Sasuke gave him a cold glance, completely bothered to argue with him. An idiot's comprehension is always different from normal people. You. Just then, a small hand gently tugged at the corner of Naruto's clothes. Naruto-kun. Hinata looked up. It's your turn to move. Your king is about to be taken by my bishop. Naruto's attention was instantly pulled back to the board. Wah. Since when? He scrambled to sit back down, no longer caring about arguing with Sasuke. Damn it. Just watch how I turn the tables. Temporary peace returned to the living room once more. In his mind, Yukina awarded Hinata another medal. Hinata, you are simply my angel. All right. A crisp and lively voice rang in Yukina's ear. Tenten had finished her archaeological survey of the entire room at some point. Now, she leaned in front of Yukina with an excited face. She patted Yukina's shoulder enthusiastically. Yukina, I've finished touring your home. It's decorated quite well, you have great taste. Ah, thank you. Yukina's smile began to grow a bit forced. Quick, stop hiding it. Show me that very special ninja tool you mentioned so I can broaden my horizons. The smile on Yukina's face froze completely. He cleared his throat and spoke slowly in a purposefully mysterious tone. Ah, that. Because it's truly too precious, and too special. So, I've always kept it safely in my bedroom, stored within a special sealing scroll. Tenten took the bait, her eyes shining even brighter. You even used a sealing scroll. Then it's definitely a treasure among treasures. Wait a moment, I'll go get it now. As Yukina spoke, he turned and walked toward his bedroom. Every step felt exceptionally heavy. Finally, he reached the bedroom door. Thud. Asterisk. He closed the bedroom door behind him without hesitation. The moment the door closed, the smile on Yukina's face vanished without a trace. He leaned his back against the cool door panel. What do I do? What do I do? What do I do? What do I do? He scratched his hair in frustration. Chapter 83, Naruto, you're going to eat wasabi. Where can I find a special and precious ninja tool? Should I take out the kitchen knife and tell Tenten it's the legendary god's blade that can cut through anything, but is usually only used to crush garlic because it's too sharp? Yukina paced irritably in the small bedroom. Her eyes quickly swept across every corner of the room, trying to find even a single straw to clutch at. Just as she was about to scratch her scalp raw, her gaze accidentally drifted to the balcony. On the balcony, a metal clothes hanger reflected a cold light. Next to it was a small pile of leftover scraps from the renovation that hadn't been thrown away yet, a few thin sheets of iron and some metal strips of varying lengths. Yukina's footsteps stopped. An idea sprouted in her mind. She walked quickly to the balcony and snatched up the stainless steel clothes hanger. Quote. She looked at the object in her hand in silence. No, this is too stupid. It's practically writing, "I am a scammer," on my face. But, if I don't do this, what else can I do? Admit on the spot that I told a massive lie just to save face for Naruto. Quote. A minute later, her survival instinct overcame her sense of shame. Yukina took a deep breath and began her first ever ninja tool forging. With no tools, she could only use brute force. Grabbing both ends of the hanger, she used every ounce of strength to slam it against her knee. The sound of twisting metal was particularly piercing in the quiet room. The clothes hanger was forcibly bent into a strange V shape by her. Good, the first step is complete. She took a breath, fine beads of sweat breaking out on her forehead. Next, she picked up a few sharp-edged iron scraps from the pile and found some leftover string from tying the curtains. She began the second step, assembly. She tried to tie a piece of iron to one end of the hanger to act as a blade. But the string was too slippery, and the iron piece had no fixed slot, so she fumbled around for a long time. The iron piece remained loose and wobbly, like a wind chime that could fall off at any moment. Damn it! This thing would struggle even to kill a chicken. The more anxious she became, the more clumsy her movements were. The string became a tangled mess, and the sharp edge of the iron piece even cut a small slit in her finger, causing a bead of blood to pop out instantly. Yukina looked at the wound on her finger, momentarily losing even the energy to complain. Half an hour later, the masterpiece was finally finished. A clothes hanger forcibly twisted into an irregular shape served as the main body, with 3 or 4 iron pieces of varying sizes tied crookedly to it with string. In several places, she even used medical tape she had found in a first aid kit. The whole thing looked precarious, filled with a sense of postmodern deconstructivism. Yukina held up this monstrosity and fell into deep thought. All right, I have the item, now how do I make up its origin and purpose? I'll say, this is a multifunctional grappling hook passed down from ancient times, which can usually be used to hang clothes. In wartime, it can hook enemies and can even be disassembled to use as shuriken. No, that's too ridiculous. Even I don't believe it. Then, say this is my family's secret ninja tool specifically for a bloodline limit. It must be used in conjunction with our Uchiha clan's special chakra to unleash its power. This sounds profound, but what if Tenten asks how to use it? Do I perform a clothes hanger transformation jutsu for her on the spot? Yukina had a splitting headache. Just then, a crisp and lively voice rang out behind her without warning. Yukina, what are you doing? Quote! Every hair on Yukina's body stood on end instantly. Her body stiffened abruptly, and the masterpiece in her hand almost flew out. Tenten had slipped in at some point and was standing less than a meter behind her. Tilting her head, her bright eyes were filled with pure curiosity. She was staring unblinkingly at Yukina and the strange metal object in her hand. Yukina's brain stalled for 3 seconds. When did she come in? I closed the door. No, wait, I don't think I locked it. Her inner thoughts were racing, but Yukina forced an impeccable smile onto her face. Tenten, why are you in here? Her voice trembled slightly, whether from fright or a guilty conscience. The door wasn't locked. Tenten replied as if it were obvious, approaching her as she spoke. I was knocking for a long time outside, but you didn't respond. I thought something had happened to you, so I pushed the door open to take a look. Her gaze was firmly locked onto the clothes hanger artwork in Yukina's hand. Yukina took a deep breath, wanting to start fooling Tenten. However, she had only just opened her mouth. Tenten beat her to it. In an instant, she snatched the mismatched assembly from Yukina's hand. Tenten's pretty brows slowly furrowed. Her expression changed from initial excitement and anticipation to confusion, and then to bewilderment. Finally, it was a look mixed with disdain and bafflement. What on earth is this? This shape, it's so weird. She carefully touched the iron piece fixed with tape. This material, why does it feel so familiar? It's stainless steel. The hanger for drying clothes on your balcony is made of this material. She looked at Yukina. Yukina, why did you tie a clothes hanger like this? And you wrapped so much string and tape around it. It's so ugly. As she spoke, as if to prove her judgment, she grabbed both ends of the tool and applied a little force. A crisp metallic sound. The clothes hanger that Yukina had exhausted herself to bend was easily bent back in her hands like a noodle. It returned to its original, simple and upright shape. The iron pieces, string, and tape tied to it fell to the floor with a clatter. Tenten held up the perfectly intact clothes hanger, looking at Yukina with some confusion. See, doesn't it look much better now? Yukina. She lowered her head, looking at the pathetic pile of parts at her feet, then at the shiny clothes hanger in Tenten's hand. Her mind went blank. In an instant, a surge of helpless rage welled up in her heart. It's all your fault, Uzumaki Naruto. All for the sake of your pride. Now look, I'm being roasted over a fire. Once this crisis is over, I'm definitely going to watch you eat a whole bottle of wasabi. The storm inside her was cataclysmic, but in reality, she could only manage an awkward smile that looked worse than crying. Ah ha ha, that. While chuckling dryly, she hurriedly turned around and pretended to rummage through the closet. It's a model. Right, it's a model. I wanted to design a new ninja tool, so I used some scraps to make a model first to see how it would look. Yeah, that's it. She buried half her body in the closet, messily tossing folded clothes around to make it look like the ninja tool was hidden deep inside. Her back was already soaked with cold sweat. However, Tenten's curiosity and enthusiasm were clearly not that easily extinguished. She gave in, tossed the clothes hanger aside. Immediately, she followed excitedly, sticking close behind Yukina. Is that so? So it was a model. I knew it, something felt off no matter how I looked at it. Her words were like small knives, precisely stabbing into Yukina's heart. Then where is your real treasure hidden? Quick, show me. I can't wait. She even poked her head into the closet, enthusiastically helping Yukina search. Is it in this box? Or under this pile of clothes? Yukina, don't keep it hidden. Yukina was forced back step by step until her entire back was pressed against the shelf at the very back of the closet. At this most helpless and desperate moment, her fingers, rummaging blindly in the closet, accidentally brushed against something. That thing was pressed against her chest through a thin layer of clothing. It was a small, hard object with a smooth, warm touch. It was the red pendant. It was the item Uchiha Itachi had given her. In an instant, a thought flashed through her mind. Once this thought appeared, it could no longer be suppressed. High risk also meant high reward. This thing had a mysterious origin and special material, it was enough to fool anyone. Yukina steeled her heart and made a decision. Tenten, look over there. She suddenly raised her hand, pointing toward a corner of the room. That scroll, isn't it very special? Tenten's attention was indeed drawn away, and she reflexively turned her head to look in the direction she was pointing. Which one? Now, taking advantage of the second Tenten turned her head, Yukina's fingers reached into her collar like lightning. With the fastest speed possible, she untied the thin string around her neck. She tightly gripped the red pendant she always wore close to her body in her palm. Chapter 84, The Secret of the Uchiha Girls. Yukina spun around abruptly. The previous look of guilt and panic on her face had vanished completely. In its place was an unprecedented seriousness, even carrying a hint of the sacred. She grabbed Tenten's wrist, which was still gesturing in the air. Come with me. Yukina's voice was kept very low as she pulled the still unresponsive Tenten to the darkest corner of the bedroom. This happened to be the angle formed by the wardrobe and the wall. The curtains blocked half the light, making it feel exceptionally secluded. This sudden action and atmosphere caused Tenten to instantly put away her playful thoughts. She looked at Yukina with some confusion, sensing that the mood was off. What's wrong? Yukina didn't answer immediately. Releasing Tenten's wrist, she first leaned her back against the wall and then looked solemnly into Tenten's eyes. Tenten, you have to promise me one thing. What is it? You're being so mysterious. Tenten was made a little nervous by her solemnity. Regarding what you're about to see and hear, you cannot say a single word to anyone outside. Tenten was stunned. She had originally thought Yukina just wanted to show her an impressive ninja tool. Looking at it now, the gravity of the situation far exceeded her imagination. This was no longer at the level of sharing a treasure, this sounded like being entrusted with a secret significant enough to change one's fate. She looked into Yukina's pitch-black eyes, there wasn't the slightest hint of a joke in them. Tenten's expression also became serious, and she nodded vigorously. I swear. She raised 3 fingers, imitating the most solemn way of swearing an oath from the ninja handbook. I swear by my ninja way, and in the name of becoming the strongest ninja tool master in the future, that I will not leak half a word. If I speak of it, let me be unable to create a decent ninja tool for my entire life. For Tenten, this was already the most vicious oath she could think of. Yukina's heart twitched for a moment. Although her heart was nearly overwhelmed by guilt, a look of relief that she had indeed not misplaced her trust appeared on Yukina's face. She slowly opened her tightly clenched right hand. In the dim corner, that red teardrop-shaped pendant lay quietly in her palm. It didn't have the brilliance of a gemstone, nor the sharpness of metal, it merely emitted a gentle, warm glow, like a drop of congealed blood. Tenten leaned in curiously. Her gaze fell upon Yukina's fair palm. A pendant. Tenten's voice was full of disbelief and a hint of irrepressible disappointment. Yukina, is this the thing you were talking about? She reached out her finger and touched it cautiously. How could this be a ninja tool? It doesn't even have a blade, and there aren't any mechanisms that can fire anything. Her eyes were full of doubt. Yukina took a deep breath, an enigmatic smile appearing on her face. A pendant. A ninja tool. Yukina shook her head gently. Tenten, your vision shouldn't just stop at shuriken and exploding tags. This is naturally no ordinary pendant, and certainly not the kind of conventional ninja tool you understand. Her voice dropped even lower, filled with a seductive quality. This is a secret weapon of our Uchiha clan, a kind of inheritance. The number of people who know of its existence can be counted on one hand in the entire clan. It's something only those of the core bloodline are qualified to touch. Tenten was stunned by these words. The Uchiha clan, core bloodline, secret inheritance, these terms combined carried an irresistible sense of mystery and weight. She looked at the pendant again, the doubt in her eyes lessening slightly. A secret weapon, but how do you use it? You can't just throw it at people, can you? Of course not. Seeing that the timing was right, Yukina continued her bluff, throwing out the setting she had just made up in her head. Its true purpose isn't slashing or blasting, but in the most special of battles. She paused intentionally. By injecting our unique Uchiha chakra, it's used for summoning. Summoning. Tenten's curiosity was instantly ignited by this word, her eyes lighting up. Summoning what? A summoning beast. No, wait, summoning beasts need contract scrolls. I've never heard of using a pendant for summoning. Her professional knowledge allowed her to immediately raise a question. You can't be saying that pressing this pendant can summon Uchiha Itachi, right? Then wouldn't I become a rogue ninja? Yukina's inner self was roaring frantically, but her expression became increasingly solemn. It's not a physical creature like a summoning beast. She looked into Tenten's eyes, speaking in a tone used for sharing forbidden knowledge. It summons a Shikigami guardian composed of pure chakra. A Shikigami guardian. Tenten was completely bewildered, this was entirely outside her realm of knowledge. Correct. Yukina's gaze became distant, as if she were recalling some ancient secret lore. They have no physical form, so they are immune to the vast majority of physical attacks and ninjutsu. Their primary task isn't to cause damage, but to interfere. They can penetrate obstacles to directly attack the enemy's spirit, disrupting the opponent's chakra flow. Think about it. In a rapidly changing battle, if your opponent suddenly becomes dazed and their chakra becomes chaotic the moment they try to use it, how terrifying is that? Yukina's description opened a door to a new world for Tenten. Immune to physical attacks, spiritual interference, chakra disruption. Each of these terms accurately struck at a ninja's vital points. This sounded so high level. It perfectly fit everyone's imagination of a prestigious clan like the Uchiha, famous for spiritual energy and ocular techniques. This is too incredible. Tenten murmured to herself. Her gaze toward the pendant had changed from doubt to awe and fanaticism. She cautiously extended both hands, making a cupping gesture. Can I look at it again? Of course. Yukina generously placed the pendant into her palm. Tenten held it as if it were a peerless treasure. As the pendant touched her hand, a warm sensation came through. Neither metal nor jade, it carried a strange hint of warmth. Closing her eyes, she mobilized her own weak chakra, cautiously trying to perceive it. In her perception, inside this pendant, there really was a faint, almost imperceptible energy flowing slowly. It wasn't a dead object. It felt like it was breathing. At this moment, the last shred of doubt in Tenten's heart vanished into thin air. She believed it completely. Only an inherited item forged from legendary special materials and secret methods would have this kind of effect. So that's how it is, the Uchiha clan truly has deep roots. Opening her eyes, her face was full of emotion and admiration. The way she looked at Yukina had also changed. It was the recognition and respect of one professional for another colleague who possessed more profound knowledge. Yukina breathed a long sigh of relief internally. However, she hadn't even finished that breath. Tenten suddenly seemed to think of something. Oh, right. She clapped her hands. Since it's an inheritance for the Uchiha core bloodline, then Sasuke must have one too. What can his summon? Is it different from yours? Let's go find him and ask. Let him take it out and show us too. As she spoke, she turned and was about to rush out. With that stance, she looked like she couldn't wait to pin Sasuke down in the living room and strip him bare to find it. Yukina's soul was almost scared out of her body. Don't. Without thinking, she pounced like a hungry tiger, tightly grabbing Tenten's waist from behind and pulling her back. Due to the momentum, the two of them crouched down awkwardly in the corner together. No. Yukina hissed urgently in her ear. Why not? Tenten, pulled back for no apparent reason, also asked back in a hushed voice. We're all friends, let him share it. I promise not to tell anyone else. Sasuke doesn't have one. Huh, why? Isn't he an Uchiha? Yukina's brain spun at its limit at this moment. Because this thing, in our Uchiha clan, has always been passed down to females, not males. Tenten was stunned. Passed down to females, not males. Yes, Yukina said decisively, her face wearing an expression that said, this is common knowledge, didn't you know? This is a secret exclusive to us Uchiha women. It's a girl's privilege. Boys aren't qualified to know about it, let alone possess it. These words exploded in Tenten's mind like a thunderclap. Passed down to females, not males. A girl's secret. She looked at Yukina's serious face, then at the pendant in her hand. In an instant, she understood everything. No wonder Yukina had to pull her into the corner. No wonder Yukina wanted her to swear such a vicious oath. No wonder Yukina specifically emphasized that she couldn't tell Sasuke. It turned out this wasn't just a family secret. This is a secret between girls. Yukina must have considered her a best friend to share her most private thoughts with, which is why she told her this taboo involving the family's gender traditions. A huge wave of emotion and the joy of being trusted welled up in her heart. Tenten's gaze toward Yukina instantly became incredibly soft and close. She nodded heavily and then leaned close to her ear mysteriously. I understand. She gave Yukina a, don't worry, gesture. Looking at her sisters in heart, united in strength, appearance, Yukina felt as if her conscience were being gnawed by 10,000 ants. Just then, a cold voice rang out behind the two of them without any warning. What are you doing? Sasuke had stood at the doorway at some unknown point. It turned out that Sasuke, seeing out in the living room that Yukina and Tenten hadn't made any noise or come out of the bedroom for so long, had unconsciously felt a bit worried and walked over. He pushed the door open to see the two girls. They were crouching on the ground with their backs to the door, looking suspiciously like two hamsters stealing grain. Instantly, Yukina and Tenten were both shaken to the core by this sudden voice. Chapter 85, The Chunin exams are coming. Sasuke's voice was devoid of warmth, precisely pricking the tense nerves of the two. Yukina and Tenten's crouching posture in the corner instantly stiffened. It felt like two hamsters splitting their loot being caught red-handed by a cat. We're doomed. How are we going to explain this? Should we say we're studying the various uses of clothes hangers? Just as Yukina's brain was racing, trying to spin a new lie to cover the old one, Tenten moved beside him. Out of a budding sense of sisterly loyalty and a desire to protect the secrets of Uchiha women, Tenten almost subconsciously moved half a step forward, her small body slightly shielding Yukina. Turning back to meet Sasuke's pitch-black eyes, she was so nervous she could barely speak straight. Sasuke-kun, don't misunderstand. Tenten's cheeks flushed red, her hands waving frantically in front of her. We aren't doing anything bad. Really. We were just having some girl talk. This explanation was worse than no explanation at all. Girl talk. Sasuke's brow furrowed deeper as his gaze shifted past Tenten's shoulder. You need to crouch in a corner for that. Seeing that Tenten's divine assist was about to make things worse, Yukina immediately took action. He gently tugged on the hem of Tenten's clothes and then slowly stood up himself. Sasuke. Don't blame Tenten-san. She just thought my amulet was very pretty. She wanted to take a closer look. You appeared so suddenly and spoke so loudly that you startled us. Saying this, he opened his palm, where the red pendant lay quietly. Coupled with his startled expression, he perfectly portrayed himself as a frail girl frightened by Sasuke's rudeness. As expected, Sasuke's attention was instantly diverted. To Sasuke, Yukina's emotions and safety always came first. He glanced at the pendant, he had seen it before and didn't care much for it. Thus, in the look he gave Tenten, the probing scrutiny turned into pure blame and impatience. It was all because of this noisy woman that Yukina was startled. Tenten was taken aback by Sasuke's hostile glare. But her brain worked differently from most people. In her view, Sasuke's hostility wasn't directed at her personally at all. This was the Uchiha clan's instinctive protection of family secrets. Tenten quickly completed a self-consistent logical interpretation in her mind. Sasuke must vaguely know that the family has secrets passed down only to women, and though he isn't eligible to access them, as an Uchiha man, he has a responsibility to prevent the secrets from leaking. He's being so fierce now because he's protecting Yukina in his own way. Oh my god. So that's how it is. In an instant, instead of being angry, Tenten felt a deep sense of respect for Sasuke. She felt that having lived in such a strict clan before, things must have been so difficult for Sasuke and Yukina. She secretly clenched her fist and gave Yukina a meaningful look. That look seemed to say, I understand. You've worked so hard to protect this secret. Don't worry, I'm definitely on your side. Yukina read everything from her expression and felt as if his conscience was being sliced apart again. He couldn't let these two continue their meaningful eye contact. Heaven knows what kind of grand drama Tenten would imagine next. All right. Yukina smoothed things over, reaching out to lightly tap Sasuke's arm with a finger in a reproaching tone. Don't be so mean, Tenten is my friend. This soft, powerless tap caused Sasuke's tense body to instantly relax. Sasuke gave a somewhat awkward huff and turned his head, essentially accepting Yukina's mediation. Yukina immediately pulled the still-moved Tenten back into the light at the center of the living room. In the living room, Naruto was still playing shogi with Hinata. On the board, Naruto's pieces had been decimated. He was scratching his head, completely locked in a bitter struggle. Although Hinata was shy, she showed incredible skill in her familiar field, pushing Naruto into a corner step by step. The awkward atmosphere had just begun to ease. Sasuke looked at Tenten, who had been pulled out by Yukina, then at the noisy Naruto, and finally stated the real reason he came over. His expression returned to its usual coldness. Kakashi-sensei sent me to inform you. The Chunin selection exams are about to begin. He specifically emphasized the words, inform you, stressing that this wasn't casual chatter between friends, but a formal message from their Jonin instructor. The air in the entire room froze at that moment. Ah, I'm going to lose. A tragic cry broke the silence. It was Naruto. His king was taken directly by Hinata's rook, the game was over. He jerked his head up, his face still wearing the gloom and daze of losing the game. Chunin exams. How exactly does the exam work? Idiot. Tenten immediately switched from her bestie mode back to professional senior mode. With her hands on her hips, she looked at Naruto with an expression as if looking at a country bumpkin. You don't even know about the Chunin exams. That's the biggest stage for all of us genin to prove our strength. The entire ninja world will be watching. If you pass, you can be promoted from genin to chunin, that's a symbol of status and power. She grew more excited as she spoke. When the time comes, genius rookies from every village will gather in Konoha, and you can fight against all kinds of strong people. It tests our comprehensive abilities, including combat, intelligence gathering, teamwork. It's a grand festival. Naruto listened, dazed. Fighting against geniuses from every village. Proving my own strength. Letting everyone see. These few words instantly ignited all the passion in his heart. The gloom of losing the game was long forgotten as he suddenly jumped up from the floor. Oh. That sounds amazing. I've decided. I'm definitely participating. I'm going to become a chunin and then take another step toward my goal of becoming Hokage. Looking at the instantly hot-headed Naruto, Sasuke's face showed unabashed disdain. He waited until Naruto's shouting died down a bit before slowly uttering the second half of Kakashi's message. Kakashi also said that this year's chunin exams are unusual and will be more dangerous than any previous one. His gaze swept across the extremely excited Naruto's face, the contempt in his eyes undisguised. Finally, his gaze came to rest on Yukina. The warning in it couldn't be more obvious. Chapter 86, The Black Crow. More dangerous. These two words stirred completely different ripples in the hearts of several people. Awesome. Now that's what I call a challenge. Naruto wasn't intimidated, instead, he became even more excited. He felt that an exam without danger wasn't worthy of his future status as Hokage. Tenten, on the other hand, had the fanaticism of a technical expert, already starting to count on her fingers and analyze. More dangerous means the proportion of actual combat will increase. Conventional kunai and shuriken might not be enough. I need to prepare some special ninja tools, like smoke bombs, flash bangs, and defensive talismans for different elemental ninjutsu. She was already completely immersed in her professional field. Only Hinata looked worriedly at the jumping Naruto, her fingers nervously twisting together as she muttered softly. Naruto-kun, you'll get hurt. And Sasuke, from beginning to end, had his gaze welded firmly onto Yukina. That look seemed to say, "Did you hear that? Danger." Yukina naturally heard it, but on the surface, he still maintained that gentle and weak young girl persona. Naruto-kun, you must be careful. To Naruto's ears, this reminder was the concern of his goddess, filling him with strength. He suddenly felt even more confident. To Hinata's ears, it was an emotional resonance similar to her own. To Tenten's ears, it was natural team concern. Only Sasuke heard the hidden possibility in those words that he found unbearable. He could no longer restrain himself. Sasuke strode forward, grabbed Yukina's wrist, and pulled him to the other side of the room without allowing any argument. Away from Naruto and Tenten. You are not allowed to participate. The chunin exams are not where you should be. Sasuke's jawline was tight. He had seen Yukina's performance in the Land of Waves and knew he wasn't as weak as he appeared on the surface, but so what? In his heart, Yukina was a presence that needed protection. Any hint of potential danger had to be strangled in advance. Yukina rolled his eyes internally, but his face showed the expected expression of grievance. He didn't resist, nor did he argue. Because he knew that any rebuttal would only trigger Sasuke's stronger desire for control. The best way to deal with this awkward protector was compliance. Yukina nodded gently. I understand. His voice was very soft, carrying a trace of imperceptible trembling. My strength is so poor, I'll only be a burden if I go. I'll stay off stage, cheering for Sasuke and Naruto. These well-behaved and sensible words were like a soft hand, instantly smoothing out the thorns all over Sasuke's body. Sasuke's tense expression eased at a speed visible to the naked eye. That's right. Yukina should stay in a safe place instead of participating in that kind of bloody exam. He successfully used a perfect disguise to temporarily stabilize this biggest supervisor of his. The sky gradually darkened, and the afterglow of the setting sun slanted in through the window, plating the room in a layer of warm gold. The gathering, which had been lively all afternoon, had also come to an end. Then, we'll head back first. Tenten stretched broadly. Between the mental theorizing and secret keeping today, she felt more tired than after an S-rank mission. Before leaving, she leaned close to Yukina's ear, winking and giving him a, "we're accomplices," look. She whispered with her mouth shape. Your secret weapon, I'll keep it absolutely secret. Good luck. Yukina nodded with a smile, watching this enthusiastic and oddly wired best friend leave. Hinata was the last to go. She dawdled to the door, then turned back, her cheeks as red as ripe apples. She walked quickly to Yukina and swiftly stuffed a neatly folded small handkerchief into Yukina's hand, her voice as thin as a mosquito's hum. Yukina-kun, your hands seem a bit rough. I knitted it myself. It's very absorbent and can be used to wipe your hands and hair. After saying that, she covered her face and ran off without looking back. Yukina was stunned. It was a light purple handkerchief with a soft texture. A small, unknown white flower was embroidered on the corner with fine stitches, showing the owner's care. His hands. Yukina looked down at his palms. He had never cared about it himself, and coarse boys like Sasuke and Naruto were even less likely to notice. He didn't expect that the detail-oriented Hinata would see it. An unprecedented, strange warm current flowed slowly through his heart. Dead last, don't be late for training tomorrow. I won't be late. I'll definitely become a chunin before you, you arrogant jerk. Naruto and Sasuke's final, friendly, farewell came from the hallway. As the footsteps of the two gradually faded away, the room finally returned to complete silence. Sasuke didn't leave with them. He walked silently back to the living room, quietly helping Yukina pack up the teacups and snack plates scattered on the table and putting them into the kitchen sink. His movements were a bit clumsy, not as skilled as Hinata's, but they carried a natural familiarity. After doing all this, he walked to the door. Before closing the door, he took one last look back at Yukina standing in the center of the living room. In the sunset, Yukina's shadow was stretched very long, looking a bit thin. Sasuke's Adam's apple moved slightly. If anything happens, come find me. With that, he closed the door. Click. Asterisk. The sound of the door lock engaging. The smile on Yukina's face, carrying weakness and gratitude, vanished instantly without a trace. Expressionlessly, he walked to the window, drew the curtains, and watched the figures parting ways downstairs. Naruto and Hinata walked in front. Naruto was still gesturing wildly while talking, and Hinata listened quietly beside him. Sasuke walked alone in another direction, hands in his pockets, his back lonely and straight. Tenten, like a happy little bird, skipped and disappeared around the street corner. He thought of Sasuke's indisputable, not allowed to participate. He softly spat out a few words. Cheer. Bystanders have no way to survive. The identity of Uchiha Yukina was the perfect protective color he had carefully crafted after the night of the massacre. It kept him from being coveted by Root and allowed him to grow safely under the noses of the Konoha higher-ups. But this identity had also become a cage. He couldn't expose strength that didn't match his weak orphan persona, he couldn't arouse anyone's suspicion, and even a normal promotion would draw unnecessary attention. But this Chunin exam was different. He had to participate. Sasuke's ban wasn't within his consideration at all. Yukina's gaze cast into the distance, a light completely different from his appearance flickering in his black pupils. If I don't participate, I'm afraid someone won't agree, right? Yukina muttered to himself, then returned to the bedroom. However, on the roof of Yukina's apartment, a crow landed at some point. A crow watching Yukina. Chapter 87, an undercover agent striking up a conversation. The crow stood there quietly, its black feathers reflecting an ominous light in the afterglow of the setting sun. Yukina knew it had been there for a while. It had landed there the moment Sasuke announced the news of the Chunin exams. How dedicated of you, former brother-in-law. You were so ruthless during the massacre, yet you're quite proactive with the after-sales service now. Sasuke's prohibition on participating was the first lock. This lock was crude and direct, but also easy to break free from. After all, he had Sasuke's thought process completely figured out. But this crow outside the window was the second lock. It was invisible and precise, representing an existence he currently had no way of contending with. Itachi's protection was 100 times more troublesome than Sasuke's ban. He couldn't disobey, nor could he even show any intention of wanting to disobey, otherwise, this crow could turn from an observer into an executioner at any moment. He had to participate in the Chunin exams. This was the only way for him to cast off the frail identity of the Uchiha orphan Yukina, legitimately demonstrate his strength, gain promotion, move step by step toward the center of power, and finally take control of his own fate. Therefore, he had to unlock both of these locks. Yukina turned away from the window without giving the crow another glance. He knew it was enough that the other party could see him. Next, it was showtime. He walked to the low table in the living room, sat down, and gently spread out a blank scroll. Then, he picked up a brush, a troubled expression appearing on his face that fit Yukina's persona. It looked as if he were worrying about what to eat for dinner or what daily necessities to buy tomorrow. In reality, his mind was racing. He wanted to convey a message to Itachi. A message that only the two of them, or rather, only Itachi, could unilaterally understand. The blueprint for this message came from Uchiha Izumi's diary. It was the only memento he had found in Izumi's room after the night of the massacre. The diary recorded many of the young girl's innermost thoughts, including quite a few details about her daily life with Itachi. For example, some secret codes they had agreed upon that only they understood. Yukina's brush tip touched the paper, writing a line of elegant handwriting. Shopping list. Playing riddles with my former brother-in-law is exhausting. Can't you just fly down and talk face to face? Insisting on playing this kind of spy game. Do the men of the Uchiha family all have some strange obsession with this kind of mysticism? Sasuke is like this, and Itachi is like this too. While frantically complaining in his heart, his hand didn't stop. Need a sturdier hairband. The previous one broke after running a few steps on the training ground, it really wasn't durable. Want to buy some special seasonings to make some home-cooked dishes with Uchiha characteristics. Sasuke seems to miss the old flavors lately. Translation. I need some special equipment to deal with the exam. I can use Sasuke as an excuse, it's perfectly reasonable. The skirt I bought last time is a bit ill-fitting and very inconvenient for movement. I want to go to the Zaimu family's shop to see if they have more suitable fabric and modify it myself. Translation. I need clothing and equipment suitable for combat. The Zaimu Ninja Tool Shop is famous for its complete range of materials. But I'll only go there to take a look. The real purpose is to lure your person out to contact me. After finishing, Yukina checked it carefully once more. Every word and every sentence was perfectly nested within the daily needs of an ordinary girl. Even if this list were seen by a second person, they would only think it was a memo written by a girl who took life seriously. Only Itachi, the man who had read Izumi's diary, could decipher his true intentions from keywords like hairband and Uchiha characteristics. Done. Yukina blew on the wet ink. He stood up, walked to the entrance, and put on his shoes. Throughout the process, his movements maintained a gentleness and quietness unique to a young girl. Night had begun to fall, and lights were coming on in the streets. Yukina didn't go to the supermarket he usually visited. Instead, he followed the hints on the list and headed toward the Zaimu Ninja Tool Shop. The shop's location was somewhat remote, requiring him to pass through several deserted alleys. This was a location he had specially chosen for the contact person. The crow didn't follow him into the alley, but it must have perched on a nearby high point. Yukina's heartbeat was steady. He was waiting for the person Itachi sent. Perhaps it would be an Anbu wearing a mask, or a ninja disguised as a passerby. However, just as he turned a corner, a figure appeared before him without any warning. It wasn't an Anbu, nor was it a passerby. Soft silver short hair glistened in the dim light, a pair of round framed glasses sat on his face, and the eyes behind the lenses were narrowed into slits, radiating a gentle smile. Hello. Excuse me, are you the young lady from the Uchiha family? My name is Yakushi Kabuto. Yukina's pupils constricted. Yakushi Kabuto. Orochimaru's #1 confidant. What the hell? I must have the wrong script. I was waiting for Uchiha Itachi's person. How did one of Orochimaru's subordinates show up? Is it a buy one get one free deal? The perfect Yukina mode quickly surfaced on his face. A touch of just the right amount of surprise, mixed with the timidity of being addressed by a stranger. Yes. May I ask, is there something I can help you with? Ah, I'm truly sorry. Did I startle you? Yakushi Kabuto's smile grew even gentler as he took half a step back, making a gesture to show he meant no harm. I just happened to be passing by. I've heard people mention that there is still a surviving young lady in the Uchiha family, but I never had the chance to pay my respects. Seeing you today, I felt your aura was quite special, so I couldn't help but take the liberty of bothering you. Special aura. Do you mean my aura as a cross-dresser is special? Or that my entire being radiates a special aura of being highly suspicious? Yukina rolled his eyes internally. No, you flatter me. I heard that you live with Sasuke-kun. Yukina understood clearly. This was the real objective. To collect intelligence on Sasuke for Orochimaru. Yes, Sasuke-kun, he takes good care of me. Yukina answered in a low voice, deliberately blurring the details of their relationship. Is that so? That's wonderful then. Kabuto pushed up his glasses, the lenses reflecting an ambiguous light. When Sasuke-kun was at the Ninja Academy, he was the most outstanding student. However, sometimes geniuses tend to be a bit solitary. I'm really worried he won't be able to make friends. He's testing the depth of my relationship with Sasuke, as well as Sasuke's social situation. Yukina immediately gave the standard answer. Sasuke-kun, he doesn't let me talk too much about his matters with outsiders. He put on a look that was both troubled and very obedient. He says there are many bad people outside. This sentence killed two birds with one stone. Sure enough, the smile on Kabuto's face deepened. Haha, Sasuke-kun is as cautious as ever. That's fine, it's never wrong to protect yourself. He changed the subject, his gaze falling on Yukina's slender wrist. Speaking of which, has Miss Yukina undergone any ninja training? Your body looks a bit frail. Here it comes, testing my strength. My health isn't very good. Yukina's head hung even lower. Chapter 88, Transformation of the Fragile Girl. Brother said I'm not suited to be a ninja, and I don't know the first thing about fighting. Going to the training ground would only be a bother to everyone. As he spoke, he analyzed every flicker of a micro-expression on Kabuto's face with anatomical precision. He concluded that Kabuto had basically bought into his disguise. Sorry, I misspoke. Kabuto apologized immediately. Let's not talk about such unpleasant things. It's getting late. It's not safe for a girl to be out alone. You should head home early. Yes, thank you. Yukina felt as if she had been granted a grand pardon and immediately turned to leave. At the moment he turned, Kabuto stepped slightly to the side as if to make way for him. Then, his foot accidentally stumbled. Ah! He let out a soft cry, his body falling toward Yukina. One hand reached out in apparent panic, aiming directly for Yukina's shoulder. This sequence of movements was as fast as lightning. It wasn't an accident. The hair on Yukina's neck stood on end. This was a test. A close-range chakra sensing. It might even be some kind of silent medical investigation ninjutsu. Once touched, the amount of chakra inside him, completely inconsistent with his fragile appearance, would be instantly exposed. No way to dodge. Countless solutions flashed through Yukina's mind, but his body was locked into Yukina's fragile girl persona, making it impossible to perform the fastest evasive maneuver. He was even prepared to reveal some of his strength and use a kunai hidden in his sleeve to slash the other's palm. Just at this critical moment, Ka! A sharp, piercing crow's cry. A black afterimage descended from the sky, its speed so great it was just a blur of light. It was that crow. Its folded wings were like blades, and its talons glinted coldly in the gloom. Its target wasn't Kabuto's body, but the hand he had extended toward Yukina. Yakushi Kabuto reacted extremely quickly, he felt the undisguised killing intent. His extended palm flipped suddenly, attempting to parry the attack. However, he was still a step too slow. Squelch. The sound of talons tearing through flesh. Kabuto let out a muffled groan and was forced to retreat several steps like lightning to steady himself. On the back of his hand, 3 blood-red gashes deep enough to see the bone appeared, with blood gushing out. The crow landed steadily on the ground in front of Yukina. It didn't look at Yukina but lowered its body and spread its wings. It let out a hostile and threatening hiss toward Yakushi Kabuto, who was not far away. It struck a posture of a loyal protector. Kabuto ignored the wound on his hand, quietly watching the hostile crow, then gave a meaningful look at Yukina, who was clutching her chest. Yukina looked completely terrified. He pushed up his glasses, the gentle smile on his face unchanged. It seems I'm disliked. Sorry, I didn't mean to scare you. He turned and walked unhurriedly into the shadows of the alley. His figure vanished. In the alley, only Yukina and the crow remained. Yukina knew he was safe for the time being. But he also knew that from this moment on, he had completely entered Orochimaru's sight. After confirming Kabuto had left, the crow turned back and glanced at Yukina. Then, it opened its beak. Clatter. A tiny scroll wrapped in oil paper fell from its beak to Yukina's feet. Having done this, the crow didn't linger at all, flapping its wings and vanishing into the night sky instantly. Yukina immediately bent down and picked up the small scroll. He didn't open it on the spot. He gripped the scroll tightly and returned to his apartment as fast as possible, almost running. The door was slammed shut and locked. He leaned against the door, his heart still pounding wildly. Half of it was the lingering fear of a narrow escape, the other half the anticipation of finally getting an answer. It was Itachi's reply. He had succeeded. He took a deep breath, walked into the living room, and drew all the curtains. Only then, with trembling hands, did he unfurl the small scroll. There were no complex codes on the scroll, nor any long-winded instructions. There was only a single line of text. A line written in a strange handwriting he had never seen before. A line that made his blood run cold instantly. I know who you are. If you want to participate in the Chunin exams, meet me at Training Ground 3 tonight at midnight. Those words were like a dagger dipped in ice, accurately piercing into Yukina's deepest fear. I know who you are. The scroll slipped from his fingers. This wasn't Itachi's handwriting, nor was it Yakushi Kabuto's. And it couldn't possibly be Sasuke's. This was a completely new third party. A trap. Only those two words remained in Yukina's mind. He crouched down, using the tip of the kunai hidden in his sleeve to carefully lift the scroll. He condensed his remaining chakra at his fingertips, carefully sensing any residual aura on the scroll. Nothing. There was nothing at all. The paper was the most common type from Konoha's ninja tool shops, as was the ink. There were no special chakra residues on it, even the scent of the writer had been thoroughly erased. The other party was a top-tier expert at covering their tracks. A layer of cold sweat broke out on Yukina's back. What should I do? For the first time, he felt truly at a loss. This is 100% a trap. Since the other party knows your secret, it means they already hold absolute initiative. Going to the meeting now is just walking into a trap, handing your life over to someone else. I absolutely cannot go. But, Yukina's gaze fell uncontrollably onto the second half of the sentence on the scroll. If you want to participate in the Chunin exams. This bait was too precise. It accurately struck his only current weakness. Not only did the other party know his secret, but they also saw through his desires. This meant the other party had observed him for a long time and in great depth. If he didn't go, he could temporarily save his life. But he would lose the initiative forever, left only to passively await judgment. Going was a near certain death. But it was also the only chance to break the deadlock. Yukina slowly stood up, walked to the kitchen, poured himself a glass of cold water, and drank it in one gulp. The cold liquid slid down his throat, bringing a trace of calm back to his brain, which was feverish with fear. Take a gamble. Rather than suffering in endless waiting and fear, it was better to step into the center of the storm and see the opponent's true face. Yukina's gaze became incredibly sharp in an instant. He decided to go to the meeting. But he never gambled without preparation. He looked at the clock on the wall. There were still 3 hours until midnight. That was enough. He didn't waste a single second. First, he took all the important items he had hidden, including Izumi's diary and his own coded notes on the intelligence of this world. He wrapped them in waterproof oilcloth and hid them in the interlayer of the toilet tank. Then, he began setting traps in his home. Under the floorboards at the entrance were linked explosive tags. If anyone forced the door, they would be blown sky high instantly. The window latches were connected to hair-thin steel wires. At the other end of the wires were senbon dipped in paralyzing poison. He even set up trigger-based smoke bombs in his own bedroom closet. He was going to turn his home into a porcupine. Even if he didn't return tonight, anyone attempting to break in and investigate his secrets would have to pay a price. Having done all this, he took off the plain-colored dress that symbolized fragility. He changed into a dark female ninja outfit he had prepared long ago, designed for mobility. Tight shorts and a sleeveless top. They outlined his body lines, which were well-proportioned and full of power from long-term training. He combed the long black wig again and tied it into a sleek hype ponytail with a black hairband. Finally, the weapons. He tripled the number of kunai and shuriken from his usual standard equipment. The ninja tool pouches on both thighs were stuffed with special smoke bombs and flash grenades. There were also several powerful small food pill bombs. When he finished and looked in the mirror again, the girl in the reflection had completely transformed. That face was still soft and beautiful, but in those black eyes, there was no longer a trace of cowardice or quietness. Only calmness, resolve, and a hint of imperceptible madness remained. He had prepared for the worst. Midnight, the moon was dark and the wind was high. Training Ground 3 was deathly silent. For more thrilling fanfiction stories like this, check out my channel Fanfic Audiobook. Dive into epic adventures, mysterious realms, and legendary journeys brought to life through immersive storytelling. Don't forget to like, share, and subscribe for more amazing audiobooks.